Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Enemy double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Enemy double kill. Double kill. Snipe. Double kill.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. So today is day 2 of the tournament. So, tournaments, tryouts, give or take here and there. So showing the replay, we're going to see some highlights, and then we're going to start the stream. Today's drop is a visor. If you watched yesterday for 2 hours, you got the acid armor for Halo Infinite, and then today is a visor. 90% of the time, LVT streams always have some kind of drop, so keep an eye out for it, check it out, and I'll be off and on through the process. I got a lot of stuff going on today. I got homework, I got some work to do, and I have 2 kids, so doing that too. But I will do my best to basically go in and out. If I see any questions in chat, I'll answer. And other than that, enjoy the stream, enjoy the music, and enjoy just the crazy shots from everyone. Because yesterday, so many shots were crazy and insane, especially with the sniper rifle. I don't know if you guys remember Ice Kid. Ice Kid, in my opinion, was one of the best no scopes yesterday, and I was unheard of, dude. So just like I said, sit back, relax, and we will be watching. I think it's going to be about the same amount of stream hours, so you can probably get, if you start now and watch the stream, you got like 3 chances to get it. But we'll figure it out, and let's enjoy the show.
kill. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Snipe. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Snipe. All dropped. Enemy has the double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
It's time. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Day 2, Championship Sunday of the opening weekend of qualifiers for the LVT Pro League, presented by Shopify Gaming. Mikowski on the mic. Joined alongside me is my man Tools and Garrett. We got a big one here to start the day. We got 4 of a kind, which is Precision, Snakebite, Trippy Tall. You know them. High contenders to potentially win it all or dethrone Shopify versus Legion Gaming. And if I think back to the World Championship qualifiers not too long ago, it was a magical moment when Legion finally had their moment as Lido rips a dome off the start. This is also a qualification match. So if you win, you're in.
Yeah, the rule is real simple. Just get the job done right here, and you're there. Legion Gaming, a roster that I think a lot of people probably wouldn't expect to be in this position, but having some big games, beat Doomsday 3-1 yesterday to get to this spot, are now just a series away and have the 4 of a kind. Well, they're 4 down as Legion Gaming has complete control of the map. Uzi with the ball, Lido has the sniper up high, and this is such a great beginning for Legion. If they can carry this momentum through a series, I mean, who knows what we're gonna see.
Do not count out this Legion Gaming squad. I know a lot of the eyes and attention is going to go towards the twins, Uzi and Zuzi, but man, Lido and Morgan, maybe later today, go back and watch the LVT Open Bracket documentary. You'll see exactly why they are here today, because this is no fluke. This is no surprise to those that have been watching. But it's also not going to be a surprise if we see the very best, or one of the very best to ever do it. Snakebite rips the double, grabs the oddball, and a momentary lead for Legion Gaming should be no longer as 4 of a kind set up at the snipe.
This is rough for Legion Gaming. They're contained largely at B. They don't have a lot of space to move around, and because of that, 4 of a kind was able just to overcommit to those spawners, sent multiple players, multiple lanes, collapsing in onto those spawners, and they had no movement. And you can see for the last 30 seconds, they haven't been anywhere close to this tower side. Domination for 4 of a kind in the slays, and Precision, well, he heard something underneath.
Precision with the ears and the game sense. He's starting to seek it out. Uzi just above him, but he's got no worries for that. He's going to push out towards the oddball, as I don't think it got reset. No, it did not. It stays on the map, and it allows Legion Gaming to get right back on top of it. It's about 5-10 seconds of cushion they otherwise wouldn't have had, and it's going to get them right back in this fight.
Oh, Talik. I love watching Talik play. You see him sitting there at the back of screen, isolated with his teammates winning their fights, or actually lost their fights on the other way, but he just needs to buy time. Camo's up. He knows that if he dies early, Camo's not going to go his team's way. He doesn't get the kill, but he certainly made himself the toughest kill possible, waited for the help to come in. Snakebite gets that. The Camo goes their way, and now they're moving that ball to where they ideally want it. You know, tower's a great hold. It's what we established, you know, as the first meta, I would say, on the live fire. But as the game has evolved, this is where you can really rack up the points. If you get a 3-4 down, have this side of the map controlled, it becomes so much harder for the other side to find easy breaks.
I totally agree. I think if you are supremely confident in your ability to hold on to it and not necessarily need the opportunity to play the oddball, this is really where you want to set up. And I'm not surprised that 4 of a kind have worked their way towards a forced rotation into A. But as I'm saying that, Legion Gaming clear it, and they're going to have it at A. Now the question is, do they try to rotate it to B? It's going to be pretty difficult, as they're going to be spawning there as Snakebite, 5 perfect shots off the rip, pushing to the garage door now. Uzi with the oddball in his hands, but he's got to worry about this. Snakebite is on his way. Does anticipate the grenade toss. Don't think he took too much damage. And he stays alive. Uzi, that little bit of a slip down to the right. Didn't take as much frag damage, and he took down Snakebite because of it.
Precision and Talik, the last 2 alive for 4 of a kind, trying to find the pressure here and now, and they're going to be successful at that. Snakebite comes off a spawn, able to collapse in on the other side. Legion Gaming not having any answer to that, and 4 of a kind scoring without any immediate pressure. And with that, Precision able to stay in this back with no one around. I mean, look how far these players were and how far they had to travel to get to them. And, well, when they do, Precision's bandits are ready and waiting for them.
Look at the slays right now. Double figures. just about for all of 4 of a kind. Only 1 for Legion Gaming. And I'd say it's pretty impressive to say that they're still in it, only down by about half or so. But this is maybe where 4 of a kind mash down on the gas pedal and sprint their way to a round 1 win.
Trippy. Good damage here, but not able to get the finish yet, and the help is coming. Trippy trying his best to stay alive, but he somehow slithers away. They could not finish him, and he might just come back and earn another few kills with this life. The camouflage being a crucial element to this game thus far, and you can see what was early times for Legion Gaming. It's completely gone the other way. 4 of a kind now winning 77-25.
Gotta get something going here. Gotta stay alive for Uzi. It's gonna be tough though.
It's been chaotic in here, but Legion Gaming has not been able to get a clean break ever since this ball got moved into the garage. It's Snakebite now trying to get the last remaining bit of time here, but Legion Gaming have no quick answer. Even though Sniper's into play, nothing about this is easy.
85-25. Speaking of 25, shout out to Loyal Wolf for the 25 gifted subs. That is nasty. As many subs as Legion Gaming have time. As 4 of a kind, moments away from securing that round 1 win. Snakebite looking to defend his turf. I don't think they're close enough. They are not. 4 of a kind. A good start for Legion Gaming. Actually, the first on the ball, first to gain a momentary lead, but it was all 4 of a kind after that.
Yeah, well, sort of a an MVP style performance there for Snakebite. We didn't talk about him, that much in the round, but 16-7 to end the round. He had the most kills, the most assists, the least deaths, and the most ball time for his team in that round. And to me, I feel like that deserves a medal. Anytime at the end of a round, end of a game, like if you're doing that for your team, it's like, hey, let's get some accolades out there.
Uzi lines up the no-scope, does clean up the first, but Talik, interestingly enough, doesn't go for that snipe. His presence is on the cuts, now QTing back to its initial spawn point as he now works his way up the wall sheet, going for the remote detonation. Missed that first shot. That's the difference sometimes at this highest level of Halo.
Nice job for Uzi to be patient, but unfortunately not able to keep his teammate alive. Morgan there on the early rotation for that ball. And where we saw 4 of a kind get the majority of their time in round 1, Legion Gaming has the same setup early on. So we'll see how much they are able to really push this advantage.
Yeah, this is interesting because Legion Gaming have won both opening breaks. Didn't get as much value out of it in round number 1, but here in round number 2, they are the first to just about the 30-second threshold. So a much better performance from them as 4 of a kind now momentarily get onto the oddball, looking to potentially rotate it into the tunnels. Uzi, though, has the high ground, now dropping his way in, throws a grenade out to the left, gonna work his way to the right. 1v1 with Snakebite, and he wins that. Still has a little bit of shields left to work with, so he can get right back into the fight, help out Morgan. But look at this. 4 of a kind do get the rotation, but they were so focused on the rotation, they did not earn very many slays in the process, and that ball does not ultimately rotate to where they wanted it, which was green. But you still have precision on the ball. He goes down. Spree for Zuzi, and Legion Gaming are gonna continue to roll here.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch of Uzi and Morgan in this rotation has been fantastic. It started with Morgan getting that kill on the sniper player of Talik, and once they did that, it sort of decimated their numbers and prevented 4 of a kind from getting any big pieces of time. But it almost feels like they can't be denied at this point. Snakebite in particular, it's been fantastic. 20 kills now, has double-digit assists, and still has the least deaths. And
Crazy.
He's out here doing the ball work. It's like, what more can you expect of a man? Although they might have asked a bit too much. With the world on his shoulders, things had to slip. And the first was Camo going to Uzi's way. 4 of a kind also lose the ball setup. So, I mean, Legion Gaming still in a fantastic spot in this round 2. But, I mean, hey, it's still early days in this round.
The efficiency from Snakebite is remarkable. But what's even more impressive than that is Legion Gaming as a team putting up 40 seconds, doubling up on 4 of a kind. And Zuzi's got that snipe once again. Tries to line up the quick scope, doesn't get it on a weak opponent who's able to trip away down to the lower portion of the map. Misses a couple of no scopes. Bait and switch opportunity here, but no, he's not going to help out underneath. He's going to continue towards the front side of A, and he is pushing in like he's got a slug shotgun. Here goes the no scope melee attempt. Gets it, cleans up with the melee, and Zuzi with the confidence takes down one.
I like that his ability to vacate there and get away, to not let Snakebite try to earn an early kill. Get reapproaches, is able to find the one-on-one, but eventually Snakebite gets one, and thought he was gonna get the next. Man, Snakebite's still been on this tear, but Legion Gaming been able to at least keep this lead throughout this round. It's been tough for Four of a Kind to get clean ball time. Just have not found the 4 down that's necessary. And for the first time, we might see this ball actually rotate out of this garage side, as it looks like Legion Gaming is opting for a tower side hold.
Oh, Trippy would have had an easy cleanup on Uzi, but Uzi takes him down. Checkmate grenade goes out. Slipping out to the left is Snakebite, but he takes him down. All the while, ball rotating to the backside of C. Well played rotation reset as all 4 go down for Legion Gaming, but it looks like Four of a Kind are going to have a clean opportunity to set up at snipe.
And those are the moments where I don't know if it's necessarily the rotation that you want, because although it worked out on paper that you got there, I have to think, you know, we didn't see any 4 downs like that when we were playing at Garage. But the second we see a rotation to tower side, you start to see the game become a lot more loose, and it's because of how much more open these positions are over on the tower. It's a lot easier to go 4 down when you have these open lanes. There's not like a lot of area for you to hide and stay alive like there is on the other side, and that could work to the detriment of Legion Gaming in this round. I think it's going to be really important for them to win the initial slays here and ensure that they have a numbers advantage. But if they're able to do that, then time can come in spades.
Oh, massive play there by Talik. He was the last Spartan standing. You can see Lido initially setting up for a reset because the push was coming on, but then worked his way back towards the tower thinking, well, it's just Talik, just 1 versus R3. And Talik still able to get that slay, toss the oddball off and reset things. This should right now be a good hold for Legion Gaming at the snipe tower, but instead it's Mixie once again.
And think about how dynamic that was from Talik. He's at back tower, last alive for his team. He gets the break on the ball, but then after that, he becomes the back player for his team that allows his team to come in, get those slays. They tried to rotate it towards the other side of the map. They weren't quite successful at that, but because Talik had stayed alive the entire time, he then becomes the forward player for their next rotation. So essentially him staying alive and getting those kills made him a crucial part of 3 different rotations. And well, they're able to get some ball time, but that might be short-lived. Azuzi getting that sniper. I mean, talk about one of the most underrated players in competitive Halo with the sniper. Zuzi does not come, you know, forward of mind when we talk about some of the best snipers in the game, but his skill with the sniper might put him in that conversation.
He is dealing out a hell of a lot of damage, routinely getting at least a body shot, and both ultimately get cleaned up on. Momentary lead change in favor of Four of a Kind goes right back in favor of Legion Gaming, and now they're the ones in the driver's seat in the end game. Maybe just 15 seconds to take round number 2 and send us to a round 3. Snakebite goes down as Precision pushes in on the backside of Mud, has a snipe in his hand, lines up the quick scope there on the pillars. He's got a lot to deal with here. Both players on his right and left, takes down the right, goes for the left, pillar fight, 1v1, down to 1 shot. He's got help now, staying alive all the while, and he's gonna retain possession of at least 1 shot in the snipe.
But Uzi just said, I'm out. He repulsed up, got away, and he's still alive on that tower side. He gets another kill. So this rotation's now open for Legion Gaming, and remember, they only need 15 seconds. Uzi's here. The player that stayed alive now has the ball, and now the clock is ticking. Four of a Kind, or they have to sprint to this play, but I don't think they have the time.
They're not there. They're not there. Precision gets there, but it's just too little, too late. And in a matchup between one of the top 3 teams in the world versus this scrappy Legion Gaming squad, we're heading to a round 3.
All right, just look at this from Uzi. Sees the 2-on-1 happening, says, I'm out. And then, you know, perfect timing on that. Because he could have repulsed so much earlier in that play to try to stay alive, right? Instead, he waited until they overcommitted for the play. Once he saw 2 players, he got out, and that gave the opening his team needed to win the round. And now it comes down to this. Zuzi with the early sniper. Legion Gaming can steal some serious momentum in game 1.
The energy is shifting. The aura is rising as Legion Gaming immediately get right back where they left off. And they've won the opening strat for all 3 of these rounds. Able to turn it into 14 seconds before resetting, but it's an even 2-2 split. So this is not going to be an easy win off the reset for Four of a Kind. They still got a little bit of work left to do.
Now look how even the slays have been for Four of a Kind as well. Everyone is having essentially the same game. It's always surprising to see how tight some of these stats can be. On the other side though, Lido's been such a big difference maker when it comes to damage output for Legion Gaming. 35 kills for him. And although the assists don't follow his round 2, he felt to be involved in all those finishing fights. They'll need more of that in this game for them if Legion Gaming is going to steal this one.
Not over yet, but what an impressive performance so far from Lido. Clearing well and above everyone else in the lobby by a spree. Talik with 30 himself, now 31. And he still needs some more on the board to get to where Lido's at. Lido's going to be on the respawn screen for now, so Talik's going to be able to add to that measure as Four of a Kind are ultimately set up at snipe and look to regain control of the lead.
And no one's checking the middle of the map though. Morgan's got some good timing here. He could get out without anyone seeing him, and he'll have good access. And it's a 2-on-1 against this ball. Would not expect Trippy to stay alive for long here unless some help comes at the perfect time. And who else but Captain Snakebite wrapping back from top middle finds that pressure before it can come to fruition. And Four of a Kind don't lose a player on that play.
Started to create some separation after it looked like Legion Gaming had carried a lot of momentum into that opening of this round 3. A decisive one at that. Zuzi works his way up to the tower. Wasn't quite set on to Trippy. But he does ultimately net out a trade. Nice shots there from Precision. Pixel perfect as his opponent dipped underneath the box. Now working towards the cuts. Great use of the QT there to stay alive. But another reset win here for Four of a Kind. But I think taking down Snakebite with the camo is huge. Taking out Talik with the oddball is even bigger. And Trippy, no other options than to reset it. He'll go down as well. So with 3 down for Four of a Kind, this is the opportunity for Legion Gaming to win the reset and get some time of your own.
Lido trying to get back to a front line there. Throws his way around. Zuzi's got another sniper, and the first time around that sniper didn't play too big of an impact into this round, but now that they have this garage side hold, Zuzi's gonna try to take some unique angles, and I expect him to start hitting some big shots. Oh, Precision just stays alive, but Zuzi still has 4 more to work with.
Zuzi routinely has had the sniper in his hands, and he's routinely dealt out enough damage to make it pretty consequential for Four of a Kind. Not necessarily always lining up the headshots, but he's good 9 out of 10 times for the body as he now works his way out towards the impending spawns. Four of a Kind here on the red side. A little split though, as Snakebite out on an island by himself. Zuzi knows this, knows the push is coming from the opposite side, both the front entrance of A and the small door, as it's an even 2v2 split. And they win this. This would be the team wipe. Staying alive is Precision. Can he do one better? No, he finally goes down, and Zuzi is back on the ball and back in the lead.
Yeah, with this, look, there's nowhere for Four of a Kind to get an easy push here. The last 2 players are trapped at B, and they are getting pushed on. Uzi wastes no time to get there. He gets his one, and he gets out and says, hey, I've burned a lot of this time. And look at the lead that is growing for Legion Gaming, showing the power of this hold. Four of a Kind are having a real struggle on getting this contest.
Precision entry fragging his way through into A, and he's got all of the support. Look at the numbers in droves for Four of a Kind as Snakebite gets back to the party. 3 go down for Legion Gaming. Morgan, the last player alive, he'll ultimately get cleaned up, so now it's Four of a Kind's opportunity, and this one's back and forth.
30 seconds, this camouflage will be up. Legion Gaming has a better position to grab this, but these slays could be important for a Kind. They get them at the right moment, They get the camo and the ball time, but Uzi's been making it difficult. And he misses a shot, and that's gonna be the life of Snakebite. That
1 HP
stays to his own. The nades from Snakebite in the 1v2. His team's trying to collapse it on the rest, and Legion Gaming's potential break completely folds in itself. Snakebite, what a stellar play!
1 HP, 1 frag, and 1 big dream as Snakebite stays alive and ties the game up at 67.
6-7 to 6-7. I cannot believe this game has been this close, though. We have seen both teams going on their runs, and right now that ball's out into the open. It's going to be a struggle for either team to get to it, but 3 going down for Legion Gaming seemingly to open the door. But look at the spawns of Legion. 4 of a kind were too far out. Legion Gaming spawns in the garage. They have closer access, and there's not really anyone for 4 of a kind to contest.
Legion Gaming less than 30 seconds away from an upset in game number 1, but 4 of a kind are right on their heels. And Snakebite loses the 1v1. Uzi clutches up. Now it's on Trippy to make a play. Dismember the oddball hold. QT not a factor. Trippy goes down. Legion Gaming still up by 9.
Morgan, what a great play underneath. He was able to take down Trippy before he could have too much of an outsized impact there. And with it, it's going to make it a lot more difficult for 4 of a kind. Snakebite trying his best, but there's 2 players in 2 very different areas there. He's not going to be able to stop that. And Legion Gaming, I mean, they are at the finish line. Only 2 players alive, and Uzi's taking care of business. A double kill for him, and he knows where the third's at. They only have 10 seconds, Mikowski.
One final push. This is it. They got to clear the garage door, but Uzi is standing at the gates, armored up like a Greek god. Push coming through on the other side, though. Trippy with the flank takes down the oddball member. 3 players there on the door, and Susie goes down. 3 go down, though, a total for 4 of a kind. This could be it. No, Precision clutches up, stays alive, but he's got a little bit more collective to do, and he's not going to have the time. The distraction and the clutch as Legion Gaming take game 1.
And Lino, a man that had 49 slays through the game, looks at the ball on the ground and says, I don't need one more. Just picks it up, gets the final second, and wins the game for Legion Gaming. And they are now just 2 games away for qualifying for Pro League.
Oh my God. Just game 1. It's just game 1, folks, and my God, look at that. In total, 4 of a kind were able to take, if we were playing Halo 3, they would have won, but this is Halo Infinite, baby. 240 to 225, but it's about clutching up round by round, and that's what we saw, ironically enough, and that's usually the difference maker. When the cream rises to the top in Halo, it comes down to endgame execution, and while 4 of a kind might have been better throughout, Legion Gaming were icier in the end, and because of it, they take a series lead heading into this Game 2 Slayer on Solitude.
And really, I think it came down to a crucial mistake from 4 of a kind, where they had a 3 down, and they gave up the spawn closest to the ball for the remaining players of Legion Gaming, right? And that's just something you cannot do on a 3 down. Is giving your opponents the favorable spawn when you are supposed to have map control, when you're supposed to be able to have things go your way. It did anything but. And with that, game 1 goes their way. Solitude now on the horizon, and this is a map that, I mean, if you keep momentum and you're able to spawn trap the way that you want, this could be a devastating game for 4 of a kind if Legion Gaming keeps their momentum to it.
I think it's important to note that sandbox control was really all in favor of Legion Gaming. You hardly ever saw a Trippy with the snipe. You hardly ever saw a Talik with the camo. And I think that goes back to winning those opening breaks. When you win the opening break, you're more likely to win the sandbox off the start. So really want to see, if I'm a 4 of a kind fan, a better opening strategy, a better execution of the opening strategy, because it's hard when you give a team a little bit of cushion. You spot a team a field goal or a touchdown, a little bit here, a little bit there, and when the game's that close, that's the difference right there. So Four of a Kind have got to win an opening break here in this series if they want to get back in it, which I didn't imagine saying at any point. So what an impressive victory. And let's exemplify and take a second to bow down to Lido. 48 slays against 4 of the best players to ever grace the sticks in Halo. That is nuts.
Yeah, Uzi in the big snipe there, and Four of a Kind. I mean, just by the time they could even get pressure, you can see the game was essentially over for them. I mean, Trippy had to take a unique route, got there, but they took way too much damage, and just too much to expect out of this position where you see Lido say, hey, yeah, I'm just gonna go pick this up. There's nothing you can really do about it. Precision was trying his best. His 46th slay of the game, unfortunately could not find the 47th to give his team a second chance.
Just playing a little marathon last night with Precision, and this series is starting to look like it might just stack up to a long run here.
You want like a late run? I didn't know he's running like that.
Yeah, we're both locals.
You guys crushed us 26 miles yesterday?
Yep. Wrapped up the
Wait, how long does a
headband.
marathon take?
Like 10 minutes if you're Precision, you know. He's pretty fast. He's really fast, actually. Yeah.
I was like, that's crazy because they played yesterday, and then so you're saying they played out, they got to this round, and then he went and ran a marathon?
Yeah, and then still had time to relax and
That's crazy.
prepare
I feel like
today, yeah.
if you run one, you'd be like out for the day. But you're saying he's like, damn. Okay, game 2. Hopefully, I mean, hey, look, it's all in the hands. He doesn't need any of those legs. We'll see how Precision keeps up. Hopefully that fatigue doesn't catch up to him.
You could really start to see the impact Boo Boo Dubu's had on the scene. As Four of a Kind talked about how important that opening break win was going to be. That was my key to victory going into game number 2. At least one of 3, 4, 5 of them, because this Legion Gaming is throwing everything in the kitchen sink at them. But this is exactly what we wanted to see for them, was an opening break win, 5-2 off the start. Much better than what we saw in game number 1.
My biggest concern, though, is going to be the snipers that are coming to play. Shock Rifle needs to stay into the hands of Four of a Kind. I feel like Legion Gaming, Zuzi in particular, was able to constantly get those power weapons into his hands. If they are able to find that Shock Rifle again, I feel like that's going to be the win condition for Legion Gaming.
Yeah, it felt like Zuzi was spawning in with the snipe as a secondary, much less maybe even a primary at that rate. He was able to hold on to it. So I think you're right. That's going to be another key to victory. It was the opening break win. Check mark for Four of a Kind as 4 go down for Legion Gaming. Next on the docket is to control some of this sandbox. You'd love to see Snakebite grab this next camo.
Yeah, I mean, at this rate, this game is not going to be close. They have completely decimated Legion Gaming at the beginning of this game 2, and it's not stopping right now. Oh, Trippy stays alive for a bit longer. Snakebite comes in, gets the help for his first kill. And we see Trippy Italic, TNT is lighting it up. It's dynamite early on, 16-6, as their 10 kills combined make the difference between these two teams.
Yeah, and the spawn traps on Solitude can make it feel like a game of Halo 3 Octagon at times, and that's a little bit of what it's looking like. Full control, suffocating space and time control for Four of a Kind right now as they're up by 10.
Oh, Snakebite, are you kidding me? Lido goes down and Snakebite gets his 4th of the game. The 10-kill lead seems to be consistent. A 10-kill stronghold that Four of a Kind is playing with right now.
Might be witnessing a bit of a kick the bear moment right now as Four of a Kind playing pissed off. He did go 3 down though at the time where camo's up. Talked about how important that was, and this was a big factor for Legion Gaming in game 1. So let's see what they can do with this camo. Can you extract 2, 3, or even max 4 value out of it? Here might be 2 right now. The back exposed for Uzi. Oh, but he goes down, gets turned on.
Yeah, a little unorthodox. Or I just Uzi usually executes just a little bit better. I think right there, maybe some nerves or his sensitivity being just a tad bit too high there, a little bit loose with that aim. Unfortunately, comes at a steep cost, and that's the reality when you're playing a team like Four of a Kind. You know, this is a roster that has 4 players that have been so good throughout the years in Halo Infinite. They won't let mistakes go unpunished.
You know, life comes at you quick, death comes even faster. As Four of a Kind are sprinting their way to a series tie. And it felt like at one point in game number one, you just saw the energy shift, and the energy shift was a cause and effect of the speed and intensity and win. Legion were playing, but now it's all four of a kind. All four go down at the hands of Trippy.
Oh man, Trippy is taking over. 12 kills now for him. And honestly, it's TNT, baby. Trippy and Talik, they have just been running forward. And if it's not Trippy, it's Talik. I mean, look at him sprinting up on the map, gets a 5-shot, and Legion Gaming have nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go but back to the respawn screen and stuck in that cyclical spawn trap as Talik, high ground like Spider-Man, drops down with the fist, takes down 2 for the spree, and it's all four of a kind.
It's all TNT, baby. This is 25 kills now for Trippy and Talik. They look like LeBron and D Wade in 2012. This is nothing the other side can do. They have just flown forward time and time again. And I mean, Legion Gaming, I think they're already thinking about what's going to happen in game 3 because this Slayer's over.
You read my mind, Garrett. I was literally just about to comment on how maybe the bright side or the glass half full to take away from this is that there's really nothing to talk about or take away from this game. Just GG's go next, and I think you're right. I think they're already talking about strats for game 3. There's nothing to talk about. Game 2 was a massacre.
And they might be showing what the potential weak point of Legion Gaming is that it's really hard for them to go from a fast-paced game and to slow it down and to find their opening, right? In Solitude, that game didn't start well for them. It was a 10-kill lead within the first 2 minutes of the game. And what largely led to that lead was their ability to punish the first initial player. That when they pushed out, had their speed, it was working against them, and they weren't able to change that tide, to change the pace of the game and to find their opening. I think that's going to be their struggle as a team. And well, you see, maps like Solitude are going to be the maps where that's most dangerous. And not to be a little bit of a doomer about it, but game 3 is going to Streets, King of the Hill. That's another tight map where that speed can play against you. So I think game 3 is going to be a crucial one. Now I think that game 4, game 5, that's not really a concern. Recharge and live fire are okay for you, but I think Streets can be extremely dangerous for Legion Gaming. If they can steal away Streets, I think this series is winnable for them, but they need some sort of reprieve here. I think this is a must win for Legion Gaming.
I totally agree, and I think Lido needs to even the sails out a little bit here because we saw 48 from him in game 1, just 3 in game 2. So what, a 15x plus deficiency from where he was in game 1. A little too much variance in the gameplay, despite how phenomenal he was in game number 1. So we need to see him even the tides here. Let's hop on board with the man himself.
And waste any time starting up this game either. They instantly press play, and you see early time going to 4 of a kind. Zuzi, the only player alive on the map as he hits a long route here, and he's not slowing down at all. He's last alive for his team, and he's first player in before the spawns even come up, trying to maintain pressure, and well, that works out for his team as they're able to find the kills to potentially get this break. Zuzi, ironically, the last player alive for his team. It takes everyone, all 7 players go down on the map before Camo's grabbed.
No, Precision's got a hell of a kit right here. Camo and the Stalker. Fitting combination here on the Streets. This is really the only power weapon you could occupy, as it's a shot into 1. Now looking to take down 2 with 2 shots. That's all he needs.
Oh my, that looked cold and calculated from Precision, and he had 70% accuracy in the last game. You can see right now he's trying to make a run for 80. He has not missed much, as he has 5 in a row after Hill 1.
Oh, I really like that nade setup there with the spiker. Was not enough though, as that player is able to trickle away to safety in the confines of PD. As Precision wraps his way back into the tires, will ultimately trade out, but 3 go down. So you'll take that 3-for-1 trade any day of the week. 1-0, 4 of a kind.
Hey, look, Precision, he's pulling 2 players back with that play, while the focus of the map should be on the other side, right? The hill is all the way on the other side of the map. He's pulling 2 players back, and it's making it a lot tougher for Legion Gaming to get a contest going. By the time they do, you see the hill is already halfway captured.
Man.
Oh my God, dude.
Double
He just
kill.
ran out there and got 2. He didn't miss a
Precision.
shot.
His namesake is before our very eyes. I don't think I've seen anything other than a headshot from this man. Already at 9 slays, and that's about the total just about for Legion Gaming. So it is the precision show right now, and he lands another 1v1 win with, what do you know, another headshot, double figures already, and a double up advantage on the lead. 2-0 now. More of a guy.
Double kill.
We're less than a minute of neutral clock off, and Four of a Kind, we're instantly into the hill once again. It's something dramatic that needs to change dramatically in this game. Maybe that can come from Zuzi getting the stalker rifle, the singular power weapon on the map, going into the hand of Zuzi. We'll see if he's able to find some sort of spark of momentum for his team here.
Man. Slowing down the pace at which Four of a Kind have been scoring is a good step, but Legion Gaming need to start doing some scoring of their own, as we have hardly even seen them in the hill. Snakebite, did he land that? No, he did not. Goes for another one, just keeping his opponent at bay. Oh my God, it didn't look like that landed, but it does. So too does the headshot for the double kill. Snakebite, that was insane.
This is some interesting spawn manipulation here. You should get red room spawns, and you can start to look how confined they are. They are all spawning in red room. They have everything locked down, and that's just going to simplify this game so much for Four of a Kind. And look, they're going to be up 3-0 with 3 minutes and 40 on the clock. There's still plenty of neutral clock, but right now this has been pure domination. And well, it started with Precision's plays. He's 15-2 so far this game. They have not had a solution.
That is insane. That is absolutely insane to be 15-2 and to also have 4 assists. So
Yeah, wow.
there you go. 1 kill, 1 assist. There's really a microcosm of what we're seeing for Precision. All in one sequence. All 4 go down, and just more all-out domination from Four of a Kind. This game could be over in 90 seconds of regulation time. Even on streets, that's filthy.
You see the nades keep Morgan back, and there's really just not much here for Legion Gaming to play around with. And I don't think Precision's in danger of losing much in this game. 18-3 now for him. This is just beautiful Halo. Four of a Kind have not left an opening for Legion Gaming to exploit.
Yeah, we saw that earlier from Snakebite. Granted, they did lose game 1, but most kills, most assists, least deaths. Now Precision is taking the baton as Four of a Kind are halfway through this hill number 4. And Garrett, it doesn't feel like we're going to get much farther than that.
Okay, good play by Lido there. Gets the perfect kill. The big thing that needs to change is they need to be able to finish the play. What we've seen a lot of is, Legion Gaming gets a kill or 2 there, but they're not able to get the 4th, right? They're not able to clean the position up on the map and to simplify the game state like we saw when Legion Gaming all spawned at Red Room. They're looking for that moment in the game, and maybe, just maybe, they're starting to open up that door. Right? They've gotten a good amount of hill time here, but as they pushed out to get those kills, they inadvertently left that PD spawn open, and the players they took down end up re-solidifying control of that hill, and now they're having to wrap back into that play. And while Solid, they'll take it to the shooting gallery. 1 taps 3 players for the triple kill, and that's going to be game 3 going to Four of a Kind.
Talik looked like he was playing the SWAT social playlist right there. 3 taps, 3 kills, and a clean up triple kill there, as Four of a Kind will mop up Legion Gaming in game number 3. Despite how fantastic and exciting and back and forth game number 1 has been, it has really been Four of a Kind flexing their muscles. This has kind of been a ball don't lie series at this point, as Four of a Kind go up 2-1.
And Laz, do me a favor. Can you show me the lobby real fast? Because there's one thing Legion Gaming needs to do. and they're not doing it. Look, the last 2 games started in about 2 seconds. They didn't waste any time, and they're going to let it start again. Legion Gaming, I think right now, this is something as a team, like, switch sides. Like, you gotta buy some time. Momentum has been so strongly in Four of a Kind's favor. It's honestly shocking to me that they're not saying, hey, like, restroom breaks, something to stop these games. I mean, look, they wasted no time at all getting into game 2, into game 3, and it's going to be the same story in game 4. It's concerning to me because of how steeply momentum is in favor of Four of a Kind.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point you make, Garrett, because oftentimes you'll hear the caster maybe call out for Callus to watch a particular POV, but that was a great call to just take a look at the lobby, because as soon as you said that, I thought the same thing. You need to see somebody from Legion go into the observer, and even if they don't all get up and use the restroom or just kind of reset things, just have a quick little talk. It doesn't have to be 2, 3, or any more than that. But they needed some type of pep talk, some kind of strategy shift. Maybe they're able to do so in 30 seconds, as they do have a nice little start here. Uzi!
Doing, Uzi?
The new Spider-Man movie just came out this week, and maybe he's Miles Morales.
Oh, that's creativity in Halo right there. Just Uzi using that grapple, and he is able to stay alive as well, but eventually gunned down. Interesting start from Legion Gaming. They only sent 1 player out towards the camel. Everyone else went up to the high side of the map. They decided to get B early on. It gives them 12 early points, but it doesn't seem like they are able to sustain that control as Four of a Kind already have their break. Zuzi trying his best to keep these 2 players occupied. And he's going to be actually able to stay alive, getting that kill on the Snakebite and leading the charge. So Legion Gaming could have a quick break here. I like the play from Uzi and Zuzi to just get through. But Uzi, last player alive. This is a tough position for him. His spawns are close, though.
Yeah, he's really been all by his lonesome. He's really the only one to get things going here. Oh, and right at the 90% mark on a potential to rotate the scoring in their favor. He goes down to the frag toss. Trippy eyeing the shock rifle, but needs to take down the bat ledge first. Both players fall there, as Snakebite should have a pretty clean pickup for it. And a clean 1, 2, 3 ABC triple cap hold. And Four of a Kind, they're just picking up where they left off in games 2 and 3.
Snakebite shooting through the stairs, able to find damage necessary to help get that kill. Good awareness of Lido's position from Snakebite, but now not enough damage dealt for them to get that kill. That's going to open up at least a home base for Legion Gaming as B rotates to Four of a Kind. The scoring continues for them, but Legion Gaming potentially have a chance to break through here. And Uzi, hard-fought win there, but that's going to give him some spacing.
Uzi now working his way up towards the Whirlpool, frag out towards the Plasma Pistol. He's making a push towards the Dorito, but it's not coming just yet. Snakebite is there, but he's playing patient. Up 83-19, and this is starting to be a big lead. They need to get the scoring, and they need to hold it.
That was a really slow push out from Four of a Kind, committing over to C. The reason they do that, camouflage coming up, they wanted that position, but Uzi, able to circumvent that, was able to get away with his camouflage, and there was no one that actually had any eyes on him. So a lot of freedom to move about here. Four of a Kind scoring, but Uzi is in a prime position to change that.
Yeah, it looked like Four of a Kind were anticipating the push with camo from the tower side. We did see a check grenade go out towards that side. Now they've spotted him. Can they take him down? Uzi with another great play with the grapple to just stay alive. He's got help from his twin brother there. As both will trade out. Needs to win this one on C so he can take C. Does that. Four go down for Four of a Kind. Here we go. A trip cap is exactly what Legion need.
He has a grapple. He has a grapple. I think he could try to commit early to this A fight. His camo's going to go away. Looks like they're going to let them contain an A. And honestly, I like that. I was expecting, when we've seen Uzi and Zuzi, they're no strangers to flying at danger, and honestly we kind of see them still flying at the danger. They flew to that A door, but Uzi, patience works off. Double kill for him, but C's been opened up, and this is a big fight. Precision versus Zuzi at C. Almost feels like a must-win for Zuzi here, but I don't think he's even gonna have a chance to take that must-win fight. This is, they got it. They got the reset at C,
and they took down three.
Snakebite.
Oh, but PJ's in there.
Wait,
PJ's gonna spoil the fun and the plans that Legion had to continue scoring.
Mac, look at Uzi's rotation. Such a heads-up play. Gets over to A. there's 6 players down on the map. All these spawns are open. He's saying, we need the A spawn. He tries to get there in time, and his teammates were spawning behind him as he does it to try to contest over at B. Unfortunately for them, they didn't quite get the clean B spawn as well. So I thought a nice play by Uzi. The RNG doesn't quite work out in their favor though, and 4 of a kind could really find a punishing play here if they're able to get that trip cap into effect.
Trippy holding A, maintains scoring position once again for 4 of a kind as they've got a triple up advantage on the lead. Legion Gaming have had some scrappy moments, and when they've been able to gather control of 2 points, they have not held on to it for very long. So here we go, 3 down. Pollock, the last member alive for 4 of a kind. It's going to open up the lane for Morgan to grab the camo, but the spawn on the C platform is going to foil that camo. Instead, Trippy takes it, and he's about to take C as well.
I mean, look, they are 1 game away from qualifying here. 4 of a kind trying to get the job done. Legion Gaming needs some sort of spark, and Morgan might have just provided it. Big win against Precision. Rarely do we see Precision go down in those one-on-one fights. Looks like Trippy there early to clean it up, and no one from Legion Gaming was playing cleanup at A, so Trippy, I think, is surprised at how little pressure there was to clean him up.
Trippy goes down. Lido with 1 HP is going to be tough for him to stay alive. He'll fall as well. 3 go down for Legion Gaming as they've done well, but just not good enough. And it makes sense. 4 of a kind is really firing on all cylinders right now, and each individual in double figures. 3/4 of Legion Gaming is there as well, but Morgan at just 5. Not quite the damage you need, and damage and slays is what opens up lanes to take control of cap points.
Lido went down at the last second. Looks like a player got in, so that contest happens. It's a trip cap, and they are past the 200-point threshold. It's 2 points for every second they're able to maintain this, and the spawns for Legion are just nowhere to be found anywhere close to these hills. It takes them such a long time to get into this contest.
Oh,
And they need so he can shoot the pad. I think he missed it.
Oh, he didn't miss that. Over the shoulder, above his head, headshot. Sick play from Top.
Oh, Snakebite cleans up the player on rotation. Can he get the next into the tower? It's a 1v2, but Snakebite not able to come out on top there. A getting rotated though as Trip is 1 step ahead of the competition. Massive damage. Lido last alive, and they are running out of opportunities. With just 25 points to go, 4 of a kind can really slow this game down and just milk this too.
Morgan falls in the long haul. 240 to 76 with the clock rolling and ticking, and that will do it. 4 go down for Legion Gaming, and boy, did they give us a good one in game number 1. Really had us believing. But the clock hasn't struck midnight just yet for this Cinderella story. They'll drop to the lower bracket, and 4 of a kind will be the first to qualify for the Pro League.
Yeah, I think with this game, there's a lot to like about Legion Gaming in that game 1, right? We saw them go to war, able to win out a tight game. I think when momentum shifted the other way, you need to find ways to break that momentum, and sometimes it's not even in the game. I was surprised at how fast each one of these games started, and it felt like 4 of a kind just were able to carry that momentum through. I would have liked to see Legion Gaming like stall a little bit in between one of these games to try to get themselves a little momentum, because I felt like they're starting to figure out the speed a little bit in game 4. But yeah, I just think 4 of a kind, once they got their momentum rolling, not many can stop them, right? That's the big thing. This is a team of, a top 3 team in competition. It's not going to be easy for a team on the outside normally to find that upset, but it looked like, in game 1, like there was a chance.
Yeah, advantage state is something that gets brought up a lot in competitive Halo, and it's usually by an in-game to in-game basis, but that was like a game-by-game basis where the advantage state was captured in game number 2 early in that Solitude Slayer, and 4 of a kind just rolled off it. And that's probably one of the hardest things to do, I would argue, for a lesser squad, is to try to break that advantage state and even harder to then take it for yourself and hold on to it. That game 4 was really a great example of that, where even when Legion Gaming were able to break up a hold, get a cap, maybe even a triple cap, it was just maybe 10 points, 10, 15 seconds or so that they were able to hold on to it. So Legion Gaming got a little bit of work left to do, but they're going to still have an opportunity to qualify from the lower side of the bracket. This isn't the last that we've seen of them yet.
Yeah, we take a look at our bracket. We'll see that our next match is going to be a banger. Shopify Rebellion going up against SSG. And we saw Stellar get 2 overkills yesterday. Can he replicate that success once again against Shopify Rebellion and find themselves qualified for the league? This is a big match in our winner semifinal. That's what's to come here next. So hey, look, get in, let everyone know what's happening. This is gonna be a banger of a game. Get yourself some popcorn, get you whatever you need, right, Mikowski? I mean, tell the people what do they need to do before our winner semifinal?
Get up and stretch, because this is gonna be a long haul. We thought we might get a game 5 here in this series, but I can't imagine we don't get the distance here from Shopify and SSG. This is your marquee matchup of the early portion of Champ Sunday. Don't miss it. We got a momentary break before Space Station take on Shopify. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LVT Pro League presented by Shopify Gaming. And we've got our marquee matchup of the early day, SSG versus Shopify Rebellion. Garrett, what do you expect?
Honestly, SSG, with how they were playing yesterday, we saw some big moments. I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to make this a difficult one for Shopify Rebellion, but what do I expect? Well, it's always to be Shopify Rebellion to be winning pretty handedly with how they've been playing this year. No one has come close to them. We'll see. That equation's a little bit different with Legend having his, first 4v4 competition reps of this year.
And we've got two returns on the side of Space Station. You got the return of Legend, one of Halo's MVP, the return of, I guess in that sense, Penguin doing what he usually does, and the return of Eco's first gamer tag, Unlegit. I saw that the other day. I heard Clutch call it out, and it brought me back to about 10 years ago, and that was pretty interesting. So Eco's dead, Unlegit is back alive.
Is it a permanent fixture? Did he say he's completely rebranding again? Wow.
He didn't say that, but I think I could just, I don't know. As far as like the storyline and the narrative and the era.
Okay, so we're just making things up, is what you're saying.
Well, I mean, we're casters. That's our job.
Got you. Okay, well, hey, look. Eco, Unlegit, whatever you want to call him today, I'm sure he's going to be putting on a show, as he already has 5 kills to his name. Stellar, not yet seeing that respawn screen, as he's had 4 in a row, but the ball possession going to Shopify Rebellion. It looks like Stellar will finally meet his maker as he gets 5 before he goes down.
35-2 off the start. A great opening break for SSG, but Shopify have regained control for now, working it back inside of A. That's their preferred hold, as Royal 2 and Legend both trade out over by the nest. Last shot working his way out towards a weak Stellar, cleans him up, now looking towards the backside of Mud. 1v1 with Penguin for the double, but Penguin wins it instead. Penguin has been shooting pretty straight. Surprised to actually see him only 2-2, because every time we've seen him on our screen, he's been playing really well. But speaking of really well, a really good answer back here for Shopify, as they've all been tied up. Game number 1.
This is where Shopify is so much more dangerous than other teams, because they don't need to have clean possessions to get ball time. They're very comfortable with saying, hey, there's 4 of us alive, we're just going to grab this, force them to play into us, and try to get the time that we can. On the other side, look, they go 3 down. Space Station not able to get any of that time, as Frosty kept them at bay. Cycle comes off a spawn with blast shot. They fly through, they get their kills, and already you see the stark difference of how easy it is for Shopify Rebellion to say, okay, let's get time, and how they make it difficult on the other side for teams to try to get time despite having big numbers advantages.
Royal 2 cloaked with invisibility. Able down one. 5 perfect shots from an unlegit soaring through the sky. 37-35 now as Shopify regained control of the lead. Royal 2 working on a double. Now looking to take down the third, and Legend will get the assist, and Shopify are set back up. What do they want to do with this ball here? I imagine they'll take it back to A.
That is a little bit difficult for Space Station to deal with. Legend's still playing from Europe, so he'll be playing in France for right now. I don't know if he plans to, maybe eventually make the move. I doubt it. I think he's going to be playing from Europe all year, but we'll see how they handle that. I think for the most part, though, it shouldn't be too big of a problem. It's just Legend is, we know when he's on, he is a top 1 player. It's like he has been the best player in the game at points in time. So feels like a big nerf. And well, right now Frosty is taking heads with this sniper. He still has 3 to work with, and Space Station at 3 down. There's not much for them to work with here, and this round could be over before you know it.
And look how quickly the tides shifted for Shopify Rebellion. It was a fantastic start for Space Station, but we have not seen them put a single point on the board ever since they got to 35. Shopify with 73 straight seconds of control, and it's starting to get into danger territory where Space Station need to get a good hold, and they need to prevent Shopify from one more good hold, because this round could be over. As they are back on the ball. They do have numbers advantage as well, so here's their opportunity to maintain and defend the front line.
I mean, honestly, the fact that they're able to stop the bleed at 73 is a pretty good sign for Space Station Gang. I felt like that was going to be a round that could have been done and over where it was. Instead, they're able to stem the bleed, but they have not been able to really stop Shopify Rebellion's ability to break in. It almost feels unnatural, by the way, how they're able to consistently break holds. Space Station has 50 seconds. I think it's pretty impressive, considering the fact that Shopify Rebellion, it feels like every time they've wanted to get in, they've been able to.
They brought it back within that 30 seconds or so. As Royal 2 will fall, but not before taking down +1 to his name. Eco goes down as well as Cycle. Playing fast as ever. Really good hold here for Shopify. They have all 4 members inside of A. Less than 10 seconds left for Space Station. They've got a sprint there, and predictionary movement is up ahead. So Cycle knows the overextension is coming and knows he's going to hit these shots. The double, the triple onto Stellar, and that will do it. Round number 1 goes to Rebellion.
With that, just clean plays from Cycle. Like the way he's able to just pick his moment. There's nothing that can shoot back at him during this entire dive, essentially, as makes the triple kill look routine.
Triple kill.
Really did make it look easy right there. And outside of the opening break, Shopify made that look pretty easy as well. As Frosty eyeing the snipe, but Legend's going to pick it up instead. Despite the ping differential, Legend's pretty damn nasty with this sniper regardless.
Cycle might be in danger too. We see him and Frosty trying to get over onto the nest side, and Legend is he is moving on this map. He is not standing still at all, trying to keep the sniper fluid with its movement and trying to make it unpredictable. But it looks like Royal 2 read it, knew what corner he was hiding in, was able to get that nade, and Penguin the last alive for SSG.
Penguin does make it away with camo though, so they have an opportunity here to reset, push up as a team of 4. Camo in his favor, and he's opening it up with those shots, taking down 1. Strong numbers advantage here, but I bet Frosty's going to know the perfect time to reset this oddball. He's preemptively set up for it, and that's just the level of heads-up play you expect from one of the best to ever play.
I mean, look, Space Station should be able to get a good chunk of time here. There's no one from a Shopify Rebellion to have a contest. And Penguin finds the next kill onto Royal 2. So Last Shot and Frosty, the only players alive, but they're not slowing down. Last Shot's just flying forward. He doesn't care that they're at a numbers disadvantage. They get the kills, and although the ball is played, Shopify Rebellion, it felt like they're gonna, lose a setup there. Anything but. That was an incredible play from those last 2 that are alive, and it's still Frosty Last Shot, the last 2 alive.
Nasty stick there from Frosty, predicting the trajectory and angular movement there from Penguin, able to take him down. as Unlegit will fall in the cuts. Frosty back on his POV, has help from Cycle, and Cycle, one of the best all-around, I was about to say one of the best support players, really one of the best all-around players in the game, and stats speak to it as well. 12, 10, now 11 and 12 with 64 seconds. He and Frosty are really the only ones grabbing on the oddball, and they're still positive.
I mean, they're just trying to get time where they can right now. Shopify Rebellion hasn't been the cleanest game per round so far, but you can still see they're able to outscore their opponents at a factor of 3, which is what makes them so damn hard to beat, is their ability to just constantly chunk away a little bit of time. And looks likely that they're going to get another few seconds here as Frosty's reading this rotation. Does he expect Legend, though?
Legend gets the first shot and the last. A lot of camo control here for Space Station. Haven't really been able to show too much for it, though, as Legend is going to have to pick it up. No one close enough to grab onto it just yet. Last shot's close enough. He is impending doom. And despite having 3 down, they can't hold on to the oddball. Space Station can't get this efficient time because of Last Shot's positioning. Now, he does fall, but maintains space long enough at the scoreboard to allow Royal 2 to push through from the garage door. Now he's wreaking havoc for the Sky.
That double kill for Royal 2. Last shot, Frosty able to solidify that hold over in this garage. And the sniper for last shot as well. He had a full snipe, but no damage to be done with it. That could be a goodie for Space Station to pick up. And well, you have Legend and Stellar on a team. They certainly want to get that sniper back to their side. Oh my, Legend.
Royal 2 racking up ball time here. Eco just trying to pick a spot where he wants, not so much where he wants, but when he wants to push, and he feels the time is now. Must be some teammates at his back as they do in fact push out together. Eco stays alive, needs to win a tough gunfight against Royal 2 and Frosty, Cycle, but it's not gonna do him any better as Cycle picks up the remains of that snipe. 3 shots, now just 2 left to work with after the headshot, lining it up on the Legend as well. Just barely misses that, but 86 to 16. This is tough scenes right now for SSG. They really have one final opportunity to stop the bleeding.
I don't think they're going to be able to get here in time. It's just Eco left alive, and he's out into the open. That's 5 in a row for Cycle. 23 kills for Cycle, 24 for Royal 2 as they end this round. It looks like Cycle said, hey, I'm going to make it even between us. What a performance from Shopify Rebellion in game 1.
That was absolutely surgical from Shopify Rebellion. They made it just our winter semis against 2 top 3 or 4 teams in Halo, and Shopify made it feel like a winner's round 2. That's how good they were, as they will handily take game number 1. A total of 250 seconds, or excuse me, 200 seconds. That's all they needed to just 66. So really didn't see much there from SSG.
That we go into our game 2 onto Solitude, and we'll see if Space Station can find that momentum. I think the one thing that I'd like to see more of is just some of that power weapon control, right? We saw moments of it, but feels like you have players like Legend and Stellar. The priority needs to be getting them those shock rifles, the snipers throughout this lobby, and making sure that they have the chance to change the tides.
Yeah, really need to capture the momentum here. This feels like one of those must-win early game number 2s where, yeah, the series isn't over if you go down 0-2, but gosh, reverse sweeping. One, a Shopify, and 2, a Shopify that looks to be on their steez to start this championship Sunday. I really don't like the odds if SSG aren't able to start putting it together here. And they've got to figure it out. This is a snowball-y type of map, so get on a run. Starts with winning the opening break, trapping a couple of spawns, splitting spawns after that, and winning some ones. As Legend, gonna start things off with him. Cross-map shots on the last shot, but the whole squad is looking at him.
Went early for this camo. He might just be able to get a last shot. Where did he come from? Gets the back smack onto the camo, and he might just earn another couple with it. Legend finally takes him down, but early plays by Last Shot makes it so that Camo's not going to play a factor.
4-4 off the start, so at least they've evened the tides and kept it close. Another trade occurs in the feed as Frosty has the high ground, has the snipe, has Legend in his sights. Frosty's down to one shot, does not feel confident enough to advance onto Legend. Gonna wait for those shields to get back up, so too does his positioning, but Legend is regrouped with Stellar. Bait and switch opportunity to regain control of the power weapon, and if you can get that in the hands of Stellar after this double, SSG's in a great spot.
Oh, they have him for now, and they're going to know these spawns right away, and Stellar's got the shock rifle. This is everything you want for SSG. I loved how confident Stellar was to get that break, but they instantly knew where the danger was. You saw Shotfire Rebellion, they put him down to one shot right away and tried to get him out of the fight. When Stellar has shock rifle, that's often the right play. Just try not to let him get involved.
Stellar picking up the pace a little bit, playing with a little bit more aggressiveness, and as a result, confidence. SSG, after 12 and 11 kills in total, now 12-12, they've kept it close, so that's really been the case from the opening break to right now. They've kept it close, but can they find some separation? Can they, again, start to stagger these spawns? It looks like the opportunity is there right now, actually, for Shopify after Frosty takes down one. A little bit of split positioning here from Space Station, and this is where Shopify takes advantage.
I'll say it right now, Space Station, I mean, they've been playing a great game. The one factor that's made this close has been Frosty. He has been damn near perfect on the way he's been maneuvering this map, his ability to take challenges, and finally he gets taken down. That's what they need more of, is getting him off the map. It feels like he's reading this perfectly for his team. A few times where he's been able to really force Space Station into difficult positions.
And how long can you keep Cycle on a breadstick? I guess a little bit longer, at least 10 seconds longer to answer that question, but my thought right now, Garrett, is at 20-20, Cycle's going to pick it up at some point, and that could be the impending doom for Space Station. Maybe they can keep him at this rate, but Cycle usually doesn't stay asleep at the wheel for too long.
Camo's going to play a factor. Last Shot able to get it. First time we're going to see Camo in this game as Eco tries his best to get away. I think he expected the Camo to be pushing him there, but Last Shot just stays calm. Eventually able to gun him down from the safety of middle map, and right now Last Shot has had no pressure on him. No one has been able to figure out exactly where he's at. As cleanup after cleanup, and he knows where Penguin is, gets that damage. He is just on a tear. No one from SSG has been close to stopping him.
Like borderline Woodham POV with how quick that flick was downwards, and then reassessing the situation back towards the yard. Last Shot famously plays on max sensitivity, max everything. And we got to see that there. Still close. 28-28, tied up here at the and going into the 30s. So it's really been a tied or one kill game all throughout, and you still have Cycle on the bench with just 2 kills. So maybe Space Station can't keep him at bay, but they got to start to find some separation. Eco with the headshot, with the body for the double, and is this where Eco, now unlegit, rises from the ashes?
He's still alive. Eco gets another. I mean, he has been in a tough situation time and time again, but he still finds a way to get those kills. Finally taken down. Cycle able to get on that board. 4 kills now for him as his momentum starts to spurt up, but 33 all in this game. And right now, I feel like Space Station's had a couple moments where this game was about to get blown away, and they were able to maintain it. But how long can he do so? I feel like we need to see them get in control of the game, get that 3-4 down. And this might be the opportunity to do so. They got 2 down. They have them contained. Look at all the blue.
Opening breaks are going to be so crucial. This is an example of that. Stellar gets the first kill, and then that opens up a lead. It opens up the opportunity to roll on the numbers advantage, and now here's where you can set up for the small trap, and they're doing just that. Legend gets another slay. The lead has grown to 5.
Really heads up play by Legend. He goes off in isolation to block out this spawn to try to keep them contained, and look how well he's isolating out his fights. He takes down Frosty. He is reading that so well for his team, and it leads them to getting a 4-kill lead, but How long can you keep this team at bay? Shopify Rebellion has now gotten their second camouflage, and Cycle this time gonna have his turn with it, and this could be where things change for the worse. SSG are in a tough spot. The Legend, oh, 2 crucial perfect kills he's had in this game. That one will stop the camo from having a factor.
42-42. It's a sprint to the finish, and both teams are neck and neck as last shot pushes into the cafe. Already has one with the headshot onto Stellar. Checkmate grenade on a Legend, but he stays alive in the corner. Goes down eventually to the nade from Royal 2, staying alive his last shot for the spree. And last shot coming on strong in the end game. He's got 17, and Shopify are back up by 4.
And he's sprinting at them, 18 and 8, and I mean, the consensus has been that this young duo of Last Shot and Cycle have been the best in the game for a minute now. You're seeing why. His ability to take over in these slays, it's second to none. It really feels like we're seeing something special. It makes me wish there was more competitions for these two to show off their talents.
Hold on.
Wait, this isn't over.
This
Cycle trying his best.
3 down, 49-47. You gotta advance. You cannot stalemate this. Now you have the opportunity to stagger. 49-48. Stellar trying to find the lonesome spawner. Squad spawn for Unlegitimate Legend. Stellar's underneath there in the driveway. Stellar gets one. He gets 2. Oh my God! Space Station come back from the dead for the win.
How did they get that? Those kills in the right moments. They isolated out some one-on-ones, eventually got it close enough, and SSG 50-49 shut it down and tie us up at 1 apiece.
Unbelievable. And I was saying it in real time, this is not the time for a stalemate. This is the time where you continue to play off that advantage state. They got the wipe and they did not slow down, and my God, Stellar. We talked about how last shot mashed down on the gas in the end game, but Stellar picking up where he left off. Really the MVP of day 1 of the opening qualifier weekend for the LVC Pro League, and Stellar right back on his steez. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a series.
Really stellar play by SSG at the end. You know, they get all those kills in the middle map towards Nest, and what Shopify Rebellion saying was like, we're at 49. The next 2 players come on spawn. They say, well, let's just hold hands together. We'll aimbot our way over to yard and deal with it. But SSG was 1 step ahead. They sent 3 players, and I don't think Frosty and Cycle expected themselves to have to beat a 2 versus 3 in that situation. It felt like it wouldn't be that with how the fights went down on the other side. A clutch win by SSG, and now this is a swing game. Who could take a commanding lead in this series? I had 2-1 would feel insane for SSG right now. Look, Streets, a small map with lots of dynamic elements to it. If someone's gonna make it mixy, it's gonna be Space Station.
A little bit of seeing is believing here. You've got a chip in the armor, and you stick a sword in it now is the question for Space Station. As Shopify will ultimately win the opening break. A momentary standstill, though, as that Hill still in gray. Both teams vying for positioning before they vie for more time.
Last shot, I don't know how last shot ended up getting that kill in a 1v2. Royal 2 did not help him at all. So I'm going to keep this camo hidden for this play. Ego put a ton of damage on the Royal 2, but it's not enough to get the kill. Royal 2 trying his best to stay alive. So he will get away for now, but oh my, he gets hunted down. Legend, I think, saw the shimmer at the last second.
Throughout the weekend in the return of Streets Hill, it's really felt like a mad dash, a dive bomb for Hill possession, but this one is really playing out a little bit more methodically than what we were used to in year 1 with battle rifles as the starting weapon. For now, Shopify are back in that Hill. Space Station with a glimmer of it. But again, Royal 2 is going to play cautious and carefully. He's not going to just throw his life away to get a few more seconds. At this rate, Garrett, this is pacing towards a game that comes to time, maybe 2-1 or 2-3.
See, at least Cycle able to get back into that hill. This is a moment where they're getting a lot of time despite not having a lot of map control. Eco finally able to push Cycle out, but they haven't gotten that kill, and Shopify Rebellion starting to solidify their position. A couple players here now. Legend Heads up play just to make sure he gets one there. Knows where that one-shot player is, but I don't think anyone else from SSG is going to be here in time. And as they go down, these are dangerous times to go a couple down, because it's going to make it a lot harder for you to maintain these spawns. I think they got a little lucky there that they still got favorable spawns onto the next rotation.
Yeah, fortunate for SSG. They go down 1-0, but they do have control of the tram. But can Legend hold this crucial point? Ultimately trades out with last shot on the B stairs. Penguin with eyes across the map. Now he's looking to advance out. Back exposed with Royal 2. He's going to be able to clean him up, stay alive. Nade's chasing him out. Frosty goes down in the middle of the map, and this is setting up for a good bit of time here for Space Station as Legend head out now has the camo.
Nice job by Legend there. And right now, Shotfire Rebellion, they're all on this high side. They don't have any great line of sights into that hill, and they're going to force their way through that driveway. And Space Station, they had two players that were playing off site on an off angle that wasn't actually too helpful to that high side push. So Shopify Rebellion gets a break relatively early, but they weren't able to finish off those kills, making it that SSG are able to re-entry and re-break. A really interesting strategy there from Space Station Gaming to wait a really long time for that commitment. Once they did a fantastic job of getting that break, and I don't think Shopify Rebellion is going to have a real chance at getting this break before it's tied up at 1-1.
No, you want to preemptively set up for hill number 3. There's no chance. After 3 went down for Shopify, look at the PD spawns. The map, the hill's in the middle of the map, so pretty tough to work your way through and gather possession first. But they do a good job of that by working from PD to A, then down into the hill, taking down 3 for Space Station. Legend, the last player alive on the stairs, takes a nade, 1 shot, and he cleans up and trades out. We've seen dueling trade outs between Last Shot and Legend from B stairs to the trash can in back-to-back scenarios.
Stellar, the only one alive. They are getting spawns where they can at least see the hill right away, but they do not have much safety. As you see Last Shot breaking through the back door, the flank is starting to come to fruition. Him and Cycle combining for 21 kills in this game thus far. The young duo keeping a strong slaying presence in game 3, and Last Shot cannot be stopped. Penguin, what are you gonna do? He's baiting you into the fight. He gets the reload and puts another into the body. Lets him know Legend could be the over. Oh, that's the 4th in a row as Unlegit finally takes him down. Eco, the savior, but not before Hill 3 goes into the favor Shopify Rebellion.
Last Shot, you were a mad man, and in real time he was able to pull all 4 members of Space Station in on a string. It's almost like he told them what to do, like an obedient dog, and they did it. No treat at the end of that, though. The 4 kills for Shopify, and Last Shot in particular will net them the 2-1 lead.
Right now, Frosty has too much freedom. He's going to be able to find players without anyone knowing where he's at. You see how punishing that can be.
Double kill.
A double kill for him, and SSG are completely contained. Look at their spawns. Look how far away they are to this next hill, and how forward the players of Shopify Rebellion are. I mean, Frosty's fighting into the front lines, and this is all just making it so much easier on the back end for his teammates just to pick up the time. They get it all the way to basically 90% before the break for SSG comes in.
Here we go down, though. Here's your opportunity, but you got to put 100% in a row on this hill 4. Otherwise, it's a 3-1. 2 hill separation for Shopify with about 2 minutes left. You really got to keep this close. Got to keep this game close. Got to keep this series close. But Space Station are giving them hell. And they're giving themselves every opportunity to come back. But here comes the push. You've got to hold the line. Royal 2 breaks through on the cafe. Even dueling trades in the feed. Royal 2 trades out. It's a 1v1 for potentially the hill. And what could be looking back the game. Last Shot versus Legend. Last Shot gets the first 2 shots on the Legend. Legend scurries away to the back of PD, just trying to stay alive. Call for help, and oh my God, Legend wins it instead. Keeping hope alive for SSG, but only 1 second is needed for Shopify.
Yeah, it might be less than 1 second, to be honest. That hill is 99.9% the way there, but Legend trying to hold them off, and you can see how cautious he was before getting into this hill. He expected the push to come quicker, and by the time he says, oh, okay, I think it's over, Last Shot reveals himself. 17 for him as he's able to find the kill necessary to get them that 3-1 lead.
Ooh, thought Legend had made the play of the game there. Still a nifty one nonetheless, but Shopify, too good, too strong, ultimately take a 3-1 advantage in this game number 3. And Last Shot with another triple to his name. He's got 20.
Cycle able to get the camo, gets it away. It's SSG. It's going to be a tough challenge for them to get to this hill. It's on the other side of the map, and they have a camo to deal with. Just not much to work with here. And oh no, Stellar, he needs to stay alive. He was the last player alive. At least took one down with him, but everything is starting to mount against them. That just a bunch of cuts that are starting to turn into serious bleeds.
Could be the finishing blow right here. As Shopify look to hold on to this Cafe Hill, and that will do it. 4 go down for Space Station. 4 go on the board for Shopify, and with that, a 2-1 series lead.
Yeah, I mean, just too much of an outslay for Shopify Rebellion. Space Station not able to deal with it. And Last Shot, look, he had 5k damage last game. I imagine he's going to be leading the charge once again. 20 kills, as Last Shot really has been dominating in some of these slays. I think about that triple kill, and it's so fun to watch Last Shot because he has this way to basically force players to do what he wants it. It's like you just see him picking out the challenge. He says, hey, I want you to come to me. He lays the trap, and Penguin was like, okay, let me make this happen.
Yeah, just really impressive how when push comes to shove, Shopify will take your best shot and somehow find a way to come out on top. Now, they did in game number 2. That's why we're still moving forward with this series. We've got a game 4 coming up. Recharge Strongholds. But man, Shopify seemed to have regained all of the momentum that was gained in game number 2. Saw a little bit in game number 3. And here's where I thought maybe Space Station could have found a little bit of a light at the end of that tunnel. His Last Shot had the first 2 shots on the Legend. Legend stayed alive, but with how tight quartered this map is, that kill didn't open up even the opportunity to get in the hill. Instead, there's Last Shot taking it.
Here, this is where the game was really called. Last Shot gets his 20th kill there, and then they just had way too much map control. Nowhere for anyone to go. 5,600 damage from Last Shot in that game 3 as we'll focus in on Recharge Strongholds. But you know, to be honest, this isn't a map that Space Station is going to hate seeing. They're usually a very strong Strongholds team, as they like that fast rotational style play.
Yeah. And Laz, can we quickly see in the lobby, our Space Station having a little... Okay, somebody may have lagged out or reset their PC, it looks like, but I really think this kind of goes back to just the idea that when the other team goes up 2-1, just take a minute or two to ice them out, right? Like, this is really like, it's as a veteran Halo player versus someone who's still trying to find their way into like consistent top 8, 6, and 4 placings. It really is like the out of game stuff. And sure, maybe this is just a simple PC reset. Penguin not too happy with the performance of his GPU in that one, but they do take a little bit of extra time. So let's see if a little bit of extra time can bring them back in this series as we are set to go into game 4, Recharge Strongholds. Here we go.
Expect to see high octane plays and quick rotations. These are both teams that don't necessarily like just to hold their 2 and stay there. I'd expect to see teams rotating around quickly on both sides. And to me, it's going to come down to who gets the first slay during those rotations. And then if you aren't able, who will step up and find a double when there isn't a double to be found. That's usually what makes the difference in these games. And that's why, you know, Shopify Rebellion usually have a lot of successes. Even when they lose those first numbers, you have players like Last Shot that so often find value where there's none.
Here we go. Kicking things off. Who's going to win this opening break? Last Shot. Another multi-kill. just the speed at which this kid plays at, the accuracy while flying with the hair on fire, essentially, is really remarkable. As Royal 2 gonna grab the camo. Shopify gonna start the early scoring, but it's still very mixy. Trying to stay alive on the back side there, and ultimately goes down unlegit with the frag toss, but he falls inside of B, and Cycle has the shot.
Always in time trying to get up on the map. Cycle finds his next, and you saw them go for that early trip cap. Penguin was able to put a stop to it, and you know, when you do go for those trip caps, you leave some space open. It looks like Stellar was able to break through here, but not able to get into those hills yet. Shopify Rebellion remain the lone scorer so far.
All right, here we go. A potential 2-for-1 grab here, where you can grab possession of the map, the scoring, and the sniper. I don't know if Legend knew it was behind him, though. He never really had eyes on it. And so he'll go down, but not before capturing control of B. Eyeing a trip cap or SSG. So we're starting to see that quintessential rotational strongholds that SSG is really known for.
Cycle played a really interesting role there. He played into the back. They're always going for C. It looked like they were trying to bait Space Station Gaming to try to commit a little bit further back so that Cycle would get into the play and they could spring a trap. But this is essentially what they were wanting here. It was an AC hold that they could potentially try to put into a trip cap eventually over at B, or you know, use C as a bait to get themselves into B as well. This is where Shopify Rebellion usually is pretty strong, is when they're able to just be one step ahead on these rotations. You see, hey, you go to C, we'll be in B. They're going to try to keep themselves one step ahead. You're in A, we're in C. They don't like to try to keep the fight at one spot. They're going to try to expand as much as possible. And, well, you can do that oftentimes because you have Last Shot who can survive in isolation as well as he does.
You see how clean that route was, Garrett? That was not the first time Last Shot has done just that. That took some practice and just loading into the recharge in a custom game and hitting that invis ledge, grappling towards the wall, towards bat ledge, and instantaneously putting shots down towards his opponent. Last Shot, practice pays off.
Camo was the commitment for Shopify Rebellion. Cycle going to be able to get that camo, but can he get away? Is the next part of the equation. Penguin only player live. They're going to have no eyes for Cycle, and with that, a lot of the freedom to move. And, oh, you know, having camo is such a big deal here because it allows his team to play A and C and to leave him at B. And to know, hey, camo at B is usually a surefire way to make sure this maintains at B. And, well, Cycle, he's being very aggressive with that camo. They get a 4 down, and now they can really put on the hurt. The trip cap's in, and they are going to fly. You see Frosty leading the charge. They do not want to let these players get up 4 at a time. They will continue to run at this team until they lose this trip cap control.
145, and before I can even finish saying the number 5, it's already at 155 and rolling. That's what happens when you got a trip cap. 2 seconds ticking for everyone on the scoreboard, and luckily enough for Penguin, he's able to get inside of B, stop the bleeding. Can they reverse course here and start scoring themselves? They do just that. Legend needs to stay alive, but he's in a 2v1. That's gonna be tough. Does get the assist. Not much frag damage though on that toss to help his teammate clean up on it. Here we go. Eco going for the triple. He gets it. Working his way back towards A. Going for the over on a Cycle, but Cycle takes him down instead. But Space Station do good enough to get on the board, and enough damage there on Cycle to stagger him out. That's a team wipe in favor of SSG. What can they do with it?
Royal 2 somehow managed to get Legend down to 1 shot despite being 1 shot himself, but right now, the momentum has clearly shifted into SSG's favor. They're a step ahead on the rotations right now. Big fights over at A, and all the help comes in just in time. Frosty going to be able to get a quick rotation at C for Penguin, but right now, it feels like SR is just a step away. They can find one sleigh here to help them get this B. They'll get back into control.
I think they're going to, yeah, they have too many numbers. They're going to take B ultimately.
But look, they got 2 kills without any trades, so it's SSG that's going to be able to push up on the map. And they might be pushing for a trip cap here. It looks like their B-side push fails. Oh, no,
Penguin!
You can't give them the challenge there. Royal 2 not missing across the map. The oftentimes, like he won't. The best aim, especially in those long-range situations, gives them a massive kill to keep the map in favor of SR.
Man, yeah, that was just giving up way too much of yourself. Granted, even if he tucked into the corner there, he had the last shot flicking up the elevator, but man, that might be an unforced error that you cannot afford to hand over to the likes of Shopify Rebellion, as they will take that, turn it into 200 plus seconds. But here you go, Garrett. We've been talking about that trip cap materializing. Here's their chance to go for it. They need this. Can they capture it?
Heads up play by last shot. It would have been so easy to focus in on B, saying, hey, I can't let him have the trip cap. Knows that a push is coming, takes down Eco before that can come in, but anyone there to clean it up, and they get B in control. So SSG, they've been slowly chipping away. It's been a lot of two-man rotations and a lot of contested rotations as well. So we haven't seen a big score, but they have been in control for, you know, the last couple minutes of this game. They're just waiting for their win condition to open up. They need a trip cap to bridge this gap. When is that going to happen is really what's on their mind. It might not if last shot hits shots like that. He's on number 16. The duo, once again, combining for 32. Last shot and cycle. They are unbelievable.
You think Royal 2 and Frosty ever lean back in their chair on land and just kind of give a knowing glance and nod at each other like, yeah, made a pretty good decision picking up two, quote-unquote, not necessarily unknowns at the time, but certainly not at the level of everybody else that was available in the free agent market. And my God, did they see something in those two rookies at the time, now cycling last shot, two of the best in the game, and Shopify, the best team undoubtedly, is hold the line, about to get the winning call out, but Space Station still has a little bit of life, a little bit of opportunity, but you got to take down last shot, you got to maintain control of B. Last shot's been such a difficult slay, and he still finds a way to trade out with Penguin.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're on life support, though. There's not really much that you can give up in this so far. Just 1 point that you can give to the other side before this one's over. And, well, I don't think there's anything they can do to stop this. C will rotate in. Can they step into B in time? No. Last shot shuts it down with the nade, and that will be qualification for Shopify Rebellion as they take down SSG 3-1.
Man, both series, you had a game you could take away in the first series. That game one oddball was absolutely insane. In this series, that game two, one of the best you'll ever see. Just insane. It was like 47-42 Shopify at one point, and then Space Station were able to come back. But really, outside of those two, you know, cinematic like performances and games, it was really all Shopify and all four of a kind, as they will face off now in your winter final. That's been pretty routine. If you had to place the betting favorites, it'd be those two teams that we'd expect in the winter final and likely even your grand final. So that'll be up next. But first, Garrett, we got to see who's working their way through the lower bracket. If we could take a look at that lower portion, I'm kind of curious to see what the day has looked like so far.
So yeah, LEDs 9 taking care of business there. Noobs and Ascending Baseline finding their wins. Clutch Academy's run over. We saw a great game from them yesterday. They'll have to try to figure out their chances again. On the other side, Doomsday losing to Ascending Baseline. They were up 1-0 in that series, so it looks like Ascending Baseline able to rip 3 in a row. That's Ryan Noob's team. On that side, 9 is the team with Boo Boo Doo Boo, and Sirion LED is going to be their initials, Lethal, Endboard, Druck, and Soul Snipe going on in the lower side. And this is the great thing, you know, we have a tournament where obviously we're excited to see who wins, but the reality is we have another set of really important matches that's going to happen in the elimination quarterfinals and elimination semifinals, because we need to see who's going to get top 4 in this tournament and qualify for the league. Remember, top 4 is qualified here today.
Yeah, still plenty of Halo left to be had. And Garrett, I am so excited for the conclusion of this tournament. I don't want to look ahead too much, but there's rumors out there, and they're just rumors, unsubstantiated at that. The rumors that a couple of MVPs might be making their way back to the main stage, if you will. So competition's only heating up, and if we could get 2 of the best 4 or 5 players back in the mix, boy, that would be exciting. So plenty to look forward to. We've got your LVT Halo Pro League presented by Shopify Gaming. This is the week 1 qualifier. We got 3 straight months of a circuit professional level Halo going to be on your screen just about every single weekend up until this point. So make sure you guys are following the channel. Actually, I think we hit 93,000 followers in total. So thank you guys for that. And for now, that will do it. Taking you guys through the lower portion of the bracket, we'll have Clutch and Why Not Be Casting up next. Don't go anywhere. More Halo soon.
kill. Reversal double kill.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 2 of your $128,000 Halo Pro League co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, aka Wanna Be Casting, and I got my man Wes Clutch with me. And man, do we have a banger of a matchup. Talk to me, Wes.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion versus Four of a Kind, a team formerly known as Luminon Gaming. We've seen these two go back and forth with each other, especially in online tournaments where these series go to the distance. These series can create upsets, highlight plays. I'm stoked to get this one underway. Shopify looked phenomenal yesterday. I actually haven't had a chance to see Four of a Kind now with the new team change name. But we know these players, we know this team. And I'm excited to get Origin CTF underway because Last Shot was doing work yesterday. We're gonna have to see who that S7 lands into, but as I say that, Shopify off the opening break go 4 down. Four of a Kind have a perfect start, flag on the move, and it's in Precision's hands.
We know the players, we know the team, but more importantly, we know the expectations, and it is greatness and championships when talking about the boys on Four of a Kind. An opening break to wipe Shopify Rebellion instantly, and the first of 5 flag caps here on Origin. Four of a Kind starting things off right.
Double kill.
Yeah, keep in mind, Tony mentioned it, this game type will be to 5 flags instead of your traditional 3. So a lot of work still to do for Four of a Kind to try and win game 1, but off to a phenomenal start, getting the first cap in under a minute cycle in the enemy base. He's going to win that one under Trippy, but Trippy did get a kill top rockets. That is going to make this flag run a little bit more difficult for Shopify. They're going front to base, however, so it's the quickest route. Snakebite will take out Cycle as Roll 2 tries to play his life and find where the enemy players are pushing.
Double
Trying to
kill.
make a bit of a sneaky play here. Meanwhile, Snakebite extending to go for the return, and he's gonna get it. Behind you, World 2, who you thought maybe would trail them behind. No, he's actually stretched out all the way towards the base of Four of a Kind.
Yeah, a little bit of a selfish play from Roll 2 there. You would have liked to see him come back with the flag and deny that return from coming through, but he kind of gets lost within the push of Four of a Kind coming off spawn, and he can't find the exact kill on the Snakebite. That allows Snakebite to get that return. That was a big return, but still Roll 2 being a problem in the enemy base. So even though you might say it's a minor mistake, he's still a problem on the map. Until then, that flag gets stopped. Great defensive stand there by Four of a Kind.
Forward down goes Shopify Rebellion. Snakebite going all the way over toward the elbow side and actually hesitates for just a second here. Looks like it was a call out for the thrust. The Snakebite said, I am not leaving a thrust randomly over toward the bottom mid side. That's the utility that he can use to win a gunfight, get out of danger. It's way too versatile to just leave it. 3 down once again. Goes Shopify Rebellion and Snakebite right back on the flag.
Yeah, what a beautiful sniper Snakebite there. His entire team picks up the kill, so that's his cue to just run the flag. He doesn't have to do too much over on that elbow position other than anchoring it. Pulls that flag, and look at that. Four of a Kind now up 2-0.
People were saying in the chat, Shopify Rebellion are gonna win yet another tournament. It's gonna be boring, this, that, and the third. Well, Four of a Kind are here, and they're making their presence known right away. 2-0 already to start for Four of a Kind. A battle over toward the mid side, and Cycle barely ever loses those. Mind you, Royal 2 able to get away with the rockets. Now it's 2 down for Four of a Kind. This could be the start of something magical for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, Snakebite kills that rocket player initially, tries to get out to try and secure those rockets, but none of Four of a Kind can do that. And look at that, the sandbox all in Shopify Rebellion's hands right now. Trippy picks up a big kill. Any kills in this situation are going to be massive. Unfortunately, it's the only kill they get, as Frosty does go down as well. 3 go down for Four of a Kind. I think it was all 4. There's a last player alive, top rockets trying to overextend, but with Last Shot with snipe in hand and the flag already across halfway, you still have a lot of work to do for Four of a Kind to even stop this. Last Shot rips the head off of Trippy, which should create an opening pick, and this is the problem, right? When you give Last Shot the S7, he does not miss, and quickly the objective can move across the map.
He said it's the Last Shot is his name, but man, it's the first shot that really snowballs into something for Shopify Rebellion, because it turns it into what, 3 or 4 more snipes, and just like that, Cycle's gonna be able to put in the first flag cap for Shopify Rebellion. Still down by 1 cap here, but we talk about momentum often. This is what it looks like.
Yeah, that second round of power just gave Shopify everything they needed to punch flag, and they got rockets, they got snipe. You cannot allow that to happen if you're Four of a Kind. Good news is that sandbox is pretty much removed from the situation right now. Bad news, you cannot repeat that strategy if you want to keep the lead in this game.
decision. Ooh, has to watch Trippy go down here. Now by himself fighting out Roar 2, but fairly comfortable in isolation. The big 1v1, perfect shots out of precision and defending this flag here. Knows that he starts to fight off Psycho, and so far doing great. Gets one kill, gets a touch, still does enough damage to keep Psycho out of the fight here, but now the Psycho got his shields back. He is getting right in. That's one, making two, killing spree for Psycho. Is it the return?
Yeah, Psycho doing what Psycho does best. He doesn't miss. He's got a great position there to be able to pick up that double kill, and that's going to allow Roll 2 to be able to find a kill in the base, run the flag as well. New rockets going into Psycho's hands, and this is more the sandbox going into Shopify's favor. You can guarantee this game is going to be tied up here shortly.
And what started off as Psycho just magically staying alive over toward the top rocket side, ends up getting rockets, ends up getting fly cap, and now relays. Again, when we talk about that momentum, like this is what it is. I mean, one play turns into so much more. Literally, it's about to turn to back-to-back caps, and mind you, Psycho hasn't died since we talked about that. 14-7, and now the second fly cap for his team. 3 total right now, but again, it goes to 5, and probably because of moments like that.
Yeah, the damage has been done, though. 3 back-to-back-to-back caps for Shopify here have now given them the lead. Orvakan started off hot, but they need to find their footing once again in this game 1 of the series. Right now, last shot. Looks like he was the last player alive towards Snipe, but Cycle was able to get into the cave. A beautiful double from Snakebite could open up the door to get this game tied back up.
Running the flag over towards Snakebite on the Snipe side, but it's Snakebite that gets taken down by his former teammate in World 2. Orvakan have to hesitate in order to get him over to the Snipe side, and now that flag sits out of no man's land for just a bit. Last shot of Talik decided to duke it out over to where the bottom mid teammates there for the cleanup, but really make it in time to get the touch. And can he go through both World 2 and Psycho? Well, that's one. That's a nade. That should have got a bit of damage on Psycho. Probably why he's hesitating just a bit. Talik takes a bit of damage, a long fight, but eventually that flag is returned.
What a great defensive stand from Shopify, because it felt like they were losing the fights throughout this entire combat loop, but that flag, because they chose to run it across the snipe ramp, it created an opportunity to always have a sight line for somebody respawning on Shopify, that they were able to deny its advancement over towards the snipe, and because of that, the return will come through, even with the Slays favoring 4 of a kind throughout that push. Snakebite's going to throw the flag into the window, then double back. He's not able to get that kill on Elbow. Shopify will maintain the lead, and unfortunately, Precision will lose the snipe. It goes into Frosty's hands now.
Also, snipe in hands, not able to hit the no-scope, and eventually trades out his life. Meanwhile, last shot, trying to pick up on some of the damage over toward the base, not able to get that kill, so now things slowed down just a bit. Rocket's about to come up. Actually, everybody else is slowing down. Psycho is not. He has a sniper. He's looking to get aggro with it. That's a double almost instantly, and as he's hunted down, that what does that mean for the Rockets?
Yeah, those rockets are not going to be able to be grabbed just yet. Shopify have their eyes still on them from top catwalk. Last shot jumping into the enemy window. Trippy chooses to overextend here. A beautiful play by him is going to allow 3, make it 4 to go down for Shopify. Can Trippy get this flag pull before the respawners come through? Elbow's not being blocked. They spawn behind him in flag or in the cave. He's going to be able to get that flag out the window, but it's going to cost him his life. Snakebite's found that snipe the Cycle once had. Now that he's over on the elbow, he's got a lot of responsibility to try and get a kill. Unfortunately, can't do that. 3 go down. Rockets are still up, and Shopify will once again get control of the entire sandbox, and we've seen what happens in this situation.
Only 2 bullets in the snipe here from World 2, but the man is deadly. That could be so many kills that could go the way of Shopify Rebellion. Double stack the elbow side for now. And mind you, Cycle just whipped out a rocket launcher out of nowhere. Gonna try to snipe somebody with it. The first one doesn't connect, and a little bit of halo time. And the moment he looks away, that player does end up popping out. But the call out's in, and he wants to make sure Snakebite has no business in this flag.
Yeah, what unfortunate timing for Cycle there. He could have easily shot a rocket towards that back right side of the base, but the timing works out in 4 of a kind's favor here. They will be overextending towards the elbow. Now Cycle has a strange timing here. They're not going to know where he is, and because of that, he picks up an easy kill with that rocket onto Talik. The flag was being pulled, but 3 go down for 4 of a kind. This is a counter-cop opportunity now that Cycle's found the flame.
Last shot able to take down Snakebite. Cycle still moving this flag forward. Gonna stop and get the return just a bit, but then continue moving that flag and plus the rest of the time or one of his teammates to finish that off. And meanwhile, World 2 is finishing off multiple members of 4 of a kind. A sick double coming out of World 2, and he's not done just yet. The spawners are coming up, and one does spawn towards Cave. Gets a couple of shots to back him down.
World 2 be pushed here from the catwalk side of the map. Snakebite chooses to back down. And Nate's going to take him out, but everybody on this Shopify team are so lethal with this snipe. World 2 can't hit the no-scopes on the Snakebite, so that will remove the snipe from the equation. Rockets will be coming up shortly, and Frosty's found an opening pick to kind of create some space here. But look at where Shopify's positioned over towards the snipe. They're going to try to get sight lines on these Rockets. They can't do that. Trippy and Precision pick up kills as the Rockets get grabbed. That's usually a massive sign to where this Rocket player has the entire map to play around. That first Rocket knocks the player to no shield. He's able to get the assist there, but Talik doesn't feel comfortable enough yet to run this flag.
Well, 4 of a kind has started off with back-to-back caps here, but since then, it's been Shopify Rebellion getting 4 in a row and a 1 cap away from ultimately taking this one. You see Talik just trying to distract everybody on the map as that flag has made it awfully far here. Cycle with the cleanup onto 1, and it looks like the flag is still moving here. Is it stopped? Where did that name come from?
Last shot pushes across the elbow there. He's able to get that flag stuck in that pit. So often do we see flags stopped at this exact location. The nade comes through, and this is Shopify's chance to end the game here and now with a flagpole of their own.
Started and moved over to the window side. World 2, though, having to double back here for the damage. Not able to get the kill, but last shot is there for the cleanup right through the window. Now going, oh, I was gonna say gonna go coast to coast, but drops it just a bit and maybe uses it as bait. Talik not having any of that return in.
Yeah, great defense from there, from 4 of a kind right there, being able to hop that return, stop that flag in a very disadvantageous position when they had multiple members down as that flag was being pulled, but still a lot of work to do. You're down 2 caps from Frosty, trying to find a flank inside the base, knows that once he's here, he's going to be spawning these players' elbows, and Frosty breaking them down. Snakebite hit some good shots to at least take down the furthest advanced player from Shopify. But when you're starting to lose members left, right, and center, last shot's still going to be a problem over towards the elbow.
Yeah, the final seconds are coming in here, and I can't imagine a 4 of a kind going to cap 2 flags in 10 seconds. Although 4 of a kind came out hot off the opening break. Again, got the first 2 caps of the game eventually. It was Shopify Rebellion to come out with the 4-2 victory as time simply winds down. A great way to start off our series with this quickly becoming the rivalry between Shopify Rebellion and now named 4 of a kind.
Yeah, the big problem here is usually when Shopify lose these series, it's because they start off a little slow. You thought that was going to be the case with the first 2 caps going in for 4 of a kind, but Shopify woke up in the middle of game 1. 28, 17, and 12 from last shot, 29, 16, and 12 from Cycle. The MVPs, the best players in the game, still doing what they do best, slaying out when it matters most. Here in a massive series for 4 of a kind to lose game 1, that's going to be a concern as we go throughout this best, I believe it's a best of 7, because when Shopify heat up early, I feel like they steamroll a lot of these series.
All right, this is a way to bring it back to a best of 5 here, at least for this one. And
Beautiful.
I will say though, both of these teams, they found success in Slayers. I feel like they, especially whether it's LAN, online, I feel like both of these teams have been able to find big time success here in Slayer. And Recharge Slayer, I feel like can really go either way. And although 4 of a kind, it feels like in order to win the series, like you kind of alluded to, they really almost needed to win that game number 1. I think they still can build off of a game 2 victory here. So obviously it takes 3 in order to advance forward, but I'm not counting 4 of a kind out just yet.
No, I don't think you ever can count 4 of a kind out. The big problems in that game, number 1 that we saw was how often did Shopify have all of the power on the map? Things like that cannot happen. I know it's almost impossible sometimes to stop Shopify from obtaining that level of power, to getting the sniper and the rockets, but the damage that they do once they get those weapons in their hands is almost impossible to counter, it feels like, especially when last shot or cycle is not missing with the sniper. The second they see you, you're already no shield. Those weapons are so strong in their hands that you're left without an answer. So 4 of a kind need to be able to prioritize these power weapons before they come up. You can't worry about it once it comes up because it's so difficult to try and rip it out of their hands once it's already done. We'll see if they're able to stop some of that power. When we go to recharge, obviously shock rifle and camo is the name of the game. A little bit less of opportunity, I would say, for individual pop-off as opposed to the S7 and the rockets, the easy kills that those can provide. But we'll see if 4 of a kind can figure out ways to minimize the damage with at least the shock rifle and the camo being on the map here. So excited to get game number 2 underway. But the big question for me is, like, can we see a strong start here in the Slayer from 4 of a kind? And can they figure out ways to get the shock rifle out of the equation for Shopify Rebellion?
As right now, take a look at the lobby at the moment here. We have 4 of a kind rocking the Cobra squad, the Cobra symbol at the top of your screen, and also waiting for Snakebite, who just came into the lobby. He is ready to strike for this 4 of a kind roster. Really feeling like this game number 2 is a must-win here for 4 of a kind. Obviously, we know the rules of a best-of-5 series. It takes 3 in order to win a series, but the last thing 4 of a kind want to do is fall 0-2 against a juggernaut like Shopify Rebellion. So Slayer Recharge coming up next. You already heard Wes kind of dictate what needs to be done here for 4 of a kind in order to maybe get a victory with some of the win conditions. But now it's about execution, and can 4 of a kind execute in this game number 2?
First to 50 kills, Recharge Slayer, one of the staples, I'd say, across competitive Halo Infinite. So this game type, it's been broken down. It's been mastered by these teams over about 5 years at this point. So no surprises here, you would think. We're hopping on board with Frosty to kick this one off. Looks like Trippy will have gone all the way in the back for Shroud. Nobody quite bum rushing camo, we'll call it, at the start. Everybody waiting for those opening picks, waiting for the space, and it will be 4 of a kind coming off to an early 2-1 lead, make it a 3-2 lead, I should say. They should have an advantage to get that camouflage, and yes, it's Snakebite that's found the camo, finds a kill on the last shot, and that's a great start for 4 of a kind.
And while Trippy went down to that melee fight, he left a little bit of a treat for the opposition. Nice little nade and a from the grave medal coming up here, I'm sure, for Trippy. Meanwhile, Snakebite putting some good value down with the camo. Cross map shots, don't see that much with the camo, and we gotta watch out for those nades that are being dropped. Royal 2 going in for the stickies, and all that does is back Snakebite into the elbow of Frosty.
It's a great job by Shopify. Psycho did take a few shots of damage, top red, from Snakebite with that camo, but had to have given the communication to his team. The camo guy was across the map top tower. Roll 2 and last shot just bum rushed that camo player, making sure they at least trade him out, and they removed camo from being an advantage for 4 of a kind early on.
Perfect.
Psycho with the perfect shots across the map, able to go right at Trippy, and knows that Talik is weak. Tries to drop the nade perfectly for him and ends up catching a few great nades from Talik, who's going to clear that shock rifle for himself. And now, through process of elimination, knows that the pressure is starting to come in from the long haul side. You see him reloading and getting ready, which was an inevitable push. It's first the last shot that goes in, ends up getting a bit of chain reaction damage, takes down 1, puts last shot down to 1 shot, and the cleanup is there quickly.
Yeah, great damage by Talik right there, right? He has zero information with the Shroud being there in the doorway of how many players are going to be hitting this. He can't hit the shock rifle headshot on the first player on last shot because of that Shroud. But he did 2 players to no shield, ends up getting a kill himself. So it allows Trippy to get that kill and make it a 1-kill game.
Now tied. In about 15 seconds, we're going to see active camouflage hit the battlefield over toward the bottom mid side. So the focus of the fight eventually is going to have to probably shift over toward that side of the map. Snakebite making sure nobody sneaks in over from the gold side. Frosty does make it through the tower side. There's one player just hiding and waiting. He's had a corner named after him, and it's Trippy who goes in for the easy kill. Roll 2 answers right back with the triple roll. 3 kills, 4 rings, whatever it is. Jeez. We need a name change.
You can say he played too slow, but that was the opening pick. As he finds a triple last shot, able to sneak away with this camo. I love the aggressiveness when that camouflage is coming up from Rule 2 to find that triple. Now it's a 2-kill lead, make it a 1-kill lead. This camo going across top mid doesn't get spotted out, but Talik is removed from the map from the teamwork, but a great job by 4 of a kind to find last shot with that camo. Negate its opportunity to extend the lead here for Shopify, but in the meantime, Precision finding himself the shock rifle in pipes, can't hit the headshot onto Frosty, but a good trade from Talik. 4 of a kind are doing a great job of finding these kills onto the shock rifle players of Shopify, making them uncomfortable, making sure that they don't get to post up and find the picks that they usually do.
One more with the high glass size to be cycled. Trippy goes in for the challenge, wins that one, 27-26. Still the advantage for Shopify Rebellion. Roll 2 knows that there's a player that's going to sneak in, but maybe gets a bit antsy, just moves right when that player was about to pop out. Still 1 kill advantage, and 2 players sitting over the high glass.
Dealing with these 2 players so well, just jiggle peeking the sneaky area and being able to get a ton of damage onto them. Playing his life perfectly as he always does, finds a trade at the end as well, so distracts 2 players, finds a kill of his own. Still a 1 kill game to separate these. It tied up now as 4 of a kind find a kill on the last shot there on the Needler. So they're doing a much better job this game, especially as the game develops into the big game, of competing alongside the damage of Shopify this time around.
Totally better be careful here. Not only do you have the last shot to deal with from across the map, but you got Psycho that's also sitting right at the gold door. The rest of Shopify and Rebellion can easily push in, but how does Tolik respond? Well, he takes one down with them. Can't be mad at that whatsoever. Meanwhile, Frosty actually over on the opposite side of things, and now Shopify and Rebellion start to rotate together.
Frosty opts to turn around and try and challenge that player top red. Does get into bottom white. Relocates from the elevator spot where it looked like Shopify may have potentially been trapped. It's the first kill going on the cycle from Trippy, I believe. And the push on the elevator is such a difficult one when last shot can push you back. He finds a double kill, and that's going to be an unsuccessful push from 4 of a kind, who thought they had Shopify trapped. But as camo comes up, last shot finds a double kill, and now Frosty with that camo makes his way into white, finds the first kill. Now they should have a good idea of where 4 of a kind are going to be spawning. And if Frosty can stay alive with this camo, it could be massive to gain an early or a late lead here in this game. 40-34 now, Shopify up 6.
Eventually, 4 of a kind do find themselves 3 down, and now the first one is spawned up. It's been staggered here. Now 3 players spawning over toward the blue side with Frosty and Shopify Rebellion ready to strike here. Frosty taking a bit of a low angle, now turn that into a flank. Shroud ends up getting dropped, and now no way Precision knows where he's at. Comes in from the high side, off the top rope for the double killing spree, and a 10 kill, make it 11 kill lead.
Yeah, and it was just a tie game as 4 of a kind tried to push onto the elevator from last shot's point of view. He finds that double. It's blown this game wide open right now. It's an onslaught. It's a slaughter. Royal 2 finds a double kill into pipes. One mistake, and you will lose the game against Shopify. They punish teams better than anyone in the league when they make those mistakes, and that camo's transitioned this to a 12, 13 kill lead as the game gets to 50 there. Shopify will do it. They will win game 2 in dominant fashion towards the end and take a 2-0 series lead.
And you got to be frustrated if you're 4 of a kind, or especially as a 4 of a kind fan. You've done such a good job of keeping it close throughout the entirety of that game. It's neck and neck, and you're trading leads back and forward, and then it gets to a certain point where out of nowhere Shopify Rebellion get themselves a 5 or 6 kill lead. They get themselves a camouflage. Frosty plays it damn near perfectly with the camo and the shroud, and then before you know it, all that work that you've built up, it's gone. There's a 10 kill advantage. Shopify Rebellion at the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that one mistake, right? That's what they'll probably be watching in VOD review later on and saying, where did this game go wrong? That elevator push cannot fail. But last shot posted up top elevator, he's able to get a double kill, like I've said. And as the camo is coming up, those kills right before the camo come up are worth their weight in gold if you're able to get that camouflage and do work with it. And that's exactly what we saw from Frosty's point of view. So it's a difficult spot to try and criticize how 4 of a kind played it, because usually if you have a numbers advantage, you can successfully push those elevator players. But against a team like Shopify, you got to be careful. You cannot give up those free lives, especially when power-ups are coming up. We saw those kind of dictate the end game of that game 2. Game 3 underway now. Name of the game is the battle for snipe at the start. Roll 2 looks to be aggressive towards pillars. This might be unsuspected. The Trippy is on the nest, or make it Talik. A big kill from him. It opened up the map at least early on for Vorticon.
We're now with Trippy. He's gonna go in for some good damage onto Frosty. Backs him down right into the hands of Snakebite. That's the perfect bait and switch. Great communication. Clearly on the same page. Must be why they call him Vorticon.
Precision gets his camo. Roll 2 tries to D-slide stick him. That's not going to work out this time. And Precision now with his chance with the camouflage.
Enemy team score.
The minor lead early on for Shopify Rebellion, but you have to think that this camouflage can change that story around quickly.
Bravo Charlie. Along the Shopify Rebellion, clearly Trippy is able to get that first pick that could start something here. Cycle's already one-shot. Precision easily cleans that one up. Takes a bit more damage here. Roll 2 now being stalked by Precision. Takes down one teammate is there, and just like that, 4 of a kind should be scoring with Bravo and Charlie.
Camo and snipe in 4 of a kind's hands. Let's see what they can do with it.
One bullet. All that he may need, brings it over towards Nest. Couple shots on the World 2. See a teammate flanking over from the mud side. Can't even get the cleanup on World 2 while Snakebite does everything he can to stay alive. No, World 2 makes sure he gets his kill. Talik is eventually here, but he's spotted out. He might just be dealt with. There's a Trippy here.
Yeah, Roll 2 is still alive here, back mud. But a good flank from Trippy. Talik, who are over towards the tower side of the map. That one bullet snipe still alive, still in Trippy's hands now. B does get transferred over, so it stops the scoring for 4 of a kind momentarily. 2 go down for Shopify, though, so a good job by 4 of a kind. Even though they lose Snakebite in that situation, they're able to recover. They're able to find the kills they need in order to continue map control in their favor.
Trip cap was momentarily locked. Eventually, Shopify Rebellion converts C, but right now it's 4 of a kind is still scoring. Trippy wants to make sure the C side is cleared out, get the call as a player, just messing around over toward the dice side. Last shot, now allowing him to escape, and eventually portals out. There's gonna be no portal back that time, but he still goes down. Camouflage is up, and Cycle, he's calling for the reinforcements.
Yeah, second camo of the game coming up. Precision finds the opening kill towards it. He's actually able to find a second with that nade. A great double for Precision there. At 7-0-3, could open up the map to get this camouflage, should. As Talik finds the kill, he's going to be able to get that camo as well. So although Shopify have a BC stronghold, it's a very close game here, but Talik with the game in his hands right now. Trying to find a kill on the cycle cuts. Wisely backs down. The teamwork from 4 of a kind shows through. We'll see if they're able to transfer over C here, but no, the reinforcements from Shopify happen so quick. The nest spawns benefit them greatly there. As that camo gets removed, 3 go down for 4 of a kind. You'd have to think, where did that go wrong as well? Another moment where it looked like 4 of a kind were in an advantageous position where Shopify rebounded off a respawn quickly.
And that must be what playing with Shopify Rebellion is one of the reasons why it's so frustrating. They turn nothing to something so quickly, and now, because of those plays, it's a trip cap. It's sniper in the hands of Frosty. Now it's 4 of a kind trying to figure out what can they do to slow down Shopify Rebellion when momentarily they were in control.
C being transferred over. At least the triple cap is stopped for now. 114 to 58 is the damage we're looking at from Shopify Rebellion. Got a 70-point lead. A nice no-scope onto Royal 2 from Talik. Relieves a lot of the pressure from Shopify there. They want to be able to push on to B. They should be able to do that with 2 kills. Last 2 players alive for Shopify. Look, they're on the A side of the map right now, and that's Talik's cue to hop in that stronghold. Can't hit the headshot of the Royal 2, so he's going to be able to stay alive in that situation. Cycle gets caught out bottom middle. Nice bait and switch from Trippy and the boys. Will get that first kill, but they lose 2 in the process. Well, though Snakebite's able to hop into A, it's a big transfer from Roll 2. Sneakily coming behind Snakebite in that pit. Resets A, and it's going to be an AC hold for Shopify now.
134 to 64 lead here for Shopify Rebellion, and Golden Trippy is on top tower side. It's not for long. Roll 2 with some big shots across the map here. Last shot trying to get shots with the commando, but Talik with the perfect in order to win that one.
The Cycle's going to be coming across the nest. Talik trying to just keep his head down, get that stronghold transferred. He's able to actually get the point before Shopify can get there, but they do take him out. Trippy by himself in this situation. Camo coming up, and last shots been able to sneak away with it. He is no shield. They're going to try and hunt him down, but last shot wisely hits the jump up from screens there to get top middle, get lost. Now with this camouflage, he's going to be able to spot snake fight bottom nest.
All that times it was four of a kind that had control and looking great throughout this game. It's once again they find themselves 3 down, and Bravo is now about to change hands back for Shopify Bun, who already have the lead. It's 2-0 in favor of Shopify Bun. If things continue this way, it could be a sweep.
Absolutely. Shopify look like they're rolling. Yesterday they looked like they were on fire. Today, seems like it's the same exact story right now. As Roll 2 tries to push into the base. Great shots from Snake Fight to try and keep A in their possession, but BC Hold still stands strong for Shopify. And even though one member of Four of a Kind, the last player alive, is going to be into B, he's going to be able to transfer it over, but you have to think it's not going to be able to be held. Respawners have got to get there quickly, and unfortunately, Last Shot has the snipe to be able to cut them off. Interesting reposition here from Shopify to opt to go over towards screens with the snipe. Last Shot wanting to be aggressive with the snipe, and that's why, right? How many times do we see this guy just G-slide, hit the no-scope? He's able to find himself a kill and knock another player down to no shield before he gets taken down. The snipe immediately transfers into Cycle's hands, and if you're Four of a Kind, you're on the ropes here.
Charlie hasn't yet converted, and it looks like Cycle's looking for the resets. One more player has to deal with it. Actually throws a prediction grenade, which is perfect, and then the remote detonation. How laser can you be? Cycle has him in a cycle.
Incredible plays. I mean, that remote detonation was perfect. You can tell how comfortable he feels on this map this far into the game, right? The ability to, at a moment's notice, shoot that grenade is insane. It finds the easy double, it makes the triple even that more special on the quick scope, and Cycle does all the work the Shopify need for him to be able to hold down the tower. Now the reinforcements are starting to do their job as well. A double kill from Last Shot, a BC hold stands strong, and you only need 25 more points.
Shopify Rebellion already have the double cap here. They are marching towards the finish line. That is a sweep on Four of a Kind. Four of a Kind, mind you, think about the starts of every game. They've looked excellent. They looked at time they were going to win, starting up 2-0 in the capture the flag. Even in this game, they've had control for so much, but Shopify Rebellion already hit 236 points. Finally, Four of a Kind are able to slow them down, but can they go on a crazy like run? I mean, you're talking about over 100 points needed just to tie up the game.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, we say it all the time, you need perfect Halo. You basically have to play perfect to beat a team like Shopify. No mistakes can be made, plenty of mistakes to be found in this game already. 2 players going down for Four of a Kind. It's a 3v2 situation here for Shopify. Talik knows he needs to stop the bleeding, needs to get into B, but unfortunately he's surrounded. Shopify continuing to push back green. Talik does a great job to find a double there. Perfect shots. As 3 go down on Shopify, I think all 4 down now. Rule 2 gets taken out. It will be a momentary trip cap. So game not over yet. We've seen these trip caps snowball so far in Halo Infinite, but can Four of a Kind actually play that perfect in order to punch the game into their hands? And unfortunately, when they lose one right there, they have to give up that trip cap. That's okay, but one more player going down is going to be the big red flag that potentially ends this game.
Talik was the one to make some big-time plays in order to keep them alive here, and so far, continues to do it. I mean, what are we talking? These 2-for-1s that are going the way of Talik. He just has no business doing it, but he is willing his team forward. They're in a triple cap. Again, we're not counting Four of a Kind out just yet.
Yeah, Talik looked dead to rights there. Quam's back, gets his shield back. Bateson switches the team perfectly. The trip cap stands strong for now, and look at that, 2 more go down for Shopify Rebellion. One of the last players is spotted in Frosty Ever towards his camouflage. It's an awkward push for Shopify. They need to be able to find individual kills here. I'm not sure they're going to be able to, but Cycle, of course, he does. He finds a double.
A team that plays better with their backs against the wall. And at one point, it was 234 to 110, but Talik starts dropping plays and kills after kill. He's on a killing frenzy right now. And Shopify Rebellion feel like they've been staggered for what could be 1, 2, 3 minutes now. Four of a Kind are about to make one of the craziest comebacks that we have seen in Halo Infinite Strongholds.
They've finally removed Tulloch from the map. The damage has been done though, 228 to 244. Still an opportunity here for Four of a Kind to stay in this series. They have 2 players down, and that's a death that cannot happen. Trippy goes down from the player towards Nest. 2 players knocked to no shield, back green. It's slight pickings for last shot. As 3 go down for Four of a Kind, they're going to be able to hop into B, and you have to think this is where this game ends.
Bravo transfers. You only have a couple of seconds here. You're already in Charlie, but can you hop into Alpha? No, it's just too little too late. What a miraculous run by Four of a Kind. And when you see, when you back somebody into a corner, what they're truly made of. And that was incredible. But it still wasn't enough. Shopify Rebellion did what they did in game number 1, did what they did in game number 2, and ultimately was the same in game 3. They stole that game from Four of a Kind just when they thought they had it in their hands.
Yeah, if you're looking at the series as a whole, Four of a Kind had strong starts in each of the games. It was the mid-game that they really got thrown off their pacing, and Shopify were able to take advantages of the opportunities they found. I mean, it is so difficult to try and beat a team that doesn't miss, especially when they find themselves with the S7. Unbelievable plays from Shopify to gain such a massive lead. Tulloch goes on a frenzy to get his team back into this, but that's what it's going to take to try and compete with the likes of Shopify. You have to have pop-off moments in every single game. If you don't, you can almost guarantee somebody on Shopify with their firepower is going to be having those pop-off moments. So such a difficult equation for Four of a Kind to try and solve to create an upset, and it will not be in this series. Shopify Rebellion continuing to dominate and reign supreme here in the competitive Halo scene as they win the winners finals 3-0.
Yeah, normally in poker, you got a Four of a Kind and you're going to win any hand, any game, but that combination of Royal 2 and Frosty, we might have to call that the Royal Flush combination. That's the only thing that's beaten Four of a Kind. They advance to the grand finals. We go down to the lower bracket. We see SSG in your elimination quarterfinals. And I believe I guess they would go up against the team that just lost in Four of a Kind. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Legion Gaming and Nine going to be duking it out. And I'm excited to see that. I haven't got the chance to see as much of this Legion Gaming as I liked, but with their new look, they look crazy. You have Nine, the return of some amazing players here. They want to go on the run themselves, and everybody just waiting to get to that elimination finals.
Yeah, that Legion Gaming 9 series should be a pretty good one. Like you said, there's a lot of up-and-comers, a lot of guys that have been grinding for years here in Halo Infinite on Legion Gaming, Cloud9, or I'm sorry, 9, I should refer to them as. A lot of the staple known players as Boobadooboo still reigning supreme down there in the lower bracket, having a great run so far with 3 1s and 3 0s. But we'll see who can advance to that elimination semifinals. 4 teams advance, I believe, today into the Pro League, so they're going to be competing for those spots, and those are going to be some big-time series to be able to acquire an opportunity to play in the Pro League.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere because we come back. We have some important matchups. We got to find out who's making it into the semifinals and stamping their ticket into the Pro League. We got 4 teams on. We have 4 teams on the chopping block right now, but only 2 can advance into that semifinals and guarantee that spot. This is where things get exciting. Don't go anywhere. once again, we are back with your $128,000 Halo Pro League co-presented by Shopify Rebellion, and we have an important matchup right here, right now, because we're deciding who makes it into the top 4 into your elimination bracket semifinals. Legion Gaming going up against 9.
Yeah, big time series here to try and qualify on the first weekend of our qualifiers. Keep in mind, there will be another qualifier next week, so teams that lose this series will be able to have an opportunity to try and get back into the Pro League, but you want to get it done on the first week, right? How much confidence does that give the team? An early start from Legion Gaming, it looks like, to get Shock Rifle in Zuzi's hands, but unfortunately, it's immediately removed. Boobadooboo does a good job negating that. Early hill progression will favor Legion Gaming, as finally the 9 crew off that kill from Boobadooboo is able to transition it to try and take down that hill carrier. Right now, still a mixy situation for everybody on the map, as KingNick, the last player alive, tries to find a kill to release some of the pressure that would be the respawn for his team. He's able to get into elevator successfully. There's the player right above him. Not sure if that player spotted, but KingNick sees that player, leaves that player, and focuses on the priority player in the hill. A great route by KingNick here. Doubles back to even find that kill, make it a triple, as KingNick even leaves a grenade on the ground to try and get the over, the unofficial over, I'll call it. But all 4 go down for Legion Gaming, and a great job by KingNick, last player alive in that situation, to keep his team in this hill for the first point.
I mean, he may not be as practiced, you know, he obviously took a long break here, but the mind's still sharp, and that was an excellent routing by KingNick as we switch over towards Boobadooboo on the tower side. He's gonna catch a player rotating in toward the bottom gold side, and eventually gets the assist. Now put some shots on some Morgan. Both players go 1 shot, so both of them retreat, but of course, it's 9 that the one's getting aggressive.
Yeah, even that play gives me a lot of concern. Boobadooboo is knocked to no shield, bottom tower, and you see a member from Legion Gaming jumping on top of the double stack, not really focused on Boobadooboo, focused on trying to remove that player from the hill, but the damage had been done. Boobadooboo somehow stays alive throughout the entire transition of that hill to the second point, so now it's 9, not only in the second point with the 1-0 lead, they're able to get that camouflage as well. He can't get out of there though, however, so that could be a big kill to try and keep the second hill contested. It is going to be Legion Gaming, what looks like, with momentarily tunnel control here. The last player alive for Legion Gaming is in this hill, and now Cloud9 will have an opportunity to break this pretty quickly. He's going to play towards the front of the hill and look to be aggressive bottom middle, trying to bring the fight to 9, knowing that there's probably going to be players flanking him from blue, and yes, just that. KingNick behind enemy lines. Boobadooboo finds a double, maybe even a triple, as the kill feed lights up. All 4 go down from Legion, and in a blink of an eye, the setup goes back into Cloud9's favor.
I have close to 17,000 games played in Halo Infinite, and I don't know if I've ever been in a situation like that where we try to grapple like through the shroud. Like, I don't know if it's a situation where the shroud was kind of throwing off the length of how far it is, or can you grapple the camo through the shroud? I don't know the answer to that. I've never actually seen that interaction before, but Serum was having a little bit of trouble, wasn't able to get away with the camo largely because of that. Luckily, Boobadooboo has himself a Shock Rifle 9, have a 2-0 lead, so it doesn't affect the game all that much.
Boobadooboo posted up elevator with the Shock Rifle in hand, knocks the player down in no shields, can't hit the second shot, and because he misses a couple of those Shock Rifle shots, he's actually not down to no shield. This player gets the shield back and actually puts Boobadooboo on a World Star clip. 3 go down for Cloud9. That's going to be the setup as well. So a good response here from Legion Gaming. KingNick's still a problem to try and deal with here. It's a trade for KingNick as the last player alive, once again finding a way to get a kill. Mistakes like that from Legion Gaming are going to be punished throughout this series, and we've already seen KingNick find those opportunities in those moments to get his team a 2-0 lead here early on. This is almost a must-cap point for Legion Gaming to try and stop the momentum of what is Cloud9, but giving up those last kills makes this setup so much weaker for Boobadooboo to try and find his openings. He's done just that with a double kill himself.
Not only was that the 3 down, but actually all 4 members of Legion Gaming on the respawn screen now trying to spawn up and make their way through the tower, and the 8 side, well, able to trade out lives there. Both teams go 2 down, but the 3rd ends up falling. Morgan finds 1 and maybe finds a camouflage, and looks like that one was burned.
Yeah, heads up play by Cloud9, focus that Camo player, Sarion, a player that we watched pop off a few different times as of yesterday, but really starting to make himself and his presence known. I can't wait to see this kid in the Pro League. You have to think he's got to find a way inside of that Pro League. This would be the series that would put him in there. So he finds that kill into the Camo player. He denies an opportunity for Legion Gaming. He feels the pressure coming from Pipe, so he opts to try and push into it. He can't find the trade. And this is Legion Gaming taking over the setup right now. King Nick, last player alive, doing what King Nick has done all of game one. Finds a double as the last player on the map. And once again, mistakes like that can't happen. You have to stop allowing King Nick these opportunities.
And another hill goes the way of 9 at the moment here. Legion Gaming struggling to get a capture just yet with 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Honestly, it's really not all that much time for you to do so, but 3 in a row in order to tie up our game number 1, which so far has been firmly in the hands of 9.
Yeah, I don't mean to call the series just yet, but Cloud9 look like they're on a completely different level as far as their knowledge and their ability to rotate and how they're playing this game type specifically. Maybe it's just a game type flaw for Legion Gaming and they'll be better off and better suited for other map mode combinations, but right now they are getting outclassed here in game 1.
And you see the cloud symbol. You can keep throwing the cloud in there. It's hard though. I'm
It's
looking
so
at Salah and Avacy's symbol, and it's like, huh, what are you trying to tell us?
Yeah, I didn't even realize what I was doing there, but I mean.
Hey, you know, we all want C9 back. Right? We want SSG back. I'm hoping that's gonna be official. We want you all back. Who has Hex's number? I think he follows. I might be the messenger.
I'll say my commentating right now is as imperfect as Legion's gameplay, as they've given up so many different kills in situations where they can't, to a point where this lead feels probably like it's insurmountable. A couple of shock rifle shots from Doozy should be able to turn the tide, at least on this point alone. Scoring the first point would be big here. You can transition to the bottom mid hill. If you can get a few more pop-off opportunities from the individual skill that is on Legion Gaming, they can potentially get this to a 1-cap game under this time limit, but you gotta play unbelievable from this point on.
Looking for their final cap is 9. Meanwhile, Legion Gaming able to put their first cap on the board. End up going 2 down in order to do so, but the rest of the members just bum rush right through the hill. Apparently, so does Lucy. Not only gets a double kill, but also the camouflage all for himself.
Yeah, he's gonna go get lost into white. This is a beautiful job by him. Knowing that time is on his side, so many win conditions in the favor of 9 right now that with this camouflage, your goal should just be to stay alive. Finding that kill and backing up is a beautiful play. This last player for Legion Gaming trying to push into white, he's gonna opt to try and go bottom mid. He gets cleaned up as well. Don't want to put toes in this hill to stop that clock. You want it running, and this camo will last till about 30 seconds left in this game, where it will feel like Legion don't have an answer to win.
1 minute remaining.
And for those of you guys who don't know, it takes about 45 seconds or 40 seconds to take a hill. And as of right now, when you have 2 caps, it makes no sense for 9 to jump in this hill whatsoever. It's up to Legion Gaming to jump in that hill and stop the neutral time from going down. Meanwhile, 9, they have both win conditions, whether it's the hill or to playing the shot clock against them. So Legion Gaming still in trouble. Uzi not playing like he is, the former Fortnite player, doing his thing, building a home in this hill. And look at that progression, already about what, 60, almost 70% done right now. Legion Gaming playing like they're the favorites.
Yeah, here come Cloud9 making the mistakes of their own right there. Avacy was one of the first respawners for Cloud9. He goes out towards the Mangler pit. He staggers the respawns because he's such an easy kill for multiple players of Legion Gaming staring at that doorway, to where that staggered respawn is everything you could give to Legion Gaming to try and cap this hill pretty flawlessly, right? So Cloud9 don't wait for their numbers, don't have the patience in order to break this bottom middle hill setup. And now it's a 1-cap game with 38 seconds. It is towards battery, so a very difficult spot to try and stay alive, but you can see teams hold down a perfect battery setup. We've seen it before. Big question is, does Legion Gaming have that in their kit right now? It looks like they're going to lose a few members, and every second that goes off this clock when those players are respawning are important win conditions in their favor.
Jam about to come up here. Boo Boo Doo wants to get hands on that, but also simultaneously keeping Legion Gaming out the hill. Wasn't able to do that. Boo Boo Doo ends up putting a couple shots at the Morgan. Eventually, Legion Gaming do sneak in that hill and stop that timer from going down. Just 17 seconds is all that 9 have to do in order to keep them out of the hill, but that might be easier said than done until Boo Boo ends up taking one down, making 2, and now the final player is just kept away, and that's all she wrote. Finally, 9 were able to weather the storm and finish game 1.
2 seconds still on the clock. There was a player that could have potentially gotten in there, but Booba-Dooba's power position with the camouflage just made that an impossible situation. So game 1 going to go over in 9's favor. But you saw opportunities, especially throughout the later towards of that game, where Cloud9 were making enough mistakes to allow a comeback to happen. But they played so well in the early game that I think Legion Gaming just built themselves too big of a hill to try and climb. I expect other game types and other map mode combinations to be highly contested, I would say, from Legion Gaming's perspective. I know it was a one-cap game, but it felt like it was a blowout, right? When you're up 3-0 and you play around the time, you're okay with those points going in the favor of Legion Gaming as long as you limit the win conditions and let that clock get as far down closer to 0 as possible. So Cloud9 actually dominate, in my opinion, game 1, but we'll see if Legion Gaming can play better in the Slayer here coming up.
Meanwhile, actually taking a look at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, we have another matchup about to go down. SSG Space Station Gaming going up against Ascending Baseline over on the bottom right. So we have 2 great matchups right now, and again, we keep talking about it. I mean, this is for your pro league. There's $128,000 on the line right now, and we have maybe about eight teams left, and only 4 of them can actually make it into the qualifier. If you make it into the top 4 spots, you're guaranteed one of the top 4 seeds. Meanwhile, next weekend, we have another qualifier going down, and that will be for the bottom 5 through 8 seeds. And that's it. It's cut off at that point in time. So it'll be highly unfortunate for any one of these squads to like make it so far into like, say, like a top 12 situation and just find themselves on the outside looking in. That's really the implication. That's what makes these tournaments so important. It could be the difference of you getting your share of $128,000 and nothing.
Yeah, just having something to compete for is so important for these players right now, especially in the year 2026. This Pro League is everything for everyone here. So these matches are so pivotal. We already see Shopify, of course, qualifying, being in that grand finals already, and we already know 4 of a kind are going to be there as well, already solidifying them a top 3 spot here this weekend. But who's going to join them? 9 versus Legion Gaming. Team next with the camo in hand gets removed from the map, and it's an even start with Zuzi with the S7 as well. So a much better start here for Legion Gaming, at least in game 2.
Yeah, while we were focused on the fight over to the camouflage, Zuzi did sneak away with the sniper and 2 kills with it, a pretty quick double kill, and you see why he's quick with the quick scopes and the 2-tap. Another double coming out of Zuzi. Salah was able to take down his twin brother in Uzi, but still Legion Gaming have a 1-kill advantage.
Just over the head of Salah there with the S7. Uzi's gonna, that missed shot gonna be punished. He didn't expect the player to be so close to him, so the snipe gets removed from his hands. Wido then gets collapsed from the dummy spawn. It's a double kill in the kill feed there, as 9 get off to a 3-kill lead here after seeing an opportunity for Legion Gaming to really blow this game wide open. It gets squandered, and 9 find themselves, I was going to say fighting from an advantageous position there from the tower over towards the dummies, but a good job by Legion to pick up a couple of kills.
Yeah, it was going that way, but then, of course, Legion turned things around real quick, and okay, Morgan is shooting as well, and Legion Gaming clearly not happy with the results of that game number 1. It feels like they've woken up towards the tail end of that one and made it quite the game, and even took that momentum into game number 2, and now the lead against 9.
Yeah, just like in Call of Duty, where there's S&D kids that become famous and turn their careers into professional careers, I feel like a lot of the amateur teams and players that come up and grind through Halo, they end up being strong Slayer teams to kick off. And then the objectives, the nuances, the decision-making behind the objectives often improve throughout their career. So even though game 1 wasn't in Legion's favor, I'm not surprised to see them have a strong start here in game 2 in the Slayer, because now with kind of the decision making and the strategy being fairly simplified in a team Slayer as opposed to an objective where you're having to focus on how do you manipulate this objective towards your win conditions. It's just slaying is the name of the game here in game 2, and I think Legion Gaming are much more suited to compete here, as they do have a 6-kill lead. They're doing a much better job here in game 2.
So you have objective kids, you have Slayer kids. What would I be?
Tony, you're a commentator, bud.
27-22 advantage here for Legion Gaming, but you allowed King Nick to get away with the camouflage. And honestly, I think that sticky might become relevant here. If anybody tries to get up close and personal to try to get camo out of his hands, well, he should be able to trade out his life. Well, no trades happening there. Camo is cleared, and that's great for Legion Gaming.
Yeah, everything going right for them right now. They're winning their ones, they're getting their kills, they're hitting their shots, and they're playing off the advantages they're giving themselves. Zuzi with a 10-6-5 lead here, but everybody doing their part. If you take a look across the assists mark for this Legion Gaming roster, that shows you that they're playing together. A great anchor position here for Morgan over towards the tower, able to get his teammate an advantage over towards Nest. That kill's picked up. Morgan's going to have a ton of pressure coming, so you want to see Legion Gaming rotate back towards the tower and be able to help them. But they lose a couple of players before that can ever happen, and that's actually going to be, I believe, Snipe in the hands of 9 as well right now. So this could be where the game goes back towards 9's favor if Legion Gaming aren't careful. You want to see them be able to get kills in this position specifically because they're at a disadvantageous spot where they're coming off respawn, and 9 know exactly where they are.
And I saw a fight over with the camouflage, but I think actually it might have gotten burned. Boo wasn't able to get away with a very important equipment being the quantum translocator. So now he could get awfully aggressive with that get out of jail free card just sitting over towards the back green. But actually he's smelling something suspicious over there. He's thinking maybe players could have rotated there. No, they're still in A.
Good stick before Boo gets taken out right there to at least find a trade. Doesn't expect that player to be bottom middle. 40-35 now. The first team to cross the 40 kill mark will be Legion Gaming. Stuck bottom middle camos coming up right now. There is a player top tower. The first pick going to Legion Gaming's favor as this camo is coming up is massive. They should be able to acquire this camo. What do they do with it is the question.
See Morgan on the attack. He's going to trade out his life. Zuzi is the one that gets away with the camouflage and has the information. There's a player right under him. But I have to find out this one is about to turn to 2. Takes one down. Player still stuck over toward the cut side. Not only does Zuzi get the double, but the triple as well. 45 kills for Legion Gaming.
I was going to say before that play, I really like what I was seeing from Zuzi. After that play, I love what I'm seeing from Zuzi. Beautiful shots, great kills, 47-41. All you need is 3 to tie this series up.
15-9, 7 assists out of Zuzi right now, and now it looks like they're not leaving NClips a chance. They're waiting to double push together. There's no need to take these 1v1s where you can have 2 reticles trained on 1. He and Lido are going to work on 1, and that's at Avusi that goes down. Boo stuck over toward the green side, but it looks like Salah and King Nick decide to go right through the mid.
Nice route from Uzi there. He's able to find a kill front tower, and it is going to be a tied-up series. Legion Gaming will take the Slayer, and just as I kind of thought this series would go, this should be a highly contested series. These teams are both in the top 6 right now of this tournament, fighting for an opportunity in the Pro League. Nobody's going to leave anything left off their plate. But right now, the objectives are where we got to focus for Legion Gaming. How competitive are some of the objectives? You don't need to win them all. You can be great in the Slayers and win a few objectives and win this series. The big question for me is, do they have enough in their objective bag to take from Cloud9 is the question. But in the Slayers, they look great.
So right now, Zuzi finishes 15 kills, 9 assists, and an 8.8 KDA. And one thing I noticed right off the rip is the balance between all of them. Like that's slightly in favor of Zuzi. But look at the rest. I mean, 13 kills, 7 assists, 12 kills, only died 9 times, 9 assists. You know, everybody on Legion Gaming doing great in the kills and the assist department, which it makes sense. If you're gonna take a win off a team like 9, well, you all better be firing on all cylinders. Otherwise, there's no way that it works.
Aqua CTF's the name of the game for Game 3. First of 5 caps. And this is a very traditional arena-style Halo CTF map as opposed to some of the others. So not as much power weapons on this map, obviously. You have the camouflage top middle, but I'm interested to see how do Legion Gaming use the momentum from Game 2 here early on in Game 3. So I want to start off with someone from Legion Gaming's point of view. It's going to be Morgan with the battle rifle in the window. Let's see the battle for camo.
I think one way to improve this map is maybe decent with power weapons. Maybe a couple snipers, a little rocket action or something.
See, Tony, that's why you're a commentator.
Yeah, definitely not a player. 3 go down immediately for Legion Gaming. Lido taking the challenge over toward the table side, and it is Syrian that gets the win and makes his way over toward the top P. Meanwhile, King Nick has that trusty BR at his side.
King Nick can be a problem when he gets comfortable on the map right now. The battle rifle starting to sing a nice nade. Boobadooboo gonna get that kill. A thrust forward is something Morgan's not gonna expect, and King Nick gets a kill and an assist to open up the map. Looks like the defensive stand was strong so far for Legion Gaming. That fight does get thrown out. Players spawning in the util should be illegal, as the return will come through. Avucci gets caught off. And that's actually an opportunity now that 2 goes down as Lido tries to get across the map. A bridge spawn for Avucci. He gets his respawn back as he gets cut off from the util players. He gets to spawn in the fridge and cut off what was the most advanced player for Legion Gaming. But now Sarion is in your base, and a kid that's probably had a little bit quieter of a series so far that you expect to really take over at some point. This could be that moment.
Well, it was a pretty loud win in the 1v1. King Nick is also rotating that fly through the util side, and the card does a great job of keeping Morgan busy while also putting some extra bonus damage on the play over toward the top P. And right now, Syrian is moving and grooving until eventually taken down, but even makes that player one shot as well, which should be great for this flag to be relayed and not returned.
And they get Boobadooboo was the last player alive. He was in the util. He's able to get a touch on it, but it doesn't matter. Too many members go down. Not enough space on the map there. Let's reposition our focus, though. Ascending Baseline versus Space Station Gaming. Game number 1, King of the Hill on Recharge. It's the same series layout as the series previously we were watching, but this is where the big dogs are eating. Space Station versus Ascending Baseline. Like I said, a lot of household names and a lot of MVPs in this lobby as Stellar and Legend find themselves back on the same squad, and Stellar back in his final form. If you missed yesterday, he had 2 unbelievable overkills. It looks like he is still in his final form as he picks up 3 straight kills to get into the hill with this camouflage shock rifle.
He's hungry right now, and 4-0 is the start. Now looking for the killing spree right now, and still a couple bursts in the rifle for shock, and not able to find the headshot, but does the damage that turns eventually into an assist, and even lines up Ryan Noob, and that's the second assist in a row, and now a back smack out of Stellar, who seemingly is playing perfect in the start of game number 1.
Tapping Buttons is going to be able to take him out, but not before Stellar gets a killing spree with his first life of the game here to kick this series off. You know, Space Station have expectations of trophies, let alone qualifying for the Pro League. On the other side, it's that thorn in your side, Ryan Noob, that's always been in this pro scene that creates upsets in these moments that leave you scratching your head. Which is going to be the case here is the big question entering this series.
Enemy about to score.
Space Station Gaming Ascending Baseline going at it right now. We'll definitely keep you updated with our other series here, because both of these teams all 4 of these teams are in the quarterfinals. We're going to find out who makes it into the top 4 and guarantees their spot in the Pro League. There's 8 teams and only 4 spots.
Remember when back in the day when you used to like have a big TV, Tony, you could put like the picture-in-picture where you can watch 2 things at once? That's like what we need right now. But right now, Legend, after securing that first kill for Space Station Gaming, Legend's being able to win the rotation into the blue pipes. He's able to find a kill. Stellar finds a ninja in the kill feed. I'm pretty sure it was probably just a drop-down back smack. You never know, though. We like to think that the ninja happened a lot of the times. Super CC now gonna try and prioritize getting this player out of the hill, but Legend actually like feels him coming, gets out of the hill and jukes Super CC, able to find that first kill, get a melee onto the second. But it looks like Ascending Baseline do have back blue control, which is gonna be difficult for Space Station to get any hill time if that's the case. But Stellar, he prioritized the camo, able to get shots onto a player under Eco here on the bat ledge. Unlegit picking up a double, and this is a player, like, we know who Eco is, right? Unlegit. This guy's been competing for a long time, world champion, one of the best to ever do it. But what he was doing yesterday reminded me of the young Eco that was one of the most steady shots in the league. And I love what we saw from him. So if he can play at the level he did yesterday consistently, he's going to give this SSG team everything they need to create some major upsets and potentially compete for that $128,000.
Surprised you would see these two teams in this predicament right now. You're fighting for their early lives at the moment here, but right now they're both fighting well. Riding with the win on Stellar, but eventually the cleanup as we switch gears over towards Penguin and Space Station Gaming the West already having control of this hill. And in fact, it looks like Ascending Baseline might have to punt it, and SSG are not allowing them to. They stepped foot right out of the hill and said, if you want to rotate towards the next one, we're going to stop. We're going to drain the clock. We're going to make you push us so we can ultimately slay you and not allow you to have that head start over towards the next hill.
Yeah, that just shows you how comfortable SSG feel right now in this moment in this series. They are comfortable leaving what would be the risk of not capping that hill, playing with their food a little bit. A nice nade, which should be a double kill from Penguin, one of the best Halo Infinite players. Accolades across the boards for this guy. His average placing is nothing short of a grand finals, I'm pretty sure. As he holds down the elevator after that double, early progression in the third point will go to Space Station Gaming, and Ascending Baseline look like they're starting to fall behind as SSG looking like they're in prime form.
I promise you, we give you a sneak peek into both of these matches here, and we actually took a little bit in, and it looks like it was a 3-0 in favor of 9 in that Aquarius CTF, so we'll make sure we keep checking back and forward and give you guys all the updates necessary as 3 down. Go Ascending Baseline, tapping buttons, gonna try to stay alive over toward the back elevator side, but doesn't have the shield in order to do so. Another camouflage about to come up, and Legend wants it.
Yeah, it looks like on the other side of the bracket, it's the objectives continuing to separate Legion Gaming. But right now, SSG Ascending Baseline 3-0. Objectives separating these two as well. Stellar 12-7 and 6 to kick this one off. Camouflage back in his hands. Even though there's a ton of time and you think that Ascending Baseline could get back into this, I mean, with what we've seen so far here in this game 1, it tells you that SSG they're back. They're back in a very serious form right now. They might not have Bound Penguin, a great addition to this roster in order to get themselves into the Pro League and to be able to play at a very, very high level. They've been very impressive so far throughout this game. Nearly perfect Halo to get to this point, 3-0 the score line, and they want that 4th point. They don't want to have any concern with playing time.
Ryan Newman currently waiting for his teammates to come off a spawn. They want to try to push this together. It's the final point here that SSG are trying to put on, so it's going to take true teamwork in order to get them out of the hill. And it starts with that first pick, which quickly turns into 2. Some great grenades out of Super CC and tapping buttons, I'm sure, clears out SSG, but
yeah,
nobody accounting for Stellar with the shock.
Yeah, you can clear out a couple members of SSG, but until you take down this kid with the shock rifle, you still have a problem on your hands. He finds that first kill. Can't hit the second, but I mean, denies what is the hill time for Ascending Baseline. Kills that priority player in that hill, and now the clock already 20 seconds because Stellar hits that shock rifle shot off the clock. Another win condition starting to trickle out of the window for Ascending Baseline.
And it looks like while this game could be winding down to its end, actually we just found out that there was a pretty decisive win in favor of 9. I think I saw a 5-1 was the scoreline on Aquarius and CTF. So as of right now, Ascending Baseline looking for their first capture here and may be able to get it, but it's crazy. All of this is just time. No, he's not there. He's still. Oh, yeah. No. That's an old spot, Eco. Come on, you got to check that one.
Eco is cursing out whatever map designer left that little crevice there because that spot is a very G spot. We call that bottom Tony on the CIT. And then what a tricky spot for Eco to try and figure out. He's like, I knew there was a guy here somewhere. He's got to be in this corner. Nope, he's in the deepest corner of all time. But But still, now SSG going to be able to opt to play time. Things haven't gone perfectly for them in this fourth point. But, I mean, they just feel and look so comfortable right now that why not give yourselves a couple of minutes to just play Team Slayer, right? Why not just get the confidence, get the guns going into game 2?
And okay, attacking Buzz with a triple. The final player is the one that refused to go down in Legend, by the way. Welcome back once again. If we haven't said it enough, we missed you around these parts. 36 seconds left on the clock right now. Sending baseline have to hop in and stop the time from going down. But I mean, 30 seconds worth of neutral time to try to take 3 hills in a row. We don't want to, you know, we don't want to count a team out early. But I mean, we also want to be realistic, right?
Yeah, now this is where the stat pad happens, right? This is where those 1.3s, 1.4s at tournaments, this is where those occur. When you're slaughtering a team like SSG are to sending baseline in this fashion right now, and they get to play time, they get to, like, sending baseline virtually for their win conditions have to go to this hill as fast as possible. They have to take direct routes, and Space Station had the entire map at their disposal. It will be SSG taking this game 1 3-0 in very dominant fashion, led by Unlegit with 21 kills, most on his team, and it's great to see a player like Unlegit. One, I love the team, the name changed back to his original forms. If you guys didn't know, Eco used to go by Unlegit way back in the day in the H2A era, but it's good to see him just like slaying at such a high level, and he's done it consistently over a couple of days so far. So I'll knock on some wood for the kid and hope he continues that, because I'm a big fan of him. He's a legend in and of himself, but leading the way here for SSG with 21, 16, and 6.
And I wonder if it's like a situation where that's really truly the makeup of this team. Because you talked about how he was almost turning back the hands of time yesterday. And when I started to think about like what kind of teams have Stellar and Unlegit have had as far as throughout their career, it's like, well, they've had a player like a Penguin, they've had a player like a Legend, but have they had both like 2 very unselfish players like that at the same team at the same time? Usually there's always a third member between Stellar and maybe like another one who's trying to be hungry for the kills. But it looks like now you have 3 very high IQ, very unselfish players like Legend, a Penguin, and Eco, and they're just gonna share that. Meanwhile, Stellar, you know he's gonna get his. At every way, shape, or form, he's gonna put a sniper in his hands and watch the magic happen. So I wonder if it's kind of the makeup of this new team that's maybe has caused him to be able to fire off like this.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with individual confidence and like how you feel on the server. It looks like he feels so comfortable, and I think that's so important. Whether that can be attributed to his teammates, their positioning, the level of communication that they're giving him, all of that encompasses how you feel comfortable-wise on the map. For me, I need those clear, concise, but exact information of where the enemy team is, and if he's getting fed that level of information and not having to over-communicate himself in order to get, like, portray that information, the game can come a lot easier to him, and it looks like it's been easy for him the last couple of days. So maybe that's what we're seeing here across Space Station Gaming. Of course, we're only 1 game into this series. We're going to need to see them continue it. Legend now on a bit of a spree here himself, finds 4 straight kills before getting taken down. He will lose that S7 as Camo does come up, but it is an early lead for SSG, and that's exactly what you wanted to see if you're an SSG fan going into the Slayer, which is where I would assume ascending baseline's best opportunity to stay in the series is.
11-5 is the early advantage here for Space Station Gaming, and we see Stellar with the camo and snipe combination and half a clip with it, and that means trouble for anybody.
Oh my God, they lined up
in ascending baseline colors, and you thought the quick was gonna happen. He ends up making both players 1 shot, but it looks like nobody quite there for the cleanups just yet. Legend though finally comes in out of nowhere. Spectre with the cleanup real quick. Eco sees some weakened players. He wants action as well. And man, it is a battle war here in the trenches of the back A. And eventually SSG emerge victorious.
Yeah, SSG do emerge victorious, but that's one of those opportunities, Tony, that I always talk about with camos, where you never want to be like the tip of the spear with that camouflage, even when you have the snipe, even if you're Stellar. Like, yes, you can go around no-scoping everybody, and you're an extremely world-class talent, but you always want to be third-partying a lot of the combat when you have that camo snipe. So I would have liked to see someone from SSG's side be able to push in front of Stellar, to be able to at least distract those players to where they're not both highly prioritizing Stellar once he hits that first shot on the body, because you do get deleted if two players are shooting you so quickly from the Bandit. Legend trying to play his life around Green, quantuming back and forth, but Ryan Noob not going to fall for the oldest trick in the book. As it is a 4-kill lead, Ryan Noob starting to approach this tower push. A couple of players from SSG are split out. One towards camo, one's getting spawned out over, I believe, towards green. Penguin by himself over at this camouflage, trying to take down Ryan Noob, but Ryan Noob dancing around this cuts areas. It's such a difficult kill, and I suspect you can't kill Legend, and that's going to be bad news, Tony, because it's a 7-kill lead, and it looks like it's going to get even worse with Stellar picking up the fresh camo.
Another camo goes in the hands of Stellar, and it's Ryan Noob that's the first victim of it. And oh, Suspector, where did you just come from? May have gone down courtesy of a double kill Penguin, but got the most important player off the map, and that was the camoed out Stellar.
Yeah, we never saw Suspector on Stellar's point of view. That had to be such a frustrating moment from Stellar. He's probably left scratching his head after getting assassinated right there, not knowing that there was a third player over in that area. Stellar thought he had a free flank with that camouflage. So camo kind of gets squandered, but it still was successful kills going towards SSG to make this still a 6-kill lead in their favor. Tapping Button's going to need to do some work with the new S7 if they want to have a chance of coming back.
So it's good for Tapping Buttons. Right back within striking distance right now. Are ascending baseline. You're one squad wipe away from tying this game up, and Tapping Buttons had one lined up, and the spawners are starting to escape except for Stellar, who ends up trading out his life, getting the sniper out of the hands of Tapping Buttons. Shit, what?
Nice nade from Penguin there. Didn't expect that one to get a kill, but Penguin did apparently. He gets caught in no man's land, top middle. Tapping Buttons goes right back for his sniper. He says, I was robbed. I had to trade a kill. Lost his sniper, so he wanted it back. And look at this, Tony. A 1-kill game, Tapping with the snipe in hand. And we've seen him not miss a shot so far. I mean, it continues, right? Tapping Button's one of those players, when he catches fire, he looks like the best player in just about any lobby he finds himself in. 16, 1, and 9. Tapping, showing you ascending baseline. Slayer presence is here as they take the lead for the first time in the game, 37-36.
Oh my gosh. Tapping Buttons and Suspector combining for 30 kills, and the timing of you saying that Tapping Buttons hasn't missed and him just peeling somebody's head off and then hitting 3 in a row afterwards was just perfect right there. As the game wants to get tied up.
Sometimes I can watch a player and the way that he's moving his crosshair, the way he's moving on the map, I can tell you what's about to happen, but before it even ever does, right? Like, you can see the confidence flowing through Tapping's screen. Even the spawn before, I can tell you Tapping wasn't missing right now. He does end up trading that life before, but I mean, look at what he's been able to do since. 20 kills to his name, and we still got 6 to go for ascending baseline. Tapping picks up 1 as I'm talking about it, so it makes it 21. And if you can't win the game when Tapping Buttons has over 20 kills on a Slayer, good luck. But they do have a momentary lead of 1 kill, 44-43.
Got a green gun in his hands. Looks like Tapping Buttons just looking to take out the shields of one player overextended. But looks like Space Station Gaming rotating more toward the A and the green side here. Tapping Buttons gonna find out the hard way that Legend and unlegit are right on top of each other, just making sure they're focusing, firing anybody they get their sights on. You gotta be careful. This isn't gonna be a 1v1 like you think. It could turn into 1v2, and he knows both players are weak, and he goes to a direct route. He cuts the map and somehow stays alive here. That's the plays that Tapping Buttons makes.
This is what players talk about when they say flow state. Tapping Buttons can't make a wrong decision, right? 23, 1, and 11. He's got 1 assist because he's killing everything he sees. Super CC is going to end the game for his 5th kill. Tapping Buttons, though, is the name of the game there in game 2. 23 kills to get his team into the series, to tie that series up. And ascending baseline, after what was a dominant performance in game 1, you think SSG are just going to stomp this series away. Ascending baseline have the veterans in order to compete, and they do a great job of showing them some resiliency there. We reprioritize our focus over on the 9 Legion Gaming series, as it does look like 9 with that 3-0 lead on Aqua CTF. They were able to punch their ticket to get the lead back in their favor. Here's game number 4. Snipe in the hands of Sarion, and we know the damage he can do.
We're gonna keep eyes on both of these series. They both are so important right now. We're gonna find out who is advancing into that top 4 and qualifying for the Pro League. It's only 4 spots being handed out today, as Syrian doing everything he can to stay alive. Sadly, not able to do so, and Vusi has his sights on Vusi, but Vusi with the win.
Lido finds that kill onto the ball carrier. Ball gets neutralized in red as well, so no play ball, but Lido tries to get into red. Respawners over towards blue. It's a perfect 5 from Sala. That's able to deny what would be the thought of some ball time for Legion Gaming in that situation. Boobadooboo able to clean up the kill that took down Salah here. Stuck bottom middle. Boobadooboo in a one-on-one top cuts. Nice shot onto Morgan there. As that ball does get picked up by Avucci there, and now 9 able to take a comfortable lead, I'll say. 16 points. We'll see how long they can keep this setup going.
47 points and counting. See, Boobadooboo has Morgan in his sights. It's a big time kill. Nick off the screen gets a 5-shot onto Lido with having the numbers advantage. 9 not wasting any time whatsoever, hopping on the ball here, and eventually 3 down and more time for Boobadooboo.
All neutralized. 25-point lead just about. Doing rough math estimations over here. Nick gets taken down over towards the catwalk.
Ball dropped.
Doozy taking his time to try and help his teammate here. Lido able to find that kill. Still some pressure towards front red. It's good teamwork from Legion Gaming to try and get them back into this first round here. You'd love to see everybody staying alive back red, but they can't do that when King Nick made his way over towards top red with the snipe. He's going to be able to find a double.
Warrior over to the window, finds a one-shot player with the sniper. You know Warrior wants every last bit of that, but ends up getting meleeed, and the 2 remaining players of 9 cleared that side of things, get the sniper out of his hands, and now a clip in the sniper from Boobadooboo. 2 of them going to go wide, and 1 goes right to the dome.
I don't know how that works out. With the first 2 shots are so far off, you think he's got no chance, but the swipe of the 3rd rips the face off, and Boobadooboo feeling a little lucky today with that one, you have to think. 3 go down for Cloud9, even with Boo Boo hitting that shot. Last player alive, King Nick, and that could be the story of the series so far. Each time we've been able to join in, King Nick, with the weight of the world on his shoulders, the last player alive on his team, he is doing such a good job of making sure that the map control stays in 9's favor.
Nice 69 points here for 9. Meanwhile, Legion, we having 34 at the moment. Time winding down here, which could become a factor if the ball just sits in the mid-back and both teams have to slay out the way that they have been. I feel like the slays have been fairly equal at times here with Legion Gaming. They're willing to go toe-to-toe with 9 and some of the 1v1s. Lido flying across the ice, sees the rotation here for Avucci and doesn't want to allow him to escape, but somehow he does, and eventually gets taken down. 4 down for 9. A spawning King Nick makes his presence known.
About a 40-point lead right now. Legion Gaming need to figure out a way to hold a strong setup. We haven't seen them do just that throughout this game, and honestly, the objectives have separated 9 from Legion Gaming in the series. The 2-1 lead could quickly go to 3-1 if they're not able to figure out a way to win a single objective throughout the series. They need to get back into this round. They do get a little bit of time before having to play that ball firm red, but here comes Sarion with his sidekick into red, knocking several players down to no shields. Sarion dancing top red as a kill will come through. Knows that there's a player somewhere below him. Back red ramp is the player, and a beautiful hot drop for the perfect, as he's able to do his damage and make sure that 9 have an opportunity to compete for this neutralized ball.
So far, has 13 kills and ends up dying for the 8th time there with that vengeance of Vucci. And tries to get the ball out and over onto the red side of the map. Gets caught out while doing so. And man, King Nick spotting that nade for the remote detonation. How did he even see that?
Enemy has the ball.
2 go down for 9. Ball in the hands of Morgan, trying to get back into this round. They still have plenty of time. 1:08 on the clock. The time not a factor just yet. 20 points separate the two still, and this is the same exact thing that kind of ruined their last red setup. Was the sniper getting into top red. A good rotation to the ball out towards ice, but Avuchi hunts it down. With the help of Boobadooboo, they're able to find that first kill. One spawns back red on Avuchi, but he actually reads it, turns and quickly no-scopes that player to no shield. Now that player running across all of bottom red gets hunted down. Avuchi wanted that kill more than that player wanted to stay alive. And because he hunts that player down, he's going to secure red. 10 points to go to win round 1.
Ball dropped.
Uzi kind of snapping on targets here with the sniper, and man, he's deadly with it. Time winding down. Legion Game had to get the ball out of their hands here, but they're not able to do it. And I'll say, the way Vusi was sniping, he definitely helped.
Yeah, big heads up play by him to get back into red, hunt that player down, and also just block the red spawn in general to secure that first round win. Going to the second round here. It's a trade off the break for Yuzi and Bucci. Ball neutralized top middle. Sarion with his eyes on the snipe as he normally always does. He's able to find that kill top red, but it's trades across the board. We'll see who comes out on top of this one-on-one. Quantum now in the hands of Boobadooboo. He's going to be able to secure blue with snipe down top cat. It fell off.
Dubu not only able to get the kill, but grabs that sniper and just quickly teleports out of the danger and over toward the perimeter on the map. Senses that his teammate is having some trouble here in this fight. He wants to make sure he gets involved. There's a second one trying to get in, and now Boobadooboo says, you know what? There's no need for me to take this. I'm out of here, and I'll take it off heads with me.
Oh, this should be special. Boobadooboo with the triple. Unbelievable quantum plays. Goes back into the danger after relocating. Kind of left his teammate in blue when he decided to quantum out. He said, yeah, my life's not worth yours. But makes one hell of a play to snipe both people going into top blue, and then obviously quantuming back to find the triple. A beautiful play from Boobadooboo. Gets his team an early lead in round 2.
Marriage over towards the Vusi. He's gonna take some damage over on the top catwalk side, but knows this player dropped all the way down to bottom middle. Big read, and he and King Nick gonna make sure that they work together to get that player off the map. Ball started, or at least off of the catwalk side and playing through the slays. Right now are Vusi and 9.
Lucy getting taken down with the ball there. Salah found the snipe back into his hands. Ball in a difficult position. Doesn't have enough space to rotate it back to blue. Doesn't have that clean line of sights to go bottom middle. It will be 9 that find a couple of kills. It should secure this ball, but there is a player in Uzi trying to make his way bottom middle. He's only able to find one, and that's kind of the difficult part of trying to go into bottom middle there. You're usually only good for one. He tries to deny that ball from going into the hands of 9 right there. He does a good job of that. The lead's still stuck at 13-1 for now, but these trades are going to be able to benefit 9 if they continue to do so.
Looks like a Vusi. Oh, he wanted to take a direct route over toward the ball carrier. Didn't realize the player kind of baited him into that. Taken down, and so is King Nick, and that's a great hold now for Legion Gaming.
Good job by Yuzi here. Top white to be able to find some kills, play his life. The jiggle peaks were perfect. Knife is coming up. You know, he wants to try and prioritize getting his hands on that. Looks like it's going to be a crates push from 9. They've already made their way out towards ice.
Sniper coming up. And Syrian with the win here. Looks like Uzi has a couple shots from down range, but his teammate and brother in Suzy is taking a whole lot of damage. Luckily has the QT, just runs out of it and runs out of time with the sniper as well. Meanwhile, Morgan and the rest of Legion Gaming, they're doing a great job of getting their picks, and Uzi, his twin brother, he emerges with the sniper.
Hey, Uzi now with the S7 trying to be aggressive here. Too dead for Legion Gaming, but Uzi trying to be aggressive, making by 9 focus on him, but unfortunately only able to find one no scope. He gets removed from the equation. It's still a Legion Gaming early lead, So a much better round, and honestly probably the best objective start we've seen from them in a window of time. But right now with Boobadooboo with the snipe in hand, also ball in favor of 9. They're going to be able to take the lead here,
Enemy has the ball.
anchor it out. Boobadooboo is all the way back out on the stop ice. Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen when he was standing out there. Is he's eventually going to get spotted, and he has nowhere to go. But Boobadooboo's confidence reigning supreme, trying to look over the entire map from that section. He gets caught out. He gets removed from the map. And now Legion Gaming have a setup back in their favor, and lead exchanged once again in their side.
We're going to Boobadooboo decide to dance. That's a killing spree for Morgan. And once again, 9 going 3 down. Legion Gaming with the advantage. It was round number 1 that went towards 9. But Legion Gaming doing great in round 2.
Yeah, much better round from them so far in this round too. 53-33 and climbing. It's over a 20-point lead now, and look at how aggressive Morgan wants to be. A lot of the times when you push into blue here, you're going to force respawners to get spit out if you're not quick enough back on the rotation. Does look like the ball carrier was taken down because of that aggressive push, and bottom white spawns is where 9 just came from. To Morgan, because he pushed into blue, he's going to block those spawns, but he's doing such a good job with those kills that he's able to not only get the kills inside blue, but also get back in time to kill the respawners over towards white.
We just saw in the picture-in-picture for a bit by Morgan with the killing frenzy. But yeah, we saw the picture-in-picture that looks like Ascending Baseline, who are very well known for their Aquarius CTF gameplay. Looks like they might be able to get the win off of SSG and take the lead in that series. Meanwhile, this one, Legion Gaming looking to put their first round on the board. They're still fighting right now.
Looks like it's a bit of a interesting situation here. The flag trying to go up into the window. Spectre can't quite punch it in. Is anybody going to be there to cap that one? Legend is in the enemy base, has to play his life. 3 go down for a city baseline in the bottom right. Is that flag not able to be capped just yet? Tapping buttons, the last player alive. He is top of his base. That flag's still in the window. As I guess it appears SSG's flag did return, so tapping no, able to get a touch. Looks like a flag standoff is, I believe that's what's going on. Sorry, the screen is just a little difficult to track away.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. The flags were there, and it was almost a cap by Ascending Baseline, but Space Station come in, sneak that flag away, and now they are in the middle of a standoff. And since things are getting this tight, we might as well stay on board with them for a bit here. As there's a momentary lead down for SSG, but Legend avoids the backspace. He gets the kill. What the? Oh my god.
Oh my god. Tapping buttons tries to take down Legend. Legend gets lost with that camouflage. Actually ends up getting behind tapping buttons. The route is perfect. Finds the flag carrier before he can punch it in. I'm talking on the doorstep of Ascending Baseline's opportunity. And now that's opened up the map for a flag run of SSG's own. Unlegit able to pick up a kill in the kill feed. The flag continuing to move. Legend continuing to cut off reinforcements. Good information and damage onto these players. This flag, this game is going to be tied up.
Very few times in my life has my big mouth, I've been speechless. But oh my gosh, that was insane out of Legend. But what does it mean? Because now it's in the baseline, they're trying to counter cap. They got the flag out of their base and now trying to relay forward. Ryan has to hesitate to make sure he gets his slays. But looks like that's not going to happen. Looks like that return will be going in. Meanwhile, Stellar going down.
Yeah, SSG did a good job of defending that flag. It looked like it was a promising opportunity for a counter cap. But Ryan knew with the last player alive after the slays went through from SSG respawners that he had to leave that flag behind. The return does come through, and now that's going to go into a sudden death overtime here as that clock continuing to wind down to 0.
Nine Legion Gaming in their round number 3. Meanwhile, it looks like SSG and Ascending Baseline are going into overtime in a swing game number 3. A win here swings that momentum into your favor, gives yourself a series lead.
First to 1 in the top left. Round 3 on the bottom right. Boobadooboo finding a kill. It's a 30-point lead for 9. And a flag on the move, it looks like, for Ascending Baseline, as they're able to get a touch on that flag. Legend did pick up that camouflage. He's able to trade. It's a 2-on-2 on the map, and Stellar finds a kill to make it a 2v1. That flag going to get stopped and stalled for Ascending Baseline. Not able to run that after those kills will come through. CC going to try and play his life in the top left, refocusing our position over towards Zuzi, who has the ball top red. About a 15-point lead for 9, but a promising setup for Legion Gaming here in round 3.
And we were on the top left-hand corner of your screen here. We did see a momentary 3 down and a Legend opening the base of Ascending Baseline. 3 players now fighting from the fridge to clear out their base. Legend is still in. And mind you, the first pick does belong to Ascending Baseline, so to make this extremely tough for SSG.
You know what I've learned, Tony? We do have the picture-in-picture, like the old school big TVs that I used to have growing up. But what I need is a massive monitor at this point. I'm leaned forward, nose to screen right now, trying to watch both of these games. And it looks like 9 still just up 3 points. They were able to break that blue setup, and no play ball from Legion Gaming is a massive mistake. When you have that blue setup, that's the purpose of it, is you deny the opportunity at a counter setup when you lose that setup. But if you don't play that ball, it goes right into the enemy team's hands. However, on the other side of the screen, Penguin, flag on the move, bottom middle. Thrust forward to get that little extra oomph across the map. He's able to get it out. The SSG teamwork, the toss up, the touchdown. SSG in overtime will take a 2-1 lead over Ascending Baseline. Now we're going to full screen this oddball game. It's round 3, ladies and gentlemen. 6 points separate the two, and 9 in the lead with the ball set up in blue still in Boobadooboo's hands.
When we first took a peek at that series, it was SSG that went down by 2 caps. When we came in, they capped 2 quickly in order to force the overtime, and that was just beautiful teamwork out of them to finish that one. Meanwhile, 9 has to play teamwork of their own. They're holding on to a setup and a slight lead during the oddball.
Teammate not in the best position right here. Bottom middle, and Morgan making it known that you're not in the best position with some great shots there. Morgan able to take that player down. 4 go down for Cloud9. The ball quickly grabbed and brought back into blue. Uzi actually wants to be aggressive here at top white. Wants to pressure these respawners. Limit the space on the map. This could either pay off or be extremely punished. He actually gets heard. And it's a trade from King Nick. That's going to force your ball carrier to play it. Yeah, when you go down there, your ball carrier cannot be left in a one-on-one because he is at a disadvantage with obviously no gun up. He's going to be forced to play it. But a good play ball nonetheless from Legion Gaming there this time around to deny what would have been a quick setup. However, Sarion on top of the play ball this time around, able to get that ball immediately back into blue, even if it was played. And then look at this. A push across top mid is where Legion Gaming are going to come from. Sarion, when he loses Avucci there, he's forced to play the ball. 3 go down for Cloud9. Watch, rinse, repeat. And now Legion Gaming will have a chance to tie this game up with a setup of their own if they can grab that ball. However, the respawners from Cloud9 have gotten outside by ice, and they've been able to deny that ball momentarily.
71-60 here in the oddball, with 9 having the advantage, but Legion Gaming having the ball. Them going 3 down. We see that ball rotated over towards the mid map and a little bit more of a baitable plays, but it looks like the timing just not on their side. 9 scoring once again here. Ball in their hands. Syrian also spotting some of the spawners and the rotators. This is not looking good for Legion Gaming. They need to push up right here, right now.
3 down on each side, Zuzi. Trying to get to his ball carrier. That's just that. A nice quick scope to keep his teammate alive there. Is that no shield player now able to acquire that ball in the hands? And unfortunately, only 10 points are needed for 9. No room for mistakes, and 3 go down. Lido, the weight of the world on his shoulders in this game as he gets danced on by Salah. Beautiful shots to make it 47 for Salah, as that should be where the game ends, right? There will be players trying to push this ball. They may be able to kill him, but they have to overextend in order to do so. They can't get there in time, and 9 will take the series lead to 3.
That they will, and but you know what? We heard you guys. You don't like breaks. You just want action on top of action on top of action. That's exactly what we have for you.
That's
because
the problem with chat. They're just greedy.
Well, we just saw one great lattice oddball round and game there. Why don't we see another one? SSG versus Ascending Baseline. And right now, SSG have a 2-1 series lead.
Lattice oddball continues, tapping buttons with the snipe in hand. Was able to do so much work in game 2 with the S7, 23 kills in the Slayer to get his team back into this series. At least extend this to what would be a game 5 after this game 4, but not able to do any damage with that snipe as it falls into Stellar's hands, and this is probably the member on SSG that you don't want to find the snipe. Fortunately for a sitting baseline, they're taking some good routes so far to stay out of Stellar's point of view. Unfortunately, Legend's still hitting perfect shots, and now Stellar's starting to get the ball.
Roscoe connects, teammate there for the cleanup. Nico gonna make sure that ball's open towards mid-ice before being taken down. Penguin does have an angle on it to make sure that the rest of his sending baseline not able to get hands on it. In fact, Penguin rotates it towards him there. There was still one more there.
Yeah, a great teamwork from SSG here. It's a scrappy setup. It's not a comfortable one, but they're finding their rhythm. They're finding their flow. Penguin with a remote detonation on Legend's dead body grenade there to be able to find that kill. Does get the ball played out towards ice, but tapping buttons like a cornerback. Gonna pick that one off, bring it back to the end zone that is in red. And a 20-point lead now for SSG as a sitting baseline get an opportunity of a setup of their own here at red.
Ascending baseline been able to match the pace of Space Station Gaming right now. We're really going toe-to-toe with them. This as far as the tempo category is gone now. Ryan the first one to go down, but the same for Legends. The Spectre wants to take height, but looks like the opposition has the same exact idea. Stellar goes sky high. Both players end up going down with 3 members total for ascending baseline.
Back to leaning forward. We got 2 screens, which means I got to put nose to screen with my old age and my eyes going right now. Uzi here in game, it's got to be game 5 of the series. I believe it's 3-1 Cloud9. As it's Slayer on streets. 6-5, an early break for Legion Gaming. Morgan with the camo, trying to figure out where in the world is all the members of Cloud9. Does spot Salah over towards posters by himself. Waits to get a little distraction from his teammate, and that's a perfect camo play from Morgan. That's what I'm talking about. You do not want to engage with that player until your team is ready to. And because he waits for Salah to spot his teammate, he gets the jump on that player. It's easy kills going towards Legion Gaming as they're able to extend the lead to 4.
Morgan not able to connect with the headshot, and Syrian makes him pay for it. He'll do that every single day of the week as that first kill now turns into 2. Okay. He's not done. 360 kickflip for the 3rd kill, and Syrian doing a great job of putting them back within 4 kills.
Yeah, he might be the best player on this team. We see a lot of household names, King Nick, Bushi, but I mean, Salah with the numbers he puts up, his slaying power, his individual skill, it's impressive every time I get a chance to watch him. So it's no surprise that a team like 9 were able to find this guy and actually give him an opportunity to showcase his skill sets. But potentially in the Pro League, if they're able to win this game or this series, they're gonna have 3 chances to do so with the 3-1 lead here. Morgan gonna get taken down, 17-11. Legion Gaming continuing to play pretty well in the Slayers to stay in this series. They're gonna have a must-win here. They've done a great job early on to make it 20-11, a 10-kill lead now.
Legion Gaming looking very strong in the Slayers right now, and like you said, 10-kill advantage. Camouflage coming up in less than 20 seconds here. You see Uzi not settling for the ATM side, looking to take space, and ends up over in the subway. There was players here a moment ago. He's like, where did they go?
Yeah, a bit of a mixy situation here. Uzi trying to find where the enemy team is. Uses that repulse to help his teammates. That killing streak for him. Nice 2nd repulse to throw off what would have been a for sure kill from a member of 9 there. The teamwork coming through from Legion Gaming. 26 the lead all of a sudden to 13.
Still over double the score line of the opposition. Our Legion Gaming, Susie, is going to find 3 members of 9 over towards the subway side. Everybody taking damage on the way to try to infiltrate this PD, excuse me. They eventually make it in. 4 players go down. There's nowhere to hide.
I mean, it's a perfect push. I love that from Zuzi right there. Like, the ability to get that chip damage, but also understand that these guys are trapped. No point in giving my life away. So he lets his teammates take the blunt of that combat loop after getting knocked to no shields, and he plays it perfectly. They go 4 for 1, and look at this. They have map control. They're running away with this game.
And they are. 9 find themselves way too far behind at the moment here. here, and although Salah does a great job getting that kill in, and so far he's respectable with the 7 to 8 4 assist. It's not everybody else that's on that same page just yet here. Legion Gaming have just shown how strong they are in the Slayers, and that's momentum that could definitely carry over. When you double the scoreline of the opposition, and we're not even just talking about a regular steak dinner, we're talking about, you know, tomahawks being served. If things continue this way, that is true momentum.
Team nearing victory.
40-26 here. A triple out of King Nick. And not enough to really get them close enough here, but maybe, just maybe, a couple round of slays go their way like that, and we could be talking about a comeback. But as I say that, Morgan with the double kill to give them the 42nd. Now 2 squad wipes away is Legion Gaming from putting themselves within 1 game of 9.
Yeah, 45-29. It's a slaughter here. As Legion Gaming were able to play from the opening break, basically with the lead the entire time, but their pushes have been so successful. They have a great understanding of how to play Street Slayer at a high level. They've showed you that here in this game, finding efficient kills along the way, the damage being capitalized on by the entire team. You gotta love everything you're seeing from these kids in a must-win game to push this series at least to a Game 6.
Some exciting gameplay over there, and I'm sure that series is it's far from over. Something tells me Legion Gaming would love to see a 7th game, and honestly, so would I. Game 7s are freaking hype to find out who qualifies for your pro league here. Both these teams, or both of these lobbies, in the exact same spot. One team advances to the pro league, one team simply doesn't and has to try again next weekend.
Yeah, as we refocus on this series, it looks like it's sitting based on we're able to win round 1. Beautiful shots from tapping to get a double and a player to no shield. An early setup for a sitting baseline should be able to be held with that amount of damage being done by tapping. As he's 22-5-11 here, tapping buttons has come to play today and giving SSG everything he has right now, trying to tie this series up. SSG trying to push up the red ramp here. Grenades are not going to find home for Ryan Noob as he's going to be surrounded here, trying to wait, buy time, get his teammates in a position to where they can potentially be a part of this combat loop. But SSG are here. Penguin able to find that kill, able to go 3 down, make it all 4 down. It's an overkill from Stellar as we switch point of views. Great job from the observer there to understand that, hey, when Stellar gets a single kill, it probably turns into a multi-kill. Stellar turns into another overkill. 4th of the tournament that we've seen, and he's probably got more than that, if we're being honest. But Stellar playing at such a high level to get his team back into this game here in round number 2.
All I can do is laugh at this point. I mean, how many overkills is he gonna get in a single tournament?
It might happen right here.
Double kill.
It is insane how good Stellar is. He's playing like he wants another MVP right now. And Stellar and SSG currently up in the series at the moment, 2-1. And things looking good for them, but Ascending Baseline are the ones with a 1-round advantage. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, they're dealing with Stellar's slaying power pretty well on the side of Ascending Baseline. Even though he has these pop-off moments like this, it's still virtually a tied round, and you have a round lead here in game number 4. So a great job by Ascending Baseline to figure out ways, even when Stellar is popping off, even when Stellar is finding those kills and those opportunities, to stay in this game and to buy yourself some time. To prioritize Stellar there on the catwalk is a big kill, but 3 players go down. Tapping Buttons the last player alive. Tapping Buttons doing a ton of damage as the last player alive, finding 2. And Tapping Buttons is honestly the most impressive player so far throughout this series at 25-13 here in game 4 as well.
I was going to say, Stellar's been getting the overkills here, but in this series, Tapping Buttons is playing like he wants a raise. I think the owner of Ascending Baseline, his name is Final Boss. Well, you better get in them DMs. He wants a new contract. As Space Station Gaming do take a lead in this game, and Stellar finds herself a sniper here and the head of Super CC.
Stellar.
Tapping buttons, it could be next. You better watch out.
Stellar's reaction time on that player bottom blue is insane. You can tell he was lining up any of the sight lines that were over there. He was ready for it. He is going to be able to find Super CC as well. So although the rest of the members from SSG not really having success right now in the Slays department, Stellar keeping them in this setup right now. Does land a body shot. 2 players knocked to no shield back red. They're probably going to get cleaned up, you'd think. Yep, Unlegit able to find perfect shots on that last player back red. He gets the ball back in hand, exceeds the lead to back over 20 for SSG to try and push this into a round 3.
Enemy has the ball.
Super CC wants to push up over toward the red side. Doesn't have a teammate with them, but it looks like Space Station Gaming reading that, rotating this ball a little bit closer to the ice side, and now want to fight it out. Super CC takes down Penguin. The Suspector is already forcibly pushed up and gets this kill. That's 3 down for SSG, and Unlegit is by himself while ascending baseline. Get a free rotation.
So look at Unlegit though, he's able to stay alive, able to like anchor that back red position, making this a really difficult situation for ascending baseline. Where do they want to try and bring that ball? The ball was stuck in no man's land, and because it gets stuck in no man's land, because Unlegit stays alive back red, the respawners from SSG can collapse on that ball carrier that was stuck in the middle of the map. They actually get those slays, they bring the ball back to red, and now it's one push to see if this game goes into a round 3 from ascending baseline. The first kill on the Super CC is a big one. Stellar trying to find more as Legend finds a second kill. It's a 2-on-2 situation, but with 7 seconds for SSG to bring this to a round 3. Tapping buttons has to go forward. He's surrounded by players, several players on this back ramp. They were knocked in no shield, but Unlegit gets his shield back, able to take out tapping buttons. Still a little bit of work to do, but you have to think SSG are bringing this to a round 3 here shortly.
It's 3 down for SSG, but 4 down total for ascending baseline. And what I thought started off as a free rotation for ascending baseline, well, nothing is free when you're dealing with Space Station Gaming. And now we go to a round number 3 in this matchup. SSG have a chance to go up 3-1, or we could see a tied up series. Meanwhile, at the top left-hand corner of your screen, we saw that we're still waiting for our other matchup to go off. I think that's Legion Gaming at 9. And that's been an exciting one as well.
I feel like this is the first time I've ever seen 2 series best of 7s going back to back to back to back and back and forth at the same time. So often do these best of 7s that are for a qualifier match into the Pro League right now, are they staggered? Do you get an opportunity to take a break, to take a rest? But I mean, the action's not going to stop here today. Eco continuing with that action, finding the first pick on the Suspector. Players pushing bottom white right now. Eco's going to be surrounded, but does have Stellar down there to give him the information. Eco hits the quick scope and a beautiful grenade as Eco starts round 3 with a killing spree, showing you the slaying power that he has when he gets an opportunity to get this snipe in hand. It's not often, but he can pop off with it as well.
I'm not calling him unlegit. I'm calling him Eco, because those plays are too legit. What are we talking about here? Like, that was a smooth, what should have been a triple kill there, and it's just high IQ plays. You just see, my gosh, Eco on your screen right now. One more bullet left in the sniper, and his team is eating right now. Look at all the ball time that they've been able to accumulate since Unlegit has gone legit over toward the tower side.
Yeah, this is World Championship Eco in this unlegit manner right now. He's been playing at such a high level all weekend long. No surprise to see him continuing that level of success. And I mean, still yet to die in this round 3. 51-8 SSG have used the slaying power of Eco this round to take over this game, potentially take a commanding 3-1 series lead if they're able to win this round. And they've done a phenomenal job to set themselves up here early in round 3.
Let's flip back over towards the artist formerly known as Eco, now unlegit on your screen, and he gets into a nice little 1v1 with the bottom inside, wins that one, puts some bonus damage onto the second. Meanwhile, on the top left-hand corner of your screen, 9 actually having a 40-0 run and still holding on to the double cap.
Yeah, the big question in that series in the top left is, Legion Gaming have what it takes in the objectives, right? We've seen them lose 3 straight objectives. They've won the 2 Slayers of the series, but they've already started themselves on the back foot on Stronghold's recharge. It looks like this round in oddball continuing to get out of hand as Penguin finds a kill back red ramp. Legend can't quite find that player, no shield front red, but it's a 2-on-2 situation where a commanding 82-8 lead for SSG looks like it puts ascending baseline on their back feet there in round 3. In the meantime, Ibushi in the hill, able to transfer over B, able to get points, continuing to score for Cloud9. He is going to get removed from that B stronghold, able to knock Lido down to no shield. As Lido able to get his shield back, actually transfers over C, and now it looks like Legion Gaming should be in a promising position here to try and get some level of points on the board, but that kill on mid-bridge is something Lido has to get. Morgan, the last player alive for Legion Gaming, as the lead will continue for Cloud9 there in game 6. Yep.
Triple cap locked in for 9 here and looking to run away with it. We talked about it before. Legion Gaming have been falling short in the objectives, and although the Slayers look great, it's objectives that win series. And some way, somehow, Legion Gaming have to wake up and have to steal one of them. Otherwise, they're going to be going home a little bit empty-handed. Meanwhile, bottom right-hand side of your screen here looks like SSG have a slight lead, and tapping buttons, just picking up exactly where he left off, just slaying everything in his sight.
Yeah, I mean, even with tapping buttons popping off, it's still a dominant round 3 so far from SSG.
Enemy team.
They can feel the win right now. It looks like it's 97 to 27. It's got to be perfect table played, and that's not going to happen the way SSG is playing around. So focus on the strongholds here. It's a trip cap potential opportunity for Legion Gaming, and they're going to need that trip cap. A will be transferred over, but look at how quick 9 are able to get into C as well. So what was once a very small moment of a trip cap opportunity for Legion Gaming, it looks like that has kind of been spoiled by Cloud9 coming off respawn in that situation. 26 and starting to climb to 111, so a lot of work to do for Legion Gaming to get back into this game 6 as well.
And looks like the final seconds do go in. Yeah, you're right. That was 97, and eventually the 100 point being put on for SSG. They take that series. Meanwhile, Legion Gaming make a little bit of a run here. Zuzi and the team able to put 41 points on the board. We see 9 starting to try to convert Bravo and Alpha, though, at the same time. So you got to pick one, Legion Gaming. What are you going for?
Good kill to get that player out of the B stronghold. It will be trying to transfer over from Uzi, but he gets back smacked. Doesn't expect another player to be over towards the pipes. That player, King Nick, able to drop down, get the reset, continue to build points for 9. They have every intention of ending this series here in 6. They do not want to go to a Game 7 Slayer, where we've seen how strong Legion Gaming Slayers have been throughout this series. They want to end this here and now. It's a batteries push from the long haul side of the map from Legion Gaming. Sarion has all this information. Great grenades onto the hill. 2 players running a no shield. Tons of information. Both of them are able to stay alive, but Sarion has every bit of information to try and deny what would be some successful opportunities for these players as he pins them down with the battle rifle.
See Sarion did a great job getting a few shots off over toward the tower side and the B box, even the shroud that pristine to keep him alive, but eventually it's 9 that do end up going 3 down. It's Legion Gaming that are holding on to both Bravo and Charlie, and wait, I don't think Morgan was ready for that fight, but
he was ready for it.
Won it.
Yeah, he was ready for it. He just didn't know where it was coming from. That was a big kill, honestly, because Camo was coming up. Camo does not get burned, however. So since that kill from Morgan, we've seen a couple of members from Legion Gaming go down. You thought that was going to be a Camo go in Legion's favor, and that would have been huge for a comeback opportunity here as they start to claw back into this game number 6. However, that Camo now slips away into King Nick's hands. Even though it's an AC hold for Legion Gaming, King Nick is going to be able to change that story here shortly.
Camouflage in the hands of King Nick here. You see 2 of his teammates now starting to navigate through the long haul side and over on glass. And even as a teammate defending the Charlie side with them, and 3 down go Legion Gaming. 9 already have the lead. It looks like they're moving back in rhythm.
Enemy
Trying to push onto these elevators, respawners, trying to go for the trip cap. But King Nick taking his time, doesn't want to get into stronghold with this camouflage, wants to get a few kills before doing so. 3 go down for Legion Gaming. Someone else is going to hop in. King Nick wants to be aggressive, use these final moments of camo. Can't get the back smack onto that player, can't get the melee onto that player either, and it's going to cost him his life as well.
Uzi hunting down that player. Looks like a shock might have been dropped over toward that gold side, and I think I saw even a player, one more player chilling over toward the bottom gold. No, looks like he's cleared out, and the last 2 are going to be Avusi and King Nick over on A, and King Nick gets himself a kill, but also gets himself stuck.
The 51 and a trip cap now for 9. The trip cap, how much damage does it do? They're going to desperately hop into B on the side of Legion Gaming. Zuzi trying to look over his teammate here from top white, trying to just stop the bleeding from what the damage that a trip cap can do here. It's an AC hold for 9, but we'll see how Legion Gaming can try to break this setup. Unfortunately, Zuzi, the last player alive, grappling into bottom white. He's able to find a kill. That's a big kill, honestly. Try and minimize the damage and the pressure that 9 would be able to put onto him. A nice predictive grenade will allow him to trade as well. So as the last player alive, Zuzi is able to find 2. But now it's up to respawners for Legion Gaming once again.
Dubu on the hunt. The nade forces Uzi right towards, gets the kill, but also tries to get some damage across the map and gets caught in another 3 down. Go 9. Morgan grapples himself over towards the A side, wants to convert it, but has to leave the camouflage behind. I believe it was Lido that might have been able to still play.
Morgan does transfer over A, but can't hit the remote detonation on the grenades bottom triangle there. He's going to lose his life, and it's the last player alive with the camo and Lido, but he's being hunted. Look at this. They know exactly where he is. They're trying to flush him out. He's got to hop into a stronghold. 208 to 104. You're down 100. Can't give up too much more room. You got to make a play with this camo, but it's so difficult when you got to put an icon over your head in order to try and transfer over B.
215 points and counting here for 9. Lido flying in into 2 different players, ends up taking down 1, but do you have the shields in order to take down Boo Boo Dubu? No, you don't. It's 9 that continue to score. Uzi coming out of nowhere with a nice little 5 shot, but has to deal with King Nick as well when Kingdom hands him the same 5 right back. 9 continue to score, and this could be it.
Yeah, this should be it. 1 player going over to C. He's going to be free pickings for Avusi. He's able to find that double kill. Can't get the triple. Great shots from Morgan. It's a perfect kill from Morgan to try and get his team back into it. They are able to get steps into C momentarily, but that's going to do it. That's going to be game, series, match, and a qualifier spot for 9.
So we already know 3 of the spots taken. Shopify Rebellion, 4 of a kind, and a welcome in 9 to your Pro League. And there's 1 more spot being handed out today, and it's SSG at Ascending Baseline, currently fighting over. The Ascending Baseline have the lead so far in this game and want to send us into a Game 7. Want to need 2 more.
Yeah, they're going to need to win 2 in a row in order to do so. They've done a good job to get a lead, but here is where the lead could get uncomfortable. Stellar, down 4, finds himself with a camo in hand.
4 kill advantage. There's a player that's over toward the arcade side. Are they able to sniff him out? Looks like they are able to do so. Rhino and Penguin trade out toward the arcade, and now Stellar sees his opportunity to attack a midpoint. Goes right through the front door of the subway. Teammate drops the shroud in order for him to stay alive, and that's beautifully played, and the teamwork that SSG are starting to get known for.
Unbelievable shroud there from his teammate to keep him alive, and they bait and switch inside the shroud. You'd think that Ascending Baseline player is pushing into the shroud to try and finish off Stellar as he was weak, but he finds a full shield member of SSG, and they've been able to make this just a 2-kill game with the use of that camouflage. Eco's going to be stuck in the back of PD. He gets flushed out right there, and the map kind of resets. It's still a 3-kill lead for Ascending Baseline.
That over toward the ATM side hole. That melee was nowhere near close enough. Legend gets some super CC. Is there for the cleanup, but not able to moonwalk his way out of it. Suspector finds Stellar over toward the A, and this is the high tempo action that we've been seeing all series long. Ascending Baseline and SSG are not afraid to get aggressive and get active.
Suspector trying to stay alive here. Does spot Legend behind him on the posted situation. He's able to get his shield back here momentarily. 2 players in the back of Tram here as Suspector gets information on Stellar. Also gets a melee, so great damage from Suspector throughout that entire life. Really min-maxing the situation he was given and put in front of him right there to keep this lead at 5. Ascending Baseline doing everything right to try and at least push this series to a Game 6.
Ascending Baseline trying to find a way over to where the purple side. Stellar goes right through them and almost takes down 2 back-to-back after going for Suspector and tapping buttons. So SSG still might be a bit on their back foot. foot. Spectre recognizes that, goes for the camo because of it, and now is doing everything he can to just hop around and stay alive. And some way, somehow, he does.
Yeah, there's still a lot of game left, obviously, but Spectre basically calls game with those shots on the Stellar. That was not only just a big win, but it gets him the camouflage. It removes what would have been a camo opportunity from SSG. Now, with this camo, still able to stay alive and have a presence on the map. So SSG left scratching their head. So Spectre basically makes what I would say is the game-changing play that really could have got SSG back into it. But now it's still 42-35. A lot of game left. But Ascending Baseline in a very promising position here.
Another kill goes away for Ascending Baseline. That's momentum. That's them going to be getting really fast through that as they just continue to apply pressure. That first pick goes their way, and they just fly at the remaining players. Do Ascending Baseline 44-37 here. SSG needs something, but it ain't tapping buttons playing like this.
Yeah, tapping, reading the room there. He just plays for the information, sits still for a second, waits for his teammates to find Penguin, jumps up, finishes that kill. Now Legend stuck in the back of PD here. He's knocked to no shield. A great predictive grenade. Tapping button's gonna fly in. 14 and 10. The best Slayer on this team. He's proven that throughout this series. And he's continuing on his reign of terror at 15 now and counting.
Just one more kill needed for Ascending Baseline to bring it back within just one of the series. They're gonna get it, and we are at least going to a game number 6.
This series could go the distance. Ascending Baseline doing what they need to. They're in game number 5 to continue this series. And now SSG. Kind of the same story as far as the last series as well, Tony. SSG winning 3 of the objectives. Ascending Baseline's finding their success in the Slayers to stay into this. So Spectre actually is going to be able to be the slaying leader here at 15, 6, and 6. Tapping buttons. 15, 10, and 5. They give everything to Ascending Baseline to extend this series at least to 6. But they've got to figure out a way how to scrape one of these objectives across the line. It's going to be Recharge Strongholds as the name of the game here in game number 6 to see if we can see a game 7 between these two.
Some way, somehow, Ascending Baseline need to take just one objective in order to take it to that game 7. And yeah, Recharge Strongholds is where we land. Ascending Baseline and Space Station Gaming. Again, every qualifying match for seeding is going to be a best of 7 like you're seeing right here, right now. One team will take that final spot in Pro League for this tournament, and one team is going to go home a little bit upset and also have to try again next weekend. There's only 2 tournaments and 8 spots. Here we go.
Launching into game number 6. It'll be interesting to see how they start this game off. Legend with a great grenade knocks 2 players to no shield. Can't capitalize on either player. And honestly, because he's no shields, he's forced to back down. He gives that space up, but re-engages once his shields are back. Camo will be in the hands, I believe, of Ascending Baseline. But Legend continuing to do damage. It's going to be Ryan New that sneaks away towards the elevator with that camouflage. Going to spawn his teammates there as well. B being transferred over by Stellar right now for Space Station. It will be Space Station with an early BC setup, but Ryan New with this camo looks to score.
This could change everything. Camouflage in the hands of Ryan Noob. They could go on a bit of a run, or maybe Unlegit just backs up, gets the back smack, and takes down 2 with them. And Ascending Baseline might be scoring, but you know they want that camouflage back.
Yeah, Unlegit with another big play there. I mean, reads camo like a book. You knock him down top catwalk. Where is he most likely to go? Into the door, bottom mangler, into bottom white. Unlegit drops down, gets the back smack, and Ryan Noob needed to play a little bit more untraditional with that camouflage in order to keep his life. And because of that kill, it's an AB hold that stands strong for SSG. They will look to gain the lead.
Shock in his hands here, Spectre. He's gonna make his way over to where the bottom elevator side. I'm seeing multiple members of SSG over on screen fighting for the gold over toward the A, but a nice little collapse out of Ascending Baseline. Attacking that from 2 points allows them to be able to hold on to A, now grab C. Ascending baseline, hold on to their lead.
Yeah, Suspector's a little bit slow on this rotation. They're already in C. Does get some shock damage, chain damage on 2 of these players. They're both no shield, but both of them able to stay alive. Now Suspector kind of stuck in no man's land, surrounded. Looked like a promising position for Ascending baseline. Suspector gets lost in the chaos, however. He's able to stay alive. Doesn't quite know where these Space Station members went. They actually left, but it's an AC hold for now. And Ascending baseline somehow worked through this chaotic situation in a positive fashion to find themselves up 20.
There's 2 more players here over towards A. You cleared out C earlier, but
Okay.
can you do the same over to Alpha? Apparently not. 3 down, go Ascending baseline.
Yeah, I was wondering how that was going to go. Suspector trying to play aggro with that shock rifle. Can't hit the headshot, but gets the stick, but it's the only kill that comes through for Ascending baseline in that situation. A trip cap momentarily as Camo goes in the hands of Eco, trying to use the Shroud, trying to stay alive. The nades are coming through the Shroud. Do reveal him as the Shroud fades away. It's a big kill onto Eco,
Enemy team
or Unlegit, I should say, to remove that Camo from the equation. With that, the entire SSG roster goes down. They're spawning over towards Elevator, an A and B hold for Ascending baseline. But look at this. Ryan Noob able to at least reset A, get that first kill. If he can get a second one, that's going to be big for respawners on Ascending baseline to have an opportunity to compete on the map.
Yeah, Ascending baseline definitely needed that here. Suspector does make his way in and wants to fight 1 player as opposed to 3 because of Ryan Noob. Suspector gets his, Alpha stays for them. SSG still have Bravo and Charlie.
B being transferred over. See Legend hovering above it. He's going to be able to take down Ryan Noob, drop into it, find himself a double. A great switch from the Observer to see Legend's play, dropping into B to make sure it maintains in Space Station's control. 10-point lead just about for SSG. C is going to be transferred over, but Stellar looks to be aggressive towards the Elevator. He wants to transfer over A, so it's going to be an A-B hold for SSG here.
Alpha doesn't get converting here. Ends up losing out on Unlegit and Legend though, so although they were able to convert Alpha, it ends up being taken right away, but here comes Penguin out of nowhere, gets the pick, now gets into yet another fight here, playing the cover, trying to juke out the enemy long enough for Legend to get up and get involved. That's just beautifully played by Penguin.
Yeah, one of the things Penguin does best as a player is like his ability to thrive in these mixy situations where he doesn't quite have all of the information, but I mean, you could just tell the way he was jiggling like around the entire situation over towards Elevator. He doesn't need all the information. Every time he gains just a little piece, he's going to angle himself off of that. Because Penguin creates space, buys time, he's not an easy kill, doesn't give his life away. It created at least momentary success for SSG. It does look like it's an AC hold as the combat ensued for Ascending baseline. It will be a B stronghold possession for SSG, which means there's all spawning towards pipes. The push is going towards elevator, and Suspector actually wisely backs up knowing it's about to be a one-on-two situation. Because he relocates, he now finds himself in a one-on-one with Penguin. Unfortunately, can't win that one. So the push on the elevator is successful for SSG again. Actually, 8.
Just when Alpha was about to
4
convert,
dead.
it actually stopped short and 4 down goes Space Station Gaming. I thought Alpha was going to belong to them, but man, it's A that gets reset. Now Bravo to switching over, Ascending baseline, not only holding on to their lead, but you're going to be adding to it. This is a triple cap.
Yeah, trip cap for Ascending baseline to try and get us to a game 7. 4 down for SSG. Wash, rinse, repeat. 4 down again for SSG. Suspector able to get into the back of blue. He's going to block those spawns. Players are spawning everywhere right now for SSG. Now 3 towards the elevator. Suspector wants to peek his head in, see how many players are there. It's an entire army of SSG. Unbelievable Shroud allows him to get the advantage on the first player. The second player, the assist and the double kill will come through. Ascending baseline's push on the elevator was clinical there as 3 straight 4 downs for SSG have blown this game wide open.
You have an army, but we have a Suspector, says Ascending baseline as they clear things out over toward the A side. Looks like SSG are trying to at least convert Charlie over to their side of things, but it's not going to happen because now Tapping Buns is starting to feel himself for the 19th kill, which only died 8 times, 188 points and counting, and Ascending baseline they've ascended.
Yeah, look at the pace of this game, how quickly Ascending baseline is starting to run away with this. The second that they've had that trip cap, the second they have 4 down of SSG the first time around, Ever since then, they have been flying at the SSG respawners, forcing split spawns, using the map control and the success that they have. It is a momentary stall in the capture of points, but as A gets transferred over, you can give SSGC. You don't need to push this one out. 210 to 78, dominating right now our ascending baseline. Legend jumping up top mid has to make a play. I mean, the clock is ticking. 30 points is all ascending baseline need to go to a Slayer.
Tries sneaking over toward the low east side, ends up having to get into a fight with Super CC. Wins it clean, but not able to get out with his life. Both Spectre and Super CC on the respawn screen. The same for Legend on the side of SSG, but Stellar and Space Station Gaming convert Bravo. Can they stay keep Charlie? That's the question here, and Eco says yes.
Eco says yes, but he's still got to win a one-on-one, and you're not winning many against tapping buttons the way he's playing right now. Camo comes up. C gets reset for ascending baseline. The priority has got to be on Camo, but look at that. Legend trying to help his teammates across the map. Eats an easy nade from a catwalk player. Ryan Noob sneaks away with that Camo. Opts into B, spots his first player. 234 and climbing a trip cap for ascending baseline to get this to a game 7.
It was that Ryan led squad that stopped Quadrant on their reign of terror back in Strongholds, and we have another one here in ascending baseline, even going toe-to-toe with the likes of Space Station Gaming with the help of Tapping Buns, who has had an MVP-like series. Damn it, MVP-like tournament. Ryan finds himself a backspat to clear things out. 240 points here for ascending baseline. SSG scoring. Can ascending baseline finish this game?
Yeah, Ryan thinks that there's a player around him, knows that there's a player around him, but can't quite get the right timing on Penguin. So Penguin able to at least get that kill, but I mean, look at that. Penguin's the last player alive. He gets flushed out. Players are hopping into B. SSG spawning everywhere on the map right now, trying to get contention on these strongholds. They're not able to get up in time. Ascending baseline with a dominant game 6 to push this series the distance. And what I remind you, Tony, a team that has won both of the Slayers so far throughout the series now gets an opportunity at a Slayer to win the series because they scratched away one of the objectives.
Game over, not quite the series just yet, but if you're on the side of ascending baseline, you gotta feel confident because as Clutch just alluded to, every Slayer has gone your way, and to end this series is one more. On Origin, if you can take one more Slayer, you have stamped your ticket into the Pro League and pulled off what should be considered an upset against Space Station Gaming. What are these stats telling you, Wes?
Yeah, I think it goes down to Tapping's influence on the series, how strong of a player he is playing. When he is matched by Suspector in the last 2 games in the slaying department, those two have shown that when they're clicking on all cylinders, when they're finding success, ascending baseline are winning games. I know it looks like you can look at the series and probably say Ryan Noob and CC, their stats probably aren't something to shine over, right? They're not your talking points, but the job is getting done for ascending baseline when these two are set up for success, when they're able to find the kills that they're getting. They're playing at a very high level right now, and to be able to create an upset over SSG in this series, you got to have Tapping and Suspector both playing well. I think if we've learned anything, they started to heat up. How can SSG rebound after losing 2 straight games to stop what is this duo of slaying power to take over this game 7? I'm looking at Legend, I'm looking at Stellar as obviously your 2 superstars on this SSG roster. They need to answer the ring of the bell. And this is the last game in order to do so, to qualify for the Pro League. You do not want to be stuck trying to qualify next week. Although they're probably good enough to do it, this is a massive confidence booster to get in week 1 going into the Pro League that I think SSG needs.
Yeah, I think it was a fantastic point when you kind of talked about the stats. I feel like if Ascending Baseline was to win this series here tomorrow, I don't think people in the Reddit chats or in the Twitch chats are going to be talking about who went -4 or who went -5, game 2 or game 3. What they're going to be talking about is Ascending Baseline as a team, as a unit, beat the likes of Space Station Gaming, the return of Stellar, Eco now going by Unlegit, Penguin, and of course Legend from Corvum, having a little bit of a break in Call of Duty, but we had to get him right back where he belongs. Yeah, I promise you that. SSG and Ascending Baseline going at it in a game number 7. And again, for you guys, the winner of this takes the final spot in the Pro League. In case you guys need a reminder, there is 4 spots being handed out today, and ultimately 4 spots being handed out next weekend. So you have 1 through 4 seedings. Obviously, the tournament's not going to be done just because we have the 4 teams that are qualified. We still need to seed them, so it's still going to be a winner of this tournament. But next weekend, we will have 4 more spots. SSG sending baseline fighting for the 4th one here today.
Yeah, I have honestly no doubt that both of these 2 teams will make it into the Pro League. I mean, it would be a travesty if one of these 2 teams didn't qualify, and you would definitely look back at this Game 7 as the reason you didn't qualify. Getting this close to the opportunity to get into the Pro League, obviously, something that a lot of teams would kill for. You could have asked a lot of teams playing in this tournament, if we could put you immediately into a Game 7 to qualify for the Pro League, would you take it or leave it? Everyone would take that bet on themselves here, but we're going to see one team advance between these 2. Tapping Buttons, Stellar, the 2 slaying powers in this series so far. I'm looking at those 2 players on either side to dictate the early game here. Rockets and Snipe, the name of the game on Kali Slayer. Whichever team can get off to a comfortable lead with those, I feel like they're going to run away with it. We haven't seen a lot of lead changes throughout the series. Usually the team that's been off to a great start is the team that finishes with a great finish.
And I will say, I want to be right there with you with saying that both of these teams should, at the end of the day, qualify for the Pro League, whether it's this tournament or next weekend. But I've been hearing rumblings of about 2 or 3 other teams that didn't compete here this weekend that are powerhouses as well. So nothing is given, only earned. It's best of 7, Game 7, SSG, and Ascending Baseline, and of course we bring it to Origin.
Teammate hits Penguin there as he's able to actually take down Tapping Button. Stellar finds the first S7 in the game. It's a 1-on-1 on the map. Super CC versus Stellar here as Unlegit starts the game with 2 of his own. Suspector starts with 2 of his own, but this is exactly what SSG wants. Snipe in the hands of Stellar in a promising position to rip faces, and does just that.
Some stellar shots coming out of Stellar himself, and that's going to give them a bit of a lead here in the early game. Stellar and SSG end up putting their 6th kill on the board, and they say thank you for the rockets as well. If you're going to continue to go to the respawn screen, we're going to continue to take the goodies that the map is offering.
Yeah, both power weapons going over to Space Station. They don't have a lot of room to play around, though. Eco wants to get over towards the snipe side of the map, but he's kind of by himself. He's also half shield. This is exactly how you lose rockets if you're not careful. So Eco actually takes an untraditional route to get up towards top catwalk, now in a very promising position to rain down rockets upon his enemies. Jumps over, doesn't even need the rocket for the first. Ryan him knocked to no shield on the snipe ramp, and Eco finds what is the kill that keeps map control for SSG, because as Eco was taking that route, SSG actually lose a few different members along the way. Stellar goes down with that snipe. Now Eco trying to finesse in the chaos that is this battle over towards Snipe, and it looks like Stellar's going to be the benefactor of the stats as he finds a double and extends the lead to 1, make it 2 on the back of Legend's kill.
Staying on board now with Legend as he navigates himself over towards the A side, has Unlegit over towards Rockets, and they want to collapse in together here as they look to attack this base of Ascending Baseline. Here comes Legend with the damage, but not able to get the trade. Cleanup does come in, but has to give up his life in order to do so, and just like that, 3 members of SSG do go down.
Yeah, one thing to note, Tapping Button starts this game off at 1-1-5. Not what you want to see if you're an Ascending Baseline fan right now, but the Spectre of 5-2-3, he's giving you everything he can to stay into this game. Still a 1-kill game, so even though Tapping statistically had a poor start, does find 1 in the kill feed before getting taken down yet again. The kills, they're all tied up at 15.
He goes in to find himself the 1-shot player. Ends up dropping the carbine over towards that bottom. Oh, hold on. Ryan gets the rockets. I had no idea. Ryan turns it immediately into a double kill. The rest of Ascending Baseline now controlling the snipe side of the map, and Ryan knows there's some funny business going down on the elbow side. He quickly addresses that as well, and just like that, Ascending Baseline get off to a 2-kill lead.
Yeah, it's actually Ryan that starts the lobby. He's the first to 7 right now, 7-1-5. He's known for creating upsets. Stellar known for ripping faces with Snipe. He finds a second snipe as well in his hands, and Ryan trying to push him, that's a bad decision. Pushing Stellar when he has Snipe is usually going to result in getting no scope. 3 go down for Ascending Baseline. It's a perfect 4 dead now for Ascending Baseline, all spawning towards the blue cave, and Stellar posted up in a prime position to take this Snipe to the next level.
There's nobody more confident than Stellar with a snipe in his hands. You see it right then and there, and he almost able to take it into 2. 3 members ascending baseline spawning up, and it is SSG that take back their lead.
Great collapse from SSG to extend the lead to 3 here. So that snipe on the back of Stellar snipe, they're able to transition it into that first real lead of the game. It's not much, but it'll do for SSG right now as it is taken down to 2. Tapping button, staying alive towards that elbow. Eco can't hit that one-shot opportunity he was given. Trying to remove that player. Does get an assist before getting taken down there. So 29 to 27, SSG still holding strong.
Switch gears over towards Penguin, and wonder what's the route that Penguin wants to take. It looks like he wants to go silver to silver. Is able to do so without being detected.
Yeah.
Because of that, finds a weakened Raidu, ends up getting a couple of shots on him, some bonus damage onto Super
Double
CC,
kill.
and ascending baseline. Don't even know where this pressure is coming from, thanks to the great routing by Penguin.
Yeah, it's a saying as old as time. Route man gets paid. Gets paid in a double kill there. Keeps map control for his team. Traps the enemy at red. Now look at this. The game blown wide open because the route man and Penguin finds that level of success. 34 to 28 now. It's a 6-kill lead for SSG.
Not done just yet. Ascending baseline clearly have plenty of fight in them, and you're seeing that in the form of a nice little double push to force Legend out of the main side. They end up taking him down, but a rope detonation out of nowhere. I think it was Eco that was awarded that one. Being down once again, go ascending baseline. Super CC gonna do everything he can to stay alive and get his teammates involved in the action off the spawn.
Yeah, look at SSG's kills. Penguin and Unlegit leading the way. Stellar, of course, found his 11th as I say that, but it's the untraditional like slayers of the group. It's the big-time players that have been in these moments for so long that step up when you need them most. Penguin and Unlegit leading the way in the slaying department. SSG running away with the game, up 8. And look at the positioning for a sitting baseline. Stuck on the elbows, out in the open, exposed, easily grenaded, knocked to no shield. Stellar wants to be aggressive. Stellar able to find a player bottom middle. A great job by CC to stay alive. Maybe an overextension on the side of SSG. When you have that positioning, you don't have to push. You can keep them trapped there and find your picks a little bit easier, but they fall short there, making it a 5-kill game. And all of a sudden, the sitting baseline could come back if they're able to have a successful push here.
Here comes a collapse. The Spectre on the flank is right behind enemy lines. Back smack connects beautifully. Legend now stuck over toward the basement in the middle of 2 different reticles. Somehow, Legend able to stay alive. Is it long enough for help to arrive? No, he is the help. Legend, like a wrecking ball, stays alive, but also takes down 2 members of Ascending Baseline just when they had control. You couldn't stop a Legend.
Yeah, it was a 3-kill game momentarily before Legend's able to find the right opportunity. Gets lost in the sauce, and because of it, he's able to find so much damage that's attributed to this 5-kill lead here. 44-39, tapping buttons needs to be great. Can't do so. He gets collapsed on. Ascending baseline, dropping and trading. It appears in the kill feed right now. 46 to 41, and every single trade is going to benefit SSG as they approach 50.
This could be it. Ascending baseline, Toad starts staying alive, and they're gonna find himself on the outside looking in from the Pro League. It's SSG that put the 49th on the board here. Raidu is gonna take a route over towards the pyramid side, but somehow Penguin's able to read that. They absolutely melt them, and SSG, welcome back to the league.
Wasn't the easiest row, but they've been tested. I believe that's the 3rd game 5 they went throughout this playoffs and in this open bracket style of a tournament. We saw 3 game 5s from SSG. We saw SSG win all 3 game 5s, and they get it done in game. I said 3 game 5s. They've been pushed to the limit of extending the series as far as it can go. This is a game 7, ladies and gentlemen. But SSG showing the ice throughout this tournament. That's got to hype you up for their Pro League opportunities, as they will qualify on the first weekend on the back of great performances from Eco, I should say Legit, and Penguin. Obviously, not your traditional stats leaders a lot of the times for their respected teams, but stepping up when their teammates needed them most. And SSG did everything they needed to in order to get into the Pro League on week 1.
Space Station Gaming definitely have been tested throughout this tournament here, but they've had the answer every single time. SSG now make it into the top 4, but clearly the journey is not done. We still have a tournament to finish out, and it's not just about making it into the Pro League, but also to try to define your seeding. So can SSG continue to advance to the Elimination Finals and maybe a Grand Finals, maybe win and take that #1 seed, or does their journey end here because SSG going up against 9 in your Elimination Semifinals? Ladies and gentlemen, we come back. We need to seed your top 4. we already know who your 4 teams are that are making into your $128,000 Halo Pro League co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. But now we need to seed those 4 teams here. And of course, we have an absolute banger of a matchup. So we have to bring out a banger of a commentator back into the booth. Tools, welcome back.
Hey, you know, look, these matches, although we know who's qualified, the seeding is important. It does a couple things, right? The first is you get an advantage in choosing what side you want to play on during the league itself. So getting that first seed means you'll never have to worry about playing a side that you don't want to play, which is a huge advantage going into the league. Here we go, SSG. Hey, look, they're red hot after that Game 7 win. It looks like they're not stopping anytime soon. They're looking for an early trip cap.
There they are, and they go right over toward the A side, and Legend goes right at it with Boo Boo Doo. Boo Boo Doo though with a huge stick in order to trade out his life. And right now it's 9 to control 2 bases.
And look, immediately Stellar able to grab that sniper right away. And this, to me, is going to be priority number 1 for this 9 roster to prevent Stellar from just having freedom on the map with this weapon. He is absolutely dangerous at any point in time if he gets that snipe in his hands. And more times than not, he's going to come out on top of these engagements.
Sniper still in his hands at the moment here, wants to make it over to where the S side. There is a player blocking him out. It's a very confident Salah who ends up getting a double kill, and more importantly, the S7 out of the hands of Stellar.
For those not familiar, this is going to be Sirion playing through this tag. I don't know if he did a full rebrand or whatever, but hey, Sirion is going to be Salah in this match. So you see that one in the kill feed. Just remember, hey, you know who Sirion is. BTH, all that fun stuff from back in the day. Eco, 5 perfect shots, and it's just Sirion that's alive for 9. And under a lot of pressure here, this could be another trip cap opportunity for Space Station.
And just like we have Salah actually going by Syrian going by Salah, we also have 2 legit to quit from straight ripping back in the day going as unlegit. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, that's Eco. I'm sorry. Never mind. I'm sorry.
I seem disappointed. I like it. See, 2 players pushing through into C. Space Station will stop that trip cap for now, but there was immediate pressure being applied by 9 on the back end. And, well, it's a Lucy that's able to find that straggling player. That's going to be a trip cap that's in full effect. Penguin, the only player alive, and well, Lucy has a chance to put on pressure, and he has that QT to vacate as well. This is a dangerous situation for SSG.
The damage coming in from Vusi. It ends up running right into a player over on the dummy side, but snaps on him and takes down Unlegit. And with the sniper about to come up, Vusi and 9 want to keep that pressure on him.
Good damage going down from the Lucy here. They've been able to build quite a lead off that last trip cap. It's finally broken, but it might not be over yet when it comes to pressure that SSG has to survive. King Nick not able to get away with that sniper, and who else? Stellar immediately finds his claim to the snipe, and this is where SSG can start their run.
Stellar with snipe in hands, and Boo Boo Doo just barely avoids that headshot. Stellar goes in to try to continue that progression for C, but his teammate says, don't worry, I got you. He's playing forward, but his shots onto the players rotating in towards the A side. No scope connects. That's an assist. Make it 2. Not done just yet, as Boo Boo Doo stuck over on back green.
Eventually, Stellar going to find the 1 shot over at A. They'll have to restart their progress, though, and the pressure's not done yet. Boo Boo Doo thinking about getting into the contest. Can't quite make his way there. Penguin will get the capture, but the fight not over yet. Penguin takes it to him. Sirion, though, there to find the recovery. Sniper on the ground as well. So it's been a big back and forth on who's getting into these hills, but what we've seen from both teams is significant pressure on trying to apply that trip cap whenever it's possible.
Setup currently established here for SSG. Not only settling for 2, but also going in for the trip cap right now is Space Station Gaming. 9 found himself 3 down here at Stellar. Now moving in for the spawning players. You found 1 staggered and split over towards that camel side. And now Eco, he says, there's 3 players in A. I'm going to back on out of this one.
It might be the first time this game where we've seen the back on out strategy actually come into play. They've been so aggressive throughout this game, but this time they're going to let 9 have some space and get ready for the attack here. And Eco an aggressive play to get through, but one that's working out extremely well for his team. He does max damage there, allows his teammates to come in to clean up that kill, and now they're right back onto the pressure. Not only are they going to look for a trip cap here, but if everything goes right, they're going to get away with a camouflage as well.
121 to 101 lead here for Legend and Space Station Gaming. They're able to get away with a camouflage. Does Legend as Alpha officially change his hands, and Nine trying to work their way out of Bravo and over towards a base, but they're seemingly trapped, all of them over towards back green. Only one was able to escape, and that's a Vusi.
Heads up play by Legend. No, he doesn't have to do the majority of the work there. He's got teammates to come in to get that reset. They find the kills, they keep the pressure on, and it's just King Nick that's alive, and they know exactly where he's at because he's in that A hill, allowing them to get themselves set up and ready for next. Priority right now is going to be that sniper that spawns in about 10 seconds. I would expect to see Stellar right off respawn trying to get there, but looks like they might have a lot of work ahead of them. 3 players of 9 have hit their rotation to C.
Space Station Gaming seemingly locked down the map here, but it was Syrian that's able to get away with the S7 sniper and running into 3 members of SSG. When you take down one, return that nade right to its sender for the double kill, and oh my gosh, that would have been absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, you almost saw him going into flow state there, saying, oh, he looked like he was going to get an overkill low-key when he turned around to look over at me, but instead, the help comes through. They're able to get that kill, and Penguin's going to be the one that ends up finding the sniper onto the ground. Body shot for him, but that sniper going to be playing a little hot potato here. It's not likely to stay in anyone's hands for too long.
Well, I mean, it started off in Syrian's hands at one point and ends up in his hands once again as he navigates his way over toward the Bravo side. Teammates are attacking Charlie at the exact same time, and SSG got to settle for just one base in Alpha while 9 are scoring.
Syrian, these players just really have a superb ability to line up their shots here. Their pre-aim is just fantastic. I always love watching players get into the snipe because they're predicting where their head's gonna pop up when they slide, right? It's always so fun to watch these players, especially with the sniper there, and Syrian tags up 2. Let's make it 3. Stellar goes down to 1 shot as well, and the pressure's still on. 9 getting into the base.
Everybody weakened courtesy of the sniper of Syrian, and because of that, you see a Vusi starting to play aggressive through that as well, finding the weakened players, making sure they guarantee their kills, and with a camouflage coming up, that sniper might just turn into a camo as well, as once again, SSG go 3 down, Boo Boo Doo along with 9 are moving in rhythm.
Boo Boo is able to stall that grab onto the camo for quite a bit. He's gonna have maximum utility out of this equipment to make the most of it. They are really putting on the pressure at SSG, trying to always stay into a trip cap momentum. Boo Boo. It should be an easy routine cleanup on a Stellar, and it will be. The trip cap's still in effect.
There's a bit of a shield here. You see the nade starting to come towards him as the Penguin, the rest of SSG are searching, but they ain't finding no members of 9. 9 are the ones that are finding them. The trip cap still held at the moment as 9 continue to increase their lead.
Everything changed when Syrian got that sniper and was able to hit some big shots. It did 2 things, right? Obviously, you're giving your team a big momentum boost by hitting some sniper shots, allowing them to get to the trip cap. But the other side is Space Station has largely relied on power weapons throughout their gameplay to get something going. They finally were able to deny it, and once they did, they went on a massive run. 250 to 166. As Syrian puts on a statement with a 23-15 game 1.
9 fresh off of going toe-to-toe with Legion in the elimination quarterfinals, come out hot in this game number 1 and pull off what could be considered an upset. SSG, on paper, you would have to give the win to them, but 9 say this game ain't played on paper, it's played on the virtual battlefield, and that's where Salah, aka Syrian, reigns supreme, 23-15 with a 10.0 KDA.
What we did see was both teams. It's like modern day baseball. You go up to the plate, you're always trying to smash a home run. today. And both these teams really played that style to a T. When they were able to play for the trip cap, they did. They were aggressive. They were always moving forward. It seemed like Nine was able to adapt to that in the second half of the game. I think largely due to some of the slays that Sirion was able to get. Those players initially getting out of their base started getting tagged up with that power weapon. It made a huge difference in that game. We'll see if Sirion can find that replication here with the shock rifle on Solitude.
We'll see if they can do that, or we'll see if SSG can throw a bit of a curveball at them and come out with a huge win in the Slayer Solitude. I will say, if you compare the series going up against Ascending Baseline, most of those Slayers within the series, obviously except the game 7, but all the other Slayers went the way of Ascending Baseline. So SSG right now, not liking the Slayer game type, but new team, new opportunity, and want to start on board with Legend. Well, we roll.
Legend, although he went down early, he did a ton of damage. Got one player down to 1, another to half, and Penguin was able to get in, find that cleanup, and get the camouflage right away. This is kind of an ideal situation for Space Station. Although they weren't able to get the shock rifle, look at the position of Nine. They are largely trapped. There's only one player that has reprieve here. If they're able to keep that pressure on and get those kills, it could be a big swing, but Nine plays it well. They get the couple kills necessary to start moving their way out, but things starting to get chaotic as Eco picked up a couple.
Early lead here for Space Station Gaming. Eco right through the U-turn side of things and looking for a direct route with the shock, but ends up getting caught in the back. And that's King Nick that not only takes him down, but gets the shock out of the equation, at least momentarily. Legend with the pick on 1 and makes the second one shot enough for Penguin to get the kill.
Trades all around. Stellar gonna get that bottom lift spawn. Dubu seems to be anticipating this, but a ton of damage that goes down. Stellar. That's one thing you're gonna notice a lot from Stellar's gameplay is he's gonna spawn and just move forward. He probably the most aggressive. I'd say if you're talking about aggressive players in Halo, I almost have it like 1A, 1-2, or 1A, 1B between Stellar and ironically like Ryan Noob. And I think they play in very different ways, but they're very, very aggressive, and it makes them very fun to watch. So let's keep an eye out on Stellar. He has no fear on pushing forward.
Let me keep an eye out on him, and I mean, I said it before. There's nobody more confident than Stellar with a sniper, but maybe second to that is Stellar with a bandit as he puts down some massive damage over in the top gold side, but gets a pick and an assist. And that's enough for SSG to ultimately play through that. Legend gets the damage, but also takes a lot of that back at him, so things reset just a bit. Active camo coming up soon.
Big fights at the bottom, trading perfect kills on there, but Eco making the difference. Able to find that damage, and I love the position from Space Station to have the angle onto camouflage, but they need someone a little bit more forward on the map to guarantee this camo. Right now, Nine still has the potential to contest, but Eco's been doing a fantastic job of just getting damage in, keeping these players back, and now securing the camo for his team as Legend got a triple kill.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Another 3 down, go 9. Another opportunity for SSG to get aggressive as Eco marches his way with the camouflage through the blue side of the map. And King Nick awfully forward on the map here over to Ramon towards bottom mid, and they're able to take advantage of that. Eco catches another player, and that's back-to-back 3 downs for 9.
While Eco's been patrolling with his camo, Legend got 6 kills in a row as he goes to 11-5. As this game is now a 10-kill differential. It all started with Eco playing forward, getting this camouflage, opening up the map for his team. And well, right now, 9 is in extreme danger.
And I will say, I love the assist ultimately coming out of Syrian right now. However, this is almost night and day from what we saw in game number 1 to game number 2. Has yet to find his second kill at the moment. As SSG have been able to lock him and his teammates out down in just one spot and destroy them. Look at them. It's a 3-man push towards him. What are you doing for Syrian?
Yeah, 3-on-1. It's a little bit unfair back there. And Sirion, who had a fantastic game 1, has not been able to find stable footing because of this hyper-aggressive gameplay that SSG's been putting on. He's having a bit of a struggle at 1-10 so far this game.
39 kills so far here for SSG. Big time 5-shot though onto Stellar for Syrian, so that'll get him a bit of confidence as the call outs go in. They have half the members of SSG down, the other half now in your sights. Maybe this is the run, maybe this is the opportunity that you've been looking for.
Seems like he identified Legend's position. King Nick, though, cleaning it up without the help. Still have 12 kills to make up here. The thing is, it's possible on this map. Because of the way it plays, it's very easy to manipulate the spawns and to block out some of these primary spawns and to force these spawn traps. But right now, it's Space Station that's been doing that to 9. Another 3 down, as it looks routine for them to clean up this game.
45 kills, looking for 5 more. Stellar with the kill on Abusi. Those A's though from King Nick, gonna clear him out. But of course, Penguin's quickly there for the cleanup, and all of this just a distraction, a decoy as active camouflage is coming up, and I'm sure it's going to take the attention of both 9 and Space Station Gaming.
Stellar's just been an absolute unit in the map. I've been really liking the way how he's been getting into these fights. I think the combo of actually Eco and Stellar, you know, the long-term duo, have been a real pain for 9. They've just constantly been playing forward on the map, getting damage, getting these assists, and you know, it's largely been Stellar getting assists for Eco on the getting those kills, but it's been a 1-2 punch. It's been really potent so far.
Despite the fact that Syrian was able to get away with the camo, it started to chain together a few kills. It looks like just one more needed here for SSG, and Penguin's gonna find it before going down. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we have a tied up series.
And you know, look, game 2 was the score was actually closer than what it really was, as SSG found great momentum throughout that game. I think the big difference, or when I saw the game really start moving towards SSG's favor, was when Eco went through the middle of the map and basically was the front man to secure camouflage that ended up getting a ton of value. That's when we saw Legend go on a 6-kill spree, and well, Eco put in his statement here, 17 kills, just 7 deaths as he took over in game 2.
And Wes was kind of talking about in the in some of the previous series that even going back to yesterday, it feels like he has been going back to the unlegit ways and being one of the most steady shots and one of the best slayers in lobby consistently. We have been seeing Eco at the top of these scoreboards, just putting down great damage, making great decisions, avoiding as much death as possible. He's really just been feeling comfortable with this Space Station Gaming roster, and you can tell when that Slayer. Now we move on to Recharge Oddball, and the question becomes, is it going to be the same exact flow as we saw on Solitude Slayer, or is this a much different map and game mode where maybe 9 can take back control?
I think this is a good opportunity for 9 to get themselves back to where they were. You have a long game in Oddball where you'll have time to figure out what was going wrong, where to find those fixes, because when it looks great, I mean, when it looks good, it looks great, right? Like when we saw this team competing in game 1, they were able to really put the hurt on the Space Station Gaming. It largely came from getting those 4 downs, being aggressive, and being able to catch these players off spawn. I'd like to see them get back to that, but it can be a little bit more difficult in Oddball, where you have one player whose freedom of movement and ability to get damage gets largely restricted when they're holding that ball.
Yeah, right. You can rotate it, but it's really tough to keep up with the rest of your teammates who don't have that ball in hand. So we're going to find out if they're able to do that, get back to their ways like they did on Livefire Strongholds, or allow SSG to run over them with this momentum that they've been able to gain from that game number 2. Obviously, when talking about Recharge, we got to mention the shock rifle. Obviously, going to be so strong, especially in the hands of a player like Stellar, who's just been so crazy, dropping overkills with almost every sniper he's able to get in his hands. But also the camouflage, where a lot of players like a Boo Boo Doo, even a King Nick, love to get that camo in their hands and make plays with it. So Oddball Recharge is going to be an exciting one, ultimately one that swings the winds in your favor with a win here.
Look towards that shock rifle once again in this game. I'd expect to see Stellar trying to make his way to that whenever possible. And you know, camouflage obviously going to have its outsized impact. You see it right away. King Nick hesitated not one bit on trying to get to that camo, and it comes at a steep cost. His life, as Penguin last alive, was at least able to get that cleanup, but I think Nine will take it. Yeah, you don't get camouflage, but you're able to get ball and the shock rifle away.
We do see Syrian with that ball in hands, kind of stuck over toward the gold side. Expect him to rotate it towards Bubudubu here on long haul, which he does, but you gotta be careful. There is a trailing Stellar and Legend that are right on his tail. That nade lands perfectly onto Stellar, and the second one was even better than the first. And a one-shot Penguin, great communication as Bubudubu gets on the attack, almost immediately snaps onto Unlegit, who somehow, someway just took down 2.
Off that 2 down, though, that Nine originally got, it's still Space Station that ends up finding the scoring here. So a little bit unexpected, because it looked like a great play from Bubudubu, was able to get that 2, was getting damage onto the 3rd, but it all ends up being time for SSG. And if Legend gets this play off, oh no, he won't! Sirion catches it mid-flight, it comes back to his hands, and Space Station have given Nine a decent setup.
Syrian really feeling himself. How many times have we seen Frosty make that play time and time again on screen when Syrian says I can do it too? And that's how locked these players are right now. Beautifully played by Syrian. And by the way, he's not even done just yet. Drops the ball, does not play it, plays for the kill instead. Confident as he played for that one and continues to score for 9.
That's a great bounce back, right? He didn't have a great game too. It'd be easy to take that suboptimal momentum into this game. Instead, he bounces back. He's making the plays that help his team win. That's giving them energy so far. A big bounce back by Sirion so far.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Switch
Enemy has
gears
the
over
ball.
towards Bubudubu. Now he has the ball in hand. Sadly, this is an opportunity for him to play the way that we saw Syrian do. He had to play that ball ultimately off the map, but 56 points for Team 9.
See Stellar eventually taken down. That's going to be 2 players that followed from 9, as Legend was able to find a big cleanup. Penguin's pushing through the map here. They're not necessarily concerned about getting that ball time. Instead, it was more of a focus on clearing out the long haul and trying to get camo towards that area, but that doesn't come to fruition for Space Station. And instead, 9, I think, have done a great job of playing their position. They're able to get the burn on the camo. They eventually flip out control of the map, and actually gonna get, oh, they should have gotten a little ball time, but I think that ball, it must have hit off a body or something, but Lucy with the shot, with the grapple shot, able to bring it right back.
And the grapple really getting maximum value here in this game. Dare I say, not a player at MVP, but the grapple MVP in this game. Syrian with the reversal onto Penguin, and now he really sets his sights over to the bottom A side. Bubudubu's already been able to put down max damage. It is ultimately Syrian there for the cleanups. 1 goes down, but I was gonna say the same for Unlegit, but he just 5 King Nick. What?
Expect that. With the whole weight, though, it's gonna be a big moment. Shock rifle, a full shock rifle for Eco to work with. It's just him and Penguin that are left alive, but King Nick, the last player there, and they have an idea of where he's at with those nades. So if they can find this kill, they should have a little bit of safety to work with. And this is the first time in the round where we should see a decent chunk of time for this SSG squad.
It's Unlegit able to get 2 kills, which means that is ball time now going the way of Space Station Gaming. Currently down by quite a bit, as 9 have 75 points and counting at the moment here. It's up to SSG and Legend here to make sure that they hold on to this thing.
I don't necessarily mind. Oh, they're gonna play it out early. And looks like that pressure in 9 gets to SSG. They force the play ball, but there's just no follow-up from SSG here on trying to get these kills. Penguin off spawn, though, was able to find his, and I mean, Penguin as largely, you know, he doesn't have the greatest stats so far, but he's had some of the most crucial kills for this team on staying in this game. A few times you'd think 9's gonna run away with it. Instead, it's been Penguin that's there, that's clutching for the squad.
Man trusts his teammates to win the 1v1 over towards gold, advances that ball forward. 2 players coming out of nowhere, and Penguin says, don't worry, I'm gonna get those clutch kills like you mentioned. It's not coming in quantity, but definitely is coming in quality.
A player got through, and they got camo. Sirion got away with camo. During this time, if Uzi forces that play ball, it's going to be Sirion's ball to take. And with it, they just need 25 seconds. It's a 3 down for SSG. It's going to take them forever just to be able to contest. And by the time they do, Sirion's going to go incognito again.
Rotating that ball, he's over toward the back gold side and wants to make sure he gets value out of this camo. They have the lead, and this could be what ultimately finishes it, as it is Sirion that finds one. But as Kingdom goes down, you see he hesitates just a bit. SSG do get that advantage.
And this is the freedom of having a big lead in a game. Sirion was able to drop that ball, play for Slays a little bit earlier. And although SSG gets a little bit of time, they haven't been able to securely change the map control yet. It's still been a 50-50 fight, and it's one where Sirion's been able to stay alive and keep putting on damage. It's making things more and more frustrating for SSG.
Half the members of SSG going down, the other half now in the sights of Syrian shock rifle. Oh my gosh! The double kill for the killing spree, and I don't even know if SSG have enough time to make it towards the ball.
I don't think they will. 9 able to put on these final seconds, and Sirion put on a hell of a show. 17, and look, 17 kills, 8 deaths. That's impressive, right? No, it's basically, it's double positive. But then you look, he also has the most assists for his team. He has the most ball time for his team. It's Mr. Do It All right now for 9.
Had an MVP type of performance in that game number 1. Game 2 didn't go his way, but so far game 3 has been incredible for the young Syrian. A shooter on the basketball court, but also a shooter on the map of recharge. Come on now.
Avusi getting the ball, getting it away for now, but Sirion just unbelievable late jump there to destroy his opponent on the other side. And just what you see with his micro movement, what he's able to do is absurd at this level. What absolute unit on the map right now. I don't know if anyone can stop Sirion.
25 points here for 9, as right now they're loving every last bit of what Sirion is doing on the map consistently now. As Unlegit does end up making it right through the mid, and it just plays the ball off. A high IQ play by him. Eventually Unlegit goes down, but this is time just being kind of robbed away from 9.
Not quite able to get away with that fight, but 3 players going down for 9. It's just Sirion that's last alive and tries to make it hard for Stellar, but for the first time in the round, it's going to be Space Station Gaming that's able to get some points on the board.
Back-to-back kills for Vusi and Boobadubu. Boobadubu wants the 3rd as well. He finds it, and that ball never rolls off the map. This is more time than 9 are getting. Ultimately, time that SSG can't afford.
And you see SSG skipping steps there. Legend just not expecting players to the right. They're trying to get quickly to that ball, but instead it's just going to put them down numbers for even longer. That ball not getting played is going to have some pretty big ramifications, and thankfully for Space Station Gaming, 9 makes the same critical mistake where they don't play the ball in time, giving that position back to SSG, but they still need to earn the position with some blood. They need to win these gunfights, get away with the camo, have something more than just their bandits.
Ball out of bounds. Ball in.
But he did put 9-3 down. Final player is Boobadubu. Legend gonna hunt him down.
Last
Not
shot.
before Boobadubu does take down Stellar, but Eco gets away with the camo, so I mean, this is exactly what they need. They needed more than their bandits. Well, you got yourself a camouflage.
Now it's about getting momentum. How can you roll this into the next? Shock rifles coming up in 10 seconds as well. If they can get both those things, start chipping away at this time, this round isn't over for Space Station. In fact, I think we're starting to see it completely shift the other way. Momentum has clearly started to move to SSG.
45 points so far for 9. Eco expecting the push from Boobadubu, and that is tough. I mean, Boobadubu nothing to do but hit the respawn screen as 3 down once again. Go 9, and Eco on the ball with the camouflage. Might be trading that off soon unless it's gonna expire.
I wonder how aggressive SSG is going to be off these spawns. They got that 3 down, and then the final player got taken down as this player spawned up. They've been able to keep a solid numbers advantage because of that, as they have these players getting killed before they can get all 4 up, and it's just allowing this game to really simplify for SSG. They're keeping the kills in front of them. Players are no longer hitting those back ranks, and because of it, they're able to get 27 seconds on that hole.
Once again, 9 go 3 down here. You had a nice lead, did 9, but it's slowly starting to slip out of their favor as SSG have been able to consistently find the kills and the ball time as well. It's unlegit, keeping it close over towards the goal. There's that perimeter player here, so almost daring Syrian to play towards them. And that's exactly when SSG starts to collapse together over toward the gold side. Unlegit flies through the Badlands side of things, and there's only one more player that's left. And right now, Legend and SSG don't fear him. They're scoring.
I really like the play by Eco there with the ball. You know, usually when you're the furthest player, when you're the perimeter player with ball, usually try to collapse in towards your team and flip that out. But what Eco did is he said, okay, look, I got the perimeter spawn, I have ball. I'm gonna take this space and I'm gonna bait these players towards me. I need you guys to rush to me, right? Instead of me coming back to you, you guys come to me. And right when the challenge happens from 9, there's 3 players of SSG waiting and ready there. Just really well played by SSG. They're getting the time, and now for the first time in this round, actually have a lead to work with another camouflage. You see how small pieces of this game are starting to collide into a bigger and bigger piece of momentum for SSG to play with. They are getting kill after kill. The amount of times we've seen 3 down from 9 in these last 2 minutes has been more than what we've probably seen all series.
Despite the crazy kills coming from SSG, it was 9 that snuck that ball off of the map, but it's still SSG picking up right where they left off, right back on the ball, back over toward the long haul side. Legend still has camouflage and is not missing a single shot. 9 have just continued to get cycled and staggered.
Perfect.
Legend, absolute haymakers of a shot there. 5 perfect ones, and right now you see how far away 9 is, how far they have to traverse just to get a contest here. And Legend is able to help Stellar. Look at this angle that he has. He's cutting off the entire middle of the map, and he's listening to what's happening at C. Stellar has his help on the other way, and Legend's able to capitalize. Stellar gets an immediate kill with the shock rifle, and this is perfect play by Stellar and SSG. They dominate the second half of this game.
That they do, and the time simply winding down, and that's it for round number 2. And, oh, geez, even with no reticle still going off right there, but man, SSG bounced back in round number 2 with style.
With that, they have all the momentum going into game 3. I think camouflage might be the #1 priority here for 9. That's where things started to go all wrong, was when that camo finally got into the hands of SSG.
Penguin and Zeroing going at it right there. Feels like Penguin not only able to get the win, but also stealing that camouflage away, and now just playing games with everybody else on the map. The moves are too smooth as multiple down once again go 9.
And right now, Space Station has really just been so effective at getting kills at the same time. The amount of 3 downs that we're seeing is really working dividends for them. Penguin's trying to play this with a big brain here. He doesn't want to give away his position with this camouflage. He knows he can't really stop that ball from being grabbed. Instead, he wants to remain on the front lines, ready to be the first to cause action, but have teammates at least close by to get these cleanups.
Hasn't found the kill just yet. Forced the rotation though from Cloud9 through the gold and through the top glass side. And Booba Dooba doing a great job of just covering his teammates back on that rotation here as balls made it through long haul. 9 still scoring.
It was really heads up play by Sirion there to understand pressure was coming. They got it out to the long haul, getting 34 seconds while under that pressure of camouflage. A big play, and Penguin not able to really get the value that he wanted from that camouflage either. 9 hyper efficient thus far. They have not let that ball sit on the ground if they've been able to to get a little bit of time. They're trying, they're fast on rotations. I've really enjoyed this gameplay, but it might come to a break here. Penguin immediately into the front lines, and oh my, another double kill for him. He breaks the setup.
Every angle covered except for the one that Penguin was attacking. It's 3 down, go 9, and another fight over towards long haul. At least this one goes the way of Boo Boo Doo Boo. So now 9 can get awfully aggressive to try to get that ball out of their hands here, but the remaining players of 9, they're not able to find their picks just yet.
I love the play by Penguin. Throws it out, uses the grapple tech to get his way forward. Stellar drops a double kill, and 9 are gonna struggle to get to this. I'd like to see that ball continue to rotate. One thing to keep in mind, Penguin still has that grapple in the back pocket as well, so he can use that to play for the camo if he decides it's necessary.
Legend. That's what he wants to take back. He was hiding in that corner waiting for King Nick to pass, but King Nick somehow ends up getting the reversal, and mind you, Vusi follows it up with a 5-shot. King Nick has camo, and SSG coming off a spawn.
That's what happens so often in pro level play, right? A small mistake, a missed shot can turn into something much more from the other side. You miss one bullet on King Nick, he ends up getting ball time and camouflage for his team because of it. The margins of error are just so thin at the highest levels.
Ball dropped. SSG looking to flood the position here on the gold side of the map. Exactly where 9 have that ball in commando. Getting max value for Syrian. Now he's going to pull off a reversal of his own. Meanwhile, Avicii over to the gold side gets a win. Legend not allowing him to escape, snapping onto every single call out. And just when 9 had an advantage, well, SSG have a Legend.
Legend's going to be able to pull this ball back. He has grapple and shock rifle to work with, so a lot of options in his toolkit to decide on how he wants to play. But what I anticipate is him wanting to get that shock rifle into play, hand this off as soon as he can, and try to use the most out of this weapon. But off the rotation, he gets caught by a Vusi, who not only gets 1 but 2.
75 points so far here for 9 of Vusi. Right over towards the gold side. 3 down once again go SSG, and 9 are on their setup. If they can hold on to it, they may be able to take yet another game from SSG.
And look at it. Let's take a second, take a look at the stat checks. Avusi has 34 kills, but Sirion has 29 of his own with 22 assists. Is this gonna be the end as Space Station go 4 down? And here we go. Sirion knows he has this. Game 3 goes to 9 after a stellar performance from Sirion and Avusi.
9 started off the series with a huge game number 1 win. We saw the Slayer end up going the way of SSG, but 9 show that in the objective right now, they are looking sound. Even in the oddball on recharge, 9 take a series lead in your best of 7.
Origin flag be up next. A little bit different than what we've seen in the HCS, so this one's going to be 5 flag. One of the better maps for Space Station Gaming, so I expect to see a bounce back here. Take a look at our ending stats. It felt like it was a battle between Sirion and Legend throughout that game. You see them both having 20 plus assists for their team, but Legend's stat line just not enough for SSG. I mean, what is the damage that he's putting out to go 37 and 21? He drops 10. It's not even the most. Stellar had more damage, but we see some efficiencies from both sides of Vusi dropping 11K in the oddball.
Yeah, plenty of damage when you go 3 rounds and go 18 minutes, and you have players like this who just aren't missing. I mean, King Nick again, which by the way was doing all day yesterday, shooting 70% plus. Clearly, King Nick very confident with his bandit, despite the maybe long break that he might have taken leading up into our Pro League qualifier here. 2-1 series lead here for 9, but again, guys, it's a best of 7, so they'll have to get 2 more if they want to knock out and pull off the upset against Space Station Gaming.
See our maps loading on in, getting ready to go to what's next. Remember how this thing started? Oh, you know, look how clean this play is. When he's hitting the chain slide to get to this kill in time, and then to have the awareness, hey, I need to grab this before it comes off. Perfect grab. Sirion highlight plays.
And I'm happy you used the word clean to describe that, because that is the only word that comes to mind, where you're able to get that kill. That ball's momentum is seriously flying off, and to just boom, grapple it. It was beautiful. It was clean. But now we go into our 5 flag on Origin here, and we're gonna find out if ultimately Dying can continue what they've been doing so far, every objective against SSG, and let's pull off a win. SSG's only win has come in the Game 2 Slayer.
I expect to see a very aggressive play from SSG. Expect to see lots of overextends, and obviously expect to see Stellar playing towards that sniper whenever possible. Sniper going to be important on the map, but what really dictates this map is going to be the silver and elbow side control. And you see, look, that's immediately where SSG wants to go. You see Penguin just immediately overextending. He's pulling a flag already.
Flag ultimate makes it through the window side. It's dropped here as King Nick does have a sniper, and they have an idea where he could be rotated towards, and now gonna find out exactly where he is. That's right above you, hitting no scopes, is King Nick. Rotates back over toward the cave side. I wonder if he knows that Legend is trying to sneak over here as well. King Nick so far is reading SSG and hitting almost all of his shots.
Still has a rocket to work with as well. The power weapon's not over yet. That damage gonna be enough for a double. Stellar starts off the game with 3 as he gets ready to take back the sniper. 2 bullets left. Not gonna be enough for a kill as he wastes it onto the dead body of that player in the cave.
No caps on the board just yet here. Looks like Syrian along with 9 want to push through the snipe side. Bubudubu's already has a head start here. Looks like now 3 players gonna join him. Bubudubu now with the initial damage, but it's a Legend and SSG to get back-to-back kills here. 3 down, go 9, and flag is already started.
I mean, it looks likely to come back home. Legend wasted no time, and this is one of the things where Legend, I think, is second to none in Halo. Is his ability to be forward on the map and to recognize, oh, I have time in the hole, and it's going to be successful in coming back home. He must have one of the highest efficiency ratings on just flag pulls being executed into flag captures. He has a second sense for it, and what I love is that he has no fear on just hitting an overextend, being away from his team, and recognizing, oh yeah, they're not looking in the right spots. I can get this flag home.
Well, this time 9 were able to successfully defend their base and now have Syrian, that more forward player here on the elbow side, Lucian's the thorn inside of SSG, so much so that they have Stellar go in and handle things. And you know what? He takes more than what you ask him for, because now on the elbow side, he clears out his opponent's elbow. He's going right through the mid-map. Stellar is here.
It's just like an axe going right through the middle of the map. Stellar and Legend combined together to clear a path, and here is the flag run. Stellar, unfortunately, has a little bit of a micro mistake there. He didn't mean to leave that flag behind, wanted to keep it running. We'll go back, but that timing might just cost them their ability to get this flag home easily. I think another round of slays are going to be needed.
You know, notice he fumbled the flag, but he does what I do. It's always on purpose. I keep going. Okay, I gotta make it look like I didn't fumble it. So I kept going.
Put down the rotational slays.
That was on purpose. But back on the flag, bringing it back over toward the base. And that's the second flag cap going in for SSG.
And then we see a crash happen on the side of 9. So we'll get ourselves racked back into this, a 2-0 lead for SSG when we come back. But one thing to note was 2 very distinct play styles from these teams, and 9, I think, needs to put a lot more emphasis onto the elbow of the map, onto that rocket side. They were constantly hitting 3-stack plays onto Snipe, trying to get through the map there. And SSG, what they recognize is, look, if you're playing inside the sniper, right, if you're not on catwalk, if you don't have that high ground, you're not actually seeing a lot of the other map, and they would just hit an overextend, right? Because you just curb slide from silver, you get to their silver. You hit a quick route to go into the elbow. You're leaving a lot of the map open, or at least not being looked at, which allows SSG to get into the elbow, and that's their first step to the win, right? If they're able to get into your elbow, to them, they're saying, okay, well, now there's 5 different ways where you make a mistake, and I end up getting a flag capture because of it.
Well, at one point we actually did see Syrian at least try to recognize that. We did see Syrian play towards their elbow, but was he by himself maybe? And maybe that was the problem.
So I think that's a great example, Tony, because if you go back and you look at a replay, Sirion's getting over to the elbow, but he doesn't have that help that he needs, which either comes from another player being at that top rockets behind you, filling in your lane, or usually at like a window or at silver, right? You need someone in the middle map that's able to be your duo. But what was happening on the other side is they have all their players inside the sniper, and there's no complementary angles there, right? And with that, Sirion's actually having to give up his space in that spot where he had to push backwards from that elbow, and that made it so that Space Station just easily breaks out, and they immediately hit the other elbow to get a flag capture. Now we see game or about to start up once again here. Going back to Coliseum, or I should say Origin, the new Halo 5 map in Halo Infinite. A 2-0 lead for SSG as we get into this game.
Captured flag on Origin, and you saw a bit of a game crash happen. Boo will let us know, and also in the chat we saw that it's going to be 2-0 in favor of one squad. So that means 3 needed. Again, we're going to 5. Things a little bit different than what you're used to. No longer 3 caps on Origin. We are going to 5.
I love this change. 5 flags. Origin, so often you have games that would end in 2-3 minutes because of how efficient you can be on these flag runs. I think 5's been a sweet spot. We seen already, games yesterday that went to 5-4.
Oh yeah, our first one actually. Believe it or not, actually our first game of the day we actually had, a 5-4, and it was really fun to watch. And now I may not be having all that much fun right now because that's an immediate 3 down, and Penguin has the rockets here. Fires off a couple warning shots there. Oh, King Nick, he had the sniper.
And look at players immediately going in. Who else but Legend to say, okay, well, I'll just go full flag while you guys deal with what's left behind. 4 going down for 9, and Penguin's gonna have a field day at this. He knows exactly where these spawns are coming from. Not able to hit that snipe shot, but there's nothing 9 can do to stop this 3rd flag from being put in.
And with Unlegit going down here, Penguin, he's just gonna wait for the right opportunity to strike. Just hiding in that corner, gets himself an easy kill. That turns into a 3 down for 9, making 4 as a Vusi does go down.
Kill for Eco there. Stellar able to find his sniper and immediately finds a shot on the Boo Doo there. But what's happening on the other side? Look at Legend. He's trying to get in through the window. While all this is happening, he's already in the base ready to pull flag. And this is what makes Legend so dangerous. He is almost single-mindedly always thinking about the win condition. That's getting flags back home. He wastes no time getting to that flag, pulling it, and this should be the 4th flag for SSG.
Wow. And just like that, 4-0 is the start for Space Station Gaming, and mind you, 9 still have 2 players here in the reset that have yet to gotten a single kill, and SSG already have 2 flag caps, and this could be the 3rd right here. Based on the old settings, this would be the game, the entire one.
Yeah, look, and we talked about games being over in 2 to 3 minutes with 3 flag. Look, SSG doing the same thing with 5 flag right now. Last second effort from 9. Sirion does get in. Is this enough for the return? Penguin's nade, not going to be enough to get the kill, so we're not quite over yet. Potential counter opportunity for 9, but a lot of work to get this flag back still.
So 1 more cap needed here for Space Station Gaming. Flag has started and moved over toward the elbow side. Looks like Eco gonna drive this flag right through the same exact routing. Walshy told me this a while ago. If you have the advantage, run the flag towards where that flag is. If you don't, run it the opposite side.
And it's a really heads up play, right? Because you're trying to collapse in on those players that are running the flag. If they don't have a numbers advantage, well, you can work the objective and your slays at the same time. Just be more efficient at the end of the day. As we see Sniper coming up here soon, but I don't know if 9 necessarily has the luxury to wait too long for that Sniper. They need to get up to this flag, and Sirion's doing just that. A double kill for him. He knows the last player's down by that flag, and he's going to do the same, right? Your up numbers start to pull that flag towards the flag carrier.
Legend on the challenge, King Nick with the win. Boosie was also able to take down Legend, and King Nick puts Stellar down with the Sniper flag. Still sitting over towards that elbow side. King Nick with a slight reposition to try to cover his teammate better.
Rocket unfortunately goes a little bit astray, but King Nick able to clean up another with that snipe.
Captured your flag.
First flag on the board for 9 as King Nick trying his best with the snipe. Doesn't hit the shot. Stellar gets the kill, but Sniper gonna be back on the ground. Anyone's game to pick up.
Avusi wants to cut this map, which were the mid side. Looks like he routes himself over towards the sideline onto Unlegit. Some great shots out of Unlegit. Goes in for a bit of an ego challenge there. Avusi takes him down and puts some extra damage on the Penguin. Meanwhile, Legend tries to go in for the pull, but looks like 9 reading that. They haven't seen Legend pull that same move too many times.
Yeah, that's actually really heads up by 9 to start recognizing that Legend's more times than not is going to be in your base. That flag actually I think is largely successful because of that kill that they get onto Legend. If they don't do that, I think it's going to be an easy return for Legend. Instead, things getting a little bit more difficult, and one key piece to making this more difficult has been the Sniper starting to fall into the hands of 9 and using that to get some big kills to move forward.
And 9 actually started to swarm together, starting to overwhelm some of the players of Space Station Gaming. Momentarily 3 down with SSG, but they weren't able to get themselves that pull just yet. Although 1 goes down once again, it's back-to-back 3 downs for SSG. Penguin, he's the final player. He doesn't know exactly where they're pushing from. 9 get the kills. 9 flag on the move here. SSG only need 1 more, but right now 9 are about to put their 3rd in.
Remember, it's going to make it 4-3, so still 9 having a lot of work to do here, but they have clearly found a bit of momentum to work with. You see Penguin trying to make his way through. This is a tough spot for 9. They might just be giving up a flag here if they don't find some kills on the Rocket side. And King Nick, he has had some big kills this game, and the Carbine is going to really help from that top rock position.
This right here is exactly why we have these games go to 5. It's for matches just like this. Rockets now in the hands of King Nick, finds his first target, also finds the second. Cleanup is there. Penguin and Legend now trying to move this flag as a unit. Now that you got Rockets off the map gets just a bit more free for you as Legend is able to back his way out to elbow.
So smart from Legend. Now Sniper did go into the hands of 9, but can they get to the kill on Legend in time? He's almost there. Oh, there's the snipe from King Nick. He gets a second to go with it. He's looking for the head of Penguin to follow. He hits another body, another for King Nick. A sniper to hold them back. A goal line stand, but they still have to do more. It's Legend and Stellar trying to clean up the play.
Welcome back, King Nick, but Stellar's on the return. SSG refused to give up, and despite the incredible snipes from King Nick, it is SSG that are taking this game.
Fantastic play by King Nick, but just not enough, and still it felt like SSG just had too much control on how they wanted to run those flags. Legend an MVP here on getting these flags back home, but you can see the work so much easier when the flag's back at your side, because now you have a game of attrition. The longer this flag is out, the more it is advantageous to the team where the flag that has the flag at their base, right? They're just going to keep spawning and being able to win these battles over time. Legend was the first player to go down. Well, he's the first player to help secure that flag, goes back and gets into their base to win the game.
What a matchup that ends in a 5-3 win for SSG here, and my gosh, do we see some fight out of 9. And mind you, when the dust settles, I mean, it's tied to a piece in a best of 7, so we still have plenty of Halo left in this series, and if it continues to go this way, we could be seeing 7 games.
The last Slayer is pretty handedly SSGs though. As we go into Streets, I will say Streets though, a very different Slayer compared to Solitude. This one's going to be a lot more chaotic because of how small the map is, being able to control those spawns. Now, the other part of it is you can oftentimes see Streets really slow down as a Slayer because you know how punishing it can be if you get caught out playing too quickly on this map. So that's one area where I think 9 could have an advantage over Space Station. They're a team that loves to be aggressive, that loves to play out. If you can use that against them, this could be a map that flips the momentum back in the 9's favor.
Streets is where we're gonna land here, and mind you, as although Solitude probably the most punishing map that we have here in the circuit, I will say Streets can be just as punishing. Maybe if you spawn over towards Subway side, you can maybe slow things down if you go 3 down, but most of the time at this level of competition, they don't allow you to spawn. They don't give you any room to breathe, do any of the pro players in the lobby.
All right, folks, on the other side of this series, we have 4 of a kind. That's Talik, Trippy, Precision, and Snakefight that are waiting for the winner of this series. Every match from here is determining the seed. So whoever loses this will have the 4th seed going into the Pro League. And then the team that wins will have a chance to fight for that at least 2nd seed in that top 3 match.
So far in this matchup, if you have any player that you're really looking out for, specifically when going into the streets, what player out of everybody in this lobby are you really keeping your eyes on?
I think Legend's been kind of fantastic this series. I like to see him show why he was considered the best Halo player for a long time. I think if anyone is going to have an outsized impact, to me, it's Legend. And, you know, it's a little bit tougher for him in this series because he is playing from France, but you can still see there are moments in this series where he takes over. I think that flag was a prime example. He was on pace to just always punish, and that's what I love about Legend. He is constantly looking for the weak areas in the map. Where are you not looking? Where can I punish you?
Legend definitely has been making some plays all day today, so I'm gonna keep my eye out on him as well as move over to Slayer on the streets of New Mombasa. Camouflage spawning over towards that mid map. Got a little bit of Stalker over toward the red side of things, and it's been a while. You gotta shake off the rust a little bit.
King Nick able to get that carbine. King Nick's been a player that's been really looking for that carbine whenever he can, and it can make a big difference. Especially there are some really, although the map's really small, there are some very long sight lines on the map where the carbine can have a big advantage.
Right now, Camouflage hasn't been picked up just yet here, and with the Stalker in the hands of Boo Boo Dubu, it's gonna be tough for SSG to get a free play on it. I know they got a touch on that Camouflage, but I don't even think it was long enough to even get burned. It's King Nick that steals it right off of that dead body.
Space Station largely trapped over that PD. King Nick's nade finds Eco before he can get his way out. That's another 2. Let's make it 3 kills for 9. Legend finally gets an answer, but so far 9's done a fantastic job of keeping control of this map, and it's been methodical from King Nick.
Great play by King Nick. A little bit of patience there is going to pay dividends as 3 down go SSG. The final player is Penguin, stuck over on the PD side. Gonna try to find the exit route and just about makes it out until Boo Boo Dubu hops off of the heaven side.
Go finding his way up to that high side. The rest of SSG, though, are trapped over at C, and Sirion says, okay, well, you want to be up there. I'll just try to attack the other way. Finds Legend on his way out and has a perfect flank here just to keep doing damage. Sirion been an absolute nuisance for SSG, and that continues on as he gets another 2 assists.
17 to 11 at the advantage. Penguin is 1 shot. Tries to steal away at least 1 with them, but not able to get the trade here. Meanwhile, Legend pelting with shots from across the map, finds the pick, but still down by 6.
9 largely finding themselves stuck onto that high red door side. It's a 2-2 split as King Nick is able to lead to the right side of the map. Sirion is getting aggressive on the left though, and as he got aggressive, Eco is waiting for him, and Legend's here to now clean up the next. So that's gonna open up the map a bit for Space Station to get an angle to play for Campbell. Oh, perfect reversey from Legend down under, and oh, he's got another one to go. He is taking down 9 one by one. That camo is SSG's to take.
He had no business getting the first kill, let alone 2 right afterwards. Make it 4. He's taken down all 4 members of 9 almost single-handedly, it feels like. And because of that, Stellar gets away with the camouflage, and
looks like a crash.
yeah, definitely try to force the game to end there, you can tell.
So it would have been 23-20. I think SSG is gonna put up a fight though. I think they're gonna want it to be an even start again after they got camouflage and the momentum that they had. Legend just started ripping them apart here.
I'll pay attention to the scoreboard, but we know there was 2 betrayals, so that was like kind of -2 from 9 scoreboard here. And I want to see Legends play here. Jeez, the first one was nasty. What are we doing here? What are we doing?
I didn't see any word in the chat here about how they want to handle this one. Controller stopped working. I'm gonna be honest, Sirion. It's not a reason to stop the game.
I mean, it's the controller stop.
I don't think anyone like really has a problem with it in the lobby, but if you're on LAN, bro, you don't get to stop the game. So I will say full re. 100% with Legend here. You go full re, and looks like they're gonna accept that as well. So good sportsmanship on both sides, because I think Space Station, they did want to, put up a stink about it. They could have put up a stink about it. But Boo Boo Doo Boo 9 gonna give them the full reset as well.
Yeah, technically they had a 23-20 advantage, but things happen and whatnot. And I guess the one thing you probably think of is if you were able to get that nice lead that you did before one time, well, you should be able to do it again. And SSG did have quite an advantage, at least as far as the game state was. So, yeah, really tough situation, but it seems like both teams handled it perfectly, in my opinion.
Back, full reset. So, hey, look, nothing happened. Let's get back into it. Legend was on an absolute tear before we got to that reset, and it feels like he's really starting to find his stride despite playing on that high ping. He's gonna be a monster to deal with.
What time is it in France right now? It's
like 8. It's probably like close to midnight.
Jeez. I tell you, this tournament's gonna get pretty late here for Legend. I wonder if that'll take a factor. How late can you play at like 100% in tournament mode?
I don't know. It's definitely a tough question. We'll see if we see any dip in his gameplay. But I know in these gamers, they stay awake till like 4 or 5 a.m. Tony, it's like they're gonna be fine. I think 11 kills to 7 for Space Station, and one of the big differences from the previous game to this one is we see the camo actually going SSG's way this time, so they largely have the advantage, and it's Stellar that's been kind of ripping them apart. He has 6 kills and only 1 death thus far.
14-8 advantage here for SSG. Legend able to get the trade out there. Penguin puts enough damage onto Avusi for Stellar to come in for the cleanup, and that is a beautiful crash coming in from SSG. They see the players and they make sure there is no way out.
7-kill lead though. Penguin not able to escape there. It's gonna give an opening to 9 to start playing up on the map, and they finish off these kills without the trades. Another one for Sirion. Avusi gets the 3rd, and Stellar just trying to find any sort of cleanup here to a tough situation. Oh! 5 shot from across the map. He's in a 1v3. He takes 2.
Beautifully played by Stellar. Currently 9-3 is his score line as Avusi wants to try to make his way through the purple side. Eco's still holding on to this Stalker rifle, and a whole lot of damage going down right as active camouflage is coming up. Stellar catches a grenade courtesy of King Nick, but he loses 3 of his teammates, not his own life.
I feel play. It's definitely been the Stellar show thus far, though. 11-4 in this game. It feels like he's just a guaranteed kill every single time he comes off a respawn. Not going to be able to take down King Nick this time. Instead, King Nick been patrolling that bottom half, but not able to stop the camo from going into Legend's hands, and that can be backbreaking. I felt like Nine was starting to get a little bit of momentum from King Nick's play, but not enough to get away with camo. Instead, the lead is kind of continue to grow if you keep giving the power-ups to Space Station.
Sends King Nick straight to the respawn screen, does Legend, and as a heads-up play in order to get out, catches a grenade. I'm not even sure it was even meant for him there, but it stays down to one shot. Now SSG started to widen their influence on the map, and it's 9 that are ready for them.
Where was Sirion? He somehow gets the backspack, and that's actually a 4 down for SSG. Sirion trying to stay aggressive, but unfortunately gets caught by 2 respawners there, maybe trying to get a little bit too much value from that play. It's an 8-kill lead for SSG, but Lucy trying to find a couple here, only able to get the trade out. You see trades going all around the map. 4 players down, 2 on either side as the beatdowns connect.
Stellar taking down King Nick though, and we're seeing 9 starting to move their way to the purple side, but Commando in the hands of Stellar and using that high ground. It's a Stalker in the hands of Lucy, who puts down some big time damage. Eco with his kill, 37 on the board for SSG, but with them going 3 down, Eco trying to get out of dodge.
Yeah, there's nowhere for him to go, though. King Nick has that cutoff. Anyone trying to clean up what was left behind, he actually will be able to do so. I thought that angle from Avusi was going to be able to save him, but instead he goes down, and a couple more from 9 follows. So Space Station's been able to just keep a very consistent lead throughout this game, and Legend might just be calling game here. Big shots down range as he waits for his teammates to get shields, and once they do, they spring in to allow him to get shields. A push and pull method from SSG that's just giving them kill after kill.
As SSG continue to find the opening break, they continue to get aggressive, and that's leading to the cycle of 9 and where they are at in this situation. Finally, that opening pick belongs to Salah and this 9 roster. Now they're able to play through that, but is it too little too late? SSG just need 5 more kills, now 4.
Yeah, I just don't see a path forward for 9. Only 1 player alive, and they know this game is circling the drain at this point, as Legend's gotten away with another camouflage. It would be a generational misstep for SSG to somehow have this one slip away. Instead, it would be a matter of who gets the final kill rather than if they get this final kill.
And there it is. The killing spree for Legend, 14-7 with 7 assists. I believe was the final score line for him, as we do see a series lead now go the way of Space Station Gaming.
Live Fire gonna be up next in our rotation, as this one's a best of 7, but right now SSG having a ton of momentum as they've been able to have fairly clean game 4, a fairly clean game 4 and game 5 to carry this momentum. And Stellar and Legend, look at those stat lines as Legend goes double positive at 14-7, and Stellar leading the charge with 16 kills for his team.
Quite impressive. I mean, what is that? You combine them with 30 kills between them two. Some great damage from everybody on the map. And even when you look at the accuracy here, everybody firing above 60%. I can't remember the last time I shot above 60% one time, let alone the entire lobby doing so. And beautifully played so far from SSG. You've been able to do it on both of the Slayers, but now we move into an objective where SSG have an opportunity to end it in 6, or a win here from 9 brings us into yet another Game 7 scenario, which I don't care who you are. If you're a fan of Halo, I think you love Game 7s.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I think everyone in chat, even if you're a fan, you're like, oh, I wouldn't mind a Game 7, but obviously a lot of work to do before you can get to that point. While we have a little break here, folks, remember, if you're wanting to support us here in this critical year, the best way to do so is by subscribing to the channel and staying up and involved with everything that we're doing here at LVT Halo. So maybe you have a sub that needs to come up for what do you call it, resubscription. Make sure you check it out. Make sure you can help if you can. And then if you need to help and you don't have the means to sub, well, you can always check out things like following our Twitter, following the Twitch, subscribing to our YouTube, or getting signed up for the newsletter, !newsletter. You get signed up every time we have any sort of action going down here at LVT Halo. We'll send you out a little email to let you know what's happening, what drops are going on, what matches are here. And Tony, why don't you give everyone a little bit of a reminder of what these competitions that are coming up are all about?
Yeah, so far this is your first of 2 qualifiers where we are already in the top 4, so we already know who is ultimately making it into the Pro League. $128,000, by the way, co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. But now it's about seeding those teams, so it's the first of 4 teams that are in make up our first through 4th seed. We still have another qualifier next weekend, but I will say it ain't gonna be easy for anybody coming in. In fact, I even heard some word that there's like 2 or 3 teams that weren't able to make it in this weekend that are looking to come in and make some noise next weekend. So it's gonna be really fun to watch. Only 8 teams make it to your Halo Pro League.
Early out the game, we see Stellar getting very aggressive. A quick play over towards that sandbag side where he wraps back and gets sniper right away, and this is where it's dangerous. Stellar, live fire sniper. You best be making sure your head isn't revealed for too long.
Snipe in the hands of Stellar, and almost feels like every time he has it in his hands, it's just an overkill waiting to happen here. I think we've catch, 4 or 5 of them on stream so far, as Penguin also was able to get away with Camo. So Snipe in the hands of Stellar, and of course Camo for Penguin.
He's gonna Stellar feeling the pressure here, but he knows help is coming, but he might not need it. They're stuck with Stellar, not the other way around. The Snipe connects again, and the help's finally there. It's a 4 down. As SSG have them on the ropes, and Stellar might hit him with the spawn snipe. No, he sees his teammate spawn there, and that lets them know that the spawns are actually going to be at the dummy side where Stellar can get involved through the middle of the map. That is high octane play by SSG, where they are keeping 9 on the back ropes.
With a process of elimination to find out exactly where the enemy team are spawning and moving through. But it is Syrian that sneaks all the way over towards the hill and gets the 1v1 that goes their way. The rest of the teammates starting to follow up with that damage, with those kills, and now it's 9 that are scoring.
I'll say every game that we see 9 win in this series, it was Syrian that really led the charge. 4-9, you're probably looking to the young gun again and saying, hey, we need that firepower. And right now, I mean, when they've had bright moments, it's been because he's led that charge. Can he do it once again? Because right now, SSG, they look unstoppable.
SSG closing out on the first hill here. A couple members of 9 already rotating over towards the next, and Legend trying to catch up to them ends up getting caught over on the top mid side. You can see 2 players sneaking up, and it's Unlegit and Penguin with the skill jump that already have presence here toward the tower side. They were just on green. How did they end up here?
For the top row, he's just shooting down on unsuspecting players. A double kill for him as he has 5 in a row. And this SSG team, just like a fine wine, have gotten better as this series has gone on.
Already have 1 captain to their name, a little bit of a head start over toward the second. Stellar with this camouflage, also noticing that snipers have been coming up and scoring simultaneously as King Nick gets cleaned up. You got just 2 more members of 9 to deal with. Those are just not the numbers that SSG Stellar want to see.
Legend trying to deal with a nuisance and do so with his elbow. Finds the back smack, but during that time, 9 has been able to secure their presence at the hill and also has gotten that sniper into the hands of Boo Boo Doo Boo. This could be a big momentum shift for them in the second hill.
So for about tied up in progression on this hill number 2. SSG obviously wanted, but 9 really needed here. Boo-Boo-Doo with the win. Penguin goes down, almost snaps onto the body of Stellar, but notices that Unlegit's going to join him through the nest side. And mind you, there's a player that's actually sneaking through Bud and through the elbow, and they are running through 9.
Really smart play by SSG. They know Sniper has Overwatch at the tower. How do you deal with that? Well, you take the routes that they can't see. They all go underneath through the pillars. They triple up, and by the time they realize it, just too many players there for the Sniper to handle, they break out the hill, they get the rotation that they want, and they actually have a couple bullets of Sniper left over for those that remain.
Enemy about to score.
You're waiting. And patience. Not just a key, a virtue, a weapon that Eco's able to use onto 9, and with that, it should be SSG closing out on their second hill here. And of course, I was waiting for it. SSG could have closed it out right then and there. They stepped out of the hill and are trying to pull 9 towards them.
Right when they win those fights, so you see they get 2-3 down, they know they have a numbers advantage. That's when they try to finish up that hill. The idea that you try to flip out those spawns in time, it doesn't quite work out in practice this time because they weren't quick enough to get into that next rotation, but they still had that numbers advantage to work with, and it's 9 that's clearly on the back foot, trying their best to handle this pressure, but it's Eco that's cleaning up everything that was left behind. 5 in a row for him, and a camouflage that should be going SSG's way.
Cam on the hands of Legend. Skill jumps his way over toward the sandbag side, and it looks like they're trying to force them out of the hill, but Legend's still waiting. King Nick finds a way out of key door, but also finds himself a grenade, and now with multiple going down, SSG gonna continue to score, and Legend's gonna continue to find his way.
Oh, Legend playing it perfectly. Able to find 2, and Boo-Boo-Doo takes some serious damage as well. He'll take the challenge back, and Legend was ready and waiting.
So close to done with this third hill in a row here. Will SSG elect to step out of it once again? Oh, maybe not, because we just saw Syrian and King get back-to-back kills, so they're going to quickly close out their third before 9 get any closer.
The Penguin able to win the gunfight from up high, letting Legend get onto that Sniper, and that will be his to take home. But King Nick able to get the kill, but it's not changing the calculus of Snipers still being in the hands of SSG.
Stellar with Snipe. I did see 2 players try to push over toward that hill, but looks like both of them ended up getting caught, and right now 9 just struggling to stay alive on the map. That's another 3 down. The 4th one ends up falling. Stellar now gonna have a Sniper and QT, and be aware of where 9 is spawning here.
And folks, while we got the time, we have a minute left on a treasure train. Appreciate, you know, it was a little biddies here, or 5 get the subs. We'll continue that train as we're looking to support Halo as best as we can. Everything we do here at LVT Halo goes back to the community, and right now Stellar's just trying to send bullets into the faces of 9. 9 has been dismantled in this King of the Hill game thus far, and Stellar doing a fantastic job of just not letting that Sniper go into enemy hands.
Legend of Penguin back-to-back here. Boo-Boo-Doo looking to try to clear out the green side, not able to do so. Numbers once again belong to SSG. King Nick being forced out of this hill. It's just way too much damage and way too much players swarming on him as SSG about to close this out here and advance forward. Stellar with the double, and that could be the exclamation point.
I mean, it's still 9 able to get in. King Nick and Boo-Boo-Doo lead the charge through, trying to get themselves into this hill. So not quite over yet, but not looking very likely with the situation that's at hand. They have only 92 seconds of neutral clock to get 3 hill captures in a row. A very unlikely pass due to how Space Station has a lot of freedom on how they can play. To them, this is just a prolonged game of Slayer.
Once again, pushing them out. King Nick and Syrian have to go in for the challenge despite not having the shields to work with, and Stellar has them exactly where he wants them. Another multi-kill out of him to close out that game and the series.
I think we learned 2 big things in that game. The first, Legend's back, baby. Look, he's playing fantastic throughout this tournament, and they're really, it's great to see him back playing with Stellar, playing with Eco once again, because it's a dangerous team, and it's a team that I think can put up a performance where they could, you know, be a danger to a team like Shopify Rebellion. The second is that this 9 roster is very good, and it largely has been dependent on how well Sirion's playing. Now, this just, you know, we've only seen a few series, but we can see when Sirion takes over, this is a team that can win anything, right? They're very, very good. I think consistency is what they're going to be searching for throughout their scrims, throughout these next couple weeks, because look, they're qualified. They don't have to worry about playing in another qualifier. To them, it's about getting ready for Pro League, ensuring that they get to the LAN, and trying to capitalize on this team that they have as they secured the 4th seed into the Pro League.
And mind you, I mean, and what's crazy to me thinking about this is that a lot of these teams maybe haven't had as much practice as they would want ultimately coming into this Pro League qualifier. So what's even more scary about this 9 roster and even this SSG roster is that they can continue to get better and better. If they get some more scrims, get some more reps under their belt leading up to when the actual Pro League starts, we could be seeing a lot more of a polished SSG and 9 as SSG do take down 9 4-2. They'll be advancing forward into elimination bracket finals. Can't say the same for 9, but they've made it to the Pro League. That's what matters.
And right now we see the 3rd and 2nd seed can be determined here. 4 of a kind lost in the winner's side against Shopify Rebellion. This team gonna try to do their best against SSG. Folks, still have a couple minutes left on our treasure train. You know, if you thought about supporting the channel right now would be a great time. 5 gifted subs goes a long way, or if you have some bits available, that'll help. But we have competitions lined up for the rest of the year. In fact, if we take a look, we have a schedule of matches every Sunday, essentially after the qualifiers that happen. We're gonna have Pro League matches. The top 6 teams after league play will then qualify for the LAN finale at the Shopify Rebellion headquarters in Los Angeles, California, where they'll play for the lion's share of $100,000. Thank you to Shopify Rebellion for the support, and thank you Snoopy for the 5 gifted subs, keeping the train going as we've hit level 5.
Gotta love that. Gotta love, you already know, man. It just feels good to be back and saying that competitive Halo is here. So I always want to give a huge shout out to LVT and to Shopify Rebellion for bringing this along, man. This is a lot of money and a huge LAN invitational to kind of capitalize this on our way over to Halo Fest. So it's exciting. It really is. It feels good to say Halo's back. It's been so long since I've been able to cast and watch competitive Halo, and we here, baby.
Shout out to War as well. He just gave it 5 subs as well. So what, you get 35% off. So if you're gonna get 5 subs anyway, I mean, right now is the time to do it, Tony, because you get 35% off your gifted subs. So look, we're gonna go to this quick break. Get you. I know you've been casting for a long time, Tony. So let me make sure you get a break. But while we do, just want to give a shout out to those that are helping it. Look, Zyper Sonic giving another 5 gifted. So shout out. Hey, thank you guys for the support. We'll be right back with more Halo action right after this break. Hello and welcome back. We have our elimination finals. 4 of a kind going up against SSG. I'm Tools. Joined with me is Clutch, and we'll be bringing you guys the action as we will determine who has the 3rd seed and who will have a chance to compete for the 1st seed against Shopify Rebellion in our grand finals. Our series is going to start here on Capture the Flag on Empyrean. Clutch, welcome back to the broadcast. And what do you think? I mean, these two teams, SSG looks really strong from that last series.
Yeah, SSG has actually impressed me a lot throughout this weekend, even the individual players. I mean, we're not seeing like the best of Legend yet, but we've seen the highlight plays from Stellar. Unlegit's playing out of this world right now and really consistently doing it is the important piece to that puzzle. I think SSG really has a chance to create this upset. I feel like they haven't won this series against this former Luminon gaming team in quite a while, but this could be the opportunity that they've been waiting for. SSG, however, are going to start off by losing 3 players. Precision with a start of a 3-0-1 to kick this game off is exactly what Precision needs. I need to see more from him if I expect 4 of a kind to make a grand finals and to actually push Shopify. So he's a player to watch throughout this series. Snakebite, however, now on screen with the S7 in sword. Got 12 bullets to the clip as well, so a lot of opportunity for Snakebite if he can find some picks.
They found that sniper ammo off the dead body of Stellar, but one thing that might be of a concern is ensuring that sniper doesn't actually get put into the other hand, so a little cautious at the start. But with 4 down, here comes the floodgates. Everyone moving forward. Snakebite up to the sky, able to put down damage onto one, the headshot to the next, but the spawns come from behind as he goes down. Flag is out, but there's a lot more work that needs to be done as Legend gets double kills.
Yeah, a massive spawn for Legend, right? A bit of an unfortunate situation for Snakebite there because he hits that player on the Needler. He blocks that spawn on that side of the map. It allows Legend to spawn behind him. And even if he hits the body and the headshot onto the first 2 players, Legend gets that key piece to the puzzle to breaking what was once a real potential cap for 4 of a kind if they were able to get a couple of kills. But now Penguin has got that snipe in hand. He's located on top of the training, and with 2 dead for 4 of a kind, this could be the moment Space Station needs to take advantage.
Remember, that sniper adding all that extra ammo actually gives SSG a second chance with it, but Precision's still able to get through to the base. Alive and pulling out a flag. Yeah, 10 kills? We're 2 minutes into this game. Precision been able to find the favorable ends to a lot of these gunfights, but as we approach the 9-minute mark, we're going to be seeing a new round of power weapons. Rockets up in about 20 seconds here. Overshield going to follow, and Stellar getting triple kills as they have a flag out, and this one looks all guaranteed to go in. They're blocking out the spawns, forcing them over onto the snipe side. I don't think anyone's getting to Penguin.
Yeah, the key piece of this is while Stellar's getting that triple, they're able to pull the flag at the exact time. They don't have to get the kills and then pull the flag. They're in a great position to get that flag on the move with the fresh respawners of 4 of a kind. So SSG playing perfect Empyrean CTF, allowing those kills to be capitalized on. They find themselves up 1-0 now.
And Rockets into play. Precision has 2 of them. He has 11 kills to his name. He's looking to add a couple with these high explosive ordinances. The first goes into Penguin's body as he's able to get 1 kill, but only 1 with those rocket snipers now up for play. It looks like 4 of a kind contesting SSG's sniper, and Precision gets the kill, and Snakebite immediately goes to work wasting the ammo, not letting anything left behind and not letting Unlegit stay in the air. He gets the second onto Stellar as well and activates to the flag. It's just Legend that's left behind, but Legend somehow, some way gets the double beatdown.
Snakebite gets a blank melee there on what would have been another player alive in the enemy base. How does that impact this flag run? It looks like it's going to be the reason that Space Station stopped the flag run, and a difficult spot for Snakebite to be in. Yes, he wants to burn that enemy sniper ammo, but he's also blocking courtyard, which makes those spawns dicey. It allows Legend it forces Legend to spawn cuts, and honestly, that's the 2nd time it's been Legend that's gotten the fortunate spawn that has stopped 2 of the potential opportunities for 4 of a kind in a row.
That we see 3 going down as Penguin leading the charge forward. Space Station trying to find another capture, but Penguin going to take a little bit of extra time, not just pulling the flag right away, instead waiting for his team to get there as he finds his first kill. Snakebite under pressure as well. The help of Legend comes in, and they're going to pull this flag towards the sniper side.
Snakebite gets good damage and a trade, which is going to allow The respawners of Forward got an opportunity to stop this flag run. They do just that. The nade comes through to finish off Snakebite's damage. Trippy finds the last kill on Stellar. That's going to reset the map for now.
And what do you think about the reason there for Space Station? We saw Penguin slowing down his play, pulling that towards Snipe's side, where it's not necessarily a successful play. You saw maybe that it could have been. What do you think went right and what went wrong on that Space Station push?
I think Penguin did everything right. I think the player that pushed back tower to try and kill Snakebite needed to not trade. He has to find a way to capitalize on Penguin's damage. That Penguin got 2 or 3 shots on the Snakebite. That should give you every opportunity to get that kill cleanly in order to have another player there to reinforce that flag run. Because Snakebite not only gets Penguin to no shield, but he is able to trade with the guy that pushes him back tower, it stops the flag dead to rights.
Now we see a second chance at a push from Space Station. Eco, early at those rockets, doesn't find a kill, but does get the damage to eventually get one of his own. And Legend getting that pull at the same time as Eco finds the kills there. This looks likely to be another flag to come home. Talik, the only player in position to potentially stop this, but Legend has extra shields to work with on this flag run as well, but seemingly is giving it up, letting Eco do the heavy work in the back ranks to try to keep this flag alive.
Yeah, crazy play by Legend there. I don't know if you missed the flag or left the flag, but you had to think that he had the opportunity to keep running that and get it at least to his side.
Yeah.
But because he decides to leave the flag in the camera, whether it was a decision or a mistake, it gets punished, the return comes through, and what should have been almost a guaranteed cap with that overshield and the extra layer of health, at least allowing that flag to get to your side, you would have thought that that would have been the case.
Yeah, I think it probably just left it behind, accidentally didn't grab it, right? A little mispress, the micro maybe not as strong as it normally would be, as he's been playing Call of Duty for a little bit, but...
Yeah, I mean, he's known as like the greatest flag runner of all time, so I'm gonna give him like the benefit of the doubt that that was a decision made. Maybe that he had some information that someone was pushing his training or green and he wanted to get that kill before advancing the flag, knowing Eco was alive. But there's a lot of layers to the information that he had or didn't have that we don't have. That level of information to where it could have been a decision that was smart, it just didn't work out. But that's left to the players.
Either way, though, I mean, Space Station, it feels like they are constantly pushing into the base of Four of a Kind. We have not seen a lot of attacking efforts from Four of a Kind, despite Precision's 19 kills. I mean, they've been getting into the base, but we haven't seen a lot of these flag pulls yet. A sniper duel between Snakebite and Legend will result in Snakebite taking himself to low ground, but this flag almost back home. Trippy with the stop for now, but a lot more work that needs to be done. Another 2 kills for SSG, and now it's just Precision that's last alive. Can he get this stop? He's over at the training. Good damage down. He gets number 20, but it's not enough to stop the flag from going home.
No, not enough. Snakebite needed to hit that shot originally on Legend in the Needler in order to really stop that flag from going. Because Legend pushes all the way back into his Mauler, he knows Snakebite's got to make a play on the flag that's being run. So Snakebite's hand is forced. Legend gets to play around the map, and Legend gets to provide ample opportunity for Space Station to take this 2-0 lead.
That Penguin pulling up with that overshield snipe. Takes a lot of damage, not able to get that kill. He goes down, but still every player of SSG there in the base trying to attack. Stellar goes down next. Legend and Unlegit, the only 2 alive for SSG. And it looks like Legend just gonna slow himself down here in the front. And he finds Snakebite unsuspecting and is continuing to put that pressure on the Four of a Kind's base. Space Station has just been a constant presence past the 50-yard line.
Yeah, they're looking to push tempo here. They're looking to be aggressive, make it mixy, and get lost. And a lot of their players are getting lost. We saw Penguin on the cuts get lost and find success there. We've seen Legend in the training pit just like find a credit corner and make sure, like, if they lose track of where you are, you can have so much success if you find a player caught off guard. 3 do go down for Space Station. They're spawning high side of the map, however. Penguin, the last player alive on the first trip, he's going to try and grab that flag, but Penguin stops this flag from being on the move. He's going to give ample time to respawners here for SSG. This flag is going to be dead to rights, even if Talik's able to pick up a couple kills. Looks like he's going to be forced to back up.
Sniper's coming up here soon. Talik does trade out, and you know, we've seen Space Station have a lot of success getting into the base of Four of a Kind, but what do you think's on the other side? Four of a Kind, they get into the base, but it feels like they don't have the same ability to get lost like Space Station has on the other end. What do you think's causing that, and how do they fix it to get more opportunities for a flag?
Well, I don't think that they're trying to play around getting lost. I think they're more brute forcing their way in, and I actually think that they've had better opportunities than SSG have throughout this game. They haven't capitalized on them. There's been the one player on the flag that's gotten these kills. There's been the unfortunate legend spawns a few different times to stop what should be, in my opinion, guaranteed caps. This flag now on the move towards long haul. They're able to stagger this flag from being moved. It's buying so much time for the rest of SSG to be able to make plays on it. So I don't view this as an outclass by SSG by any means. I view this as a very clutch individual plays and opportunities that SSG have been able to capitalize on to separating the two right now.
And Legend comes up with another clutch play. They're able to find that sniper on the ground. Stellar has one of his own, so dueling snipes for SSG that can keep 4 of a kind under pressure. And Stellar finds another kill to go along with that, hitting his 21st now with that killing spree. Snakebite left alone down that right corner, and Stellar seemingly wanting to play aggressive. They have overshield here too. Now the Penguin rockets into play. Everything is going wrong for 4 of a kind. A flagpole for Penguin.
Yeah, this should be a cap. 2 dead. Legend posted up exactly where you want him. Doesn't know if anybody's actually snuck by just yet, so gonna play his timings up. Unbelievable quick scope from Legend should allow that flag to start getting on the move. There's one other player over towards the bridge, but Legend hears him with the slide off the ramp. Legend's going to be able to double back, find that kill. But on the other side of the map, it looks like the rest of 4 of a kind have had the minor success of finding a couple of kills, and with that, that flag gets stalled as well.
I'm sure Legend say, hey, look, I did my job. On the other end, he dealt with the overextenders, and they're going to actually have another chance due to Legend's kills here. He's in the base. It's 4 down, and only a minute left on the clock as well. So dueling pressure from Space Station Gaming as 4 of a kind have a real struggle here. They have to not only get 1 flag back, but also a second within a very small time frame.
Yeah, the time is ticking. It's a win condition in Space Station's favor right now. This has almost got to be a must cap successful push here for Precision. Trying to push onto the flag, but if you have this limited time, it's so easy to predict what routes 4 of a kind are going to take. 3 go down. Precision, the last player alive, does take out Legend in the Mauler, but his flag's getting pulled at the same time. Unlegit's going to come back for him, able to capitalize on the damage, find that kill. Even when this flag gets stalled on the first VR, SSG are doing such a good job towards the end of this game to just buy time to make 4 of a kind focus on the flight that's being run instead of being able to play offense themselves.
Yeah, at this point, the time is not going to be enough. SSG win game 1 2-0 as they had a couple successful flag grabs, 1 for Legend, 1 for Penguin. And on the other side, 4 of a kind having a few opportunities that looked likely to come back home, but SSG able to dig deep, find some clutch kills, and to prevent those from coming to fruition. Game 1 goes to the boys in yellow.
Yeah, SSG using the momentum they built throughout this elimination bracket, riding it into the elimination finals here, finding an early win in the objectives is important for them. They now have their presence known. They are here to play Legend, playing at a very high level. I mean, we want to see the MVP form of Legend. We're all wondering, how long is it going to take Sabri to get back into that Halo Championship form we know he's capable of? He was the best player in the game at one point in Halo Infinite. He hasn't been playing phenomenal throughout this weekend, but it's almost about that time, right? It's almost about the time where Legend starts to feel more and more comfortable. When these series become a bigger deal, that's when we see the best of Legend. And in that game 1, we saw Legend's best.
And on the other side, you know, for a long time, the squad throughout the year, 4 of a kind, depending on, you know, whatever banner they were representing at the time, it really has been the story of TNT. Talik and Trippy have been fantastic throughout the year at finding those slays. They've been able to lead those charges. That game, not quite there. We'll see if they can find some solution to that in game 2, because it feels like this team, when they're humming, it's largely been due to the fact that TNT have been so good.
Yeah, I like the TNT, and I like their opportunity here in game 2. When I think of Talik and Trippy, I think of fantastic Slayer players specifically. So this is exactly how you would expect 4 of a kind to get back into this series. They're going to need a big game from the big games man himself in Trippy, and already on board with him knocking Stellar down to no shield. Doesn't have to give up his life there. Should be aware that there's a player about to drop through the hole. You want to see Trippy try and stay alive in those moments, but now Penguin with that sniper in hand is going to be forced to back up. But SSG look like they have favorable position to play for camouflage.
Yeah, I like that push out by Stellar as well, just getting more and more space. Penguin, though, players coming from behind. He'll have to leave the camo for now. Another round of Slay is going to be necessary, but one that seems to be favoring SSG at the moment as Penguin does get back to that camouflage. He's able to get it in. It goes down to one shot, but no one quite there to clean him up is going to lead to another kill for Penguin. And now a sniper and camouflage that's going to be completely free on the map to do all sorts of havoc.
Look at how easy SSG just made this game for Penguin. He gets the snipe, he hasn't done too much. Everyone's pushing in front of him. Everyone's taking the focus off of him, so he's able to get the camo for free, so he's able to land that easy shot. Unfortunately, Penguin kind of stands around that camouflage, doesn't get lost, as a camo player can potentially do. And because of it, he's kind of sorted out, found out, and eliminated before he's able to do too much damage. But he was set up for major success there by his team pushing in front of him in the Legends and the Stellars that created a lot of space there.
I'll say it's pretty absurd for Trippy to go right through that doorway and just instantly spot him like he doesn't have camouflage on at all. He basically hit him with a 5-shot right out the doorway, and well, that's going to give Four of a Kind a chance to get back into this. And already we are seeing Talik and Trippy largely leading the charge this time around. So a big bounce back for them in the Slayer thus far. And SSG, despite having all these goodies early in the game, have not been able to make up this difference.
That's the exact point, right? With how well SSG feels like they've played this game so far, as far as like what they want to accomplish in these big moments when power-ups and power weapons are coming up. They have set themselves up for success, but still in the scoreline, it's a 4-kill lead for Four of a Kind. That shows testament to how strong Four of a Kind are at these Slayers.
See, another kill going down for Eco. His 5th of the game. Camouflage up for grabs once again. I feel like we just had the conversation about camo, but here it is, up in just a few seconds. And it's SSG that's once again well set up to have this go their way. Perfect shots from Stellar underneath, and it's Legend this time that gets away with the camo.
Yeah, another camo for SSG. Doing a fantastic job so far throughout this series of getting some of these powers and power weapons. How often on Empyrean CTF did we see them with Overshield and Rockets paired up together? This time around, Legend able to get the 2nd camouflage of the game for SSG. The hyperfixation on these power-ups and power weapons are what's going to be a massive difference maker in this series the longer it goes. If you're Four of a Kind, giving away this much power and this opportunity to a player like Legend is only going to make you disappointed with the outcome of how the series is going to go.
Lots of freedom for Legend to move about a headshot. Guaranteed the first, a second onto a player rotating through cuts. And the 3rd will eventually get him. Talik able to get that beat down, but the sniper still down on the ground in favor of the space that SSG occupies. No one's grabbed it yet, but it seems just a matter of time before a player in yellow finds it.
Bit of an overheat there from Legend. When you get the double with snipe, yeah, you're feeling yourself. You want to hit that highlight reel, but putting that camo and the snipe at risk with the G-slide top middle and a no-scope potential on the guy front tower. High risk, very little reward, I would say. And you lose that snipe, you give it over. You potentially can transition that snipe over to Four of a Kind, but fortunately, still a 27-all game, and Eco's found himself with those 4 bullets of snipe.
Right now, just patrolling, trying to find anyone that's lurking into the open. 2 players going through the middle. It was almost fully headshots, but he'll take it with the body no scope. A double kill for Eco as SSG starts to light up the kill feed. The spotters are in danger. The sniper's here, precision, and he just knows. He knows they're all here. Look at the charge. Space Station player, 3 players deep, fly into the spawns of Four of a Kind.
Precision trying to, as best he can, to get a positive situation out of what was such a disadvantageous position there. He's able to get a kill and buy some time that's going to relieve a lot of the pressure that SSG would have had continuously upon for their respawners, but right now it feels like Four of a Kind on the ropes, only down 1, so still somehow trading kills efficiently enough to stay in this game, but have felt like they're on their back heels for a majority of this game too as well.
Honestly, it's shocking that they're within 1 in this game, and honestly, they have a chance here to get away with the camouflage. It's up, and they have a great position, but they'll need to do some work, some kills necessary for them to potentially get away with this. And see so much tension being built up on the outside of the map. Penguin and Legend gonna make their move. Penguin gets up and grabs the camo, and Four of a Kind, I mean, it looks like they largely vacated that camo, and Penguin, I'm honestly surprised at how easy of a grab that was for him.
Yeah, it felt like two members from 4 of a Kind were not in that combat loop at all. They either took way too long of routes, or it was the timing that SSG took. They all pushed towards Camo and up the cuts together, all 4 of them together, and it was a 4-on-2 and then another 4-on-2 situation. Still a 1-kill game, but 4 of a Kind left without
Team nearing victory.
any camouflages throughout this game so far. Very little power to their name so far throughout this game. It's surprising to see this only as a 2-kill game, even with those factors in, but major mistakes being made if you want to win this series.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they've given themselves a huge handicap in this game, but they've still been able to tread water for now as Eco gets away with that sniper, and that's a full snipe to work with. Trying his best to stay alive here. The couple shots not going to find their way home, but he is desperately trying to not take that sniper to the ground, and he will get his shields back. So look, and they get a 3-kill lead as Eco finds the shot. Talik able to find a trade out, but right now it seems like his space station has a very advantageous situation to work with.
Yeah, the game's going to slow down here. 46-44, and 4 of a Kind, knowing that Eco has this snipe somewhere, they can expect him to be top tower. Legend's going to find a kill. Legend finds a double, making it 48-45, almost guaranteeing what should be the final closing moments for an SSG 2-0 lead in the series.
Yeah, because of that, Eco can now just fly forward. The sniper trying to find the final kill here, and looks like it's gonna be the head of Trippy that falls to Eco there. Eco, a 16-9 performance as him and Legend combined for 31 kills in game 2.
Yeah, Eco's been playing lights out all weekend. I've been calling his name throughout the weekend. Unlegit, the gamer formerly known as Unlegit, turned into Eco and then back to Unlegit for this tournament, and looks like Unlegit is here to play some damn good Halo so far. 16-9-5, giving his team every bit of a difference maker in the scoreline, right? You win that game by 4, you had just about every camo, almost every single snipe as well. So SSG doing a lot of the little things right in order to make up what is the 2-0 scoreline and the difference in this series. If you're 4 of a Kind, you've got to reprioritize these power-ups and power weapons and figure out more direct ways to get them into your hands, or at least burned to where they're not punishing you as much as they are.
Yeah, honestly shocking, because we saw every camo, every sniper go to SSG, and it wasn't like they're getting early burns on them. The camos were impactful camos. The snipers were getting kills. And the fact that it was only a 4-kill game is a bit shocking. It almost makes you wonder, it's like, hey, if they got away with the sniper, if they got away with the camo, how different would this game have been?
Yeah, it would have been surely 4 of a Kind favorites. The fact that they were able to get as many kills as they were in these disadvantageous positions was impressive. But still, you can impress me and lose the series, and that's not going to leave you in any better of a spot. Right now, SSG rolling with the momentum continuously throughout the first 2 games of this series. Stronghold's Recharge is the name of the game for game 3, and I'd say this is a must-win. I mean, yes, 4 of a Kind can potentially reverse sweep a team like SSG, but with the way that they're playing, they've got to be a little deflated and frustrated with how much has gone against them in some of these moments, and that can't seep into the rest of the series.
I mean, with these 2 teams, I feel like we've seen very different play styles throughout the game. What do you expect the play styles for both these squads to be going into the Strongholds?
SSG has clearly shown me that they want to push the tempo on every team that they've played so far throughout this tournament. Tempo is the name of the game in Halo Infinite. You see Shopify with the greatest tempo, I feel like. SSG, the former World Championship team, 3 members of this roster, were some of the players to originate how fast of a game Halo 5 could be played, and then Halo Infinite started to pick up the pace there when they went on their World Championship run. I wouldn't be surprised if SSG really playing the split spawn and try and push for 3 caps as much as possible.
I see them get 3 kills, make it 4 kills without a single trade out. That's going to allow them to go in. Stellar actually dropping that shock rifle for the camo player that was behind him. It'll be Eco that has his chance with this, and still, yet 4 of a Kind not able to get a kill on the board.
I mean, that tells you the confidence that Stellar has and how well Eco is playing this weekend. When does Stellar drop the shock rifle ever? I mean, yes, it makes sense to do it for the camo player, but in my eyes, having Eco roam around without the shock rifle in his hand would be just as effective while pairing Stellar with the shock rifle. But Stellar says, Eco, you're playing out of your mind this weekend. I'm going to give you the opportunity. Unfortunately, it doesn't go well, but that just shows you the confidence he has in his team.
Enemy team
That we see
score.
finally 4 of a kind able to break out that early control. 45 points on the board in just over a minute of time in this Strongholds game. A powerful start for SSG, but 4 of a kind trying to make up the difference. Precision not able to stay alive over at the top of A. Stellar going to be able to find that kill. Is already working on this hill, but big damage from nades coming through. A double dilemma for 4 of a kind. They focus in on B, get that reset, but Stellar has been a constant pain in their side, and he'll continue to be so. Another kill and half damage on a Trippy.
Enemy team
It was a good opportunity to get a reset into B from Talik, but the rest of the team can't get much done after that first initial kill onto the B stronghold. So it is an AB hold for SSG. They will continue to build the lead, now going 60 to 28 and climbing.
Penguin being very patient, expecting some player to push through, but it looks like the play is going to be at A for 4 of a kind, and Penguin's not going to stop at C quite yet. He wanted to push through, but a player from behind, Trippy, lurking in the back of C, finds that kill, and that's going to be a 2-cap for 4 of a kind. They officially find their break.
Yeah, an AC hold, untraditional, easy to trap players from SSG into pipes. Look for 4 of a kind to try and push these 5 players out and put a trip cap on the board. They want to make up the score and the difference very quickly. There is a player in Penguin that's taking a route back blue. I don't think they expect this either. No, Precision gets caught off guard. It's a perfect shot from Penguin on the flank that will transition C back into SSG's favor.
The errors that we saw in game 2 coming up once again in game 3, a camouflage that goes largely uncontested for Space Station Gaming. Some of those lessons that we were hoping were learned in game 2 continue to go SSG's way. Power-ups 2 times now have been in the favor of Space Station.
Legend needs to stay alive with this camouflage. 3 members push across catwalk there into white. It's a successful push for 4 of a kind here. It's the information that Unlegit, the last player alive, is going to push into elevator. He's going to get a couple early shots on Unlegit. The trade is good because you get to keep A in your favor. All of SSG spawning towards pipe. Stellar tries to go for the shock rifle. Snakebite hits some beautiful shots to take him out. Sees the last player alive is going to be in A, so Snakebite decides to go for B. In the meantime, though, long haul spawns will benefit SSG to maybe potentially transfer over C. But as you see Unlegit get into the tower, he wants to get some level of map control for his team, but Snakebite removes that story with 1 shot of the shot.
It almost looked like Snakebite was tracking the movements of Eco through the wall there. It's like just such great knowledge of the timing and understanding when the challenge was going to come. Perfect pre-aim from Snakebite makes it look easier than what it ought to be. Snakebite getting into a lot of fights here and really helping out his team greatly. And Penguin is going down before he can get that capture, so it's a trip cap. The first that we've seen since the beginning of this game. 4 of a kind have now taken the lead from Space Station.
Yeah, this is the control that we haven't seen them have so far throughout this series. This is the level that you expect 4 of a kind to play at. Snakebite gets a couple of kills with a shock, rotating perfectly around the map. Penguin doesn't want to give him another kill to his name, but leading the way in slays and rotations right now. Snakebite having to do the main slayer job for his team at the moment.
All right, right now it doesn't seem like Space Station's going to be able to find that contest at A. C is switching hands, but feels like the damage might have already been done, and Snakebite's not really satisfied with leaving it behind. He goes in, tries to get the beat down. One-on-one, Precision wins it. Perfect shots onto Eco. C is still under contest, and SSG, they decide to try to rotate to B, but Precision might just be a step ahead.
Yeah, this is what the best teams in the game do, right? They push the tempo. They force split spawns. Even if Snakebite grapples in and only gets a melee down on the Legend, the enemy players are confined to such small spaces on the map when they're coming off respawn that they're easy targets for the rest of the team as long as they follow up. So this tempo continuing to snowball in what is over 150 point control for 4 of a kind.
Snakebite there using some fancy jumps added into the game late, but good to see some players get some practice there and made it look like it's been there since day 1. Unfortunately, not able to get that kill, but it's still a trip cap in for 4 of a kind as Trippy finds the next. In Space Station, I mean, they had such a dominant start to this game. We're anticipating that to potentially stay through, but this has been all 4 of a kind for the last couple minutes.
Yeah, look at the collapse. It's a 4-on-2 into another 4-on-2 into another 4-on-2. It's perfect Halo from 4 of a Kind to get back into the series. If they can finish this game, they're going to have a lot of confidence going into game 4 after rolling the way they have towards the end of this one.
That Tog able to find the reset at B once again, and the clock is taking 25 points. That's 25 seconds of 2-cap. Even less that they're able to find a total control. This is such a dangerous moment for SSG, and where's the pressure going to come from? Looks like Legend trying to commit to C, but there's just too many players around. Snakebite going to find the double kill, and just a couple more seconds needed. It's going to be guaranteed for 4 of a Kind. Desperate push is needed from Space Station, but they're just not going to get there. 250 to 93 as 4 of a Kind have a stellar second half.
Yeah, a couple of shock rifles, a couple of power weapons can do a lot of work for this team. And when 4 of a Kind was able to get the shock, we saw Snakebite was the first player to cross the 9 kill mark in the lobby. Trippy ends the game with 19 or 20. And that shows you that when they're in control, that's when Trippy can thrive. That's when he is set up for success, where he can find his timings, his openings, his comfortability. He can influence the match at the greatest extent. He's got to have that opportunity, though. So setting themselves up for their players like Trippy, like Talik, to really get involved is what's going to be big for 4 of a Kind. Talik with 14 assists, so you know he was putting in some work as well. But 19, 8, and 4 is how Trippy will end game 3 and kick off 4 of a Kind's comeback in this series if it is to happen.
And again, we saw a lot of trip cap pressure, but it seemed like the priority for 4 of a Kind was actually on the split of the opponent's Space Station. You talked about it for a moment, that the amount of 4-on-2 gunfights that we saw. Why was 4 of a Kind able to sustain that kind of pressure, and what's the comms like to make that a reality?
I mean, at this point in Halo Infinite, the comms, when you get to that level of control, the comms are very simple. It's everyone knows where the enemy team is spawning, and if you get there fast enough, you can split spawn players across the map. So the point is this, to push that tempo, to continuously find yourselves in these 4-on-2 situations where you're always trading out efficiently. And because they have to get in the stronghold, they have to put an icon over their head and be in a very specific location. It makes them easy pickings for the rest of the team with complete map control.
With that, they're going to have a lot of momentum going into this game. Number 4, King of the Hill on Streets. A map that was taken out for a while. It's back in now, but a very small map where we should expect to see very tight and sometimes chaotic plays due to how the spawn kind of work in these very small and condensed maps.
Yeah, King of the Hill is by far my favorite game type on this map because of how small it is. At least you have an individual objective pulling players towards a specific location on the map, and because of it, it simplifies where players are going to spawn. It makes it far less chaotic than a Slayer or an Oddball. So, interested to see how players are able to get back into the swing of things on King of the Hill on Street specifically. It looks like it was an early start for 4 of a Kind with Precision popping off, or I'm sorry, Talik popping off. But as of right now, it's early progression that favors SSG. So even though the Slays department feels like it's probably pretty even, it feels like SSG have got control of the hill and have done a better job of early objective play.
Yeah, now we see Legend getting himself into that hill alongside his team. Trippy going to be looking for a way to break through here, and 2 players inside those tires. And Trippy going to find the first, and well, he'll make it the second as well.
Double
Stellar
kill.
goes down without the trade out onto his initial fight, and Trippy not waiting at all, trying to get up, but unlegit able to get that kill as Legend survives for now. And it's been a bit of a struggle on either side to stay in the hill, it seems. And Space Station having a little bit more of an advantage there. It feels like they're able to at least generate time, even when they don't necessarily have these numbers advantages.
Yeah, they're fighting from the hill. That's important piece to know. When you're able to dance around these pillars and just milk this hill a little bit further, it's this progression that you see now that's led up to what should be the first point going to SSG. Stellar picks up a double in the kill feed. The first point will go through for SSG. And because they had the favorable position where they were always spawning closer towards the hill, they were always able to fight for the hill. Those hill players were doing a phenomenal job of staying alive, min-maxing their damage, but more importantly, just getting that bar ever so closer to an actual point.
That camo up for grabs. SSG been having large amounts of control of power-ups throughout this series, but this time around, 4 of a Kind seems to be there, but not before Eco can get involved in the gunfight, and Legend's going to be the one that gets away. So Camo, once again, going SSG's way.
Legend actually chooses to double back, turn that camo into a double kill, but it's going to cease just there. Is that double kill enough for SSG to hold the line? It looks like the answer is going to be yes. 3 players go down for 4 of a kind. Last player alive, Brent Tram. Easy pickings for Penguin right here. And now Penguin's free to back up. The second point is a flawless point inside of SSG. So they've started to really speed things up after a Game 3 performance.
And we see on those kills, Legend went down. He actually got a split spawn over at PD and immediately found another kill from it. So an aggressive play by SSG to flip out the map. And right now they have it set up that they're going to be fighting into the C hill, into the C base from the hillside. And that's a big question for me, Clutch, is what side do you prefer to have in this middle hill? Because this is obviously the most exposed hill on the map. What is the setup that you're trying to get here?
Honestly, I think the tires side and the tower side is a stronger point of contention for the hill, just specifically because you have routes that allow you to get in and out of the hill and finesse your life a little bit longer. But as long as you control one of the sides, it's pretty easy to deny what is that natural hill time. And we see 4 of a kind continuing to push SSG out of the hill, even though that tower side is controlled. So having both is actually the important piece to the puzzle, where you're spawning them on the sides. That's when you can be the most effective.
Yeah, on the sides is probably the only place on the map where you can actually get into the hill and look down. It's probably the only few times that you can actually get time in this hill. This one, you can see already we've been into this hill for about a minute now, and we see maybe 12 seconds of total time between these two teams in the hill. It largely feels like a prolonged game of Slayer, but a Slayer game that right now Space Station Gaming is winning. Camouflage coming up in about 15 seconds here, and you see 4 of a kind starting to get corralled at the back of A. Penguin. Great timing on his end. He's able to find perfect timing onto those kills, and that seems to be like a camo that's going to go SSG's way.
1000%. Those kills come through right before the camo pops. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for SSG to get a 3-0 lead here. If you're camo, though, you want to get out of this hill. You want to get lost and start to roam. You see how easy he loses that camo? It's because he's got an indicator over his damn head. And when you have camouflage, you definitely don't want to be playing the objective in that situation. Especially with a 2-0 lead, I would have liked to see Stellar play his life a little bit, maybe get some of that neutral time off the clock in case this hill doesn't go in your way. The more slays, the better SSG are going to be off for the rest of this game. And right now, Stellar giving up a big camouflage that could have transitioned into what was a game-winning play, but still in control are SSG.
Enemy team
Spot there. Snakebite, the only player left alive for 4 of a kind, and the hunt is on as Stellar tries to get there, but Snakebite able to stay alive, and looks like Snakebite actually got a good chunk of damage onto Unlegit as well, so that's going to be another that goes their way. Talon trying to clean up what's left behind as 4 go down temporarily for Space Station Gaming. Stellar up early, but should be a good chunk of time for 4 of a kind. It looks like they are just one good round of slays away from securing this hill.
Yeah, what did that camo play actually transition to? Since then, 4 of a kind have been able to actually acquire more hill time than they've had all game long. And right now, only find themselves down 1 point. Minute 40 on the clock, the hill moves to the courtyard. They already have the advantageous position of playing from this side of the map. However, precision going down here will open up the floodgates for what is an SSG push.
Anyone having that Stalker rifle to try to bully his way through. Got the first kill, the damage going in. Stellar finds another trade out. So Space Station Gaming seemingly have won this fight to flip out the spawns, but they need to finish the fight too. Snakebite has not gone down. He is last alive, and the help is starting to come through. Precision's made his way into the PD, and suddenly things are up in the air about where the spawn is going to be for SSG. And it looks like the spawns do officially flip out. Snakebite making hero plays.
Now, Precision making hero plays. Getting into PD is important, but being able to find a double from that position is incredible. Great job by Precision to stay alive and choose the fights correctly in order to get his team back on this side of the map. It's a full setup for 4 of a kind. SSG have got to find a pick if they want to break this setup.
Stellar getting caught on his way through. Big damage from Trippy. Can he get the finish on the Penguin? He does. But Stellar still alive, and we don't know what these spawns are necessarily going to be right away. Stellar trying to get the damage into the hill, forcing that player back, but not able to get the win. Precision with another crucial win inside the hollows.
The wild thing about that, and the problem with Streets in general, is that Stellar was the first player dead on SSG, and somehow was the first player back tower as well. So whatever spawn Stellar just got had to be an incredible one. But Snakebite now in the hill, about to tie this game up. He's got camo in the hill. I actually don't hate the courtyard camo in the hill as opposed to the bottom mid one. Also, Snakebite, the most progressed player on his team, feels the push coming through, so he's going to get out of that hill, and he should be able to break down what is this push of SSG and tie this game up shortly.
One there to clean up Snakebite, so he's going to be able to get his shields back, has a second chance with this camo. And right now, SSG not able to contest into this hill. They're trying to get the rest of this clock to drain, but with only 12 seconds of neutral clock, is it enough? Legend has been able to get the break with this team. It's a foot race to the hill, but I don't know if Four of a Kind can get there. They have to sprint Trippy. Talik, no one can get in, and Space Station Gaming survive.
What a confusing finish that was. Four of a Kind looked like they did such a good job. 2 players from Four of a Kind made 3 players no shield over towards the tires area of the map for SSG, and somehow the rest of the Four of a Kind team was not involved in the combat loop to a point where those players stayed alive the entire time they got knocked to no shield. They only lose 1 of the 3 that got knocked down to no shield, and nobody has a grenade that can find its way into tires that would have landed a double or whatnot. So unbelievable bait and switching from SSG, but also a bit of a blunder there at the end to solidify what is an SSG 3-1 lead.
And it felt like, you know, we go back to that play where Stellar had camo in the bottom mid hill and he goes down. I feel like that point, they decided then that they were going to switch their strategy up and play for the time, because there was 3 minutes on the clock at that point, and we didn't see them step into the hill at all after that point.
Yeah, so often do we see that, especially on these exposed hills. You're talking about like the lattice catwalk hill or the bottom mid hill on streets. Like, they're overly exposed to where a lot of time can go by. If you have a significant lead, those are the hills that you play around the time specifically on. How much time can we get off the clock before this gets capped? The hill did move with over a minute left, I believe, to the courtyard, but I'd say Four of a Kind had opportunities to hold that hill several different times and couldn't get the job done. I would have liked to see a little bit more proactiveness out of them in those moments. When you stall and try to have like a perfect setup on these King of the Hill games, that's when you're playing it wrong. You need to continuously keep the respawners of SSG staggered to where it's not a 4-on-4 and one of your players has an indicator of his head because he's standing in the hill. He's at a disadvantageous position. To not push out one of the sides is where I think Four of a Kind went wrong. Game 4, however, or Game 5 now underway. Kali Slayer is the name of the game. I'm sorry, Forky. I know you're a Halo 5 kid, so you appreciate the Kali shout.
You know, honestly, let's just call it the GO. That's where I'm at with it. This is my favorite map in the rotation for sure. And I know it's probably Stellar's as well. That sniper oftentimes going to be going into his hands, so keep a lookout there. But it's Snakebite and Talik that have been able to wrestle back these power weapons into their hands, and Snakebite able to find the first on the Legend.
A heads up rocket by Snakebite. He's going to find 2. He is forced to blow himself up there with a grenade. It takes him to half shield before that, but good damage done. An 8-2 lead is what those rockets transition to. You still have Snipe in the hands of Talik. Talik with his eyes set on the prize. Can't find the head of Stellar, but gets information of where SSG are looking to push.
That's one of the features I think makes this map so strong, in my opinion. The ability for you to have these really long sight lines with the sniper in these unorthodox positions. A lot of movement that you can have with it. And right now, Talik has taken every unique angle he can, trying to find any sort of unsuspecting player.
Yeah, Stellar saw him though. Stellar knows he's around here. Unfortunately, Unlegit does not. And Unlegit gets his head ripped off because of it. Talik opts to back up towards red, but Stellar wants to push the snipe and get it out of his hands. A nice body shot will allow Talik to trade there, as 2 members do go down. It's still a 5-kill remaining for Four of a Kind.
I mean, you think about it, you lost both power weapons. It seemed like things were dramatically going the other way. I don't know if SSG is necessarily happy with the situation, but it feels like it could have been much worse than what actually happened. And SSG, in fact, seems to be recovering now after a few kills. They have more tempo on the map as Eco starts to run down to the elbow, but Trippy winning that crucial fight, and there's been no cleanup of the one-shot Trippy onto that pathway either. He's gonna stay alive.
Yeah, Trippy doing a phenomenal job of somehow staying alive as long as he does. And that opening kill, honestly, releases a lot of the pressure that SSG would have been able to have, trapping 4 of a kind at that base. So an opening pick that saves a lot of what is this lead for 4 of a kind by Trippy.
Rocket's coming up soon. Eco's there early. Snakebite trying to get him off. Will be successful at that, but still fights that need to be won around this map. Legend made that as difficult as he could, but an almost over for Snakebite. Stellar just able to shut it down in time. A 3-kill difference as Rockets have officially spawned. These fights can largely determine the power weapons. Both Rockets and Sniper both going to be available here soon.
It's a God nade from Pollock there. He's able to find the kill onto the flag ramp and get damage onto it. It's all 4 dead for SSG, actually. Precision finds Rockets and looks to push red. SSG spawning over at red. I like that by Precision. That Rocket could have been a little bit better, but a wise back down and containment of SSG is what's important.
There's a player for Space Station that did get up to the rocket ramp, though. Precision just looks the other way. No one finds him. He doesn't find them. The other way, he gets perfect timing underneath and gets a couple more kills. Trippy now patrolling up with that carbine. And, oh, the carbine's so dangerous. That's the one addition. It was in Halo 5. It took a while for it to come back to Halo Infinite, but it is a pinpoint precision weapon that can wreak havoc on this map.
Yeah, the suppression that it allows when you get it on top rockets or across the map, it's so difficult to try and compete with a bandit against a carbine from long ranges. Trippy using it to perfection. A clean 4 dead as well. So look at this. The lead blown up to 10 after 2 rounds of slays. Perfectly done by 4 of a kind. Now Precision with snipe in hand. Probably the player you want with the snipe if you're a 4 of a kind fan. Now just trying to contain, once again, the respawners of SSG. They have slipped down to the bottom, but information on where these players are. As Talik drops down, he's able to get a couple of players weak. It allows for Precision and the boys to pick up a few kills. Precision goes for a hell of a no-scope opportunity there on the player on the battle rifle. Can't hit it, but the damage has been done. A 9-kill lead is something that shouldn't be thrown away at this level.
And one thing that we've seen in this game compared to the others is actual power weapon control for 4 of a kind. This feels like the only game we've seen in the series where they've clearly been on top of the power weapons over SSG, and this has really been the only sniper we've seen from SSG. 4 bullets left behind after a no-scope attempt from Precision and Snakebite, and it looks like Stellar won't waste any time getting some value out of it, but still, it's an 11-kill lead that they need to make up, and well, they don't have a lot of time to do so. Just 9 kills now for 4 of a kind to take this game and to push us to game 6.
Yeah, one of the major win conditions for SSG right now is this next set of rockets that pops up just about right, I'd say. A beautiful push onto the cuts, though. As rockets are coming up, you'd probably think 4 of a kind are prioritizing, knowing that that's a massive win condition. That's Legend's route that's allowed across snipe without being unseen. He finds himself a triple. Now he looks to be aggressive. All of a sudden, a bunch of kills going in Legend's favor. However, there are some trades that will favor 4 of a kind's push towards the 50-kill mark, as it's 43-35. So a lot of damage still left to be done if SSG want to come back in this game. The Rockets will find Helm on the first. The second Rocket's going to cost Penguin his life, and that trade is a win for 4 of a kind.
Yeah, right now they just can't afford any trades, and the unfortunate ones are going to cost them their game here, as SSG can only give up 2 more deaths in this game. And that's one of them that just came through. Trippy finding that kill on the Stellar. Legend from the high ground trying to put suppressing fire on Snakebite. What an angle from Snakebite!
Yeah.
Taking the extra jump, looking like a double jump there, and with it, that's going to be enough damage to get the assist, and eventually the final kill comes in.
Big-time games from Precision and Snakebite there leading the charge. Eco has a game to forget, but still the series goes underway. SSG can't close it out in 5, and this will go to a game 6.
An Origin, a map where if things aren't going your team's way, oftentimes there's one player that I feel like gets singled out where it's like, yeah, you're just not going to have a good time because you could just split and stagger so effectively on a map like Origin.
Yeah, and you pointed it out where that game felt like it should have been a blowout from the start. A lot of the times Origin Slayer does get out of hand very quickly, especially if the Rockets and the Snipe go into one team side early on. SSG did a great job early on of somehow keeping it close enough within striking distance, but throughout the mid game and towards the late game, it was just all 4 of a kind. There was one set of events where SSG went all 4 dead, and then continuously went 4 dead a row, 3 times in a row, to where that's where that 10 kill lead came from. That we saw 4 of a kind never let go of.
Saw, I think, 71% accuracy from Tolic in that game, as he was frying it. And honestly, this is the first time where I think Tolic had that performance. We've been kind of waiting for him to join into those ranks throughout the beginning of this year. It felt like it was Tolic and Trippy that were leading the slaying charge. Tolic has been relatively quiet in this series, but when they start needing that momentum, it feels like he's just come to life.
Yeah, it's now or never right here in this tournament, right? You qualify for the Pro League, but this is a grudge match still. These teams are all fighting for a spot in the finals to have a shot at taking down Shopify Rebellion. Shopify is just sitting back, relaxing, but these are the 2 teams that when you look at the championship pedigree that these 2 teams bring to the table with world champions on both sides, these are the players that expect to win in tournaments and haven't done so in a while due to Shopify's reign of terror. So both of these 2 teams competing for an opportunity to end what is that Shopify streak. And right now, both of these 2 teams giving each other everything they got going into a game 6.
See players trying to get onto their side. Just Trippy that remains on the other end. We're moving on to Oddball on Live Fire for our next rotation. And honestly, this series, it's been lots of snipers, and that's going to continue on for the rest of it. As a Live Fire sniper, I'd expect to see Stellar trying to get that into his hands. Folks, if you're tuning in for the first time, this is the LVT Halo Pro League being co-presented with Shopify Rebellion. We have a qualifier this weekend and next. Our top 4 teams from today's tournament have already been determined. It's Shopify Rebellion, 4 of a kind, SSG, and 9 that made their qualification. Right now we're determining their seeds. Next week we'll have another competition. The top 4 teams will qualify for the league from there, and then we'll have a 7-week round robin tournament where matches are played every Sunday. The top teams from then will then qualify for the LAN finale in Los Angeles, where they'll play for the lion's share of $100,000. If you're watching here on LVT and you want to support what we do, think about subscribing to the channel. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe there. We're very close to 20,000 subs on YouTube, so make sure you support where you can. Everything we do here is funded by you guys at the community and help with our amazing partners. Shout out to Shopify Rebellion. Give them some love. They're putting up $128,000 in prize funding for this Pro League, and we're excited to bring it to life in these next few months. So stay involved. Make sure you're here and ready for the action. Game 6 on its way. 4 of a kind trying to push us to game 7, but they'll need to work on those power weapons in the middle of the map.
Repulsing up right into a Stellar snipe, never something you want to see. You can see how both the Live Fire starts. Space Station prioritizes the top middle area. The snipe, Trippy tries to take low routes at the start of both games and ends up running into the sniper both times and paying the ultimate price for it. Penguin now with the snipe in hand, able to take down another player and now perched perfectly over this camouflage. The last time around we saw these teams play on Live Fire, yeah, it was Slayer, but we saw predominantly SSG run the objective, or run the power weapon and power up control, and it looks like that's going to be the story. As the early camouflage will go into their hands as well.
That camo should have gone to someone over on SSG. I'm not sure who actually ended up getting it at the end. It looks like it's going to be Legend that puts it into his hands, and Penguin says, here, take this. I'll grab the ball. You go have some fun.
What a good teammate. APG never dropped me the snipe when I had camo. That's actually crazy.
I mean, look, your best performances were with you having a sniper. I don't know what
they actually were. They actually were.
You see, it's like I don't know what they're doing over there. They got to make sure you get that right into its proper spot. Legend able to get some good damage. Still gets a kill. The play ball does come out, but right now it just feels like SSG have firm control.
Yeah, looking dominant so far at the start of this game. You can tell that their opening breaks. When they've been strong, they've been able to use those strong openings to have these early game successes and be able to play from that front foot. SSG are very comfortable when playing from the advantageous position here. Ball is stuck bottom middle right now, so only a 17-point lead with all the power that's gone into SSG's favor. So even though it's a strong start for SSG, it hasn't amounted to any significant ball time that would make a difference that's going to decide each round.
Ball drop.
That we see Nico able to get into this ball. He's trying to rotate it out towards his spawners at B, but quite able to get to that doorway. Instead, it's going to be another set of fights that need to happen. Stellar taking on a 1v2, gets damage onto both, but no cleanups to be found. And Four of a Kind seem to have broken the setup that SSG had.
Still trying to contest for this neutralized off-ball. Legend picks up a double bottom, or a single kill bottom middle with a double melee, but 2 kills go back in Four of a Kind's favor. The focus on camo finally for Four of a Kind as Trippy makes his way out towards it. He's usually this camo player for Four of a Kind. He's been a prolific camo player throughout all of Halo Infinite. So it's about damn time he gets one in his hands. They win the battle for this camo. They're going to expect Trippy to be on this side of the map. But I'm legit. Focus on this player back tower is an easy kill for Trippy to find success.
Sniper coming up in just a few seconds here. Only Legend and Penguin from SSG's side to try to take it, but Penguin actually does get there. But relatively low contest. No one is able to get any damage onto him right away. We'll see if he's able to use this to find his team's break.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Penguin find the opening pick. This ball carrier not going to give it to him just yet, but Snakebite throws the ball out, and then, of course, Penguin's patience pays off. It's going to allow this ball to get right back into the window. The camouflage gets no-scoped by Penguin as well, so an unbelievable setup break from Penguin. Does everything with this S7, wins another body shot as well, feels the pressure of the rest of Four of a Kind around him. Legend will clean up what is that focus on Penguin, trying to take him down. Because of it, Legend's double kill should open up some map for what is a space station setup now that Stellar and Unlegit have finished off the last player alive.
Yeah, that ball rotating back into the safety, and Stellar not wasting any time getting to the middle of the map. He finds Trippy at the bottom of tower, lands the headshot, and he's not done yet. More and more damage going in, and Eco leaving that ball behind to help get that kill, as they are really starting to find their flow here. There is nothing for Four of a Kind here. They have B blocked out. Stellar's fighting players off of spawn. Four of a Kind is on their back foot.
Yeah, it's a 30-point lead right now, and Four of a Kind have a lot of pressure on them right now. You can see how aggressive Penguin wants to be. He's got this Quantum in his back pocket. He's so confident he's not going to use it just yet until that player doesn't give him the angle, but that's a setup break for Four of a Kind. No real opportunity to try and play this ball either. All 4 go down for SSG. Legend, the last player alive. As Stellar comes off respawn over towards green, Trippy's location should be blocking spawns and give information that Four of a Kind want to rotate this ball over towards tower.
I would say they're keeping it at the cuts right now, trying to get the best of both worlds, seeing if they can rotate it back into garage if an opportunity arises, but hasn't quite happened. Legend, the only player alive, trying his best to keep that camo off, and almost gets the burn onto the camo, but Snakebite there to grab, and it looks like Four of a Kind able to withstand that storm and fully have now rotated it into tower.
Yeah, Snakebite spots a couple players towards the pillars, even gets the jump on Unlegit bottom middle. So this should be a round of slays for Four of a Kind, and honestly a lead change in this round. What was once dominated by SSG, I mean, the last 3 respawns from SSG have been sent right back to the respawn screen, and a beautiful job of control now that at Four of a Kind have what is their second camo of the game.
Ball drop.
Sniper up.
Enemy has the ball.
A bit, but Snakebite gonna be able to push through that. He's finding players that are weak with their back turned towards him.
Ball
Easy kills, as the only player that can apply pressure is Legend, and he does get the kill onto the ball carrier, but it does come at the cost of his life. Talik gonna be able to refill that position, and Snakebite gets away with the sniper. Everything seemingly going right, and it continues as the headshot finds, the stick after the sniper, the sticks, the damage being done. Snakebite has his fangs out, and Space Station is on life support in this round. One last good push left.
Yeah, I said it was precision you want with the snipe on this team, but I mean, how could you not ever want Snakebite with the snipe? What he's able to do is insane at his level, man. I mean, this is the GOAT, right? He's got to be one of them. A frenzy for the kid. One of my previous teammates, and he's been doing this all teammate long. He's even no-scoping his teammates at the end of the game, proving that he doesn't need the reticle. I mean, that's a Snakebite takeover if I've ever seen one, and when he does that, it's very difficult to play, almost impossible, especially but the brew grenades stick there too, so even when the snipe doesn't hit you, it's still just a reign of terror that snipe fights bring.
I love casting the US because I always get one opportunity a game to give out my grievances with Halo Studios, and this is gonna be my grievance for the day.
You do it about 10 times. I'll say one.
Hey, look. He had a killing frenzy at the end of the round. Now we start the second round.
It
should continue, Wes.
I got you, bud. I got you.
Doesn't matter. He falls down right away.
That
so
was,
no running
let's
riot
just say that
potential
was
anyway.
not my priority of focus.
Oh,
in making this game,
yeah.
okay?
That makes sense.
I was damn in the trenches, okay?
Well, I know as I got scammed out of a running riot the other day, and I will ask for refunds later on. Here we go.
Enemy has the ball.
Trippy, able to get that.
Would that have been your first?
My first? Maybe. I don't know. I have some big team battle hours underneath my belt. See some damage going down. Trippy trying his best to get away, but no evacuation is gonna be found there as the nades get the damage, and 4 of a kind go 3 down. It's a one-on-one. Stellar versus Snakebite, and Snakebite says, I'm not having any of that. He just runs away for now.
Stellar does find the snipe. When we saw the damage Snakebite could do, Stellar can do just that, and even more some of the times when he's on fire. Right now, only left with 1 bullet. Can't hit that quick scope, and because of it, costs him his life. The ball in Legend's hand will be played, so a good play by Legend. Honestly, last player alive with the setup, making sure that ball gets reset, making sure 4 of a kind have to work for a setup themselves, buying time for those respawners of SSG.
See early ball time. Stellar able to get down there, pull that back towards his team, but Trippy has a quick cutoff here, but I think he was expecting players to be inside the room. There was no one there. Instead, they were out towards that camo. And Trippy trying to find another angle. A tough fight for him to take, but one that he's winning as the help comes through. Trippy able to withstand and ball time, going back to 4 of a kind.
Camo not for 30 seconds, but if 4 of a kind can hold this setup, SSG have got to make decisions, right? Camo's going to draw SSG over towards this camo, and the ball time starting to add up for 4 of a kind. So 4 of a kind get around the slays and compare this camo. This round could get ugly quick.
Enemy has the ball.
2 players left from Space Station inside this garage room. Stellar trying to get with them to clean up these kills. It's the first one down. Trippy left alive, and it looks like there was another player 4 of a kind that maybe spawned there or got into that fight, but that's going to be enough for Trippy to get the help necessary. Ball time going their way, and it looks like Camo about to join the fray as Trippy's on a killing spree.
Yeah, Snakebite gets that camouflage, and this is what I was afraid of for SSG fans, right? You do not want to go into a Game 7 having the opportunity to close the door on this series several different times, but this camouflage could have resulted in what would have been a massive lead. But as I'm about to go on that spiel, SSG get the job done. They get the round of slays to get back into this round. Look at the oddball back into house. Legend posted up top tower across the map with snipes spawning the enemy team at green, and now it's easy pickings for SSG to what should be a lead here, and they've got to deal with Legend because Legend's behind enemy lines, and the Legend is a problem. It's easy to shut down Snakebite when you're spawn killing him over and over. So Legend doing a great job of taking what was the most impressive player throughout this game 6 for 4 of a kind and removing him from the map for about 45 seconds.
Yeah, that's one of the potent spawn traps I think players are starting to get a little bit more familiar with in these last few years. I'd say it's probably like the last
year.
I
was gonna say we're 5 years.
Yeah, we have a lot of time. You know, you start identifying things. You know, you guys didn't have a. It's a. You know, it's a little tough when you're 5-6 years into a game to keep all the spawn traps under control. But Legend executes that one perfectly. Oh my God, solid.
I guess it was just a body, but still, the window was slim. Somehow this guy's not even looking at Talik. That's not good. Talik doing a ton of damage, able to stay alive, get back up tower. A lot of players from SSG are around this oddball, but look at how positioned 4 of a kind are atop this tower. They're going to be able to deal with these players, you think. Eventually, they do go 4 down, though. A good play ball. But those players for SSG, all were knocked to no shield at one point or another, and that early pick from Talik should have resulted in a stronger setup. But SSG, once again, fighting back, trying to push this Game 6 to a round 3.
Yeah, it feels so dangerous there. Very few times do you see so many players go down to 1 shot, and there actually doesn't, there's no trade outs there. They went 4 down with 4 players alive for SSG. And even then, SSG having a little bit of a struggle on getting ball time despite having that huge advantage. That play ball maybe buying enough time, but sometimes I feel like maybe I'm alone in this. when we get a 4 down in oddball and you have all 4 players alive, I feel like it's a steak too juicy, lobster too buttery situation where you're like, you don't actually know what to do because it's like you never get in this situation. And it looks like 4 of a kind, despite all that, are actually getting ball time.
No such thing as a steak that's too juicy, first off. But I understand the point you're making. A great play ball once again. I think the difference right here in this game so far, yes, Snakebite went on a frenzy in round 1. But the setups that SSG have been predominantly around the house. And when they lose those setups, it's quickly transitioned into 4 of a kind's favor. You can see the direct mindset behind 4 of a kind's rotations towards green or towards tower, where they've been able to play the ball more efficiently and deny what is that counter setup when the slays don't go in your favor.
Yeah, I mean, here, you even see Penguin was at tower for about 2 seconds, and then they said, oh no, house is available, let's get going. And they try to hit this rotation, but they need to finish their rotation. That's just not happening. 4 of a kind has made it more difficult. That ball's out into the open. And it looks like it could be time that goes their way. So I think, you know, we see, you talk about it, we see the direct results of it once again. Space Station clearly favoring this house setup, but 4 of a kind seemingly having answers to it time and time again.
Stellar using the snipe like a shotgun right there. Up close and personal, lands the body shot, making it an easy kill. Lands another no scope, lines up the player bottom middle, turns the shotgun into a snipe, and a triple kill for Stellar will gain SSG the lead here in round 2.
You might be able to find someone off spawn. Those bottom tower spawns going to be strong. And oh! The head of Snakebite's gone. Talik and Trippy trying to get him, but they'll be able to survive the onslaught of sniper bullets. Talik finding that double kill, and it looks like Eco getting ready to play this ball.
Yeah, Eco's in a prime position. A great rotation there from SSG. That's what you want to see. You see how Stellar was able to get those kills, but as he's doing that, as he gets the information that there's 3 cuts, a beautiful rotation allows them to reset the ball before it's grabbed by 4 of a kind, which has denied that ball time. So SSG maintain their lead right now, up over 17 points, and they only need 20 to go. They clear out tower, they get the ball towards tower, 3 players off respawn for 4 of a kind. It's looking like we're going to a round 3.
Yeah, and they don't have enough time to stop and wait for this camo. They must push forward. 10 seconds for SSG to win this round. Snakebite's nade's not going to be finding the home of Penguin as he drops underneath, and 4 of a kind will have to try again in round 3 as SSG have a strong performance in the second half. And well, Stellar, I think this was the beginning of the end here, hitting the big shots and showing us that he can still get the nasty triples.
I mean, how many times did we see SSG just lighting them up with the S7 that round? It was the difference maker in the round 1 and round 2 performances for the 2 teams, so you got to be able to prioritize that snipe. Stellar found himself with that snipe. Legend found himself with the snipe. Took Snakebite out of the game off spawn probably 4 or 5 times. That's got to be a frustrating moment after playing so well in round 1 for a player like Snakebite. And right now, Precision has a lot of responsibility to not only do work with the snipe, but to make sure that this snipe doesn't go into SSG's hands.
Nice shot. That was a clean shot to take down. He also got the info that Legend went into the cut, so he doesn't necessarily have to worry about the camo yet. Sees the players getting into position, and I don't think SSG is going to give him an easy snipe shot here. They know if they go for that camo, they're dead.
They actually opt to push in front of cuts, and then the respawners are already coming over across elbow, so Precision found out of the combat loop for quite a while here. Is able to hit a no-scope, and with 1 bullet in the snipe, tries to line up on Legit, doesn't need to. On Legit falls off the map, and that's as good of a kill as Precision could have asked for. This camo still not popped. A minute into the round, the first camo gets popped.
Yeah, that was a Snakebite. Got that back spawn. Was able to get there. Didn't get away, but left it on the ground for his teammates to go pick up, and we'll see how much of a advantage they can gain with this camo. Right now, Chirpy understanding they are at a numbers disadvantage, letting the players get past him. 2 players left, and he's being patient. There's no one on his team nearby yet to help with this fight. Once he's in it, he's committed, and he cannot get away as Penguin comes in through the flank.
18-2, not a significant lead right here for 4 of a kind. The battle underway for this oddball in-house. Talik and Precision pick up kills. Penguin and Stellar, or Penguin and Legend, the last 2 players alive, but it is a 2-on-2 situation. Camo spawns for 4 of a kind will allow them to get into the combat loop, but a great rotation from Legend. I'd like to see him take this over towards Big Door. Trippy finds a perfect kill. Eco stuck bottom middle. He gets flushed out. And now it's a 3-on-2 situation where that ball still is stuck in house. And this is what I was talking about. The rotations are not going to favor Space Station this time around. This should be a 4-of-a-kind setup. Stellar, still the last player alive, is going to try and make his way through the tunnel and find the timing. He's going to double back, but are they going to check this rat tunnel? Even if they don't, there's 3 members stuck in the pit to be able to take him out when he does.
I felt like maybe a desperate charge to pull players away from that camo, but no one was actually there to get that camo away. So camo gonna be up for grabs. It was up for a minute last time. We'll see how long it stays up on the map this time around. Snakebite finding his first, and the trade outs from Talik is gonna open up the opportunity for Trippy to get away with camo. But during that time, Stellar actually did get to that ball. He's trying to get to play position.
He couldn't get out Big Door. A great cutoff by Snakebite. A nice try from Stellar too. That's really his only play, is to try and get this ball and deny what time is inevitable for 4-of-a-kind, right? If he can get that play ball, he can buy his team so much time. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the timing to get out Big Door. A heads up play by Snakebite after finessing 2 of the players in house to be able to get a kill. But in the meantime, Legend has found himself the S7 that's come off respawn. The ball's still in the back of house. Talk picks up a double. 3 go down. Unlegit, the last player alive. Ball carrier is by himself in house, and Unlegit's going to be trying to pressure this ball carrier. Denied that early time for this round, but I mean, I say early. It's 65-6. These have been extremely efficient setups for 4-of-a-kind. SSG need to figure out a way to get their feet on the ground here.
Yeah, first blood has been a struggle for SSG on the setup. They finally get the first kill, and with it, they are going to find ball time. Stellar trying to hit this back into house. Legend been having a hell of a game. 40 kills.
40. Yeah.
But is it going to be enough is the question. They have a huge hill to climb in this round 3. Eco of 4 bullets, a snipe, a setup. And you see 4-of-a-kind really slowing down this game. I mean, Space Station is pushing out through this tower side. 4-of-a-kind during this time hasn't made a big effort to get to that ball yet. Instead, playing a lot of the outside perimeter lanes. And it looks like Space Station able to find a couple big kills as Stellar starts his rotation to the tower.
Yeah, but this ball hasn't made it all the way to tower yet, and because it was such a slow rotation, they're not going to be able to play the ball. So 4-of-a-kind have an opportunity to fight before this ball can get played. However, the Slays look like they're going to benefit SSG here. A couple of kills going a long way here for Stellar and Eco, who are in those last 2 players alive spot for SSG. They do lose 3 players. That ball's still down at cuts, and Trippy's got his eyes on the prize. Unlegit going to try and deny Trippy from getting that ball. It's a trade that's going to benefit 4-of-a-kind as they have an extra man there. And with that, another non-play ball situation where 4-of-a-kind get to build on this lead and push this game to the brink.
And now there's just not a lot of time left to make this break a reality. Stellar gets one, but you see Precision's playing unorthodox rotations because they just need a little bit more time. Anywhere that you can keep it away from the opposing side works out in their favor. Precision finally goes down, but not before he plays the ball. What you've said continues to ring true, Clutch. It feels like 4-of-a-kind. Anytime they get the chance to play that ball, they're going to be there ready for it. On the other side, Space Station have given away a lot of chip time in this game.
Yeah, 13 points is all 4-of-a-kind need to push this series to a Game 7 between the two. And this is going to be a game that Space Station, if they do fall short, can look back on and try and solve some of the problems. They were so close to having a lot more success than they already have in this game. But as of right now, Camo in the hands of Penguin, trying to protect his ball carrier. But, I mean, so many win conditions in the favor of 4-of-a-kind from this point on. This should be an unlosable game.
Yeah, we see them already having that ball with just Stellar alive. It just doesn't feel possible for this one to be one for SSG, and it won't be. Game 7 on the horizon as we go to Recharge Slayer.
If you watched SSG all weekend long, and you know that this series was going to go the distance no matter what the score was. They've been to 3 elimination game slayers at the end of these series. I wanted to say game 5s, but one of them already was a game 7. This one's going to be a game 7. They went to 2 game 5s. They've come out on top in every single one of those situations so far. So I'm looking at SSG that they continue the story of how icy that they have been, whereas 4-of-a-kind going to be able to ride the momentum of the last 2 games and be able to actually perform what is not a reverse sweep since it was 3-1, but pretty damn close too.
We've seen the last 2 games, Talik has come to life. 40 kills in this one. He led the charge in the last as well. Talik having an outsized impact as we go into game 7. But as you look at the bottom of your screen, the thing that could be a bit concerning for 4-of-a-kind has been the Slayers actually have both gone to Space Station Gaming so far in this series. If I'm actually, no, it's been split 1-1. So I mean, I just feel like Slayers so far have been in the favor of SSG, but obviously momentum playing a big factor. The last 2 games going towards the favor of 4 of a kind.
Yeah, I think the priority has got to be these camouflages and shock rifles and who gets them into their hands. I know I say that for a lot of these games, but that's really the story of Halo Infinite at the highest level, right? These players are all so talented that once they get that level of power, once they get camos or shock rifles, they're able to use their individual skill to just create the difference in what these game 7s, these game 5s come down to. It's all about getting into those situations. That's the harder part of the puzzle. So right now, the opening break has really decided a lot of the start of these games. We saw how hot of a start it felt like SSG had on the first live fire reach on Streets King of the Hill. They had a hot start. Can SSG get off on the right foot early on in this game and ride that momentum and play from the lead and their advantages? Or what can 4 of a kind do differently to start these games off at a stronger moment to be able to win this game 7? For SSG to be here, though, I think they're pretty satisfied. You know that they want to get into a grand finals. They expect to be in a grand finals. But this is still a young team that hasn't practiced together a ton. I know a lot of them have teamed with each other along the way, but they've got to feel like they're getting back into the swing of things, especially Legend going over to COD and playing a completely different game for so long and then coming back to Halo. I don't even think we're seeing the best of Legend just yet, even if he did just drop 40. So I'm excited to see this team grow as a whole, and this could be one of those moments that sparks the flame to where SSG's ceiling could be.
And one thing to know, I mean, this is why I love best of 7s. If this was just a best of 5, we would have led into the series. We would have been, man, SSG just 3-1, absolutely took care of business. But no, we got to go 7-game series. We see second life from 4 of a kind, and now it comes down to this Slayer. First to 50, gonna win this one. And camouflage. Usually we see an aggressive play from one of these teams, but both giving a lot of respect down at the bottom of the map. It's going to be Eco that finds first blood for his team.
Yeah, Eco gets into the pit behind Snakebite, behind enemy lines. It opens up the map. A quick 3 kills go in their favor. It allows Legend to get away with that camouflage, and now SSG get to play from the lead early on in this game.
Legend, finding another kill. Camo having an outsized impact early on. Shock Rifle still up for grabs, and 4 of a kind having favorable spawns for it, but
Spawn Heaven.
That's a tough spawn there. Precision immediately under pressure of the camo, and Legend takes care of business.
Yeah, you spawn Heaven, and there's a camo guy top elevator. He's got that fight every day of the week. Legend breaks it down, and now look, the rest of the team is trapped in pipes. This is easy pickings. You want to make sure you're not trading kills out here in this situation. And unfortunately, SSG do go 2 for 2 here, it appears, and Trippy even finds another. So somehow, trapped in pipes, backs turned towards the camo player. Somehow 4 of a kind fight out of that to keep it at a 3-kill game for now.
And closing down that space, able to get that kill. Snakebite will now get the shock rifle. No one there to contest, so this is largely free. No one's going to have any idea of exactly where he's at. And find an unsuspecting player.
Penguin's got the information, though. Penguin, one of the best players at just, like, jiggling those sight lines to make sure he doesn't give up a free kill. Penguin's always very present in the mind of what the possibility is. Doesn't give him the head, right? The damage is there, yes, but won't ever give that easy first pick. A great job by him to get that information, and now a frustrating moment for Snakebite is he's got multiple players about to jump up on him. He's going to have to be great in this situation, and unfortunately, Stellar able to take him out.
I love that you said it, and that we see both versions of it. Right? He came down, he was crouch jiggle peeking for the first one, and then he comes in for the second shot. He jumps and puts his head up high. It's like, dude, how are you supposed to pre-aim that?
Yeah, you're not. That's the whole thing. Is Penguin's not going to give you those. He's just trying to buy time, get some chip damage, consistent information to the team. And look at what it transitioned to. It's still just a 4-kill lead for SSG, but you've removed a lot of what was the 4 of a kind setup and removing the shock rifle from their hand as well.
Penguin's on a tear as well. He just finds another. He has the grapple to try to get away with this camo if he wants. He gets Shroud to get himself closer as well. Looks like he's going to leave that grapple behind. He's in front of him.
They know he's there.
Big play by Talik to get in, get that kill, and can he stay alive is the bigger question. Nade's coming out. Eco gets that next kill. It is chaos in the middle of the map, and he had a shock rifle lined up, but there was just no ammo in that weapon to give him the kill.
That's tough. Picks up the shock, tries to line up the headshot, pays for it with his life because it's out of ammo, and in the meantime, Snakebite's gotten the camo. It's a 2-kill game. There's a player hiding behind tower. Snakebite watches this door. He's going to get back sniped with the camo. Wisely has the game sense to not take that unnecessary risk and be that tip of the spear that camo guys often try to be. So Snakebite allowing the play to come to him. And now spots unlegit, knocked to no shield. Legend's going to be there as well. Is able to get another player taken down. Unlegit's location is known, and 3 go down for SSG. You do lose the camo player, which is unfortunate for Four of a Kind fans, but SSG do a good job of minimizing the damage that camo could have done. Talik, however, still with the shock rifle, could be a problem.
Not quite able to get the angle, creative play with the grapple to get out of that dangerous situation, but for a re-rack, 2 bullets left in this shock rifle to work with. So not going to be able to get that trade out to help contribute. 23 all in this game, but Stellar stays alive. Snakebite's punch doesn't connect. Trade outs are in, and it has been back and forth, a seesaw between these two teams. But one where Space Station has finally taken the small lead and might just be able to collapse in on Trippy. Oh my, that looked like a fastball for a second, but Stellar able to find another. And Four of a Kind don't have a lot of space to work with.
No, they're going to be over-trapped towards blue, but at least they have more space than they probably would have assumed. SSG are not looking to push just yet. Camo will be coming up in about 25 seconds. So I expect this game to kind of slow down. Maybe somebody tries to create an opening play. Unfortunately, it's Stellar trying to make his way through long haul, runs into the brick wall of a couple of players from Four of a Kind, and that's going to give them map control for this next camo.
Dog anticipating this pressure. Great damage down. He stays alive. I love the pre-fire as well. So, hey, if you're going to challenge me, you're running through bullets and still involved in those gunfights. It is max damage from Talik.
Yeah,
as he's able to stay alive.
We talk about the pre-fire, but he also bounces his head off the ceiling there in that little window of the doorway frame that allows him to be a harder target. So little things like that that can make up a massive difference on who gets the kill, who stays alive. So Talik doing a phenomenal job, has given his team the opportunity to pick up this camo, and just like that, Four of a Kind had the first lead of the game.
Yeah, you can pinpoint when that change happened. It was Talik's life there. See if SSG can find their way back. Eco trying to get through, gets caught onto that cross, but knows his player underneath. Doubles back to get that kill. A 3-kill differential, but Talik finding that 4th once again. And Talik has been a complete pain in their side, and he will continue to do so. Oh, what a play from the middle of the map. Finds another kill, and it's a swarm of blue. They are trying to split and stagger the remaining players of SSG. They'll be successful at finding 2 of those kills, but trade outs are in. A 6-kill differential as Four of a Kind have taken a commanding lead towards the end game.
Yeah, you'll take those trades if you're Four of a Kind every day of the week. You have that 6-kill lead. You're just looking to get closer and closer to 50. Any trade is a win in the favor of Four of a Kind right now. 43-36, however. Snakebite wisely backs down from the elevator player top, or Eco top elevator. And because he stays alive, his teammates finish up that kill, extending this lead now to 7. Shock rifle in the hands of Precision. Expects a player to be over towards the red stairs or glass area. Now posted up top red. And how does Space Station try to choose to try and break this setup? The game is going to slow down, and the longer it slows down is the more opportunity for Precision to line up a shock rifle kill.
Well, we saw SSG pull back a Slayer game against Shopify Rebellion and win at 50-49 before, but this seems like a tough task ahead of them.
Precision gets caught off guard. He gets pushed. Nobody's watching this cross, and they successfully get that first kill. It's transitioned to a second. Now all of a sudden, Stellar with the shock rifle is exactly the win condition that's in the favor of SSG right now. A couple of trades are going to continue to extend the lead. Stellar trying to get involved as quickly as he can before his teammates go down. 46-40, however, so little room for error.
Stellar trying to get a vacate, but 2 players trying to hunt him down. Precision will be successful at that. Just 3 more kills for Four of a Kind, and Space Station, despite, you know, some great pushes there, we're not able to make up the difference. It's still been that 6 to 7 kill differential throughout this game. And right now, I just don't see a path forward for SSG. The pressure's too much. Camo's gonna go Four of a Kind's way if they decide to go out of their way to get it. Just 1 more kill to go to guarantee a grand finals against Shopify Rebellion, and they'll do so. A strong finish as 3 games in a row go to 4 of a kind as they continue their tournament in the grand finals.
Yeah, very impressed with how they closed out that series and how they elevated their game throughout the end of the entire series, winning 3 straight. But SSG have got to be kicking themselves for letting that one go, but have got to walk away from the weekend feeling pretty confident as far as how they played and what their expectations are. A little bit of practice will go a long way for these guys to get back into the swing of things. So I expect to see an even better SSG in the future, but for the moment, 4 of a kind doing what we almost expect to make the grand finals and find themselves matched up against Shopify Rebellion. Once again, it's been the story of 2026, and it continues here in the Shopify Pro League.
See, the series will finish with, once again, Talik leading the charge. And I honestly, if I'm going to go back and I'm going to pinpoint what I think went so differently, I feel like Talik came to life in these last 3 games. And we saw the vintage Talik that we saw earlier this year when they were starting their runs earlier on at the LVT LAN. It was Talik that was leading the charge. Well, he did so from Origin on, and 4 of a kind see success.
Yeah, I absolutely think you need Talik clicking on all cylinders. He's able to find that footing. He's usually a very consistent player, so it's no surprise when he's playing great because he's one of the best individual players in the game. But it was nice to see him kind of awaken and see him influence the ends of these games, especially the Recharge Slayer. That game 7, Talik made several different opening plays that resulted in a massive success for 4 of a kind's push. So you need to see more of that from Talik, but they're going to have to elevate their game even better if they want to have a chance against a team that just dominated them in the winners finals. Shopify Rebellion give no prisoners when it comes to the online servers.
Yeah, we go into our
Honestly,
grand
Land
finals. Thanks, yeah. look, it's the final boss of Halo Infinite so far. It's Shopify Rebellion that'll wait 4 of a kind in our grand finals. That match going to be on the other side of our break here at LVT Halo. Once again, folks, if you have the time, please support in any way you can. Follow the channels, subscribe on YouTube if you're watching there. We're close to 20K. Sign up for the newsletter. Hey, if you have a Prime sub, maybe now is the time to put that into action when we come back. Grand finals between Shopify Rebellion and 4 of a kind.
Enemy has the ball. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Triple kill.
$128,000 on the line here in your Halo Pro League co-presented by Shopify Rebellion, and it's time to find out who's gonna be your #1 seed here. Shopify Rebellion have been waiting quite some time, but Four of a Kind think they have the hand to take them down. It's rematch time. Wes, I hope you're ready.
Let's see if Four of a Kind have what it takes to push Shopify in this series. In the winners finals, it was a dominant performance from Shopify. All of the sandbox going in their favor, just about everything going right for Shopify. And it looks like that's going to be the story for what is their reign so far throughout this year. Four of a Kind have created upsets along the way, but it's either a lopsided victory for Shopify or a very high contested series that goes the distance. I'm excited to see if Four of a Kind can use the momentum from a Game 7 against SSG in their favor here. They are off to an early deficit here, 10 points. Favor Shopify Rebellion off the start, but Talik finds a kill to deny any more ball time for the moment. Frosty is able to take down Talik. Precision trades that kill back in his favor, and with Camouflage in their hands, they should be able to make up this deficit and gain that early lead.
And I feel like we've all had the same question that Coach Callis had during the break here. And what exactly is Shopify Rebellion going to look like with a, 5-hour break that they've been waiting right now? Well, it's Four of a Kind that are coming out pretty hot and warmed up. And in fact, not only getting the wipe that they need to start scoring, but also getting the follow-up slays as well.
Yeah, they get the early kills, Four of a Kind does in that setup, but Roll 2 takes a route that gets a double kill that denies ball time from going in the favor of Four of a Kind. Precision stuck, last player alive. There are going to be PD spawns that allow Precision to get some backup here. He's going to be forced to pick up that off ball. Because he stays alive, though, he's able to gain the lead for his team. He's going to need to drop it and slay as multiple players are trying to push towards posters here. Both not down to no shield. Royal 2 and Cycle trying to break open the door to this Four of a Kind setup, and Cycle is going to be the benefactor of getting that red gun in hand.
Cycle once again having the ball as well, but it doesn't have a player right outside of the shroud. Nate goes down here, not able to find his target. There's more members of Four of a Kind starting to move in position, but Shopify Rebellion still finding kills all over the map, and that's Four of a Kind getting wiped.
I mean, Cycle doing what Cycle does best, staying alive, finessing his life for forever back tower, is able to finesse around what is the Four of a Kind setup right there. And because he stays alive, he becomes a problem on the map right now with the off ball in hand. It is a full setup for Shopify Rebellion. 3 go down for Four of a Kind, and this lead looks to expand for Shopify Rebellion.
Roll 2 playing a very dangerous game of Ring Around the Rosie there, but finds the backsmack on the player over on the red side of the map. Meanwhile, a looks like Camouflage coming up over towards mid, and Snakebite probably can't believe that he has a direct route to it without getting shot a single time.
Yeah, Shopify showing a level of respect, almost too much respect for the kind, not pressuring that camo and allowing Snakebite to pick it up for free. Snakebite trying to doopsie daisy over Frosty's head, but the rest of Snakebite's team goes down, and that's going to be him losing that camo as well. A beautiful follow-up push. So once that camo does get taken from bottom middle, once that indicator gets removed, Shopify look to pounce on that camo player before he can escape, and because of that, Shopify are able to eliminate that camo from the equation.
Last shot trying to keep Overkind off guard there, pushes all the way toward the subway side, and Beasley gets himself a trade. Same thing happening over on the back A side, but somehow still Overkind grabbing a hold of the ball despite being down by a bit. It looks like they put Shopify Rebellion 3 down and are ready to make a run.
Snakebite doing a great job of what Cycle once did, is staying alive back tower, but Frosty forces Snakebite's hand, pushes him out, gets that kill, and is able to remove it. It is close spawns, however, for Forvacon, so they're going to be able to have the reinforcements here to try and compete for this ball, but it looks like with Tolek losing 2 of his teammates, he's kind of forcing the tires back against the wall here, trying to play his life. That player does relocate over towards the B stronghold location. His last shot finds a kill of success, and I mean, the slaying differential right now for Shopify has got to be spoken on. Is a 30, make it a 40-point lead for Shopify early on in this game.
Forvacon to do everything they can to get that ball out of their hands right now with the Shopify Rebellion. They're finding the picks that matter, and another 3 down for Forvacon. Precision, the final player alive, but now he's in the sights of Cycle. Does have some reinforcements with them, but of course Cycle gets his, and a Royal 2 takes down the final player in Tolek. Shopify back to scoring.
Look at what Frosty does. The second they get that round of slice, he pushes up the spike grenades back into Tram right now. And because he creates that space, he doesn't expect anyone to spawn on him, but he forces the spawns of Forvacon all towards that B stronghold in the red room area to where they're so far away from the ball and forced to funnel out. Frosty just get taken down, which will be the first piece of the puzzle on breaking the setup of Shopify, but the damage has been done. It's a 50-point lead.
Camouflage coming up, Tolek using it as bait. That's until Frosty comes in with the back smack and the double kill to take down both the player that was watching the camo and the one that grabs it, and the Iceman himself gets himself a triple, and now Camouflage, by the way, wasn't burned, now in the hands of Frosty.
Yeah, this round should be in Shopify's favor, right? You got one more push, and look at this. Last shot's behind you, forcing you to go forward or backwards. You can go give Last Shot the triple if you want to. Last Shot gets a double. The jiggle from Snakebite will eliminate Last Shot from the equation, but Last Shot does the damage. He gets those 2 pretty much by himself, putting his team in a 3-on-2. And how often does Shopify Rebellion lose a 3-on-2? Well, apparently they did, because Forvacon do have that ball in the back of PD, but it's got to be a perfect table from here if they want to come back in round 1.
Yeah, I mean, 7 more seconds needed here for Shopify Rebellion. One false move, and that's going to be the round. The World 2 already starting off with a big-time pick onto Precision. Trippy fights back, but that's the deal with Frosty as well. As a part of double push, we do see that ball trying to rotate away from the A side over towards purple, but Shopify Rebellion have the map surrounded. There's nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Shopify Rebellion clearly want this round.
Yeah, they are going to have reinforcements over towards purple here. A big kill from Tolek is going to be able to deny the oddball from going any farther. Trippy here as well, but 3 members of Shopify, make it all 4 members, are going to be surrounding these players. Frosty coming off respawn, however. So it's just 3 members over here towards the posters, but this is such a hard fight for Forvacon to win, because they know if they lose it, the game or the round is going to be over.
Shots landing from every angle here. World 2 has to deal with the player over towards A, but also the player that's going right behind them over on the purple side. Actually surprised the Shopify player weren't able to get any time on that ball. So far, Forvacon did a great job of keeping it away from them, but now the shot clock starting to get involved as well. If Forvacon don't lose out because of the score, the shot clock is haunting them as well. Last shot trying to get in. Frosty's already here, and here comes the collapse, and that might just be all she wrote. Forvacon played it damn well, but just ran out of time, ran out of opportunity.
Yeah, just walking across a tightrope, right? Tolek does everything he can to get damage onto 2 different players, wins the one-on-one on the cycle as well, but the ball being rotated into Tram is so difficult to protect, and so many players from Shopify have the freedom around the map to be able to find their openings. It's a double from Frosty that'll win the game. The round.
Looking at it with Frosty's point of view, might as well start on board with him. And wow, the instant spills are crazy, and Precision going to be awarded the kill on that one. We switched over towards World 2, who has a lot of responsibility on his hands, watching the camo and the ball. It looks like Four of a Kind stealing the ball away.
Yeah, Four of a Kind going to be able to play from the lead here. Camo is still up, so that's going to be the priority focus here. Roll 2 kind of gets caught with some misinformation. The expectancy of a player to be where he jumped up over towards that shotgun area, and because there's not a player there, he gets caught with his pants down. Very rarely do you see Roll 2 dying without doing max damage. It's allowed Trippy to get away with this camo. He throws the oddball to his teammate. Now Trippy with the red gun and the camo is able to do a ton of damage onto a couple players that don't see him, pushing towards the B stairs.
Players are weakened. Trippy still wants to be careful. He knows he doesn't want to get rid of this camouflage, and the way they played is perfect. Precision, the one who finished off a lot of those kills, and last shot, throwing that ball over towards the mid side of the map. He's down to one shot, and Trippy takes down one. Can he get the second? They're both weak. Oh, but he runs into a bit of a grenade.
It's a tough spot. Four of a Kind were so aggro on those players on B stairs that players actually spawn PD behind the all-ball carrier. They're able to break the setup without like intentionally doing so, or forcibly killing the camo guy, which you would think the last guy on the team that dies in a setup should be the all-ball carrier, but because those spawns come through, Shopify break that setup and keep it at a 29-0 point.
Frosty running right into the hands of former teammate, longtime teammate in Frosty. Cycle. And last shot, trying to navigate their way from the purple side over toward the back A, and all they run is a back-to-back kills, but nobody accounted for Frosty, the last one over towards the PD side. You got him 3 down, but you let Frosty sneak away a kill.
It's a PD spawn again, and it's Frosty again that gets the PD spawn. Something in the game is allowing Frosty these opportunities. You got to be able to check those, and maybe that's a testament to a lack of preparation on this game type specifically. Streets obviously was in the game early on at a high level in the HCS, but right now players still getting used to the spawn system, and not checking PD a couple of different times and making sure that they're not spawning there has punished Four of a Kind. It's still, however, a 52-0 lead, so the Slays have benefited Four of a Kind throughout this round so far. If they can keep that up, they can tie this game.
19-12 right now, 7 assists, and probably the most ball time that he's had all year for World 2 at the moment. Last shot, coming in with the objective in hands, and Sidekick is out here for World 2, and man, there's only one player that kind of sneaks by him, but the callouts are there, and he's already weak, and Tolic goes down, but that ball never actually makes it into the subway.
World 2 getting a ton of different assists here, finding success with this camouflage to get his team back in the game. What was once a 52-0 lead, now 20-52. World 2 trying to selflessly get that odd ball into Tram, but as this player goes down in the back, he realizes he's got to get some slays done before that odd ball moves any further, and he does just that. It's a killing spree for World 2. The sidekick starting to sing for the Canadian Beast.
Walking his way back over toward the subway side. Wingman medal, so not only is he getting the kills, but also getting the assist as well. Brings that ball over towards Subway. Teammates trying to stay alive as they know Four of a Kind should be pushing very soon here.
Yeah, they can feel the push coming. They don't have a ton of space around, but they are bunkered in the back of Graham right now. Precision waiting on his team, waits for the exact moment to catch World 2 off guard, behind enemy lines, able to get a perfect kill under World 2, and that's the ball going into his favor as well. Damage on the cycle will allow his teammate to trade with the melee, and 3 go down for Shopify as this setup will now be in control for Four of a Kind.
They don't call him Precision for nothing. The man fired, what, 8 shots over toward the back subway side and hit every last one of them, including a perfect kill onto one. Ends up having to play the ball outside of Subway because Shopify Rebellion already infiltrated and they want more than just one kill.
Cycle goes down on the stairs. The opening pick is big for Four of a Kind, but it is separated out as Trippy and Tolic both go down in a 4v3 situation. You never want to see your players going down. You want to be able to break this setup. Still 30 points separate the 2 teams. Snakebite, bottom tram, gets double teamed by 2 players that fly in the back of him. He can't get that final headshot onto Frosty, who's going to go back for the odd ball. All of Four of a Kind coming off respawn. And it's a strong setup here now that the ball is in tram for Shopify Rebellion.
Saw Snakebite hit a nice little piv on World 2 over to the bottom subway side. It just reminded me that saying that still doesn't feel right, even after all these years. 63 points so far for 4 of a kind as they're able to rotate into the subway. It's Snakebite that gets left behind, and one player does make it through, gets himself a kill, but World 2 wants no part of that. Subway is clear. Shopify Rebellion should be scoring again.
Yeah, the level of control they have is insane right now. What was once a 52-0 lead, all of a sudden it's a 4-point game right now. Finally, the red gun does get removed, but Roll 2 still a problem with the sidekick, still on a killing spree right now, and still playing perfect Halo as he lets the first player by, knocks him to no shield, hoping that Frosty can finish off that kill, but in the meantime, looking with his head on the swivel for other players. In the same moment, 4 of a kind have made their way into the back of Tram. They are able to take that all-ball carrier down, and the ball does not get played. The ball stays in Tram, which is important because it's allowed Precision to regain and regroup with 4 of a kind set up here.
Moving on to the setup, and now also going and influencing exactly what Shopify Rebellion are pushing over there, and it's over toward the purple side, and Tolek would love to find the backside of both players of Shopify Rebellion, but they end up focus firing him, and as Tolek goes down, Cycle cuts the map literally in half, right all the way toward the Beast their side, wasting no time whatsoever. Shopify Rebellion back on the ball.
Yep. Precision tries to play the ball, but the slays are so heavily in the favor of Shopify that the ball can't be contested. It gets right back into Tram, and all of a sudden we're looking at a 75 to 89 point game between these two in round 2. If you're 4 of a kind, you have this last push to try and break the setup, and Snakebite going to be the tip of the spear here in the back of Tram.
Okay.
Yep.
Trippy's here as well, and Trippy laying down the law right then and there. 4 of a kind on the ball. Nobody's here. They did what needed to be done. Just when you thought Shopify Rebellion had an opportunity to close it out, 4 of a kind. They're right there.
Yeah, somehow, some way they break that setup. Snakebite getting into the back of Tram and eating the spike grenades, but getting a kill as he flies into the back is everything to allow the one-on-one from the player coming up spike stairs to find the kill on the unsuspecting player facing what was Snakebite's life. So a great job to just be the bait on that situation from Snakebite, allows for that setup to be broken, and 4 of a kind tied this game up.
That they did. I was gonna say, well, it's 1 round apiece, right? We just went to the map layout. I'm not going crazy, right? Is it 1 round apiece?
Yeah, it's 1-1. Trippy must have lagged out towards the very end of that game, or maybe a game crash or something. But I promise you, Tony, you're not seeing things. I'm here. I'm in the presence of mind. It is 1-1.
Hunter had no HUD last round, and he's restoring. Wait, hold up, stop.
Not having a HUD is crazy.
Yeah, for the whole round?
No wonder he didn't have all time. He says, I'm not worried about that. I'm playing Slayer.
That's actually insane. Playing that for the whole round and still being as successful as he was there is incredible to see, as we can take a look at the stats here with our tied up in rounds and going into a round 3. We see last shot 9,000 damage. It's funny because the kills and the assists actually were fairly even across the board for Shopify Rebellion, and even so was the ball time. But when you look at that damage, 9k damage in just 2 rounds. Like, think about if we finish that 3rd round in the same game. Like, what does he end with? Does he end with 13.5k, 14,000? That's actually insane.
I mean, Last Shot's been doing this for so long. Ever since he's really been on the scene and a pro player, I feel like, especially in these longer objectives, it's just more opportunity for him to separate himself from the rest of the pack. And it never surprises me when we go to the damage column and he is significantly over everyone else. I don't know how he does it. I actually know how he does it. It's unbelievable to watch his screen. But that's why he's considered worldwide as the best player in the game.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be getting back into this game number 1. And so far, it has been a great one. It's Shopify Rebellion going up against 4 of a kind here in your grand final. Shopify Rebellion only having to win one best of 7 series to become your champions and take that number 1 seed going into the Pro League. Meanwhile, Four of a Kind, they can go the distance. They can make this a much longer series, go to, and maybe, just maybe, steal that #1 back from Shopify Rebellion. It's a little bit of a rematch from the winners bracket finals. Four of a Kind know what to expect, but it also feels like they've been running each other for quite some time. Even back when they were going as Luminon, this has quickly become a rivalry between Four of a Kind and Shopify Rebellion. Streets, oddball coming in, and this is technically round number 3. You got Shopify Rebellion going up against Four of a Kind here, and things start off really hot. But Shopify Rebellion, the ones that actually get their first hands on the ball, not really confident enough to ultimately play through that ball and keep it over toward the back A. They just drop it off for a moment, now trying to fight their way through it. We see Talik on the cafe side over to his ATM. 3 down momentarily to go Shopify Rebellion. And that means not only just Four of a Kind have ball in their hands, but also Precision getting away with all the goodies. They get away with Camo, Stalker, and despite just coming off with 3 down, Shopify Rebellion not only have the ball in their hands, but finding some of the kills necessary until Four of a Kind make their presence known. That's not only the reversal, but also the killing spree out of Precision. 4-0, both he and Talik.
Ball drop. Enemy has the ball. Ball drop.
Nice little double push. Shopify Rebellion trying to make their way through the purple side. Four of a Kind having the setup over on back air, I should say, had the setup. Trippy goes down, Cycle has the ball. A slight lead in favor of Four of a Kind, but honestly, with the way that the Slays went in toward the beginning of that game, you would kind of think it'd be more than that. Shopify Rebellion, just like that, they take the lead right back, and now here's when the seconds could start to turn to minutes. Now that Four of a Kind not only do have the ball in their hands, they go 3 down and spawning on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, you got to be careful if you're Four of a Kind here. You need to be able to break this setup in a relatively efficient fashion right now, and it's going to be so difficult, especially when Frosty's getting the damage done right there. Frosty's still alive, able to get another player to no shield. 2 go down for Four of a Kind. This setup is going to stand strong, and the league going to continue to expand for Shopify Rebellion.
45 to 15 here. Also in the hands of Psycho. Precision finally finding the flank to try to get behind enemy lines, and it's gonna work. Half the members of Shopify Rebellion do go down. Not only is that ball outside of the subway, but camouflage about to come up.
Camo about to pop, and it's almost a must get if you're Four of a Kind. At least a force of burn right now. The ball is under control right now, but the priority focus is map control for now. Last shot spotted out by Trippy over towards the shotgun side of the map. Trippy needs to get this kill. Trippy can't get this kill, and that's what last shot does, is he wins this pids, does max damage, and that's going to open up the map for Shopify Rebellion, not only to get the camo, but to get a setup of their own and continue to build this lead.
Ball right back for Shopify Rebellion, and so is the camouflage against Frosty. Identifies a triple push going over toward the bottom subway side. Also knows that Snakebite is angling them out on the B stairs. Now he looks to navigate through all of the chaos. Finds the kill onto Snakebite. Knows the callouts are in. Movement looking good. Did he get the stick? I think he did. Yes, it's a trade.
Precision goes down with the ball. It's a 2-player deficit here for Four of a Kind. Cycle, the only player going down on Shopify. Couple players stuck back Commander right here, getting pinched from the stairs and from Tram. They fight out of it pretty successfully. Snakebite gets away with his life, actually finds a kill on Frosty as well, doing a great job of just buying time for his team. 60 to 20 the lead here for Shopify Rebellion. Cycle trying to get into Tram to help his team, but Roll 2 goes down, so Cycle's going to be by himself. Do they spot him in time for him not to have success here is the big question. Cycle can't finish that player that's no shield by Tram. That player's going to stay alive long enough to get his shield back, but Cycle eventually finds that kill and holds this down to at least deny what was, I should say, a setup for Four of a Kind.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a longer battle, but a very tough battle for either of those players to win it out. Ultimately, Cycle was able to thread the needle, but it was obviously, again, a tough one. Frosty He's like right in the middle of danger there. Right for the beast stairs. He got caught towards the commando player. Ends up in between two other players over toward B Street. None of that was a part of the plan.
You got to work on the fly some of the time, especially at a high level in Halo Infinite. And some of the best players in the world are able to do it live and react here in the moment. Cycle trying to compete for this off ball. Frosty's in front of him. He gets taken down, but Roll 2 on the flank is going to be able to capitalize on what was Frosty's damage. A 2-on-2 split now. Roll 2 flash shot versus precision and snake bite. The ball's still neutralized. Potentially about to reset here pretty soon. And if you're Shopify Rebellion, you're okay with that ball resetting because it's closer to you not only, but further away from what was a potential another tram setup for 4 to kind of get back into this.
Enemy has the ball.
Down here for 4 of a kind. Looks like Trippy and Snake Bite also being pelted with bullets themselves here. That's great damage and opportunity for Shopify Rebellion to not only hold on to this ball, but also grab a hold of Camo, what could be the final setup of the game here. Shopify Rebellion building it out.
Yeah, sure looks like it right now with the way it's going. 88 and climbing Camo, red gun in the hands of Cycle. Nobody's been able to spot him before he's done max damage to these players. Everyone trying to desperate for the ball, and Cycle shooting like it's duck hunt right now, taking everyone down for 4 of a kind, and Shopify will dominate round 3 to take game 1 of our grand finals.
Had total control of that map towards the end game, and that's just a Shopify Rebellion that we know they cover ground so quickly. They do it together. They also just don't go down easily. Shopify Rebellion, definitely one of the not only easily one of the best teams in the world, but also one of the most fun teams to watch with the way they just play the game the right way and a fun way. Solitude Slayer coming up next year, 4 of a kind. They're hitting the drawing board a little bit, but luckily we have seen them find a lot of success, the Slayers.
Taking a look at this series as we get into game 2, we get ready, prepped and ready for it. Shopify haven't been really tested. I mean, that game 1 was impressive from 4 of a kind from a stance of getting back into it after how round 1 went, but a round 3 domination performance from Shopify has got to leave you a little bit concerned. These Slayers in this series are so important for 4 of a kind to continue the series further and further along the way. I almost think that if you're going to beat a team like Shopify, you have to win the Slayers. So this game, too, the ultimate importance for 4 of a kind fans and the team itself.
And it's going to be Slayer on Solitude, easily one of the most punishing maps and game mode combinations that we have. How many times have we talked about these crazy swings and runs that you can go on when you're able to put your opponent 3 or 4 down and then turn that 3 or 4 kills into a spawn trap? It turns to 7, 8. Things can get out of control quickly, or maybe you can eat away at a large lead if you play your cards right. Solitude, I know it's not for everybody, but it's easily one of my favorite maps.
Yeah, it can snowball out of control quickly, and Shopify are some of the best at using map control to push their advantages and find those opportunities and successes. But Precision and Snakebite will find early kills. Trippy finds the 3rd. It's a perfect start as Trippy gets away with the camo and has early success. Psycho does have this shock rifle, however. They're going to want to rip this shock rifle away from him. But how they go about doing it efficiently is going to be the important piece of this puzzle. Here comes Trippy with that camo. Psycho does get a melee. Trippy needs to try and stay alive here. Trying to be hunted by Frosty. He does go down to a grenade. A little bit of greed from Trippy there as he tries to shoot at Frosty. Could have gotten away with his life, you think, and then still having a camo player on the map. But taking a look at the situation as a whole, a 7-1 lead is exactly what the doctor ordered for 4 of a kind.
Yeah, despite not getting that full sandbox control they want, both the shock and the camo, opening up 7-1 and now an 8-2 advantage is just exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah, tough to complain in this moment.
Trippy does make his way over toward the top mid side and navigates towards gold as well. Gets caught out, shot, and called out here. Frosty ready for the fight, and he will end up taking him down.
Trippy a little bit surprised that nade did no damage. Frosty took a beautiful angle around that corner to where he was far enough away to where that nade didn't hit him. Trippy expected Frosty to have at least a bullet of damage, but Trippy goes into that gunfight down a little bit of shield. It goes a long way to allow the pressure from 4 of a kind to be released with just that one kill. Now 4 of a kind stuck in blue. doing the old famous yard push. So often do we see this get shut down, but they do go 1 for 1 and create some space, which I view as a win.
And Roll 2 across the street without looking both ways. There, Trippy again, hiding in a corner, waiting for the opportunity. He is so patient when it comes to plays like that. 5-kill advantage still being held by 4 of a kind. Trippy now waiting out that end.
Yeah, Trippy gets caught out though. 2 players spawn loop, and they actually check that deep corner top yard wedge to be able to spot him. Trippy doesn't have anybody on the map far enough ahead to be able to help him in that situation. So he does go down, releases what should have been a potential trap that 4 of a kind could have put Shopify in. Still a 6-kill lead remains as this game becomes mixy. The second camo of the game is going to be important to note as it's about to come up. The battle for map control is what's important. So you see 4 of a kind trying to press all of Shopify back to be able to create sightlines in order for Precision to safely secure them.
They built their fight around grabbing hold of this camouflage, and now 4 of a kind needs to get value off of it. They've had large leads here, but when they don't have the power weapons, some way, somehow, Shopify Rebellion are able to close the distance just a bit. There's an opportunity with camouflage to widen the gap again.
Yeah, Shopify are pushing up on the map. I don't think anybody on 4 of a kind have information that someone's behind them right now. Frosty's going to be able to find a kill. In the meantime, though, Precision does look to press forward, does find the kill that releases some of the pressure, but in the meantime, he's lost his entire team. The flank from Frosty provides everything for Shopify to get back into this 4-kill game, and because Precision gets baited by the shock rifle, it allows Last Shot to know exactly where that camo player is, and now Last Shot doing Last Shot things, ripping the faces off 4 of a kind with that once owned by 4 of a kind shock rifle.
It ain't just the last shot, it's the first 2 and every other one that he fires that will get you. That's a clean double kill coming out of the last shot. And something tells me he's not done. A long-range sticky grenade from downtown doesn't exactly find a home, but Frosty may have used that as a bit of a distraction to find at least one bit.
And here's what's important is why I called out the pivotal moments where 4 of a kind have had the power and kind of failed with that power. With the 2 camos that they've had, a couple of plays where it wasn't perfect only resulted in the minor leads that they built. All of a sudden, now Shopify, flipping this game on its head, have a 1-kill lead themselves and have had very little power so far throughout the map.
World 2 sitting over toward the blue window side. He gets focus fired by 2 different players right from the bottom snipe, and then on a bit of a grenade, still 4 of a kind finding those kills. Both players weakened though, and that's what Precision and Psycho decide to strike. 32-30 is the score line right now as they continue to trade out kills.
Yeah, what feels like it should be a dominant performance from 4 of a kind. I mean, we're seeing individuals from Shopify make the right plays to keep this game close, and now with a lead, are finding ways to trade and allow Shopify's map control to rain terror down on 4 of a kind. 4 of a kind have been trying to fight out of their spawn for quite a while now. They're trading efficiently, but trading's not going to get the job done when the game is this close. Camo now up as the 3rd camo of the game. These battles are so important. 4 of a kind lose 3 players as it goes down, and that should be camo going into Shopify's hand here shortly.
Saw what they could do even when they didn't have the camouflage. Now Shopify Rebellion are able to get a hold of it and get value off of it. That spells even more trouble for 4 of a kind that they were already in. Camouflage does get dealt with though, despite being at the low ground, but be careful. Shopify Rebellion already have 41 kills.
Yeah, the difference here is Shopify don't need that camo in order to end this game. Even though they lose that camo player, everyone has to overextend and put themselves in bad positions to eliminate that camo player to where the kills get traded in their favor. The lead now up to 7.
Looks like Psycho and Shopify Rebellion deciding to double push over toward the back tramp side. Better be ready though. 4 of a kind blocking that line of sight out with multiple different players, and even the 3rd one getting involved. And because of that, it's back-to-back kills and now go the way of 4 of a kind. This lead is handsomely in favor of Shopify Rebellion going toward the end game, but it ain't over.
Not over yet, but I mean, it just feels so like you're fighting from your heels the entire time in the second and the later portions of this game. 47-40, and Shopify are looking to push. Roll 2 wants to be aggressive with this shock rifle. Players do get out of dodge by hitting driveway, but Roll 2 reads it, and he's going to relocate. He's going to find the easy 1 shot in front of him, going to hit the headshot onto Trippy no matter how much shield he has, and all Shopify need is 1 more kill to end this game.
One more kill, what they're looking for here. Precision may have the shock rifle, but something tells me it may not be enough. They need to slow the game down. They start valuing their lives. Looks like Trippy's able to do just that, but there's nowhere to go for Precision. He almost escaped with his life, but almost clearly ain't good enough, at least not for game 2.
2-0 series lead for Shopify, and if we've seen Shopify gain 2-0 series leads several different times, and it feels like they always just ride the momentum throughout what is the rest of this series. It's a best of 7, so you're not in the deepest of holes yet if you're 4 of a kind, but you're stuck scratching your head left unanswered or looking for answers that I'm not sure you have, at least in today's tournament right now. Shopify look prime and ready to continue the streak that they're on.
Take a look at the score line, and about 30 kills between both Last Shot and Frosty and the Slayer. Gotta love that. 7 assists for Last Shot. I see Psycho doing a great job of doing what he does best, getting a respectable amount of kills and having an insane amount of deaths as far as how little he does. This depending on how much maximum impact he has on the map. It's actually crazy the way he just navigates the map like that. Everybody on Shopify Rebellion are always doing their job, and it's really tough to beat this squad. 4 of a kind, obviously seeing that you can play extremely well for 80% of a game, and it's like, no, you got to be firing at your best for 100% in order to beat out a team like Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, it's like you can't make mistakes for how many things went right for 4 of a kind early on in that game. Did not build up a significant enough lead to be able to weather the storm of when Shopify inevitably are going to get control. That's the problem, right? That's why I'm calling out the minor mistakes where it looks like it's still a promising spot for 4 of a kind. There's still these minor mistakes that are being made, whether it's the camo guy overextending or not being able to stay alive in certain areas. That will come back to haunt you, that you will look back in VOD review and you'll see this is where we messed up, because you need to take advantage of the opportunities you're given, because Shopify give very little opportunity.
If there's one thing that you got to give to 4 of a kind, and clearly this must be some great VOD review, some film review as well, their opening breaks are so good. Even against Shopify Rebellion, they tend to win the opening break.
Trippy getting out of there with the quantum is very impressive. Ross is going to play for the double back. The information comes through that he's quantuming back, and Rossi able to take down Tog, so they dealt with this opening break from 4 of a kind fairly well. It is about 40% progression for 4 of a kind on this hill, but it will be Shopify in control.
Frosty catching 2 different players on the rotation here, but it looks like 4 of a kind are able to not only deal with him, but also taking down the player that was in the hill. Talik, in a battle of his own, he finds 3 members of Shopify Rebellion.
Precision doing what he can to get as much hill time before getting taken down. Knocked into the shield, has every player staring at him on the map, but hiding behind the rock. Able to play his life for a significant piece of time. About 80% progressed now for 4 of a kind, but all 4 go down. It's going to be a full setup. Split spawns are going to come through because the pressure from Shopify on the respawners is going to be heavy, but Precision getting that first kill is almost everything for Shopify to have to back up to, and then now their hill carrier is left alone. Staggered now is going to be the push from Shopify, and a great job by Precision to just get in the hill, and that should be the first point going to 4 of a kind to kick off game 3.
Yeah, 4 of a kind ended up flipping the map back in their favor off of that play. Shopify Rebellion had them 4 down, but 4 of a kind were quick to respond. Trippy taking a whole lot of damage, but still want that one translocator. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion trying to take space off of their spawn. And how they get through 4 of a kind setup? Well, apparently it's go right through them.
Yeah, they're going to kick open the door to this setup. 3 go down. Snakebite, the last player alive. He's stuck bottom white. Going to try and capitalize on someone's damage. Maybe get lost, but can't quite do that. One player does spawn back red in Trippy, and Trippy denying early hill time here for Shopify, but honestly going to get flushed out of that situation as well. And now staggering respawners for 4 of a kind. Precision plays a cruddy corner, gets rewarded for it, finds the back smack onto Frosty, and that could open the door for a successful push now for 4 of a kind. Nice shots for Precision to win that on the roll too, so he's opened up the map for his team.
Yeah, Precision been teaming with Trippy too long. Now he's hiding in corners just like Trippy does. And that's what you do. You find yourself an easy back smack, take no damage whatsoever, ready for a second fight. And we've seen Trippy do it time and time again. And Precision taking a page out of his playbook.
Big kill on the Frosty to open up that red ramp area, but the rest of Shopify are going to be pushing from the front. Last shot does get taken down as well, so it's a 2-on-2 situation. Roll 2 in the back of the base. They need to find this kill quickly in order to open up what is some space for Precision. He feels the pressure coming behind him. Not only that, but turns on a dime and 5 cycle, and that's a big kill to keep hill progression in their favor.
Four of a kind, not backing down, despite being down 0-2 in the series. They're the ones that look like the favorites coming into this lattice king of the hill. Already up 1-0 and could be going up 2-0 in this game for Four of a Kind. Shopify Rebellion might be punting and going towards the next hill here because this one, it belongs to Four of a Kind.
They might get pressed by 2 players that are still on the old hills side of the map. He will lose that snipe. It does transfer over into Cycle's hands. Early progression for point 3 will go towards Shopify, and Cycle is going to be posted up top red, looking to spawn kill Snakebite. Lands the body shot. Snakebite will double back. Cycle will hunt him down, find that kill, and on the other side of the map, it looks like Last Shot and Roll 2 have had their successes as well. So right now, Cycle being a thorn in the enemy side, not even allowing them to push and formulate what should be a setup break for Four of a Kind. Shopify are looking to have a perfect kill number 3 to get back into this.
Yeah, it's all got to come up for spawn and deal with the player over in red when the hill is over on the blue side of the map. And that is like you said, Cycle just being a nuisance. But eventually Four of a Kind are able to get the slays necessary. They do have hill and are starting to come back as far as progression in this one. Here comes World 2, looking to reintroduce himself to the fight.
Yeah, a bit of an overextension, honestly, for Cycle there. When he's fighting those players in red, when he chooses to push down Snakebite on that red ramp, he's actually allowing he's forcing Four of a Kind, I should say, to spawn closer towards the hill. He's blocking an entire side of the map spawn with the damage and his presence that he's doing, to where Four of a Kind benefit from Cycle's overextension there, to where now they find themselves in the hill. And look at the progression, Tony. They're very close to capping this hill. If they can get back into blue, spotting several players knocked to no shields top catwalk, they're going to be in a promising position to take game 3.
They put 100% on 3 different hills and looking to make it Four of a Kind. Do Four of a Kind here. One more, and they are on the series board. And mind you, Four of a Kind already find himself in this 4th hill.
Yeah, and 3 minutes might sound like a lot of time, but this catwalk kill is so difficult to maintain complete control of. So often do we see neutralized time become a factor on Lattice King of the Hill because of this catwalk hill. So Shopify with the deck stacked against him right now, as not only are they down 3-0, but this catwalk hill, they almost need to secure in a relatively quick and efficient pace to keep this game manageable.
Cycle will grab a hold of the QC, go get out of jail free card, find himself a weakened player. However, also found himself Precision with the 5 shots, 4 down. Go Shopify Rebellion. This would be a good time for Four of a Kind.
I'd be surprised if they actually get into this hill. They're going to need complete control in order to do so. Yeah, I like this by saying by backing out of this hill, maintaining snipe control is what's most important right now. Time can be a factor in a win condition for your team. Once they get those initial kills, though, Snakebite does hop into the hill. There is a player hiding under the bridge. Last Shot now playing the credit corner himself, trying to wait for his team to create an opportunity where he can get behind enemy lines.
So Last Shot kind of pinged that way here. It looks like he kind of knew that Last Shot was right under him, and eventually Four of a Kind do end up finding. They lose Precision in the meantime, but if you have to trade out 1 life in order to take down 3, well, Four of a Kind will take that trade any day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. Snakebite does a good job of removing Last Shot before his flank can really make too much of a difference in the combat loop. He gets stuck out bottom middle. He gets caught out. Now the progression heavily favoring Four of a Kind here, but here comes the push from Shopify.
Shopify Rebellion not backing down whatsoever. Cycle is over toward the hill, and he's at to drop down at least for a bit as Four of a Kind want to try to drive him out. The last thing they want to do is give Shopify Rebellion any room to breathe, any chance of coming back in this game.
Trying to neutralize this hill is the objective right now for Four of a Kind, but they go 3 down. This is going to be a hill being captured. 2:07 on the clock, so you got plenty of time to work with. The difference between neutralized time and time that Four of a Kind opted to stand in that hill could come back to bite them if Shopify can hold down this Krait's hill.
Already started himself in there, so barely any neutral time being taken from one hill over to another. Actually, none, in fact, as finally they're able to get him out. Precision. The early nades going down here should have Frosty down to one shot, but Frosty wins it.
Yeah, big win from Frosty there to maintain hill control, which should have been a kill onto Frosty from Precision right there. Is now transitioned in not only Shopify getting back in the hill, but Frosty finds a kill, an assist, a ton of pressure, and map control back in Shopify's favor.
2 casts between them. But not even 2 minutes worth of neutral time on the board. Last shot finds a weakened snakebite. Can't exactly find the kill, but his teammate does. And as soon as he does, he immediately changes his sights towards the remaining members of Four of a Kind. There ain't none remaining as 4 go down for Four of a Kind.
12 seconds goes off the clock in between hill number 4 and number 5. All of a sudden, a one-hill game, and Shopify are set up perfectly to rotate into this ice hill.
Killing spree.
1 cap between them. And plenty of time here. When we talked about time becoming a factor earlier, Shopify Rebellion do such a good job being as objective efficient as possible and stopping that neutral time from going down. Trippy down to
Trippy.
1 shot here.
Somehow stays alive, like Shifts in the Night crosses across another one-shot player from Shopify. Both of them stay alive a little bit longer than you would expect either one of them to in that situation. But a good job by Four of a Kind to get back on their feet. They now have complete control of the map. Minute 25 on the clock. Interesting decision being made here. As the hill remains neutral, you can tell that they're focused on slaying for the rest of the game.
It's going down, a little bit of insta-explode action, but doesn't exactly connect onto Psycho. Precision taking a whole lot of damage, and despite Shopify Rebellion going to be down, Psycho finds himself a kill, but Snakebite finds himself a snipe.
Yeah, Psycho can't go for the hill in that situation either. He wants to hunt down Snakebite, but asking you shall receive. Snakebite rips his face off and then removes the hill player. Snakebite not missing with the sniper right now. Sets up what should be a ton of damage. Does keep roll 2 to no shield with that body shot with the bandit there, but the damage has been done. Snakebite has called game.
Quick scope to the dome. 46 seconds left, and now they're just looking to spawn trap Shopify Rebellion. Expect them to spawn over towards the back blue side. Actually, there's 2
they
players
spawn red
that
too.
spawn behind him.
Yeah, they spawned red as well. I was wondering if anyone was back there blocking. Snakebite was confident that they were all spawning blue, but unless you're blocking that back red, I assume nothing is going to be the case. Does come back to haunt him. Does lose his life, but it looks like the rest of Four of a Kind have dealt with the situation at hand. 3 go down for Shopify Rebellion. The last player alive is going to be already trying to push ice. Frosty spots Talik out with the snipe. The snipe's going to be out of ammo, so the power weapon removed from the equation here. 10 seconds to go, and Shopify are trying to push into red to flush these players out before they go to the hill. I'm not sure they're going to have time to do both. They may be able to get steps in. It's not going to be anyone from Shopify that's able to, actually. Cycle goes down, and Four of a Kind will get back into the series with the Game 3 win.
First game of the series going the way of Four of a Kind, and maybe the first of many, as now momentum shifts in their favor. They already were playing well in that game number 1 and game number 2, just wasn't able to put a whole game together there. Now finally get theirs on Lattice, and Recharge Strongholds is what's coming up next.
A big rebound performance from Four of a Kind. They got to play from the lead throughout that entire game, and you're looking at the stats here. Precision with the pop-off game, 23, 17, and 12. It was Snakebite that really started to take over towards the late game with those snipes, really solidifying the game. And if you're Shopify, you're kind of okay with how the series is going so far. Once again, Four of a Kind had a ton of the power that was on the map and a ton of the opportunity that came behind the S7 itself. So you got to see some reprioritization on the side of Shopify going into a game 4 of this series. Four of a Kind did a lot right that game to get the job done, and finally were able to find themselves in the winning column here in the grand finals.
And with King of the Hill on Lattice done and dusted, we switch our focus here to Stronghold on Recharge. You got that shock that's going to spawn over toward the gold side of the map. Meanwhile, Camouflage going to change everybody's attention and really become the focus of the fight every single time it comes up. Pay attention to that bottom mid side, and so far Four of a Kind off of the opening break have been able to get a win almost every single time. Does that include here on Recharge for the Camo?
player goes bottom orange towards Frosty versus Precision for the battle for camo. Talik looking over Precision though, is able to get that camo secured with the assist. And now, push onto the elevator, will take down roll 2. Last shot, spot on the triangle. If you're Precision, you got to try and stay alive, but a beautiful grenade from last shot makes it almost impossible. Angles from respawners on Frosty are able to take down Precision. It's a little bit of damage done, but an early lead for 4 of a kind here.
Once again, 4 of a kind able to get the best of Shopify Rebellion on the opening break. However, are they able to defend Alpha? Well, that's a different story. Looks like Precision was defending Alpha, and that's until Frosty gets involved.
Yeah, Frosty with the shock rifle makes that an easy kill, and transition of the strongholds will go back into Shopify's favor. They're going to try and hold what is a traditional A-B setup, and when you have Frosty over towards the elevator, good things usually happen. One player spotted jumping up towards the kneeler. Frosty can't quite get that early angle on that, but Frosty with the perfect flank. Easy pickings here as Frosty picks up a triple, you would think. Nope, the assist will steal that kill away. What could have potentially been a nice little highlight reel for Frosty as he finds the perfect routes on what was the push from 4 of a kind. Frosty finds the opening, deals max damage, and now looks to push a trip cap.
Precision ends up running right into those nades and the remote detonation. Talik is there to replace them eventually, but obviously the damage already done. Charlie has already converted now into the hands of Frosty. Swaps out one grapple for a shroud and absolutely shreds a player from across the map. And just like that, Shopify Rebellion moving in for a triple cap.
I mean, what's most impressive is Frosty's movement throughout all of this, right? Reading the situations, where's the pressure coming from? Where can I get an angle on unsuspecting players? So often did he relocate throughout this entire life so far to be able to get to a promising position, find the picks, and now the trip gap ensues. 2 players stuck in the back of B, never somewhere you want to be. They are able to play around the shroud for a little bit, but they want to get the hell out of these batteries. Frosty able to do just that. Spots Talik top glass, who's got some damage onto him, making him an easy kill for Frosty, and still Frosty now on this spree at 7-2-1 is reigning terror and becoming a problem if he's not cleaned up.
Nice stick from last shot leads to World 2, following it up with a kill over on the bottom control side. Looks like a player in Talik has that camouflage in his sights, but Shopify Rebellion are quick to attack, deal with him, and now camouflage could belong to them, or Precision sneaks away with it and right into the grenades of Cycle.
Yeah, Cycle predicts that that is the most common route that a camo player is going to try and take. The second he jumps up to kill Frosty, Cycle's got 2 plasmas ready for him. Trays that camo out efficiently. So Shopify are not able to get that camo, but they're able to keep control of the map. It's an AP hold that maintains for a 123-14 lead.
I think he thought he checked that top tower side, but it looks like that play was a little bit deeper in bleeding for him to push out. Easy kill goes the way of 4 of a kind, and ultimately they turn it into 2. Talik and World 2 now going to dance over on the long haul side. Another trade that goes down. All these trades favor the team that's in the lead. 133 points for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, Talik picks up a couple of big kills there that allow for this untraditional AC hold. But now here comes the problem. Precision's going to try and fight out an elevator, and the push is going to be heavy from Shopify. All 4 members here. One of them has a shock rifle, and he rips the face off of Talik. So this is a 4-on-2 situation. Trippy has made his way over towards the elevator as well to be able to try and defend A. They're able to take down Last Shot with that shock rifle, and because of that, they're able to win this battle and still hold this AC setup for now.
Shock rifle in the hands of Trippy. Precision off a screen goes after World 2. It looks like Trippy accidentally grappled. Yeah, that's not sure that was planned, but
no, that was definitely not planned and very unfortunate.
Unfortunate. 133 points though for Shopify Rebellion. 4 of a kind was scoring, but it's like Charlie does end up converting the way of the Rebellion.
Yeah, it's a BC hold now for Shopify. They do lose 3 players. Roll through the last player alive. Spotted and taken to no shield as he does get a kill onto Precision. His location's known, so he's got to back up, play his life. He gets hunted down, actually, and here comes Trippy trying to push control of C. They're going to leave A as an opportunity for players to respawn. You see Psycho trying to get out of elevator, trying to get out of what is going to be a 4-of-a-kind trap here over towards elevator. But because Cycle goes down so quick without dealing any damage, this successful push for 4-of-a-kind, you would think it's a successful push, but roll 2 ends off. Multiple different players able to trade with the last. So A's going to stay in their favor. They're able to spawn over towards C and transition C into their favor. Now jumping into B as well. But Trippy has got this camo, needs to get involved. His eyes are set on B, and when he jumps into B, he's immediately starting to get shot from Cycle in the back, but able to stay alive for now. Power quickly transitions back into 4of-a-kind's favor with the use of that camera in the push.
They've given up a triple cap for just a couple moments there, but they do end up gaining camouflage. So far, they've been able to turn that into a triple cap of their own as Trippy does everything he can to stay alive. Identifies the last shot is over toward the Battler side and might find out that Cycle is watching his back.
Cycle and Lashot trying to figure out how to take down Trippy here. Eventually, Lashot's going to push through the fight door onto Pyramid. Trippy does a bunch of chip damage, ends with a stick as well, so he gets his job. Does a ton of damage onto the player. The drop battery. Cycle's still alive in back batteries. Makes his way into pipes. Finally gets taken down, but they're able to at least stop the points from accumulating in 4of-a-kind's favor. And Talik with some great shots, able to take that player out of A before he can transition it over. The last player alive in last shot is stuck top tower. He knows Talik's coming. Talik leads it with grenades. The grenades don't find home. Talik does get no shield, but they're both forced to back up. Precision can't get through the front door of white. Frosty in the back of red has got to be the priority focus. They're able to take him out, and with that, they're able to crunch where Shopify are on the map right now. They read the elevator push, and it's got to be Precision that finds this kill. He does just that. Precision in, head on a swivel, looks over towards red stairs. Teammates kill him so quickly. The 3 go down for Shopify, and now all of a sudden, 4of-a-kind starting to feel the momentum of the map control they have.
4of-a-kind still scoring here. Alpha and Bravo belong to them, and now they're looking at Charlie as well. Precision, able to precisely dissect half the members of Shopify Rebellion, and right now the trip cap is still holding. Finally, Rebellion come off a spawn and address Alpha, but we know it takes 2 to tango, and Bravo and Charlie still belong to 4of-a-kind as they are about to take the lead.
Yeah, great job by Precision to understand that, yeah, A's being transferred over, but the priority kill is last shot in pipes. We have to get that kill quick, and then we can trap the players of Shopify over towards elevator. That's what's going on right now. As the battle towards elevator, Roll 2 still finds a kill, doing such a good job several different times in order to do so. Eventually, Trippy, though, with the double kill, is able to turn the tides back in 4of-a-kind's favor and transition A back into their hands. However, camo coming up right now makes the situation on the map so dicey. Shopify do not have map control to compete for this, but Shopify and Cycle with a stick right there could open up the doors to where this becomes a more competitive opportunity. However, 3 go down for Shopify, and 4of-a-kind continuing to roll with the momentum. They are starting to run away with this game.
Although camouflage was grabbed earlier, it wasn't burnt here at Snakebite. Going to be the benefactor of all of that chaos that happened over on the bottom mid side. Gets himself a camo. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion struggling to get their kills. Now we see half of them go down, and the third one ends up falling as well. Snakebite going to lead that final player over toward the goal. He's going to play for Alpha here as Talik holds down the glass and the B side.
Beautifully played by 4of-a-kind. Snakebite making every right decision, prioritizing the stronghold, leaving that kill in pipes towards his teammates. His teammates pick it up, and it's a perfect rotation. Now with a 40-point lead, camo still in the hands of Snakebite, looking to get involved. Pushes into white. A trade will benefit 4of-a-kind. 3 down. Psycho, last player alive, top glass, and the clock is ticking.
229 points and counting. Cycle does find his way over on top glass, helps his teammate from across the map, but also makes his presence known. He goes right through gold, and he's not able to take down the one-shot Precision, and that's gonna cost them dearly. That might have been the only chance they had to hop into Bravo. It's 3 down for Shopify Rebellion, and last shot, he can't even get in the hill in time.
Now he can get in the hill in time, but he's removed from that hill just in time for 4of-a-kind to tie this series up. What was once a question of, is this going to be a blowout? Is Shopify going to run away with this grand finals? The question now answered. 4of-a-kind are here to play some Halo in this grand finals. They tie this series up with a Game 3 and a Game 4 win. They give a lot of hope for people hoping to see an upset here against Shopify Rebellion, the true kings of what has been the past year of Halo.
Back-to-back games here for 4of-a-kind in your grand finals. Shopify Rebellion have looked like easily the strongest team in the league, but Four of a Kind, there is no back down in their blood whatsoever. And maybe with this next game, a swing game 5 or your best of 7, they could take the lead. I'm taking a look at the stats, and I see a whole lot of precision kills and a whole lot of damage across the entire board. 3 different players in the 5K club, and Trippy just about there with them.
Yeah, I think it's everybody on Four of a Kind that's really starting to step up and make their presence known. If you're going to be Shopify Rebellion, everybody's got to be playing great Halo, because there's 4 great players on the other side of the server. Nobody can have an off game or lapses in games that take away from where the end of the game is going. But I'm most impressed with some of these dicey situations, the level of control Four of a Kind just displayed in these dicey situations to continue the advantages that they've earned. These are where traditionally when they lose games, they've been making mistakes. There have been no mistakes across the last 2 games, and that's what we're seeing is the big difference maker here to tie the series up.
You see Shopify Rebellion and Frosty hopping over to the observer mode, and for the first time we're actually maybe not jumping right into the game here, taking just a little, maybe like a 2 or 3 minute break, and I'm sure Shopify Rebellion definitely want to just take a quick little breather, maybe have a couple of words with each other, and talk about how the last 2 games have gone. They start off the series 2-0 and have allowed Four of a Kind right back into the series, so maybe a nice little breather to cut the momentum, maybe ice the kicker a little bit, might be what they need going into this Slayer on live fire.
Yeah, momentum in Four of a Kind's favor, but how long will that be the case? Shopify Rebellion, like I said, they're the reigning world champions. They've been running the show for what feels like the past year, and you expect them to elevate their gameplay when Four of a Kind are stepping up to the plate like this. The sandbox has got to start to go in their favor if they want to turn this series back in their direction as well, though. They can't allow these shock rifles, these camos, to continue to go towards Four of a Kind's favor, because Four of a Kind have proven that they're capable of doing damage. They don't always do it, which feels like Shopify always do, but when they do, they can create upsets of this magnitude. We'll have to see how the opening break goes. You called it out, Tony, at the start of the last 2 games. It's been very strong starts for Four of a Kind. We're going to see if that's going to be the case here going into Game 5.
Just to remind you guys, the grand finals here of your first qualifier for the $128,000 Halo Pro League co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. We have already know who our top 4 teams that will be making it into the Pro League guaranteed. Here with the first qualifier, we have another one next weekend. After we discover our 8 teams, there'll be games every single other Sunday for your guys' entertainment show matches going on to eventually leads towards a LAN in the Shopify Rebellion headquarters in Cali. And so far, it looks like both of these teams want that number 1 seed. They are fighting tooth and nail. Or fang.
Can't hit the no-scope on the cycle. The camo's going to be coming up as well, and that kill on the snakebite could be what opens up the door. It does look like the promising position for Four of a Kind to try and secure this camo still, but as Cycle Quantum's back, he's able to take down Talik, remove the sniper from his hands. 4 go down for Four of a Kind. Camo in the hands of Shopify, and I said they needed to get the power, and they've done just that. Camo snipe in the hands of Cycle to try and take this game over. It's a 4-kill lead early on for Shopify.
Looks like that breather might be exactly what the doctor ordered here for Shopify Rebellion, because they have come rejuvenated into this game number 5 right now of 7, potentially a whole 7 games. 11-4 is the advantage, and Psycho just lining up his target and hunting him down. That nade, it's either you sit on the nade or you jump out into his sight. Either way, you're going down.
Psycho trying to find damage onto these players stuck towards the tower in the cut side of the map. 13-4 ever since the camo snipe has been picked up. Four of a Kind have only gotten 2 kills. The lead blown wide open. It was a 4-kill lead when this power swing happened. Even though Cycle doesn't look like he's doing maybe the max damage. Okay, yeah, he is doing the max damage. He finds a double kill back green, 18-7, and all of a sudden what is a tied up series doesn't feel tied anymore. 19-7. Still a lot of game left here in Game 5. But when Shopify get to play from a lead of this magnitude this early on, usually bad things happen.
Cycle gone down for just the first time there for the guy line able to play through that. And can they, as they find 3 kills right afterwards and actually end up wiping all of Shopify Rebellion without trading out any lives in the meantime. A couple more plays like that, and Four of a Kind could have the lead.
Precision just going to walk down A plat here, finding max damage on several different players, able to find a couple of kills as well. So it was once looking like a blowout game. Actually, 4 of a kind get back on their feet. They start to shoot back, and with that push from Precision, how confident he just walked into A after finding himself in a gunfight with Frosty early on. Has opened up the door for 4 of a kind to have space to try and secure camo, but Snakebite gonna burn that camo as we quickly see it in observer mode. Great job there to paint the picture of what's going on the entirety of the map. But even with Snakebite going down in that situation, they've been able to pick up a couple of kills to make it a 5-kill game.
24 kills here for Shopify Million. Cycle wanted to take advantage of the player over toward Nest, and he realized there was another one that wanted to get involved just as quick. Precision has last shot down to 1 shot and won't go down himself until World 2 and the rest of Shopify Rebellion come off the spawn, go right through the A plat side of things. Frosty does end up going down, but still 4 kills between them, and Shopify Rebellion have the lead.
Yeah, the fact that this is a 4-kill game shows that 4 of a kind are really playing well, because they haven't had a single bit of power on the map. Snakebite has the only camera that got burned for 4 of a kind, and it feels like they haven't touched the snipe ever since it got removed by Cycle early on in this game. I say that, and what was once a 3-4 kill game is now blown wide open, back to 9 at the hands of Cycle with this S7.
Nobody's backing down whatsoever. Cycle used that repulse to get over toward the sandbag side. It looks like 4 of a kind may not have heard it because they end up getting caught with their pants down just a bit. Now a double-digit lead has come out of nowhere. 4 of a kind were playing it so tough and so close, and here comes Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, you give them this much power on the map, this much presence, and Shopify tend to run away with games. That's what we're seeing here. It's an 11-kill lead as we hop on board with Roll 2 on a flank once again.
They're just flying at them. As of right now, Shopify Rebellion are just soaring at 4 of a kind. They're just too comfortable. There's nothing that 4 of a kind are doing to really force Shopify Rebellion to take their time here. It's just they see a target and they just fly towards them.
Yeah, I mean that's a common strategy at the highest level, right? Like, do not allow 4 of a kind to feel like they can get on their feet. Trades are going to benefit you every day of the week. So you see these melee trades, you see these trades in the kill feed. Those are wins for Shopify, especially with this significant of a lead. If they don't have space and room to breathe, you're going to be able to win this game in dominant fashion. 11 kills still separate them, 44-33.
6 more kills needed here. Frosty goes right after Snakebite. Looks like there's one more player over on the screen side who wanted to at least get a trade, but it's not going to go their way. But 3 kills immediately go the way of 4 of a kind, and now they have to claw their way back into it. Until you look at the scoreboard again, you see you're still down by 11, and the Rebellion only 3 more kills.
Yeah, Shopify has just been trading out kills, trading out damage at this point in the game, and they know that that's the win condition in their favor. They're able to just push whatever damage they put in, and these players don't miss, so the damage is always going to happen. Frosty is trying to burn this last camo, can't quite do it, but at 49-39, this game is all for naught, and Shopify will eventually take the series lead.
They're finally able to take down Cycle for just the 8th time so far this game. It does leave camouflage over to the middle of the map here, but that camo is just paid for everybody to collapse on it, and it will be Shopify Rebellion once again taking the series lead.
So a strong rebound from Shopify after they get a series lead from 2-0. The series gets tied up. 4 of a kind starts to fight back, but a dominant performance here in Game 5 will allow Shopify 2 opportunities to close this series out.
Take a look at the stats here, and yeah. 15 bomb coming out of Frosty. Cycle as well doing fantastic with the kills, and I don't think correct me if I'm wrong. I want the stats to tell. Name one game where Cycle has died double digits in a Slayer. It's not possible. It literally has not been done since the moment he came into Halo Infinite. I swear it. I've never seen him die 10 or more times in a Slayer.
I mean, that's just testament to how hard of a kill Cycle always is, right? Every single time it feels like we watch Cycle, he min-maxes his life. He's always no shield, but he's never dead, and that's part of what makes Cycle a great player.
The big fundamental, the Tim Duncan of Halo Infinite is Cycle. Aquarius captured the flag. Coming up next, and what actually could be the final time here that we have here in the series. It's been a very fun tournament that has lasted from yesterday, as we got down to our top 12 going into our championship Sunday, all the way down to our final 4 squads that we know who are making it into the Halo Pro League. And guys, if you haven't already and you enjoy this type of action, you're saying to yourself, I want to keep watching competitive Halo, I want to continue to support competitive Halo, well, we have your back. We have another tournament that's going into the Pro League literally next weekend. After that, we're going to have show matches leading up into an entire LAN in Shopify Rebellion's headquarters in California. So do yourself a favor, you haven't already. Make sure you drop a follow, have that notification bell turned on, because I promise you, anytime we go live here on LVT Halo, there's always going to be some incredible Halo action that you guys are going to want to take advantage of. You guys want to check out. Usually drops involved as well, so make sure if you haven't already, drop that follow, notification bell turned on. Shopify Rebellion currently up 3-2 in the series and have the potential to win it right here, right now, unless, for of a kind, you want to see a Game 7. I know I do.
I know I do. I love a Game 7. We've been blessed throughout this tournament all weekend long, seeing several Game 7s. SSG showcased most of them, I'd say, but will this Grand Finals go to a Game 7 is the big question. Right now, if we're taking a look at how this series has gone, Shopify have predominantly been in control, but Games 2 and 3 shows you that 4 of a kind have what it takes when playing at the highest level to take Shopify the distance. They're going to have to repeat that formula. Not a lot of power on the map of Aqua CTF, so that's the big question here. They don't get to play from the same level of control with the power weapons that normally Shopify do on a map mode combination like Aquarius CTF, so that could be a benefit for 4 of a kind. At the same time, you cannot allow these camos to go unnoticed and uncontrolled in order to get this win.
And before we get started here with our game number 6, again, could be the final match. I feel like I haven't done justice with just thanking you guys at home. Obviously,
I was going to say you haven't been doing justice there.
I have. So those of y'all following, doing everything, thank you guys, really appreciate it. And for those of you who have just been dropping subs left and right, because we've seen multiple hype trains, another one about to come up right now. We've seen multiple hype trains with Slapping Cakes dropping a 5 gifted. I think maybe I've seen 4 just today. I want to thank you guys, because everybody around here is getting paid. You know, from the amazing Coach Callis on the Observers to B and Wes. You know, obviously Wes gets paid 10 times more than I do.
Wait, you're getting paid for this?
Everybody's doing their job. Everybody's getting paid, and it really is because of you guys. So I want to make sure I gave you guys a big time thank you for everything that you've done for us. Because the same way that we love Halo, we know that you guys do too.
Well said, Tommy. Well said. You're becoming a true professional at this. 5 years into the game, and finally starting to hit your stride.
I've got to level 1.
Level 2. All right, Frosty, let's refocus. The Grand Finals, Game 6. Frosty already pulling the flag. Frosty already having major success. 2-0 to his name, finding some assists, denying the camo from going into 4 of a kind's hands. Roll 2, able to pick that camo up, able to get lost. Might want to touch this flag, but at the same time, his flag's getting pulled, so probably wants to prioritize the fact that his flag should go no further. These players don't expect Roll 2 to be here. It's easy pickings for Roll 2 from a raining down fire from top car. He's able to find an assist and a kill. That should help his team out greatly in this situation, but still work to do. As he jumps top middle, he gets spotted out, tries to just get lost once again, and Roll 2 being such a nuisance on what is a potential flag run, still going down for 4 of a kind.
Team was 3 down here. Roll 2 making magic happen with somehow almost getting that return, and now we see this flag being kept alive here over from the bottom car side back over towards their courtyard they go. And yeah, it is a counter cap opportunity, and it is moving quick right now. Royal 2 moving, and a 1-0 lead for Shopify Rebellion.
I mean, you want to watch perfect camo plays? That was a perfect camo play. How many decisions did Roll 2 just have to make throughout that entire lifespan to play that perfectly, to make sure not only does 4 of a kind get a flag cap, but it's transitioned into what could be a double cap situation for Shopify Rebellion. The flag's going to be down in front of their base. However, they're all getting put on respawn, so that flag going to be returned, and a counter cap opportunity here for Forvacon.
Flag returned.
Trippy is able to somehow get that over in
Oh my
the
God.
util and precision turns and burns the opposition. I believe that's World 2 that wanted to get in there and stop that flag from moving forward. And of course, precision not done just yet because every one shot is clearly not safe on the map.
Heads up plays by Precision to drop that flag, knowing that his team is at a disadvantage there. Knowing that players from Shopify have already gotten out, he actually drops that flag and takes a route front to base. A lot of players would never do that, but Precision opens up the door to keep this flag on the move. 7-0 and 4, Precision starts this game 6 off hot, and this game should be tied up here momentarily.
They saw their window of opportunity and they kicked it open. Did 4 of a kind, tying things up at 1 apiece here, and Precision still stretched out on the map here. World 2 was able to take him down, now gets himself a BR for his troubles, and the only player of his team over on the util side, you see him maybe wanting to take it a little bit slow here.
On board with Frosty now, tied up game. Shopify have complete map control right now. It's going to be 4 of a kind stuck in the back of their base. Shopify know that they're stuck. So how do they go about dissecting and finding picks here? It's going to be a pink push from 4 of a kind to try and expose this side of the map, try and break out of their base, but at the same time, Roll 2 and the crew from Shopify Rebellion are going to be pushing from top to base. A couple of kills will get found on both sides, but Roll 2 still alive. Going to be able to pull this flag, and now for each spawns for 4 of a kind, Roll 2 is going to have a perfect car route with this flag.
It's over to the util and now is going car to car here. Meanwhile, last shot trying to watch for any extenders making their way toward the top P side. I think one might have snuck through over toward the bottom P, and Precision is here. Goes in for the challenge onto Frost. He has a thrust to work with as well.
Yeah, very impressive performance there from 4 of a kind to be able to stop that flag. What looked like a perfect situation for Shopify gets broken. 4 of a kind find the kills they need to stop that flag dead to rights and potentially get a counter cap opportunity here, but they do lose a couple of players, so no harm, no foul. But on the bright side, you keep this game tied up.
Commander with the hands of Frosty. He and Psycho want to work together here. Looks like Psycho does make his way over to the car side. Frosty will take some more direct route through the center of the map. He gets caught and called down, but somehow still finds the backside of multiple different players. Now finds a weakened one, and you just can't let that happen. Frosty now starting a flag when he probably should be dead.
Yeah, Frosty finds 3 kills when he should be dead. The flag across the middle of the map, and this is going to be Shopify taking the lead.
Last shot so confident. He's not even going to walk this flag back in. He knows that one's going in. He's already attacking the 50% portion of the map. Once again, doesn't have the shields in order to sit and fight here. But mind you, his teammates off for screener getting back-to-back kills. Now World 2 goes in and grabs himself a camouflage. And this is where things start to go from bad to worse if you're 4 of a kind.
Yeah, with how many resources they just had to expend on trying to take down last shot bottom middle, it allowed Roll 2 a free line. Or a free lane, I should say. Pick up this camera. Roach is going to throw this flag out, but has a player behind him. Doesn't actually check the back of the base, and because he doesn't, they're able to remove that camo from the equation. The flag's still out front the base. Kills going both ways right now. But a difficult position for 4 of a kind because of where this flag is.
4 of a kind have a couple players spawning over toward the back base. Cycle running into at least one of them, and now eventually 3. Somehow finds the one-shot player here, but teammates do end up going 3 down. You have to imagine that this flag ain't going much further here. Precision approaches, goes in for the return. Nades are going down, and it looks like Precision is going to end up getting that return before World 2's nade takes him out.
Yeah, it'll cost him his life, but the flag being returned is the most important piece of that puzzle, right? Frosty did what he could to delay that flag from being returned, but a good job by 4 of a kind to get that flag reset in what looked like a promising position for Shopify to go up a 2-cap lead. Now Trippy on screen with a double kill. Could open up the util side of the map. Still has Cycle in front of him, still has to deal with him, does just that. A player does spawn in the back of the base, as multiple players actually spawn in the back of the base. It's going to be a difficult situation for Trippy to try and sift through. Gets good damage, Snakebite picks up a double, and the flag should be run shortly.
1 cap between them. Flag already started here. Precision, the one who has it in his hands right now, and he's moving with it. All 4 members of Shopify Rebellion are up here, but I love Snakebite's position. use the high ground to get the initial damage, drops down to put his body on the line there, but of course his last shot that drops a triple out of nowhere. That nade should land just on target, but no, the patience out of Four of a Kind and Trippy specifically to keep him away from the base. He didn't just rush the flag, he used it as bait.
Yeah, it's year 5. You can't be caught out going for reckless potential flag caps like that. Trippy, a veteran in the scene, makes a veteran play, and it pays off to tie this game up.
I'm sorry, I just love that play out of Trippy right there. I didn't expect it whatsoever, and because of that, they've tied the game at 2 apiece and have a chance to send this into a Game 7. Trippy also able to get away with the camouflage, and now he's trailing his prey in cycle, gives the communication that allows him to go down here. World 2 does have an angle on the flag from down range, and what does Trippy do? He makes sure he gets rid of them. I'm loving the way Trippy's playing right now.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. The patience is there. Trippy feels comfortable, and when Trippy feels comfortable, good things will happen for Four of a Kind. 14, 11, and 12. Trippy leading the way with the slays, the assist, the presence on the map to gain his team the lead. Look at this. It's a potential double cap, and this camo still in the hands of Trippy could be a problem.
It's a flag relay race being ran right now. It's just one after another. We're about to see back-to-back caps here for Four of a Kind. It's a 4-2 lead here, 1 cap, and we are going to a Game 7.
Yeah, we're about to see a Game 7 if Four of a Kind can hold on to this lead. 3 minutes on the clock right now for Shopify to get 2 caps. That's going to become a factor the longer this game turns into a stalemate. Every life going to be of utmost importance here for Four of a Kind to make sure you find success, deal your damage, find your kills where you can. So Trippy slow playing the situation, knowing that multiple members are towards the pink side, does good damage, finds a kill and an assist, and that is everything that you need to be doing throughout this last 3 minutes of this game.
Four of a Kind doing a fantastic job of shutting up the haters right now. I mean, you have doubled the caps here, Shopify playing. There's 2 minutes and 41 seconds on the clock, which obviously theoretically is enough time for Shopify to put 2 caps on the board, but tough to do when you have a professional team stopping you from doing literally just that.
Yeah, they go 3 down here. This is a moment of the game that could be deciding whether the series goes the distance or not. Roll 2 finds a nice kill, gets the flag out on the move. Everyone on Four of a Kind spawning towards the fridge. Roll 2's going to apply some pressure on these players, but they're all still stuck. They're going to have to fight out of this situation or eventually get picked off. Frosty finds that first pick on the snake bite. It's such a difficult spot to try and fight out of. All these players are no shield. Roll 2 tries to pounce. The original flag runner turns into the main slayer as 3 go down for Four of a Kind. The flag now on the move again.
I've been counting my snakelings before the eggs hatched here because it is a Shopify Rebellion that not only find the kills but also get the flag out towards the mid-map. But of course, Snakebite gets the kill, gets the return, and makes this that much longer a game.
I mean, clawing and scratching their way to a Game 7. Four of a Kind are grinding this one out to get that return. Great defensive stand once again. I've said that a few times. The positions that Four of a Kind are in are so difficult to fight out of, but they're finding just enough success to keep this game in their favor.
Double push to clear out the base. World 2 knows a weakened player over on the util side. He goes down to 1 shot but secures his kill cycle. Not able to find the head of Trippy, who has just been playing phenomenal all series long, specifically in this game as well. World 2 illuminates some of the players that are over on the util side with that radar, but flag has been started. Will it be finished?
Yeah, these fridge spawners are going to get spawn trapped here. Cycle trying to apply pressure, but a great job of just walking out of that fridge and hitting your shots to take down Cycle. That flag still on the move for now. Last shot finds a nice kill there in the top util. 1 cap is going to go on the board, but 44 seconds is what's going to separate these two from seeing if we go to a Game 7 or do we go to sudden death overtime here in Game 6.
And look at Four of a Kind. They're hunkering down over toward the back base. It's about to be a bend but don't break strategy. This
they gotta be
right
careful
here
here.
is it. It is either they win this fight or allow Shopify Button to tie it up and send it into overtime. They are putting everything on this hold right now.
Time is on their side. 17 seconds. Can they hold it down? You can see how slow Shopify are playing this situation. Unfortunately, Frosty can't turn the corner and stay alive. And now Rule 2 is going to get caught off guard as well. The flag does get pulled, however. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Lashshot's going to be able to find a kill. The flag now stuck bottom middle. Trippy able to cut that flag carrier off. The pie chart is out. Nobody on Shopify able to get there. You would think the pie chart's still in. The pie chart doesn't reset. And Rule 2 can't get there by just a couple of inches on a flank from car 1. And this series is going the distance. We will see a game 7.
Some risky business being played by Four of a Kind right there to sit over toward the back of your base and dare Shopify Rebellion to march in, win your fights, and be able to get that return. Most of the time, and against most other weaker teams, that does not go their way. But Four of a Kind took the challenge, won it, and ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoy yourself some competitive Halo, because we got a game 7.
We got a game 7, and Four of a Kind have showed that they can compete with Shopify when playing great. The opening break to this game 7 is going to be so important. It's going to be Origin Slayer, I believe, is the name of the game here. And we've seen the damage. I mean, this is where Frosty made a name for himself. We've seen how strong Shopify look on a game type like Origin when they get control. The name of the game is that level of control, though. Snipe and rockets are going to be the priority focus here. And this opening break could really dictate how this game goes.
It's late into a Sunday night, and keep in mind, if Four of a Kind win it, we got a bracket reset. We might be turning this championship Sunday into a championship Monday if things go the wrong way here. The Shopify Rebellion would love to end it right here, right now, but you know, Four of a Kind, they're willing to fight for that number 1 seed. Both teams guaranteed a spot in your $128,000 Halo Pro League, co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. But who's taking your number 1 seed? Will it be Four of a Kind, or will it be the Shopify Rebellion?
Yeah, I'm not sure how important the number 1 seed is, but winning this series would just do a ton for confidence. Obviously, it would just be a bracket reset, and you'd have to beat them again. But Four of a Kind need to prove to themselves that they can beat Shopify consistently, or at least compete with Shopify consistently, because they have won series along the way against them, but they haven't been able to really punch the ticket across the finish line in tournament format. That would be a massive win. But as game 7 now underway, Last Shot found himself the opening break with a snipe and is given a promised position here to try and carry his team to victory.
Well, I'm glad you asked that, because I feel like you're going to love this specifically. Found out that the number 1 seeded team will always pick their sides on round-based game modes, and even in games that go win. So they imagine the advantage that you have, especially as a former player, where you get to pick the side that you start on. I know you would love that.
Yeah, it's definitely an advantage you look forward to, but something you're going to have to play through. And honestly, it feels like Four of a Kind have probably not had the favorable sides when Shopify have entered just about every tournament as the number 1 seed. But let's prioritize game 7 here. 9-5. Last Shot using every bullet with the snipe. Hasn't had the level of success you honestly expect Last Shot to have, but still a 10-5 lead is what Shopify have broken out with here at the start.
Frosty getting into it with his former teammate in Snakebite. Maze is cleared out. He's not done just yet. It was a weakened player that he tried to get the backside of, but turned right at the wrong time. It looks like Precision and Four of a Kind are gonna make him pay. Only a 1 kill lead, and Four of a Kind quickly gain map control.
Yeah, scratching, clawing their way to a game 7, and scratching and clawing their way back into this game 7, now tied up.
Tully doing a great job of staying alive here. Precision already has presence more forward up on that sniper side. Pyramid here, and with players stuck over on the red cave. Weaken. 1 grenade could cost them a lot. For Last Shot and Cycle, look to try to break out, but this is the moment that Precision chooses to strike. Last Shot makes him regret that one, and it looks like Shopify being alleviating some of that pressure.
Yeah, nobody has a grenade because they've been alive for so long here. That's what part of this comeback was all Four of a Kind finding their success, but because nobody has a grenade, Precision kind of runs out of patience there, right? He's on a train track right there with Last Shot stuck in the cave. Last Shot can't really go anywhere. Cycle's also stuck in that cave, and Precision eventually gives up his angle, his advantage, and because of it, he loses his life. Trippy has found the second set of rockets, made his way over towards the cuts, but gets caught off guard and loses his rockets, and that's a big kill for Shopify. If they can acquire those rockets, it's a big change of power that could come back to haunt 4 of a kind here in Game 7.
One block causing the snowball dramatically. Turns that into a 2-tap and finds some more weakened players here. Turns it into 2. One more to deal with, and the double eventually leads to a 4 down, and now a sniper in the hands of Frosty. We used to call it Frosty the Sniper when he made plays over here towards the ramp side. He's already found 1 headshot.
Yeah, he's so patient. He sees that first player spawn, and that first player takes the angle that removes Frosty. But Frosty knows that there's other players on respawn, so he knows he's going to be able to have an opportunity to get a kill. He's so patient with it that he finds that first opening pick. It's clean sweeps of kills that have extended this lead now to 9.
Just when we thought there was a bracket reset potentially on our hands, both Shopify and Rebellion have that momentum, and they are not letting go of it. 9-kill advantage seemingly out of nowhere. Frosty is 13-4 on his playground, formerly known as Coliseum now. It's Origin, and it's still Frosty's map.
Yeah, it's still Frosty's map. Frosty taking over this game, 15-3-5. He's got the rockets, transition to the snipe, transition to an 11-kill lead for Shopify Rebellion.
35 here for Shopify Rebellion, 4 of a kind. Do stonewall them, weather the storm just a bit and slow Rebellion down. Frosty, though, from across the map, knows every angle like the back of his hand, takes down Snakebite, hits a 360 to go at Trippy as well. When those are the plays that just leave you scratching your head. How is he doing it?
Yeah, Frosty, when he catches fire, he's so hard to put down right now, and he's proving it at 17-3-6. On board with Talik. He knows a player was just here, but this player just on the ledge in the window does get eventually spotted, allowing him to take him down. The lead down to 7. Game not over yet, as we see 4 of a kind in complete control of the map as well. So Shopify left to try and break the setup. Cycle gets the opening kill onto Trippy, and that is a big kill that will allow for some trades to open up the map for the rest of Shopify Rebellion.
We're starting to feel the momentum build in favor of 4 of a kind for just a bit, but Shopify Rebellion shut it down right away. And the moment Taller starts to put some damage down, he gets focused, does hit a nade on World 2 from downtown, but still, Shopify Rebellion 9 kills away, now 2 squad wipes away from taking this game. Frosty has 20 kills and has died 7 times. Wes, the game's not even over.
And the game's not over, 43-35, but it feels like it is with the way Frosty's playing. Cycle gets that last rocket that they were able to take this down from Snakebite. Cycle's going to push onto this cuts area, waste the rocket. It's a tough rocket to shoot in this situation, but removing a win condition from 4 of a kind's opportunity to come back in this game as Cycle gets rid of that rocket. He does pay for it with his life. 6 kills separate the 2. Snipes coming up in 10 seconds. And look at Frosty, patiently waiting to try and make a play for this next snipe.
With pyramid side. Better be careful though. Trippy's also there. Finds out. A couple shots in. Both players weak. Trippy gets the best of him. Trippy staying alive. While 1 shot over toward the snipe ramp. It's just a 5-kill game. And Shopify Rebellion have gone 3 down. Trippy's lining up the spawn trap. If they come back in this game, it's because what's about to happen right now.
Yeah, but Cycle spots Trippy. Trippy can't hit the shot, and because of it, he's forced to back up. Gonna have a lot of pressure on him. There is a player jumping up on the back sneaky ledge on him. Last shot backs up from the grenades. They eliminate Trippy before he can take over the game. And now 49-43. A quick scope from last shot will do it for our tournament this weekend. Shopify's reign of terror continues as they win Game 7 here in the Grand Finals.
They go into your Pro League as your number 1 seed. Do Shopify Rebellion. Want to give some massive love here to 4 of a kind who put on quite a show and brought us all the way down to a Game 7. But you know, when Shopify Rebellion are at an elimination game and when it's grand finals time, that's when they turn up. And specifically, Frosty, your former MVP, putting on an MVP-like performance. 20-9, 12.0 KDA. What are we even talking about here?
Yeah, it's one of the best to ever do it. If not, he probably considers himself the best to ever do it, and rightfully so. Frosty's got 4 rings to his name and looking to continue the dominant realm of being able to call himself a champion here. And an unbelievable performance, a great series overall. Hats off to Four of a Kind for making this a contestable series. Not often do we see Shopify push the distance, but Four of a Kind have done it a few times, falling short when it matters most at the end of these series. But Shopify continuing to show their true ice at the end of this series. These two teams lead the way for our Shopify Pro League that is going to take place in the future. Obviously, next weekend, Tony, we're going to have the last chance qualifier for 4 more teams to join them. And the big question is, throughout this year, who can take down Shopify? Will anyone take down Shopify? And right now, the answer to that is no.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing the format here. That was your first qualifier. We had a second qualifier that's coming up next weekend here. Make sure you guys are ready. This determined our first 4 teams that are going into the Halo Pro League, and also determined your number 1 through 4 seeds, and that Shopify Rebellion taking the number 1. Don't worry, if you missed out on your shot, there's still one more chance that you got literally next weekend. You can compete as well. Anybody, it's an open tournament, a global tournament. What it had, we've had teams from across the world, from Europe, from Australia, from everywhere on the planet to come on in, compete, show what you got. Let them know that you love Halo esports by signing up, getting involved, and maybe, just maybe, you make yourself into the top 12, get into a championship Sunday, and maybe, just maybe, you take one of those final 4 spots to compete in your $120,000 Halo Pro League. And a bit bittersweet here, Wes. I mean, we've been casting together all weekend and whatnot. It's been so long since we actually had the chance to do so. I've been having fun. We've had so many Game 7s, absolutely incredible. But like all good things, even this must come to an end. Do you have any final words?
Yeah, final words was, it was a pleasure all weekend to be one of the voices of all the great castings pairs that we've had across the weekend. It was great to see some competitive Halo once again. I'm stoked for this Shopify Rebellion Pro League. I'm stoked to see all these matches. I'm stoked to see Shopify's either reign of terror continue, or if someone can upset them. I think Four of a Kind has got to be your favorite, but what we saw from SSG and Legend returning into Halo is that even Four of a Kind got pushed very early on from this new SSG roster's existence in a series. So I'm excited to see how the competition continues to unfold leading up into Halo Fest as well. So, I mean, we still have plenty of competitive Halo to enjoy. It's great to be a part of it all. Shout out to everyone that was participating behind the scenes. And yeah, it's just a blast to get back on the mic. It feels like it's been forever, Tony, but I feel like it's like riding a bike when I get paired alongside you. So it's been a pleasure, man.
That might be the first compliment he's given me to all the years that I've known him. I'm gonna make sure I record that one and clip it. Guys, thank you guys at home for having us. It has been absolutely incredible. And by the way, for those of y'all who are probably thinking, oh man, next weekend's not gonna have a Four of a Kind, not gonna have an SSG, not gonna have a Shopify Rebellion. Well, I'm hearing there's some squads that are coming in that weren't able to compete at this weekend that are ready for next one. I ain't gonna spoil it just yet, but I'm gonna tell you, make sure you are right here next weekend to catch some incredible Halo action. We're out of here.